my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A devastating beam of energy strikes a monstrous creature amidst burning ruins. A powerful magical attack bursts from the shattered stone spire, sending fire and debris spiraling outward. Beneath a fiery sky, a burning weapon looms as a new target is declared, the last human. A horned, armored figure proclaims victory and prepares to unleash a devastating attack. On the battlefield, a white-haired armored warrior is hurled through flames as a massive dragon's attack overwhelms him. A wounded figure collapses to the ground, violently coughing up blood. The battered warrior grits his teeth, struggling to remain standing as flames rage around him. 1 year after humanity's defeat, demon overlords enslave the survivors, forcing them to serve as hosts for new monsters amid a ruined city. The last resistant survivor grips a glowing sword, preparing for a final confrontation. A battered warrior kneels before a towering demonic figure as flames and smoke swirl around them. Haunted by memories, the injured young man recalls the terrifying demon lord, monarch of demons. A horned, armored figure reaches out with a glowing, rune-covered hand, ready to cast a spell. Using powerful magic, the battered man slows time to prolong the conversation. The horned figure confronts the other character and identifies them by name. During their confrontation, the powerful demon acknowledges the human's relentless determination. The young man stands his ground, facing a powerful, menacing figure. A fierce glare accompanies a harsh dismissal of his opponent's strength. A menacing armored figure angrily confronts a fallen knight, condemning weakness and lack of perseverance. Surrounded by flames, a commanding figure offers a decisive proposal to join his ranks. Standing over a defeated foe, a determined warrior declares his intent to conquer all worlds using an ally's power. He endures a tense silence, sweat beading on his intense face. A wounded figure hesitantly asks if the armored warrior truly accepts him after their defeat. Confident amidst glowing embers, a powerful demon demonstrates overwhelming strength. The wounded man smirks defiantly, rejecting the offer. His chest fractures as his body begins to shatter under immense stress. Consumed by fury and humiliation, the tortured figure relives the agony of begging before his enemy. A monstrous, flaming claw descends toward the outstretched gauntlet hand under the blazing sky. A monstrous enemy looms over the desperate armored warrior as he braces for an imminent strike. Silently, the character admits to himself that his personality is terrible. A memory surfaces of a stern woman advising against cursing. He reveals that, because he ignored her, she cast a spell on him. A gloved hand seizes an opponent's wrist, escalating the confrontation. Startled, he sharply reacts to something unexpected off-panel. The young man considers unleashing a devastating power that could destroy his own body. The protagonist delivers a decisive declaration to the demon lord. Enraged, the armored man unleashes a burst of glowing power at his opponent. With explosive force, the furious fighter launches a devastating, energy-charged punch. A blinding surge erupts as the protagonist attacks with fierce determination. A figure unleashes a devastating energy explosion, engulfing the area in fiery destruction. Despite raging flames and debris, a figure bursts through the explosion, pushing forward. An intense gaze reveals unwavering determination as the protagonist steels himself for what's next. The horned, armored figure unleashes a devastating fiery attack charged with glowing energy. In shock, a character watches as dark energy engulfs his hand, witnessing its sudden transformation. A lone warrior unleashes a powerful demonic transformation radiating ominous energy. Standing firm as embers swirl, a horned, armored figure confronts a menacing presence. Fueled by rage, he defiantly confronts his adversary to protect all he has fought for. Amidst burning ruins, the aftermath of a brutal massacre is revealed. Locked in a desperate struggle, the character's fierce expression shows a fight for survival. A lone, exhausted figure collapses to his knees amid smoldering ruins. Engulfed in flames, a furious figure curses his opponent for humiliating him. A raging demon unleashes a devastating fiery attack, tearing through chaos. A shadowy, armored figure is slammed into the ground by a powerful blow, sending debris flying. The battle comes to an end. Amidst ruins, a defeated figure laments his failure to avenge loved ones or save humanity. A gloved hand twitches as its owner begins to regain movement. He wakes on the ground in dark armor, visibly stunned and confused. Disoriented, the protagonist lies motionless in a vast, empty blue space. Examining his fully healed body and undamaged armor, he realizes something is wrong. A disoriented figure awakens on a cathedral floor, confused about their location. A hooded figure holding a lantern emerges in a blue-lit hallway. The protagonist discovers a hidden temple filled with glowing statues of gods. The armored man scans his surroundings warily, alert for threats. He realizes he has entered the afterlife, now in the underworld. Instead, he finds himself on the lowest floor of the pantheon, not the underworld. Cautiously, the protagonist approaches the glowing temple's entrance, fixating on a mysterious blue orb inside. A majestic winged figure descends gracefully amidst glowing blue energy. A radiant figure with glowing wings descends gracefully through swirling feathers and light. The armored knight clenches his fist, preparing a powerful attack. Unable to summon his sword, the character reacts with shock. A gloved hand rises toward the glowing light, signaling decisive action. Someone calmly dismisses any reason for surprise. A high-ranking angel announces herself as the messenger of the gods. A serene, winged woman informs him he has died and would normally be sent to the underworld. By the will of the three great gods, the armored man is commanded to return to the past. The protagonist demands an explanation, glaring in confusion. A celestial figure explains that only memories, not abilities or skills, will be retained when returning to change the future. A calm woman reassures him that having once reached the peak, he can quickly rise again. The young man stands in tense silence, watching intently. The armored figure questions his perception, unsure if what he sees is real. On the verge of death, the protagonist wonders if his experience is a delusion. The armored figure struggles to stay upright, clutching his side in exhaustion. A skeptical man questions a serene winged woman about why he is given a second chance. Hesitantly, the armored man raises his hand, struggling to accept what he's heard. Anxiously, the protagonist questions the true cost behind the unexpected opportunity. As demons attacked and prayers went unanswered, the gods severed contact with the world, abandoning followers and stripping clergy of power. The loss of healing led to rapid defeat and death of human armies. He suspects those who abandon the world have a hidden agenda behind this second chance. The serene woman promises to reveal the god's intentions. Eyes narrow with hardened resolve. The winged woman demands the armored figure show something more impressive. The armored young man freezes in shock as alarming news sinks in. Stunned by unexpected news, he reacts in disbelief. A winged figure solemnly praises the human's relentless struggle and acknowledges the god's sorrow and admiration. The protagonist's eye flashes with fury in reaction to shocking revelation. A serene woman reflects on the god's regret over the world's abrupt end and the protagonist's prior fortune. As a critical message about the gods is delivered, glowing blue energy suddenly bursts on the character. The armored figure crashes down amid a surge of blue energy, engulfing another in a massive explosion. The armored man clenches his fists, preparing to confront his enemies. A crowned woman desperately reaches out as shadowy figures threaten from behind. A determined warrior charges at a monstrous enemy, launching a fierce attack. A furious fighter clenches his fist, channeling crackling blue energy while demanding answers. Surging with blue energy, Zephyr angrily confronts unseen figures, questioning if humans are mere entertainment. A winged woman releases a powerful magical spell from her hand. A massive glowing foot crashes down as a chain giant attacks, forcing the protagonist to brace for impact. The protagonist is struck by a powerful force and staggers backward. Two armored figures collide amid a burst of blue energy. A chain hand is blasted by blue magic, causing a cry of pain. A radiant winged figure unleashes divine power, scattering debris brilliantly. A robed figure warns the kneeling warrior that the gods are watching. A winged woman sternly reveals the gods are only interested in one person, not humanity as a whole. Startled, the protagonist recoils in shock at something unexpected. A radiant figure explains that only by proving self-worth can one receive desires. He clenches his teeth, struggling to endure intense pain. A radiant figure delivers an urgent message to the kneeling warrior amid ruins. A mysterious figure announces that a powerful god urgently demands someone's return for a new purpose. Crouching among rubble, the protagonist reacts with surprise and caution to an unexpected event. A figure crashes through shattered furniture, scattering debris. A furious demon intimidates terrified angels, demanding to speak with a manager. The wounded demon god rages in disbelief after being struck by a human. Zephyr urgently declares he will take responsibility as reckless actions unfold in the magical mirror. A powerful name is announced, introducing the demon god Tartarus. The god of destruction, responsible for annihilating 10 worlds, is revealed. A solemn figure reveals an unstoppable warrior aims to destroy all worlds. A silver-haired young man confronts someone for breaking a record and damaging pride. The furious young man reacts with shock and anger upon hearing the antagonist's motive. A robed figure steps forward, announcing a request for a decisive rematch. Altair calmly asks Zephyr for his opinion as he listens attentively. The character smirks confidently in response. A gloved hand clenches into a fist as the speaker declares the answer is obvious. The armored man coldly vows to grant his opponent's wish for death. The magical transfer begins, surrounding the lone figure with radiant energy as he prepares to receive divine gifts. Determined to seek revenge, the speaker resolves to use the opportunity granted by the gods. A white-haired man, radiating determination, defiantly calls out the oppressive gods. A figure completes activating the magical gateway as coordinates are confirmed. A winged figure offers encouragement, setting an expectation for entertainment. A figure unleashes a surge of magical energy within a radiant, colossal circle. One man panics upon discovering the other is not breathing. A furious, scarred man yells at the group, demanding silence. Someone shouts at the startled young man, jolting him awake. Water drenches the boy, leaving him stunned and humiliated. The protagonist regains consciousness and is immediately noticed by 3 men, while another keeps their distance. A muscular man lifts an object overhead, his face showing sudden surprise. A wary man tries to recall where he has seen the mysterious figures before. The young man smirks confidently, facing his unseen opponent. Shocked, a character discovers a cross-shaped stigma on their skin. Despite his injuries, the battered man laughs defiantly at his opponents. The scene shifts to when he was a slave of the temple. A stern overseer orders a worker in the cave to end his break and return to work. A muscular blonde man threatens to kill the white-haired man if provoked again. The battered young man glares defiantly and demands an explanation. 3 agitated men retreat down the cave tunnel while the protagonist remains unfazed. The wounded figure staggers in pain as the white-haired man watches intently. A wounded child thanks his protector while the silver-haired man suspiciously questions the child's identity. 2 men in a rocky underground setting discuss the difficulty of remembering the past and adjusting to their harsh environment. He abruptly pauses, reminded of his unique advantage as a returner. The angelic figure explains the special ability can be activated by saying, "Unlock privilege," and the young man prepares to test it. Zephyr silently watches as someone trudges deeper into the dimly lit tunnel. A character activates a special ability. A young man unleashes a powerful surge of energy swirling around him. The protagonist suddenly realizes something shocking and unexpected. He reacts with disbelief as tension rises. The young man is stunned realizing he has received something unexpected. 2 workers discuss their impression of the new recruit's skills and speculate on his past experience. The young man rapidly chips away at the rock wall with his pickaxe, impressing onlookers with his speed. Bags of ore are stacked together as rain or dust falls over them. A group of miners grumble as one worker outpaces everyone with relentless effort. The protagonist wipes sweat from his face, stunned by his achievement. A man activates new abilities as energy radiates around him. Energy floods his mind as he struggles to absorb a sudden overwhelming surge of information. He recoils in shock as mysterious green lights appear before him. Legendary skills, powerful items, and rare abilities are unveiled, shocking everyone. He reacts in disbelief at the possibility of such valuable items being given away. A rugged man aggressively blocks the white-haired figure's path in the cave tunnel. Someone stomps the ground, angrily ordering another to return to work. A burly overseer scolds a newcomer for slacking on the first day. The protagonist notices the captain of the mining team. A frustrated figure grips a weapon tightly, angered by others' disobedience. An armored man launches a forceful attack, sending energy surging toward his opponent. With a burst of strength, the young man tears the whip apart. A stunned armored man witnesses his opponent catch the whip barehanded. A worker apologizes and quickly returns to labor under a stern overseer's watch in the cave. One man stands unfazed while another with a whip reacts in surprise. He calmly analyzes the captain's attack, realizing its slow appearance results from experienced battle moves. He examines his hand in disbelief, realizing he is completely uninjured. The protagonist activates a powerful defensive skill while tirelessly mining with his pickaxe. A weapon smashes rocks as its wielder tests a newly acquired skill. The protagonist prepares to regain strength quickly by combining future knowledge with new perks. The ground erupts violently as a startled figure with a book and quill looks on in shock. A white-haired young man completes stacking heavy rock bags, surprising a worker. The group gathers outside as the day's workload is tallied and rankings announced. Group F's victory prompts excitement, while another member remains calm. 3 trainees are stunned as rankings reveal Group B in second place, leading to confusion about first place. Competition results cause one group to celebrate while another is disappointed. The last group's supplies and compensation will be redistributed to the top 3 groups. The protagonist turns away from 3 defeated companions as the sun sets behind them. The ceremony begins as the group prepares to pray to the goddess of light. A crowd gathers at sunset, raising hands in prayer toward the glowing church. Amid the injured crowd raising arms, the protagonist silently scoffs at the promise of salvation. The Temple of Arya is introduced as the continent's largest religious and financial institution. Weary workers finish tasks and head back to rest as the sun sets. 2 stand back to back, tense and ready as enemies close in around them. A close-up reveals a muscular man's shoulder marked with a cross-shaped tattoo hinting at significance. With urgent determination, the character sets a goal to pay medical bills and regain freedom for the next plan. A determined figure steps forward, vowing to stop demon god Tartarus. The young man clenches fists and fiercely declares his intent for revenge. 2 hands grip tightly as magical energy sparks, solidifying their resolve to face any danger together. A woman surrounded by swirling magic desperately reaches out as armored hands stretch toward her. She faces her fate with gratitude, smiling through tears as magic surrounds her. A wounded hand reaches determinedly into glowing light. Clenching his fist over his heart, he promises to protect the person before him. A woman in ceremonial attire invites the crowd to use the store or seek consultation as orders are placed. A character notices a glass of beer costs 80 silvers and reacts with annoyance. The protagonist assesses sausages at a market stall, complaining about their high price. A timid woman nervously offers to buy the man a drink, catching his attention. A skeptical young man questions whether the other has any money. A shy character nervously offers newly received coins despite embarrassment. A nervous character recalls being protected from bullies and credits a companion for winning first place. A timid group member admits their team usually finishes last, and this is the first time they've received money. Tense silence fills the air as the muscular man confronts a smaller figure. One group violently assaults another to gain advantage in the mining competition. A defensive man refuses help from a hesitant child, telling him to stay away. A shopkeeper enthusiastically greets a muscular, white-haired man arriving at the market stall. At the marketplace stall, the protagonist demands water of recovery from the merchant. A muscular man in an apron skeptically questions a newcomer's money and lists drink prices. A bandaged hand places gold coins on the table as payment. A man with bandaged arms firmly requests a loan form to complete payment, startling his neighbor. A frightened young character anxiously calls for help. A hand forcefully stamps a signed official document, escalating tension. A distressed girl complains about low pay and mounting debt while a bandaged man dismisses her as he handles potions. The man drinks a small bottle, then suddenly reacts with surprise. A hidden effect of the water is revealed. Drinking a large amount increases magic power. The protagonist activates a powerful new skill that dramatically boosts all potion effects. 2 figures mine intently in the dim cave, their glowing pickaxes striking rock. A hand selects a marked glass bottle from the group. A young man pushes himself through intense training, determined to grow stronger. A startled man reacts upon hearing a monster's cry inside the mines. A man urgently requests the hunter team's deployment and offers to guide them to the location. He steadies himself, ready to face the upcoming challenge with unwavering confidence. Monsters born from magical distortions have caused significant harm due to their hostility toward humans. A powerful force intervenes, granting humanity a second chance. Magic stones and monster materials are introduced as valuable resources. Monsters became essential sources of valuable materials for weapons and armor. The dungeon, filled with monsters and danger, also promises hidden treasures to those who enter. The group advances forward with determination. 3 armored and hooded figures move through swirling dust and mist. Elite slaves chosen for combat and hunting skills advance to face monsters for higher pay and incentives. He wonders why he was chosen to work in the mines despite being a traveler. The baker refuses to loan any more money, leaving the protagonist worried. A loan request is denied due to the applicant's low rank. A nun casually suggests he could get a loan by selling his organs for research. One character stands with arms crossed while another looks on with admiration, hands clasped in prayer. A man prepares to sign papers to sell his organs while another protests in shock. He asks to buy more potions with his money, while the vendor responds indifferently. He drinks a strange green potion as the vendor reacts with sarcastic amusement. A woman watches in surprise as a man kneels and carefully arranges marked bottles on the ground in sunlight. Blue energy gathers as the silver-haired young man prepares to unleash his power. A character forcefully slams a foot on the ground, escalating tension. A heavily armored figure confronts the weary young man in front of the cart, demanding to know if he is their assigned guide. Confident about perfect timing, the man prepares to make his next move. 3 armored soldiers stand together as their leader introduces the team. A determined man with white hair steps forward, offering to help using his mana detection skills. Essential survival skills in dark dungeons, such as night vision and mana detection, are explained as hidden monsters watch from shadows. An armored figure prepares to move out after buying night vision potions. An armored knight orders the white-haired young man to carry a heavy bundle while others mock him for using mana. The young man pushes forward, unfazed by anxious voices behind him. The protagonist studies the situation, recognizing at least one familiar figure. 3 armored figures enter the dangerous dungeon, knowing that if events repeat, only one may survive. The young man silently devises a plan to use children for his own purposes. A boot slams down, cracking the ground as someone steps forward determinedly. 3 armored figures cautiously advance along a rocky forest path, reacting to an awe-inspiring sight ahead. A hooded figure calls out and waves as armored individuals approach the forest entrance. A masked figure steps forward with ropes, ordering the group to put out their hands. A hooded captive is restrained by an armored soldier as guards stand watch. A young man's bandaged wrist is quickly tied with a blue rope. A hooded figure shows a magic bracelet that signals backup if the wearer is in danger inside the dungeon. One character departs on reconnaissance while another offers advice and farewell. 4 armored figures march in formation through a rocky mountain pass. Hooded adventurers move deeper into the dark cave tunnel. Someone steps into a dimly lit tunnel, moving deeper into the unknown. A monstrous clawed hand slams onto cracked ground, signaling the creature's arrival. 2 monstrous sentries patrol a dim cave, one carrying a torch and another gripping a curved blade. 2 beastmen are startled as an object is suddenly thrown at them in the dark cavern. The 2 beast-like figures cautiously approach a mysterious box that has landed before them. Beastmen charge forward with a torch as more figures emerge from the shadows. An armored figure strikes down a monster, sending blood spraying from the wound. A hooded figure impales the attacking beast with a swift sword strike. Hooded figures cautiously approach a monstrous corpse lying in the snowy forest. 3 cloaked adventurers discover a massive stone statue deep within the dim cave. The protagonist pushes forward through the dark cave, burdened by a heavy backpack. Surveying blood-stained ground, a character observes that the beasts lost a recent battle. The group examines the aftermath and confirms only a few enemies remain. A character calls out to others while sitting on a rock, tapping a dagger near a spear and chalk-drawn symbol. A knight grins and suggests they take control for themselves. Sometimes, they clear the dungeon themselves immediately. An armored figure and a hooded character react in shock to an unexpected event. A hooded character warns against risky decisions, urging the group to stick to the original plan. 4 adventurers gather at the cave entrance, debating their odds against the dungeon's threats. A team member angrily insults another, expressing frustration over poor group composition. 2 armored figures discuss their next move while walking through a tense environment. A helmeted character smirks defiantly, exuding confidence before a critical moment. Under the knight's watchful gaze, the protagonist begins to reveal the requested item. Hazelnut leaves and seeds are identified among foraged plants. Hooded figures prepare a lure by crushing ingredients and mixing them with cobalt remnants, while an injured man watches. A wolf-headed creature detects a distant presence in the dark cave. A snarling beast prepares to attack. A monstrous beast lunges forward, baring its fangs in a threatening snarl. The armored character confidently reveals an ancient relic, signaling a new strategy. A monstrous creature suddenly lunges from the shadows, ready to attack. A monstrous, clawed hand crashes into the ground, sending straw and dust flying. A monstrous hand erupts from the ground as a trap is unleashed. The group stands victorious, monsters trapped behind towering ice spikes. An armored figure expresses surprise at the white-haired man's preparedness as they travel through snow. The helm-clad character readies their weapon, preparing for action. He longed for approval from others but never had the opportunity to earn it. A startled guard gripping his flask and spear reacts in shock to unexpected news. The protagonist approaches a cave entrance, confronting a guard while others wait inside. The protagonist admits to exploring the dungeon alone, finding only small kobold groups remaining. A guard questions the traveler's confidence as he explains reconnaissance experience in the cavern. One armored group member questions whether their strategy will suffice for clearing the dungeon. The silver-haired young man respectfully offers the decision to the other person. One armored figure assesses his companion's usefulness while standing in the cave. While searching for hazelnuts, someone notes another's skill at preparing and hunting monsters. The helmeted character smirks, amused by an attempt to shift credit. An armored figure hands an authorization document to a serious young man in a cave, enabling him to join the hunter team. He accepts a small token with quiet gratitude. The knight assesses this was likely the intended strategy. The hooded figure dismisses the offer to take on the kobold dungeon with disdain. A resolute warrior slays a dungeon monster, determined to repay a favor. The warrior surveys the cave, confirming most enemies have been defeated. 2 armored figures discuss their easy victory while examining low-quality magic stones collected from kobolds. The group confirms the tunnel is safe and prepares to move forward. A hooded figure investigates a crevice while a guard watches closely. The hooded figure kneels to inspect a pile of bones scattered among rocks. A gloved hand examines skeletal remains, questioning their origin. A hooded figure is startled as a skeletal kobold suddenly attacks. The hooded young man swiftly dodges as something speeds past him. A hooded figure is slammed into the ground by a massive clawed beast as debris flies. A helmeted character urgently shouts a warning. A dominant combatant slams a monstrous creature into the ground with overwhelming force as another watches. A warrior is struck and sent flying as an armored figure with a spear watches. 2 opponents fiercely grapple for control of a blazing sword. A heavily armored figure steps forward, summoning a glowing magic shield to protect the group. The armored character realizes a hidden threat remains. An armored character activates a powerful mana shield, ready to defend. A devastating sword strike sends shockwaves and debris as it hits a figure. A knight staggers back in shock as their shield shatters. A heavily armored warrior crushes his opponent with a single devastating blow. A knight in dark armor looks up, stunned and afraid. A massive energy blast surges forward at high speed. 2 masked figures lock eyes in shock as tension rises. The group arrives at a hidden cave deep in the forest. A hooded figure recoils in shock, raising a hand in response to a disturbing sight. A hooded figure hands over 3 magical string bracelets, explaining they signal danger inside the dungeon. A hooded figure with bound wrists turns abruptly, alarmed by sudden commotion nearby. Blood rapidly spreads across the ground in an ominous scene. A wounded warrior clutches his arm, struggling to stay upright despite pain. He braces himself with determination, sweat dripping down his armored face. A powerful defensive skill activates as one figure stands firm while an injured opponent recoils. He inspects his bandaged arm, realizing his strongest defense couldn't prevent all damage. Studying the creature sharply, he acknowledges its dangerous potential despite youth. An injured figure struggles on the ground as a massive monster's tail traps them. A bloodied, Hooded figure struggles as a scorpion-like appendage emerges from their back. A monstrous creature lunges at two figures in darkness while a silver-haired man stands ready. A monstrous predator uses pheromones to deceive other monsters and devours its guardian to cause chaos. An armored figure urgently seizes a weapon from a startled soldier. A bandaged hand intercepts wooden sticks with swift precision. Zephyr knocks down an armored opponent with a powerful blow. Zephyr announces readiness, exuding confidence for the next challenge. A bandaged hand channels magical energy to grant a final wish. A silver-haired man summons blue energy and activates a mysterious ability while brandishing a spear. A glowing key materializes on an outstretched left hand, activating access to the Room of Silver. A subspace artifact bursts forth in blue energy as glowing plants appear from the protagonist's hand. An armored man lunges desperately to seize a rare purple flower among rocks. A mysterious plant and folded cloth on the ground draw attention to their significance. Zephyr orders everyone to stand back while an injured soldier retreats behind him. A bandaged hand grips a staff tightly, signaling readiness for battle. He braces himself with staff in hand as the situation becomes dangerous. The helmeted man reels back in shock, blood trickling from his mouth. Ignoring a warning, the unarmed figure steps forward with a spear to face the monstrous threat. Clutching a bleeding shoulder, the injured man forces himself up, determined not to die in disgrace. An armored figure unleashes crackling energy, shaking the area with raw power. A monstrous creature wreathed in red energy lunges toward a spear-wielding figure. A powerful skill engulfs the armored man in terror, paralyzing him defenseless. The character freezes in terror upon realizing imminent danger. Fire devastates the village as smoke and debris fill the air. A man stands ready with a pitchfork as chaos erupts and a woman recoils in alarm. A devastating slash rips through the scene, scattering debris with overwhelming force. Several years ago, an adult predator attacked a nearby village. A monstrous creature appears in the ruined city as three stunned individuals face it. Villagers watch helplessly as the event unfolds. Struggling for composure, he tenses up and sweats while another remains blurred in the background. Everyone freezes, unable to act due to overwhelming fear. Someone experiences a sudden, intense realization, bracing for what's next. Unable to move, the character is completely paralyzed. A devastating shockwave erupts as the figure unleashes overwhelming power, leaving all powerless to intervene. The wounded man sits in darkness, powerless but to wait. An armored guard freezes in shock, unable to comprehend what happened. Magical energy crackles suddenly through the darkness. A masked figure recoils in terror, sweat streaming down a wide-eyed face. A figure unleashes a surge of energy with a glowing, uniquely shaped weapon. A fierce warrior charges forward, clashing with a monstrous clawed beast as energy sparks fly. A monstrous beast unleashes a powerful energy blast from its mouth. The white-haired warrior narrowly avoids a deadly purple blast and charges forward with his spear. The protagonist uses the dragon soul plant to calm himself, and enhances its effects with a special skill. He evaluates his weapon but realizes he lacks the magic power to use it. A bandaged hand channels energy into a glowing orb, preparing the next move. A white-haired man readies his weapon by coating it with potent green venom. One man questions the wisdom of sharing a recipe perfected over a lifetime. Tension rises as another insists it's better to share the hidden item now that the world has collapsed. A determined young man launches a decisive spear attack against the monstrous beast. With a burst of strength, the protagonist swings a massive sword in a fierce attack. The scarred man affirms his determination, expressing complete satisfaction with the situation. A weapon crashes down, sending green liquid and black splatters flying. The white-haired young man swings a massive weapon, releasing a dark sweeping attack. A monstrous creature unleashes a furious scream amid the chaos. A skilled fighter leaps and strikes down a monster with his bloodied scythe. The silver-haired young man with a bandaged arm lifts his weapon, preparing to strike. A lone fighter evades monster attacks, determined to survive 3 minutes until the venom acts. Zephyr drives his fist into the massive opponent's torso, landing a decisive blow. A dark tendril lashes violently through the air, signaling a new threat. A fierce battle erupts as Zephyr charges directly at the towering beast. Straining through pain, he forces his spear through collapsing rocks. Suddenly, someone is jolted by a startling realization. A massive monster lunges with jaws wide as Zephyr stands ready to confront it. Zephyr hurls a green potion at the snarling creature. A white-haired warrior swiftly dodges as a massive monster's claw crashes into the ground. Zephyr drives his spear into the monster during a fierce struggle. A monstrous creature unleashes a terrifying scream. The young man steels himself, eyes burning with determination as he prepares for what's next. A bandaged hand seizes the staff with force, signaling a surge of determination. A devastating surge of energy slams into the ground, sending shockwaves around. The protagonist realizes escape is nearly impossible due to limited abilities. The young man charges forward with his spear, ready to attack. A massive blue energy blast rips through the area, unleashing overwhelming force. The protagonist drives his glowing weapon into the enemy, ending the fight. Zephyr swiftly ducks under a powerful attack, gripping his staff determinedly. Two opponents grapple violently over control of a staff. With focus, the warrior leaps and prepares to strike the monstrous creature. He pushes forward, straining to lift a heavy object despite exhaustion. A bandaged hand shoots upward as someone urgently commands action. A fierce warrior launches a powerful spear attack from above at a black dragon. Zephyr leaps and drives his glowing sword into the monstrous enemy. A silver-haired young man slams his spear into the ground, releasing an energy surge. A combatant charges and strikes a monstrous beast during intense battle. The white-haired fighter swiftly braces and dodges a spear attack. A bandaged hand slams down, snapping a wooden staff amid intense training. Zephyr slams his staff on the fallen enemy, pressing the attack. A character draws their sword, readying for imminent confrontation. He raises his glowing dagger and prepares to strike again. A bandaged hand slams a wooden stake into a bloody chest. A fierce warrior launches a midair attack against a massive blue dragon amid flying debris. A white-haired man drives his curved blade into the massive creature's back. A wounded figure claws desperately downward, struggling to hold on. A battered young man clings desperately to the edge, struggling to hold on. A muscular, bandaged hand grips the sword hilt tightly, ready for action. With unwavering resolve, the protagonist slams a broken weapon into the fallen enemy's corpse. Now stronger after returning to the past, the protagonist prepares a decisive move against his opponent. The hidden power of recovery water is revealed. Large consumption increases maximum magic power. The protagonist inspects a potion vial as a new skills notification appears, revealing his perk boosts all potion effects. He checks mystical bottles to ensure enough power to defeat the predator. The young man gathers energy, preparing to unleash a powerful strike. A surge of blue magical energy bursts from a hand toward the broken staff. A fierce warrior brings down a powerful, glowing strike onto the monstrous beast. A battered figure collapses, struggling to stay conscious after a brutal fight. An armored figure explains that a manager's authority can quickly transfer the seated young man to the hunter team. The silver-haired young man sits pensively, reflecting on someone's intentions and feeling disappointed. The shadowy figure firmly rejects the offer, insisting the kobold dungeon is insufficient. A clenched fist trembles on the ground, charged with determination. An injured, cloaked figure stands his ground as a shadowy silhouette emerges from fog. He realizes he is the key needed to move forward. The young man confronts someone, demanding a serious conversation. Two figures pause in the misty forest, struggling to catch their breath. Breathing heavily, the battered protagonist stands over a fallen opponent, gripping a bloodied sword. A terrified, wounded man pleads for mercy as a towering figure advances with a spiked mace. A muscular man swings a heavy chain, confronting masked opponents in the forest amid rising tension. A desperate, hooded figure pleads with someone named Sahaku to trust them. A distressed character frantically denies being a devil worshipper. A hooded figure orders an attack with a menacing expression. A muscular man savagely attacks with a bloody chain weapon, delivering a brutal blow. A muscular man swings a spiked flail at hanging bodies as hooded figures watch. A hooded figure collapses against a blood-smeared wall, trembling from injuries. A mechanical insect sinks its fangs into a person's neck, delivering a payload. A man is forced to swallow a monstrous, red-marked centipede. A cloaked figure strikes a shadowy opponent with a devastating explosive attack. A parasitic centipede emerges as a hand raises a glowing, blood-tinged sword in preparation. A hooded figure is confronted at sword point, accused of devil worship. A subordinate reports 7 killed seeking a single traitor, prompting a superior to question the logic of such brutality. An interrogator questions whether rebels were desperate enough to destroy everything for one target, while a scorpion stirs inside a jar. A man warns that enemy members have likely spread out. A man warns that if heretics aren't removed within a month, grave consequences await when the raid arrives. A man silently sits at his desk, staring at a jar containing a centipede. A stern man agrees to personally resolve a hunting team complaint. A condition is about to be imposed. A stern warning demands results and cautions against reckless actions as part of the heresy investigators. The young man smirks and confidently agrees to follow the order. A large stone building stands illuminated by morning sun, introducing a new setting. A sign indicates the location of the Department of Human Resources. An official accepts a nomination request as paperwork is submitted and the nominee identified. A composed staff member outlines consequences and responsibilities of nominating someone from another department. A helmeted man confidently agrees. The armored man plans to claim credit if the young warrior succeeds. A character grins beneath a helmet, gloating over an unexpected stroke of luck. The scene shifts to a past event in the dungeon. Someone reacts in shock, demanding an explanation. A shocked armored figure confronts the white-haired man about ignoring the predator's existence before the massive corpse. A tense figure questions plans to remove the monster's body. The protagonist decides to eliminate only the predator and leave the kobolds, planning to report the area as their lair. The temple claims all dungeon loot, leaving slaves with nothing they find. A white-haired man explains selling the monster's claw to a broker will earn more than standard rewards. An injured man urgently explains stealing loot is pointless due to surveillance teams. A character hints at a complication with a sly expression. A bandaged hand with a glowing key symbol presses the ground, marking a hidden clue. A massive energy surge strikes a giant beast with overwhelming force. A figure unleashes blue energy after realizing the sought object is missing. The armored character is stunned to discover the subspace magic holds far more than expected. The monster and all evidence vanish from the barren ground. The battered young man utters the name Gerda with determination. A muscular man surrounded by blue energy confidently taunts his opponent. A muscular man offers dungeon rewards for exclusive monster rights. A helmeted team leader reflects on his patrolling team's lack of battle experience. The patrol team prepares to enter the dungeon, hoping the new member secures dominance and boosts the leader's rank. The armored figure quietly plans a risky deal to gain promotion while avoiding notice. He plans to pay debt with the predator sale and finish a temple task before leaving. A powerful artifact is set to be discovered during the raid, threatening the continent. He resolves to join the raid and claim the item to alter the future. Registration completes, and Zephyr is officially assigned to the hunting team with instructions to collect gear. Several people cross the courtyard as sunlight fills the area. He strategizes to secure a hunting team spot by aiming for achievements or connections. The protagonist stands focused, contemplating the right moment to execute his plan. One character explains the supply depot is on the first floor and decides to check the infirmary. A group confronts the armored individual, catching him off guard as they mention luggage. An armored man shoves the white-haired young man down, demanding submission. A determined figure steps forward through the crowd. A shackled man is marched through the street by hooded figures. The white-haired man confronts a hooded figure holding a glowing artifact. The character senses a mysterious presence while observing a purple glow. Zephyr bows respectfully as cloaked figures and a muscular man proceed down a sunlit hall. A wounded man faces hooded figures marked by glowing red crosses, signaling the arrival of heresy examiners. A helmeted figure warns these dangerous individuals often attack without provocation and should be seen as higher ranks, not slaves. A warning is given about Mad Dog Sahaku, who relentlessly hunts targets after joining the heresy examiners. A hooded figure breaks tense silence by confronting two men. The protagonist's eyes widen in shock as he realizes something critical. A character reacts in fear, worried about being overheard. A hooded figure interrupts the conversation to address a concern. A hooded figure singles out the white-haired man, drawing everyone's attention. A confident examiner demands the newcomer's name and department. He steels himself, eyes narrowed with determination as he prepares for action. The team leader nervously introduces the new transfer before the conversation is interrupted. The protagonist silences someone with fierce hostility, glare filled with rage. A cloaked figure surges forward with overwhelming force, leaving the other frozen in shock. Overwhelmed by fear, someone senses a powerful, murderous aura. Three figures confront each other in a tense standoff in a sunlit square. With unwavering determination, the character narrows his gaze, preparing for the challenge. Two men stand locked in a tense standoff, each refusing to back down. The character suddenly realizes a critical threat, eye-wide with alarm. A man unleashes a powerful aura as a massive dragon spirit materializes behind him. He realizes the person was transferred from the mining team to the hunting team. New slaves are tested for strength and magic before department assignment, with a chance to join the hunting team. The captured man is marched forward with hands bound, surrounded by shadowy figures. A character glares intensely, disturbed by something deeply unsettling. Two cloaked figures dash past each other, as one clutches a small golden pendant. Six armed opponents close in on the calm figure at the center, as the ambush begins. A menacing figure prepares to interrogate someone with a threatening grin. A white-haired man glares contemptuously, mocking and challenging someone emerging before him. One man demands honest answers while the other listens intently, bracing for interrogation. A tense standoff unfolds in the sunlit plaza as one fighter stands ready against several hostile opponents. Someone raises the ominous question of whether anyone has heard about a demon god worshipper. The man braces himself, ready for the coming challenge. A mysterious, armored figure emerges as the threat of the demon god worshippers is introduced. Cultists devoted to demon god Tartaros pose a looming threat in the coming battle. Limited information will be shared with lower-ranked members for now. The white-haired man stands alone on the sunlit street, preparing mentally for what lies ahead. A newly formed opposition religion challenges the existing order. One man explains certain individuals possess unique traits that set them apart. A man declares his skill in spotting inconsistencies led him to join the heretics inquisitors under Lord Marcius. With narrowed eyes, he warns his instincts sense danger. A white-haired man stands unfazed as a sword is thrust toward his chest. An inquisitor threatens the captive with a sword, declaring every answer will be used against them in interrogation. Someone pauses, preparing to say something important. The white-haired character fixes an intense gaze and prepares to ask an important question. A hooded figure furiously threatens with a sword while the opponent taunts them, unafraid. One character asks to move elsewhere while the other questions the need as they face each other on the street. The group realizes their presence attracts attention from surrounding onlookers. A white-haired man delivers a veiled threat, warning the listener to maintain honor if they witness misfortune. Realizing the enemy's identity, the man glares in shock and fury. A scarred man taunts his opponent, questioning if he can handle 5 men alone. Internally, someone concedes to adapt as the situation persists. A masked figure unleashes a surge of red energy from his staff and sword, pride growing. A massive red magical array activates as the central figure stands surrounded by robed participants. A hooded, bandaged figure channels crackling red energy in their hands. A man unleashes the red field skill, empowering allies as red energy swirls. A white-haired character narrows his eye, intrigued by something unexpected. An unseen character decides to leave. A bandaged hand blocks an incoming attack as two opponents collide. The young man braces for the fight, his resolve unwavering. Someone notices and questions an unusual stance. The protagonist analyzes the opponent's unusual martial art and considers waiting before moving. A sudden burst of energy crashes into the ground, defying expectations. A red aura-clad man charges forward, asserting dominance in the red field. A young man casts a high-speed spell, unleashing swirling energy. Two fighters exchange rapid, powerful blows as their battle intensifies. The young man drives his arm forward, delivering a decisive strike. A figure delivers a devastating, energy-charged blow, filling the area with red force. A white-haired young man unleashes a powerful, glowing attack with relentless force. A blonde-haired character is struck in the head by a high-speed projectile, blood splattering. A fierce blow sends the opponent crashing to the ground. The cloaked fighter delivers a devastating kick, knocking the blonde man backward. A character grins wildly, celebrating as his plan succeeds. He freezes in shock as a mark appears on his forehead, realizing danger is imminent. The attacker recoils as his kick lands on an impossibly tough armored leg. A clenched fist crashes down with powerful force. A man unleashes a powerful burst of magical energy amid intense combat. The character staggers back, enduring a sudden, painful blow. A glowing red sword slips from a bandaged hand, crashing to the ground. A muscular fighter stands victorious as his opponent is knocked back, losing grip of a glowing sword. A helmeted figure urgently warns of impending danger on the right. A character reacts in shock to an unexpected event. Zephyr blocks a powerful punch with his forearm as explosive force erupts around him. The protagonist freezes, eyes wide with shock as he processes a sudden revelation. A young man staggers back in pain as a violent energy blast tears through the ground. A muscular man swings a massive flail at a tense white-haired young man as hooded figures watch. A wild-eyed man aggressively challenges others to face him. The protagonist mocks another's isolation, suggesting he try talking rather than acting like a pet. A powerful man forcefully swings a massive chain weapon, launching an attack. A spiked-haired man swiftly dodges as a massive flail crashes, shattering stone and sending debris flying. Large rocks crash down as the group scrambles to dodge. Two men shrink back in fear as a menacing figure stands before them. A stunned character processes the swift defeat of Sahak by unfamiliar martial art. A massive Morningstar flail crashes into the ground, sending debris toward its target. The white-haired man blocks every attack coming his way with ease. A helmeted character anxiously fears his opponent's loss will lead to humiliation and prevent arrest. As tension rises, the group anxiously urges their ally to win, knowing their fate depends on it. Two cloaked men move through the crowd, reflecting on grim outcomes with unease. He continues to dodge and block every attack with remarkable reflexes, but valuable time slips away. An enchanted chain crackles with energy, unleashed at a critical moment. The white-haired man struggles fiercely as glowing red chains restrain him, while energy crackles through the air. He subdues a powerful warrior using glowing red chain magic. The panel explains that red field is still active. A muscular arm erupts with fiery red energy as immense power is unleashed. A muscular man struggles violently against glowing red chains restraining him. A figure dashes forward, kicking up debris. He steals his resolve, eyes narrowing intensely. A muscular white-haired man turns, unleashing a powerful burst of red energy. Two opponents collide with red energy surging between them, each pushing limits. A figure grips a sword crackling with red energy, signaling a dangerous battle start. A furious man threatens an opponent while brandishing a flaming sword. A cloaked figure brandishes a flaming sword, facing a man poised with a rope whip. A caped figure charges at high speed, targeting a muscular opponent who braces for counterattack. A white-haired man forcefully breaks through magical chains and barriers. A chained man endures taunts from captor while preparing to act despite restraints. A sudden red projectile strikes the protagonist's face, catching him off guard. A man surges forward with explosive speed, boasting his abilities increased by 80%. A chained man braces as red energy beams converge on him, threatening his life. A wild-eyed man erupts into manic laughter, suddenly stopping, startled. A muscular white-haired man slams his glowing fist into a chained opponent's head, sending shockwaves. Energy explodes as one fighter smashes another into the ground, scattering debris. A blonde-haired man recoils in shock from a sudden blow. A chained arm seizes the blonde's head, subduing him. A muscular fighter forcefully strikes his armored opponent, dominating the fight. A blonde man clutches his wound and screams as blood gushes from his mouth. Overwhelmed, a character realizes increased speed and defense made no difference. One character restrains his opponent with a chain, taunting him for being hard to catch. The white-haired young man taunts his opponent for relying on speed instead of choosing a reliable partner. A glowing chain snaps as someone erupts in fury. A muscular man forcefully drags his white-haired opponent with a glowing chain. The white-haired man shatters the glowing chain with a powerful strike, confronting his adversary directly. Chains shatter as one fighter angrily calls out an ally for avoiding the front line. A fighter taunts his opponent, daring them to face him in close combat. The protagonist strains against glowing chains, frustrated by poor management. Despite chains, he unleashes a powerful buff, crackling with blue flames. A fierce attack is unleashed as a glowing magical chain swings through energy-filled air. A chained warrior unleashes a brutal flail attack in battle. A wide-eyed knight freezes in shock witnessing something alarming. The group recoils in fear at something terrifying ahead. A white-haired man stands victorious over two fallen opponents in a ruined arena. The young man smirks defiantly, refusing to back down despite pressure. The wounded man kneels, desperately demanding to know the identity of the figure standing over him. The white-haired young man mocks the question with a smug expression. The standing figure coldly refuses to answer while the injured kneels in defeat. A long-haired figure silently watches a muscular person standing outside through a large arched window. A character recoils in shock, struggling to process an unexpected revelation. A tense figure realizes someone may have been sent as a threat to their group. Cloaked men stare in shock, struggling to process an unbelievable event. One man kneels in defeat while another turns to leave, marking battle's end. The protagonist clenches his eyes shut, enduring a surge of pain. Amid furious shouts and threats in the courtyard, the white-haired man remains calm, dismissing aggressors. The protagonist worries about risks his plan may face once discovered. The lone figure walks a stone path, silently anticipating what's to come. A muscular man braces as energy crackles around him, preparing for the next challenge. The white-haired young man drops to one knee, struggling to stay upright from exhaustion. Unable to move, the character struggles against overwhelming tension and pain. A character recognizes the sudden onset of mana freezing. An information box explains mana freezing as a side effect caused by pain and tension when a mana user runs out of mana. He realizes his body cannot handle the strain of advanced techniques, leaving his mana depleted and frustration mounting. A swirling energy vortex descends as a collection ritual begins and a chained artifact hovers. A masked spirit dramatically introduces itself to the kneeling young man. As mana drops to zero, a menacing armored figure triggers the Wall of Iron skills collection process. He reveals hidden capabilities of Wall of Iron beyond boosting defense and endurance. A foreboding message signals an important truth is about to be revealed. The panel explains that using the skill builds hidden damage like debt, which strikes all at once when mana runs out, often resulting in death. The god of Lone, Uzra, a destructive deity, is introduced sitting silently on a throne. Seething with anger, the character glares intensely after confronting someone about their reaction to his fight. A determined figure's face appears in swirling magical aura above a sage seated on a throne, filled with mystical runes and energies. A masked man closely examines a glowing blue crystal, his intent gaze revealing its significance. A robed figure activates a chain scale to assess users' accumulated damage amid swirling purple energy. A colossal scale descends as countdown begins, forcing the kneeling man to brace for judgment. Despite overwhelming weight, he forces himself to rise and confront the situation. Paralyzed and sweating, the young man struggles desperately as time counts down. He crashes to the ground, grimacing in pain. He pushes himself forward with visible determination despite intense strain. A wounded hand grasps an emergency recovery potion and activates it. The pendant vibrates and activates with ominous energy. A masked figure glares forward, exuding overwhelming, sinister presence. A massive chained weapon crashes toward a lone, white-haired figure struggling on the ground. A character bites a vial and gulps down green liquid in desperation. A massive chained golden artifact slams down, releasing a surge of energy. The system confirms one mana count and removes the collection countdown as the injured figure lies beneath the looming structure. A masked figure abruptly announces the collection activity will be postponed. The battered protagonist collapses gasping for breath as a menacing dark energy vortex swirls overhead. The downed character smirks and taunts his adversary, revealing preparedness. The survivor confidently claims to have lasted a year after humanity's extinction and can evade his enemy. A powerful magical barrier forms as the speaker focuses on maintaining the Wall of Iron. He recalls the skill once cost about 500 gold and was highly sought by aggressive fighters. The character reflects on being unable to afford a valuable skill. The protagonist taunts his opponent with a defiant gesture. A menacing figure crushes an opponent's arm in a violent explosion of blood and energy. A young man jolts awake in bed, startled and tense as sunlight pours in. A white-haired man bolts upright in bed, startled by sudden consciousness. The protagonist awakens disoriented in an unfamiliar shadowy place. A cheerful woman in a hood greets the customer with a bright smile. A chained captive struggles as robed figures prepare sharp instruments nearby. A confused young man demands an explanation from his sister. A woman in a habit warmly greets the newly awakened visitor, reassuring them in the unfamiliar room. A young woman calmly announces the loan period is now overdue by 1 hour. A stunned employee questions the customer's sanity after bizarre behavior. A menacing figure presses a sword onto the table, warning of consequences for misusing collateral and failing repayment. A sharp blade plunges toward a startled eye, catching its target off guard. A furious woman brandishes a glowing dagger, demanding payment with a threatening shout. Desperate to avoid magical debt collection, the protagonist pleads for more time, promising to pay after dungeon clearance reward. A furious woman demands answers about unpaid loans, accusing failure to cover mounting interest. A menacing figure threatens to remove captive's organs, intensifying the standoff. A woman urgently calls out to 2 men, who respond immediately. A hand intercepts a rope weapon, halting its attack. 2 muscular men pin a hand to the table and threaten with a knife as the captive screams. A hooded woman threatens to cut off a customer's finger to enforce compliance. A young man frantically calls after his sister, desperate to recall an important name. A blonde woman urgently commands someone to cut it off. A muscular bald man lifts his knife, preparing to strike with force. Overwhelmed by pain, he cries out in desperation. A bullet speeds through the air. A broken white feather drifts down, signaling a somber moment. Someone suddenly realizes something crucial, eyes wide with shock. A mysterious white shard floats alone in empty space. A sudden realization shocks the protagonist. A character urgently intervenes, stopping a knife just in time. A woman in religious attire looks down in shock at a white-haired figure lying below her. A stunned character realizes something terrifying, eyes wide with shock. A shocked woman demands the man's identity as he faces her with a confident smirk. A stunned woman demands the identity of the smirking, glowing man before her. 2 shirtless men block a hooded figure's path, one threatening with a knife. A commanding figure orders everyone to leave, leaving several surprised and confused. Someone is kicked out forcefully amid shouting and slamming doors. A cloaked figure pauses before a closed wooden door, bringing tense silence. The protagonist jolts awake in bed and slams his hand onto a pillow. Someone forcefully demands the truth. Anna confronts someone, demanding to know how they know a certain name. He confidently responds he recognizes the name discussed. He reveals her secret identity as the notorious monster broker, shocking her. The Shrine Sister secretly operates as White Rose, an underworld broker dealing in corpses, equipment, and information. A broken sword and shattered shield showed dire consequences of entering the raid dungeon with cheap equipment. He prepares to negotiate for essential equipment, confronting a startled woman. The restrained man tries to negotiate release while a wary captor listens cautiously. Someone suggests a private conversation on a rooftop under the night sky. A secluded building glows softly at night, revealing a hidden location. 2 terrified people scramble out of the path of a massive splintered beam hurtling toward them. A furious man suddenly rises from bed as attendants try to calm him. A white-haired young man taunts his opponent, dismissing their strength smugly. The injured man clenches the sheet in fury, seething over humiliation. Consumed by rage, the man vows to kill his enemy himself. An authoritative figure demands to know who caused the commotion in the hospital amid spilled food and broken cup. A tall man enters a dimly lit room, drawing attention with his arrival. A bandaged man sits up as another arrives, reassures him, and dismisses healers. A man with a sly expression claims knowledge of past events. A blond man with a head bandage lowers his gaze and apologizes, assuring no major worries. A desperate young man bites a sword in frantic self-defense. A hooded figure presses a weapon to a blond man's neck, demanding an explanation amid rising tension. A determined man recalls a lesson about avoiding shameful actions. A furious figure confronts someone for humiliating them in front of slaves. Sweat drips as the protagonist tightens his grip on a blood-stained sword, bracing for a decisive attack. A hand swings a blood-stained sword with brutal force, striking its target. A bandaged hand rests on a blood-stained surface as someone recalls how expectations led to unusual acts after demon god worshippers were found. A stern man informs a subordinate only 2 worshippers have been found in 6 months, including one from before. A sharp-eyed figure bluntly conveys upper echelon impatience, questioning endurance. A furious man confronts someone for publicly humiliating their holy department. A wounded man kneels, desperately begging a cloaked figure for another chance. A desperate figure bows and pleads for help before an imposing presence in a dim room. The standing figure asserts a firm decision as the other remains on the ground, fists clenched. A stern woman commands the wounded man to eliminate disgraceful foes, warning fate will be decided afterward. A strong determination builds as an internal resolution is made. A man reacts in shock, sweat beading as he realizes a sudden threat. He realizes losing status would force giving up his crimson uniform. A tense man with a bandaged arm is startled as someone shoves a mysterious bundle toward him. A shocked figure with a bandaged hand suddenly realizes something critical. A character reveals a forbidden orb connected to a demon god worshipper. A nervous subordinate kneels and offers a mysterious glowing object wrapped in cloth to a superior. The stern man reminds his subordinate there's no time to be selective in how the task is done. A masked man glares intensely and warns someone to make a choice they won't regret. A tense figure kneels as an ominous noise echoes from behind a closed door. Notorious enemy Mad Dog Sahak killed 26 hunters in the shrine over the past year. Someone reflects on the cruel reality of forced return to slavery after so long. A character laughs maniacally, exuding menacing dominance. Requesting this would have meant certain death at slaves' hands. A desperate figure grips a glowing purple orb, raging against losing hard-won happiness. A man defiantly seizes the glowing orb, channeling crackling energy, refusing to surrender. He vows his enemy will die instead of him. A shadowy figure bursts into loud, sinister laughter in a stone corridor. In a dim room, one man orders his bandaged subordinate to monitor someone closely, who agrees promptly. A red-haired character warns others to assess situations objectively to avoid being discarded. Someone doubts another's talent, revealing a hidden reason for accepting him. A character notes knights are less suspicious due to Sahaka's disruptive behavior. A disciple of the demon god plans to ambush shrine knights during their raid, kill the captain, and seize control of the 3rd District Shrine of Light. A mission is declared to shift dominion of the demon god religious order with a glowing trident emblem. One figure instructs the other to investigate someone, prompting realization. Someone realizes only a select few can know the martial arts used. A cloaked man questions the newcomer's motives, wondering why he didn't use usual contact channels. The protagonist decides to verify concerns through Sahak rather than risk direct contact. A hand tightens around the sword hilt, ready to act if loyalty is in question. He resolves to eliminate his opponent. Someone struggles to catch breath, overwhelmed by confusion. A woman anxiously bites her fingernail amid rising tension. Doubt grows as someone questions if the situation is more complex than madness. Two figures stand in awe before an enormous slain monster's corpse. One confronts the other with frustration over being forced into an unwanted outfit. A blonde woman in nun-like attire clears her throat, preparing to reorganize items. A damaged predator's corpse is listed for sale on parchment. A detailed list of magical supplies is prepared, including enchanted tools and rare herbs. A young woman explains required items are obtainable, but raising 5,000 gold requires capturing 3 more predators. A muscular man sets a 3-week deadline and instructs the young woman to prepare items. The protagonist pauses, reconsidering his next move. The protagonist firmly asks for another favor. A grand building emerges in a peaceful forest clearing as the scene shifts. 4 young men gather around a table to plan their next move. A man raises his mug and invites everyone to introduce themselves again. A smiling man introduces the heavily armored frontline tanker ready with a massive hammer. A team member is introduced with impressive skills despite short time in group. A team member enthusiastically introduces the quiet newcomer to the group. One man raises his mug, urging the tense group to relax and enjoy themselves. One member urges positivity, highlighting the companion's future value. A nervous young man worries if they are truly accepted. A character reflects on limited resources while viewing a simple food spread on the table. Tense silence fills the room as the serious young man interrupts, preparing to speak. A character abruptly stands from the table, gripping a small object as others watch cautiously. The white-haired man slams a large bottle on the table, refusing a drink with a taunt. 3 young men react shocked and curious as a mysterious glowing bottle is presented. A white-haired young man pours luxury alcohol into a cup and offers it, signaling a new alliance. 4 raise their goblets and toast together. The group reluctantly agrees to work together until the raid begins. The protagonist prepares a strategy based on knowledge from a previous life. The protagonist narrows his eyes, mentally preparing for the next move. The narrator notes lack of info on individuals who did not yet exist. A muscular, orange-haired man quietly drinks from a metal goblet, deep in thought. A blonde man inspects the goblet with cautious focus. A sharp-eyed man silently surveys the room while drinking from a metal cup. A treasure chest overflows with gold as narration reflects on people's desire for fulfillment. An authoritative figure outlines rewarding people based on desires and achievements. Someone considers that exceptions to the rule can occur. One man firmly warns the other he will not tolerate continued hostility. A blonde young man glares with hostility, silently expressing contempt. The group discusses how a single level difference impacts standings and mission outcome. One instructs another to welcome a newcomer, while the other reacts in disbelief. A wounded man questions the leader's unauthorized action. A skeptical young man dismisses a minor defeating a predator alone, calling it luck. 2 men argue over a risky deal, each denying responsibility and fearing punishment. Someone warns for silence as they converse in a dim room while another leaves and one lies unconscious. The group agrees to let the new member join and share rewards. A furious outburst erupts as a hand slams a wine glass, venting frustration over reckless decisions. A hostile member challenges the newcomer's attempt to join ranks. A young man confidently predicts the scammer's exposure soon. Cloaked figures advance toward ominous dungeon entrance, preparing for dangers. The ancient cave town Edelian, built centuries ago, comes into view. 3 armored figures arrive at a remote settlement, reacting with surprise and curiosity. An armored man enthusiastically lists the inn's many rooms, explaining temple and healer use. A subordinate regrets not accompanying leader during past event. The protagonist demands why he was brought to a monster overrun tunnel after the event. A figure steps into the doorway, instantly drawing attention. A shadowy figure enters abandoned storage, scanning for danger. A bandaged hand activates mana detection skill, releasing bluish aura. Mana surges outward, expanding senses to detect magical presence in ruin. The group navigates glowing magical tripwires cautiously, alert to danger. A hidden black steel spider is spotted among jagged cliffs, causing alarm. The group confirms others have entered destination, using signs at the entrance. Zephyr reveals group's immediate plan with determination. A hand sketches a strategy detailing approach to baby spider's nest using paralyzing potion. A tense infiltration plan unfolds as one urgently warns of danger. One man urgently warns group of black steel spiders inside. A hooded figure declares the 4 cannot succeed. A swarm of black steel spiders emerges as a formidable threat due to tough shells and rapid reproduction. The group decides to retreat and report, planning to return with combat team. Hooded figures discuss potential joiners, indicating participation is optional. The young man confidently states he can handle the challenge alone. He realizes his opponent's unexpected move confirms his suspicions. Someone glares, convinced the other is a scammer. A lone warrior prepares to battle a monstrous predator in a deadly duel. He questions why someone strong enough to clear the dungeon alone would join their group. A blonde man smirks, declaring the dungeon less dangerous while advancing through webs. Crouched in shadows, one secretly observes a target, ready to expose deception. A determined hand seizes glowing thread, grasping a surge of power. A character recoils in shock as something unexpected happens. A frustrated man tugs at his arm, unable to remove a stuck object. A trapped figure strains desperately against web-like restraints in darkness. A lone figure confronts a horde of glowing-eyed monstrous spiders emerging from darkness. A young man freezes, sweat running down his face in shock. A giant spider lunges as a swarm of smaller ones closes behind. A young man recoils in panic as a claw lunges toward him. Zephyr braces as enemies approach. He thrusts his hand forward, unleashing energy toward opponents. A figure urgently pulls another from danger as venomous spiders descend. A male blocks a massive spider's attack with his forearm. A horde of spiders surges forward, attacking through tangled webs. A monstrous clawed creature lunges, catching him off guard. Bracing for attack, the young man fixes his gaze on threat. The white-haired young man drives his hand forward, unleashing power. One urgently drags another away as giant spiders descend. A giant spider lunges, but the protagonist blocks with forearm. A monstrous claw seizes someone's neck, catching them off guard. He taunts the monster while restraining its jaws. A powerful punch strikes the giant spider-like monster, sending it reeling. The white-haired young man unleashes blue energy, striking his shadowy opponent with force. A violent surge of dark energy erupts, leaving the protagonist tense and shocked. As spider-like creatures swarm from all sides, Zephyr orders armored allies to regroup. Someone sprints forward urgently. 4 armed fighters brace as giant insected monsters close in. Giant spider monsters unleash green energy beams in a sudden nighttime assault. A plan is made for potential combat due to uncertain dungeon threats. Zephyr orders an ally to hide their hammer with a scarf as group prepares. He instructs allies to conceal weapons with capes and warns normal knives won't cut strings. A character swings a covered weapon to tear through spiderwebs as spiders close in. The character forcefully swings a hammer, breaking spiderwebs despite sticking. A masked man desperately slashes at shadowy creatures, struggling to hold ground. Zephyr swings his weapon furiously, driving back attacking spider-like monsters. A massive spider-like monster hurtles down, crashing with terrifying speed. A giant spider monster leaps forward and wounds the protagonist. He shouts for everyone to hurry as panic rises. A determined fighter charges forward with glowing fist, attacking approaching monsters. 2 young men charge at the monstrous creature as energy crackles. The monstrous creature collapses defeated as dust swirls around its body. 4 battered survivors catch their breath amid spider monster corpses. Clutching his shoulder, the injured man struggles to assess a deep wound. Clenching his fist, the man scolds himself for underestimating the situation. A bandaged figure thrusts a glowing bottle toward a tense young man, commanding him to drink. A white-haired man hands a potion bottle to a hesitant blonde man. He sits troubled, analyzing how his opponent detected everything during the fight. The white-haired man reassures someone to be more careful after a mistake. He smirks as he watches the wounded blonde man recover with a potion. He recalls training inexperienced soldiers, noting mistakes are acceptable if addressed. He decides it's better for someone to learn through experience rather than explanations. A character silently assesses lingering suspicion, anticipating clarity after completing the dungeon. A sword slashes through the air as a decision hangs in balance. A blonde swordsman drives his blade down, sending shockwaves as a hammer opponent braces. A character swings a large weapon, attacking a giant bug-like monster. Seizing the moment as a potion slows opponents, the armored character charges with determination. A young man swings his sword, releasing a surge of energy toward his opponent. A powerful energy beam tears through darkness, shattering debris and scattering black ichor. A determined fighter targets his opponent's stomach, following advice proven correct in battle. A blade cuts through the monster as its weaknesses and habits emerge. A blonde man attacks desperately, frustrated by his opponent's uncanny knowledge. A terrified young man screams, confronting an overwhelming presence. A clenched fist tightens as tension builds. A fierce warrior slashes his sword with full force at the monstrous creature. The group stands victorious over a defeated monster, celebrating under moonlight. A figure encourages the group as they assist around a large, mysterious object. 2 armored figures stare in disbelief as the calm warrior sits atop the defeated mechanical monster, having eliminated opponents alone. The group regroups beneath the fallen giant spider as the white-haired man signals to prepare for a meal. One man asks about another's past, who reveals he used to be an explorer. A helmeted man questions if the other belonged to a large guild or apprenticed with someone famous. He admits curiosity while glancing sideways and holding an object. A white-haired young man smirks inspecting a mysterious object in his hand. A shirtless man pushes through intense training in a cavern as a hooded figure silently observes. He locks eyes with his opponent, radiating intense determination. The character pauses, intensely focused as he considers his next move. The group pauses to decide strategy before entering the boss room. A white-haired man drives a large knife into a fallen opponent as shocked onlookers watch. Gloved hands force open a black container, exposing a glowing green substance. He stands alone, gripping a massive scythe as energy surges around, ready for battle. The white-haired young man blocks the group's advance, ordering them to leave immediately. 3 stunned figures recoil as an unexpected event unfolds. An armored figure grips a spear, standing ready as shadowy figures close from behind. Over 4 years, many hunters died, but the narrator survived. The narrator attributes survival to avoiding dangerous bridges, unlike those who perished. The group notes ease of dungeon path and low-quality magic stones from monsters. The white-haired man slams his opponent to the ground, demanding submission. He recalls how slow progress left him alone to fend for himself. A white-haired man blocks the path, urgently ordering others to escape. The group decides to let the armored man face the boss alone, trusting his plan. Someone hesitates before raising an important topic. A helmeted character asks if they can stay together until the end. An armored character reacts alarmed to an unexpected statement. One man suggests bringing more people, causing shock. An armored character urgently warns the group against risky actions. One character desperately urges Zephyr to intervene while Zephyr remains calm and unresponsive. A character addresses the group to clarify a critical misunderstanding. With his eyes closed, the character gathers his resolve and silent concentration. The white-haired man asserts control over the group and begins assigning roles to everyone. A helmeted character starts to panic and loses composure under pressure. A lone figure steps into a web-filled tunnel illuminated by an eerie purple glow. A figure steps forcefully onto the cracked stone ground, signaling a decisive entrance. A lone figure kneels in a web-filled cavern, cautiously surveying the ominous surroundings. The protagonist approaches the dungeon entrance, preparing for the challenge ahead. The characters enter the breeding room, where a massive queen spider waits in a web-filled lair. Deadly night spiders appear, guarding the queen's breeding room. A massive armored spider emerges as the boss of the dungeon. He focuses with unwavering determination, preparing for what comes next. A boot moves cautiously onto the rocky cliff's edge, signaling a tense advance. Giant spiders lunge forward through thick webs. The protagonist pauses at the cavern's edge, gauging the risk as a giant spider lurks below. Spider guardians stand watch in the breeding room, never leaving their posts as they protect the queen. A white-haired man activates the silver key, causing a magical effect to emanate from his outstretched hand toward the bags. Several large sacks of ordinary flour are revealed on the ground. The young man swings a massive broom with determination, delivering a powerful attack. The white-haired character swings his weapon with overwhelming force, shattering debris and sending a shockwave through the area. A monstrous creature is hit hard by a powerful energy slash. Giant spiders crawl out from the webs, filling the area with menace. A lone figure steps out of the swirling smoke, weapon in hand. A young man steadies his glowing crossbow, preparing to take a decisive shot. A white-haired figure releases a devastating surge of energy that shatters the darkness. A crushing blow smashes through the stone barrier, scattering debris and sparks. A massive explosion erupts, engulfing everything in flames. The flower particles are about to ignite, triggering a chain reaction of flames. A massive explosion engulfs the area, sending shockwaves through the scene. The destructive force is revealed to be caused by the principle of a dust explosion. Zephyr advances through the aftermath of a massive explosion, gripping his crossbow with determination. A white-haired figure charges through the flames with a glowing sword, ready for battle. He smirks confidently, ready for what comes next. Zephyr charges at the burning monster with his crossbow as it screams in pain. A massive, armored claw wreathed in flames tears violently through the air. A monstrous creature is struck by a barrage of arrows as flames and energy erupt around it. A barrage of poison-tipped arrows strikes the monstrous creature, unleashing excruciating pain. A monstrous creature thrashes in pain as flames engulf its body. A giant flaming scorpion monster is forcefully slammed to the ground. A massive, fiery monster descends as Zephyr stands ready to confront it. The flaming spider monster lunges forward in a sudden attack. A monstrous creature thrashes helplessly as glowing magical restraints bind it in place. The armored figure demonstrates how the black steel spider pouch shoots webs and explains that even spiders can get trapped if they don't secrete a special liquid from their legs. The group receives instructions to set a web trap and remain alert while waiting. He warns the group that fighting inside the boss room, which is packed with spider webs, would leave them with no chance of survival. Bracing himself with a crossbow, the protagonist prepares to lure the monstrous enemy outside using binding magic. A gloved hand seizes the horn of a massive creature, crackling with energy. With intense focus, the white-haired man unleashes a powerful, glowing attack. A cursed sword unleashes a devastating, glowing slash through the air. Zephyr unleashes a powerful energy wave with his black jagged sword, striking the monstrous creature. The protagonist prepares to face the last remaining night spider. The silver-haired young man reacts sharply as he senses an unexpected threat. A monstrous creature thrashes wildly as it burns in the flames. A massive, flaming creature crashes to the ground, writhing in agony as it is defeated. A white-haired man braces himself against the wall as a powerful force rapidly approaches. A figure sprints toward the tunnel as flaming projectiles rain down behind. A monstrous, multi-eyed beast bursts through the crumbling stone as Zephyr flees its attack. An armored soldier urgently signals others to regroup near the damaged wall. A monstrous creature emerges, filling the air with an ominous, unsettling noise. A monstrous creature drives its claw downward, unleashing a surge of dark energy. A young man charges into the toxic passage, confronting the queen's poison head-on. The danger of the queen's poison is revealed to be not just its acidity, but its unique special effect. The masked instructor warns that the cursed entity can instantly destroy defenses and melt anyone with weak magic resistance. A man with an eye patch urgently warns someone to dodge an imminent threat to survive. A powerful kick shatters the large rock. A surge of purple liquid blasts the white-haired young man off the cliff. Zephyr swiftly evades the corrupted monster's massive flaming attack. A devastating blast of dark and purple energy shatters the rocky ground. A massive, shadowy creature erupts from the ground in a surge of green energy as Zephyr stands below with his hand raised. A monstrous creature releases a devastating attack, sending a lone human figure hurtling backward. A commanding figure orders everyone to take their positions as urgency fills the air. 3 armored fighters face off in a tense standoff, each preparing to attack. With unwavering resolve, the fighter dives toward the colossal figure engulfed in flames. A figure leaps from the burning rooftop, escaping the blaze in a burst of energy. A determined fighter unleashes a devastating energy attack with his sword, engulfing the area in chaos. A fierce warrior strikes the monstrous creature with a glowing attack, forcing it to recoil in agony. A powerful attack sends the figure crashing backward as the ground erupts from the impact. The protagonist unleashes a powerful attack, swinging his weapon as energy swirls around him. The young man stands his ground and boldly challenges his opponent to attack. A monstrous creature writhes in agony as flames and energy erupt around its face. The fighter charges to the front, ready to face the boss alone. The protagonist prepares to distract the boss to create an opening. 3 men receive sudden orders to attack the boss, leaving them shocked and uneasy. A gloved hand grips a staff with determination as dust swirls in the tense air. The narrator reflects on consistently avoiding dangerous bridges in the past. The narrator reflects that their safety was always considered the top priority. An armored man grips his polearm and prepares to confront a powerful foe. The narrator acknowledges that the recent actions were accomplished together, not alone. An armored knight and a sword-wielding young man face each other in a tense standoff, each preparing for the imminent battle. A lone warrior stands ready to confront the massive, flaming monster looming over the ruined battlefield. A determined leader outlines the plan to distract the boss while the others attack. A lone fighter charges at the massive, flaming monster as the battlefield burns around them. An armored man grips his spear tightly, preparing to defend himself against an unseen threat in the smoky air. Someone questions whether they can truly defeat the overwhelming threat. 2 combatants lock eyes, each tense and preparing to strike as the standoff escalates. Someone suddenly reacts in pain or shock. He braces himself, beads of sweat forming as he swallows hard. 3 intimidating figures order others to prepare food and clean their equipment. 3 armored figures mock and threaten another, belittling his abilities and laughing at his supposed uselessness. Someone demands to know how much longer they must endure unfair treatment. He clenches his jaw and grips his sword, steeling himself for the battle ahead. Pushing past fear, the speaker urges perseverance after reaching this point. A young man raises his sword and urges everyone to fight back. A helmeted character urgently calls out to someone off-panel, clearly alarmed. The armored man confirms his determination under pressure. The group struggles to fight off unfamiliar and powerful monsters. A hooded figure swings their weapon with full force at the armored opponent. A fierce clash erupts as the warrior drives his sword toward the towering armored enemy. The group dynamic shifted after the new member joined. An armored man rallies the group to trust their leader's predictions and keep pushing forward. Two armored figures charge forward through the flames, launching themselves into battle. A desperate man in a helmet clutches his head as he realizes he is losing control over the situation. An armored figure, shouting in desperation, charges forward and is forced to join the battle. A fighter swings their weapon and shatters the damaged armor as it breaks from the explosion. An armored figure urges the group to target the enemy's vulnerable interior after breaching its tough outer shell. An armored man charges forward, provoking his opponent to fight. A fist smashes through the flaming figure, sending black fluid flying. An armored figure slams a massive hammer into the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave. A hand demonstrates the precise weak point on the dissected leg by pointing to the central nerve bundle. With determination, the warrior lunges forward and slashes the target with his blade coated in paralyzing potion. The protagonist braces himself and raises his sword, ready to launch into action. A fierce warrior channels energy through his sword and unleashes a devastating attack. Trapped in a web of glowing threads, the young man realizes he cannot dodge the incoming attack. A fierce warrior delivers a devastating blow to the monstrous creature, unleashing a blinding flash. Zephyr is violently knocked backward by a powerful strike from the massive creature. The white-haired man aggressively confronts his opponent, gripping his weapon with a menacing glare. A monstrous creature unleashes a furious scream, filling the scene with menace. A powerful attack is unleashed, filling the area with blinding energy and force. The white-haired man with an eye patch swings his massive weapon, channeling a surge of energy into a devastating attack. A relentless fighter unleashes a fierce, swirling attack against the monstrous creature. A young man watches in shock as someone effortlessly deflects all of the Queen Spider's attacks. A character, overwhelmed and desperate, admits their group is too weak to help. The leader insists on drawing the Queen Spider's attention while destroying the eggs, ensuring the others stay out of danger. The protagonist raises his finger and reveals that the Black Steel Queen Spider possesses a unique trait. Realization dawns as the young man notes that 5 minutes have already passed since the battle began, confirming the earlier prediction. Zephyr prepares to confront the Queen Spider, knowing she will remain where she landed. The spider's habit of restricting its back legs while laying eggs creates a safe zone behind them. The warrior braces for an attack, analyzing the spider monster's patterns and preparing to face it head-on. Zephyr charges forward, weapon raised, aiming directly at the towering monster. A fighter grips his sword and prepares to face a familiar attack pattern from his past battles with large dungeon spiders. Zephyr aggressively draws the queen's attacks while the group prepares to use a paralyzing potion to stop her. An armored figure rallies himself for battle, raising his sword with determination. The armored figure charges forward, urging his allies to attack. An axe tears through an enemy, spraying green blood as it delivers a fatal blow. A helmeted fighter leaps up and blocks a massive, flaming weapon with a polearm. A desperate figure clings to a monstrous creature, reacting in panic as the situation turns dire. A monstrous creature unleashes a deafening roar. Zephyr unleashes a powerful swing with his large weapon, releasing a burst of energy. A dragon releases a massive wave of destructive energy, intensifying the battle. A blonde warrior slams his opponent into the ground with a decisive blow. The enraged creature threatens vengeance against the humans for attacking its offspring. A shadowy armored figure threatens to kill the group and dissolve their bodies with poison. A fist crackles with golden energy as a surge of power erupts. A fierce warrior unleashes a devastating, glowing attack against the monstrous enemy. A powerful grip crushes the monster's tentacle as green blood sprays from the wound. A crucial weakness is revealed as the poison gland in her neck is identified. A gloved hand crushes a purple tentacle, causing green fluid to spray out. Startled by something unexpected, the character's eyes widen in shock. Zephyr smashes through his enemy with a brutal attack, sending green fluid flying. A bandaged hand quickly draws a hidden blade, signaling imminent action. The young man forcefully pulls on the monster's purple appendage, struggling to gain control. A determined hand rips the large purple flower from its stem. The enemy's ability to use poison has been temporarily neutralized. Zephyr charges straight at the monstrous, winged creature, launching a direct attack. A figure charges down from the smoky sky, attacking with twin scythes raised overhead. The protagonist braces himself to retaliate as energy explodes around him. A monstrous creature with multiple glowing eyes bursts onto the scene. A white-haired man swings his massive weapon, sending out a powerful energy blast. A warning urges caution and careful decision-making. Zephyr drives a fierce kick into the towering monster, pushing it back. Zephyr braces for a decisive showdown, fully aware that losing focus will determine the outcome. A shadowy figure bursts through the blinding light, energy and debris swirling in its wake. The adventurers celebrate their victory as they stand over the defeated monster, while one man remains deep in thought. A young man questions whether they truly succeeded as he faces away from a shadowy figure in the cold. He realizes their rival allowed them to claim the powerful weapon. A young man realizes that the success of a hunt depends on who is leading the group. A hopeful observer decides to keep following the white-haired man, believing it could change his fate. After defeating the queen spider, the protagonist evaluates the leftover loot, realizing he can't take everything and decides to keep a few large spiders for White Rose. A white-haired young man instructs his subordinate to only take what they need. Two blonde men energetically prepare a blanket for the silent white-haired character, eager to handle everything themselves. A white-haired young man hands out water and calls out to others while taking a break under the golden sky. Relieved after the team's efforts, the protagonist conserves energy and feels optimistic about their chances against Usura during the hunt. 3 warriors celebrate atop the body of a defeated monster while another observes their victory. He dismisses his opponents as insignificant. A shadowy figure radiates menace as someone warns that their allies will be ineffective against him. A determined hand tightens around a sword, bracing for the difficult trials ahead. Zephyr pauses to contemplate his next move. Someone expresses surprise and intrigue upon seeing the valuable predator brought back. A character hands over a large sack as a promised reward, while the other reacts with surprise and gratitude. A priestess expresses gratitude and offers subspace pouches, while a swordsman silently observes. Zephyr secretly observes a suspicious exchange of a glowing object between two men inside the temple, reflecting on the corruption hidden within holy places. The temple accumulates vast wealth from donations, allowing cities to grow around it while knights and battle slaves defend against monsters. The protagonist sits with folded arms, reflecting on how safety has become something that can be purchased. A dire warning is issued about the growing danger to personal safety. Two figures walk together, discussing their recent success in selling the predator and the black steel spider for a good price. A blonde woman commends her companion for quickly retrieving the black steel spiders and asks about their earnings from the mission. A woman in priestly attire reports on the group's financial progress and recent debt payments. A young man obtains work clothes and an entrance pass after requesting permission to clean the lab. A young woman outlines the rules for borrowing the silver alchemist set after laboratory hours. He decides to wait for an opportunity to enter the lab by helping with cleanup, choosing caution over theft. A white-haired man reluctantly agrees to help as a third figure in a red cloak approaches and addresses the blonde woman. The character's eyes widen as they suddenly sense unexpected danger. A hooded figure approaches and asks the white-haired young man to spare some time for an important conversation. A character with long hair and intense yellow eyes smirks ominously, signaling a sinister intent. A white-haired man smirks confidently, realizing he is about to face a significant opponent sooner than expected. A renowned member of the Heresy Examiners is introduced as one of only 12 elite Class 1 examiners, respected even by the temple. He steels himself as he thinks about the path ahead. A cheerful woman in a white habit greets two visitors and jokingly asks if they're here for a loan or a date before mentioning she has other matters to handle. The character assesses that the conversation is a pretext, suspecting an ulterior motive aimed at someone standing behind her. Someone is surprised that their opponents are willing to fight even with a member of the clergy present. A woman in nun-like attire assures the other person that she will offer a lower interest rate next time because of their good reputation. A character with long red hair tries to negotiate by offering to buy tea in exchange for urgent information. A red-haired man invites the protagonist to join the group as a priestess gestures in encouragement. A man with long reddish hair smirks and suggests he knows about a close relationship with Sahaku. The white-haired young man mocks someone, dismissing them as unimportant and claiming he can't remember useless people. In intense, golden eye narrows and focused determination, a character glares ahead with unwavering determination. Two combatants unleash powerful fire and lightning magic as an onlooker recoils in shock at the overwhelming energy. A character realizes in shock that the battle slave possesses strength equal to the temple knights. The young man smirks with determination as sunlight shines on his face, ready for the next challenge. He realizes the overwhelming presence of his opponent up close. A determined figure channels fiery energy, preparing to unleash power despite not seeking a fight. Two opponents charge at each other, unleashing bursts of magical energy as their duel begins. A powerful figure unleashes magic, forcing two others to kneel under overwhelming authority. Two men reveal glowing slave marks on their shoulders, forced to obey the followers of light. A white-robed woman approaches while two cloaked figures kneel before her intense silence. A priestess channels a surge of holy light, preparing to unleash a powerful spell. A white-haired character is suddenly struck hard across the face. A stern woman in religious attire forcefully grabs the white-haired man's cloak and orders him to follow her, while another man watches. A cloaked figure calls out to someone, stopping them in their tracks. A blonde woman in a white hooded robe threatens to kill anyone who interferes with her control over the child. He smirks confidently, unfazed by the tense situation. Someone exhales heavily, struggling to maintain composure under pressure. On the stone staircase, one character warns the other to stop provoking fights, emphasizing the real danger they just faced. She reveals that the examiner is so deadly no one has survived witnessing his fighting style. A frustrated woman scolds the calm man for his reckless actions and warns him to be more careful. A woman in a religious habit reacts with suspicion, assessing the situation uneasily. The young man recoils in shock, touching his cheek after being slapped. A woman in religious attire warns the man that she cannot protect him once he leaves the temple. The white-haired man dismisses the threat, insisting that if a real fight had started, no one could have stopped it. He quickly heads for the lab as someone urgently asks where he is going. Someone suddenly steps forward under the spotlight, interrupting with emphasis. The young man confidently asks for one more favor. A woman in priestly attire jolts in surprise, clutching her pendant as she reacts to unexpected news. A cloaked figure stands alone, marveling at the overwhelming power of the engravement. A red-haired man glares downward, clearly irritated and on edge. A defiant disciple confronts his master about being ordered to submit to a humiliating mark beneath the Temple of Light. A masked figure confronts another character about personal grudges, creating a tense standoff. A shocked character learns that their group's disguised infiltrators at the temple have been discovered and executed. Security has tightened, and infiltration is no longer possible as the remaining allies struggle to avoid capture. A new strategy is proposed to infiltrate the area. The secret mark protects its bearer from the suspicion of the followers of Light. A masked figure issues a plan to infiltrate the Temple of Light and steal loot during the raid. A determined man is entrusted with a mission that only he can accomplish. A plan to nullify the mark is revealed, catching the followers of Light unaware. The figure bows their head and clutches their shoulder, overcome by regret. A cloaked man angrily curses his enemies while gripping his shoulder. Guards patrol a fortified camp at night, staying alert for any threats. A woman calls out for a meal break, prompting a cheerful worker to pause and join her at the outdoor table. The villagers discuss their ongoing struggle to repair the damaged barrier because they cannot afford protection from the temple. A man readies himself behind a barricade, planning to attack the next monster he sees. A man alerts the group after spotting someone from the temple, causing immediate tension. The scene focuses on a reddish ocarina pendant hanging from someone's neck. A man with a stitched scar smirks ominously, his expression filled with menace. A nervous villager hesitantly questions the intimidating man about his reason for visiting. A stern man demands to know how many villagers are present, and a nervous local replies that there are about 50. A hooded figure examines a red, smoking shard with satisfaction. A monstrous entity crackling with purple energy looms over a defiant man as its power intensifies. A surge of dark magical energy erupts, overwhelming everyone nearby. A man with a wild grin stands his ground as he overpowers the shadowy monster surrounding him. A bloodied, bandaged hand reaches out desperately as fresh blood splatters. A bloodied fist clenches tightly as blood splatters outward, showing renewed determination after a violent struggle. One fighter forces his opponent to the ground, while the defeated man seethes over a past humiliation. Fueled by rage, the character swears to exact harsh revenge. The protagonist stands victoriously over the defeated monster, laughing triumphantly. A large stone building called the Temple of Light Laboratory is introduced as a facility for potion and equipment research. A collection of sinister ingredients is revealed, each one labeled for use. A flask bubbles ominously as ingredients are boiled together with Queen Spider's poison. A masked figure finishes crafting the deadly poison known as number 61, Zagan, in the laboratory. A moonlit night settles over the building as a faint light glows from an ornate window. A man sharpens his jagged sword in silence while a woman in a white robe watches and holds a letter. Faced with the threat of interference from inquisitors, the protagonist persuades the conflicted woman to let him use her room for safety. Anna reads the document and is visibly startled by its contents. Someone closely examines a strange anatomical diagram, trying to understand its purpose. A serrated saw hovers over a log marked for cutting, signaling the start of a tense action. A resolute young man channels magical energy into his hand, focusing on the unique properties of the Archon tree's wood. A muscular, white-haired man smashes his fist into the ground, sending out a powerful shockwave. A hand smashes through the wooden floor, sending shards flying with explosive force. The protagonist introduces finely crafted acupuncture needles, impressing a nearby observer with their unique medical purpose. Instructions appear, detailing how to prepare the needles with a diluted mixture of Belial and Zagan. 2 plates containing colored liquid and several metal needles are arranged on the wooden surface, ready for use. A translation note clarifies that the demon's name is Belial, the 68th of the 72 demons of Solomon. The narrative explains that poison is commonly seen as a simple method for killing, but this assumption is challenged. A catastrophic invasion by the demon race leads the gods to withdraw the powers they once granted humanity. Metallic rods are carefully dipped into a green liquid, preparing for the next step. He takes a deep breath to steady his nerves. A hand forcefully plunges a needle into a shoulder, releasing a surge of energy. A white-haired young man endures searing pain as magical energy surges around his wounded arm. A character reels in shock as a surge of crackling power erupts before them. A shirtless young man screams in agony as glowing veins and a strange sigil spread across his body. A wounded man collapses to the floor as a startled woman in priestess attire rushes to help him. A startled woman recoils as a diseased hand suddenly reaches toward her. A commanding man gives covert instructions to a tense woman, warning her to be ready for his signal. A young woman in a nun's habit confronts someone, demanding to know their intentions. He activates an upgrade, radiating intense power as he stands with arms crossed. The panel explains how Fade's 72 deadly poisons can be transformed into potent drugs that greatly enhance abilities when properly diluted and combined. Racked with pain, the figure struggles to endure the intense backlash from combining Belial and unstable Zagan. Zephyr endures intense pain and loss of stability as he forces himself to withstand the effects of an unstable concoction. A muscular figure kneels in agony as glowing, vein-like markings spread rapidly across his body. A man sits cross-legged, concentrating as he circulates his magic power to heal his injuries and strengthen his abilities. A man meditates, risking his life as he channels energy to purge poison and attempt a powerful transformation. He endures the damage, showing unwavering resolve. The speaker dismisses the situation as insignificant. A profound realization echoes through the empty space, emphasizing the absence of true pain. A white-haired young man is struck in the neck by a burning wooden stake, blood spraying from the wound. An armored warrior channels overwhelming power as he prepares to strike with his massive axe amidst a raging storm. An armored warrior braces himself to confront a towering, fiery dragon in the middle of a rain-soaked battle. A monstrous presence is unleashed, its glowing eyes and mouth glaring forward with menace. He prepares to end the battle by unleashing his hidden power. A muscular man meditates as a powerful energy surges around him. Anna notices an unusual change in the color of his blood vessels. Cracks on the man's body heal as his form rapidly returns to normal. Someone reflects on the likelihood of being unable to move after completing their task. The young man instructs his companion to watch closely and prepare to insert a needle at his signal. Someone challenges White Rose, asking if she is ready. With urgency, the young man commands immediate action. A blonde woman in a white hood grips a thin rod as she freezes in shock. The character silently considers the dire consequences of failure. A priestess, sweating with determination, prepares to drive a needle toward a man engulfed in mystical blue flames. A character reacts in shock and anxiety to an unexpected event. Alone in a dark room, someone questions their own ability to succeed. A few hours later, the scene shifts to the northern forest near the Temple of Light. A red streak of energy flashes across the night sky above the forest. A crimson magical sigil suddenly appears in the sky above the forest as someone screams in terror. 3 armed men sprint away as monstrous birds swoop down, closing the distance rapidly. 3 panicked men rush forward, cursing the failed intel and desperately calling for reinforcements as they flee from a swarm of enemies. A young man urgently announces that reinforcements are on their way after firing a flare into the night sky. A bloodied figure in a red hood is struck down while desperately urging others to run to the temple. A terrified man sprints away as 2 monstrous bird-like creatures swoop down to attack. A cloaked figure races urgently toward the temple, estimating it will take over 20 minutes to arrive. Someone unleashes a desperate outburst, overwhelmed by panic. A male character slams into the ground and cries out in agony. A man crouches in the cold, struggling to catch his breath. A panicked man struggles to catch his breath, sweat streaming down his face. The protagonist is suddenly ambushed by several dinosaur-like bird monsters. Someone is in immediate danger of being completely destroyed within 2 minutes. A monstrous creature lunges at a terrified man who raises his shield in a desperate attempt to defend himself. A man braces himself behind a shield to block an incoming attack. A monstrous bird swoops down and attacks a man who desperately shields himself as beams of energy rain from above. A man quickly raises his shield as a bright object flashes through the sky with a sharp buzz. A lone armored figure braces behind a shield, enduring the impact of a massive energy beam crashing down. A muscular, white-haired man gathers intense blue energy as he kneels on the cracked ground. A young man concentrates intensely as energy swirls around him, preparing for a decisive confrontation. A shirtless man braces himself as monstrous bird-like creatures rush toward him. A giant bird of prey dives toward the shirtless figure, who braces himself for the imminent attack. Zephyr slams the massive bird creature to the ground with a powerful attack. Zephyr overwhelms the monstrous creature with a surge of powerful magic. A glowing, blue energy-charged hand forcefully strikes an opponent. A shirtless white-haired man delivers a powerful blow to the monstrous creature's skeletal claw. Glowing with blue energy, Zephyr swings his massive spiked weapon at the attacking bird-like monsters. The character confirms that there are 12 bird monster neck bones, matching the number of monsters remaining outside the dungeon. The protagonist suddenly realizes something critical, his eyes wide with shock. A lone figure unleashes a barrage of energy blasts, overwhelming the approaching monstrous enemies. The shirtless man turns away after decisively defeating his wounded opponent, who collapses clutching a shield. Startled by sudden danger, the man recoils in shock. Reinforcements from the temple arrive, catching the character off guard. A startled scout spots someone alone beneath swirling clouds and reacts with shock. A shirtless man receives directions as he prepares to follow a glowing path through the forest. A man with a shield recoils in shock as a sudden burst of energy erupts from the ground in front of him. A character's eyes widen in shock as they are suddenly confronted by an unexpected revelation. Overwhelmed by the young man's intimidating presence, someone instinctively revealed the location of the dungeon entrance. 4 out of 7 party members died in the dungeon, and the survivor regrets not sharing something important before another companion disappeared. Only one person survived among the 3 who escaped. A tense warning is given as a clenched fist presses against the ground. A man panics and blames himself for not stopping an ally from rushing ahead without waiting for reinforcements. Overwhelmed by anxiety, the man panics as blue light pours over him. A man reels in shock as a surge of blue energy overwhelms him. A massive surge of blue energy explodes outward, obliterating debris in its path. A man stands frozen in the mist, stunned by an unforeseen event. Amid the bodies of fallen monsters, the lone survivor kneels and gazes at a blinding pillar of light piercing the forest. Overwhelmed by disbelief, the man stares ahead in shock, sweat dripping down his face. A white-haired man stands triumphantly over the slain boss monster. The man catches his breath as the sun sets behind his shadowy wings, recovering from the recent battle. Zephyr tests his enhanced strength, feeling confident after his successful power boost. A determined figure grips a glowing rod, activating its blue energy. A green signal flare shoots into the sky, indicating that the emergency crisis is over as 2 men watch. A cloaked figure with a metal arm stands over a defeated opponent as monstrous creatures gather nearby. A masked man grips a red artifact and braces for an imminent event. Several days quickly pass as the story moves forward. A majestic cathedral stands illuminated beneath a clear, radiant sky. A single slave has managed to clear an uncontrolled cockatrice nest, defeating even its massive 30-meter boss. 2 figures descend a stone staircase, discussing the likelihood that someone is deliberately trying to join the upcoming raid. The armored man proposes interrogating the captive to determine if he is a demon god worshipper. The commanding man orders everyone to stop and leave the situation alone. 2 men walk down a dim corridor, debating the difficulty of identifying all possible demon god worshippers before the raid. One character dismisses concerns about working with demon god worshippers, leaving the other stunned. The armored man reveals his plan to use weaker allies as pawns to reach the boss room and then eliminate them along with the boss. 2 allies recall a previous disagreement as they talk in the corridor. One figure reassures the other while revealing a hidden, ornate door in the dim corridor. A shadowy figure makes a dramatic entrance, confronting a man in armor under ominous lighting. A bearded man recoils in shock as a blinding light suddenly appears. A man presents 2 legendary relics, the Spear of Brilliant Light and the Winged Shield of Michael, which he acquired at great personal cost. A man stares in awe at the legendary items he has just discovered. After years of struggle, one figure reassures their companion that the long and exhausting dungeon is finally behind them. A confident figure with long blonde hair boldly claims he will be invincible in the upcoming raid. The town basks in sunlight, revealing rows of traditional timber-framed houses under a clear blue sky. 3 young men finish their training session and cool off, noticing the unusually crowded training grounds. A young man explains that there are only a few spots left for slaves after the raid, so people are trying to stand out. 3 young men in towels walk together as one casually dismisses a concern and suddenly reacts to something unexpected. A startled nun reacts in the hallway as another nervously watches from behind a corner. A domineering woman in a nun's habit mocks 3 nervous young men as they bow before her. 3 young men enter their room and are shocked to see a demon sister emerging from inside. A person slides a golden ring onto their finger with determination. The man acknowledges the arrival of someone as he sits on the bed, ready for what comes next. 3 young men recoil in shock as they discover a ring. A man calmly shows the ring on his finger, as the others react in shock and demand an explanation. A silver-haired man holds up a glowing ring and vaguely mentions its origin. The protagonist examines the ring of purification, impressed by its powerful magical abilities and usefulness. A woman in religious attire confidently promises to provide high-quality equipment to the person before her. The silver-haired man acknowledges the unexpected help with a satisfied smirk. A man smirks in the shadows, amused as he mocks someone's greed for money. A woman in a white robe strides purposefully down a sunlit hallway. A young woman in religious attire reveals she learned information from a black market informant. The legendary assassin guild, Persephone, is introduced as masters of poison and martial arts who never miss their target. 2 figures stand over the slain monster, as one of them notes the other's suspiciously good hunting skills. He channels poison through his body, enhancing his strength as the pieces of his plan come together. He grips his lightning-charged dagger and prepares to strike through the pouring rain. She realizes her customer is actually an assassin from Persephone. Persephone collapsed from internal conflict years ago, and now high nobles are searching for its surviving members and their poisons. The nobles seek to secure the finest talent and poison by spending immense wealth. A determined woman rushes down the hallway to find equipment for her customer. The young man dismisses the misunderstanding and reassures himself that everything will be fine. He quickly realizes that the situation may actually work to his advantage. The cloaked figure plans to use rumors to draw out his enemy. A white-haired young man jolts as someone suddenly grabs his shoulder. One man nervously confronts another about a rumored relationship and a ring, causing an awkward misunderstanding. 3 boys crowd around the bewildered protagonist, confronting and oddly praising him for not returning to the dorm all night. A young man is interrupted by a loud noise just as he begins to share information about the dungeon. 4 young men tense up in front of a closed wooden door as one silently signals the group to stay quiet. A tense man confronts someone at the doorway, demanding to know their identity. A blonde man cautiously peers around the corner, investigating the quiet hallway for any signs of disturbance. A young man is startled when he discovers a knife-pin note on the wooden door. An emergency order form with a map is pinned to a board by a dagger, signaling an urgent mission to investigate and report back. 3 young men closely examine a mysterious emergency order form bearing the official seal of the hunting team chief. A young man holds out a map as another person grabs it to inspect. Zephyr examines the mysterious parchment, searching for hidden clues. A character carefully confirms that the signature is genuine and the document was written by Ned. Clutching the invitation, the man insists on handling the challenge alone. A massive explosion tears through the ground, engulfing the area in blinding light. A white-haired man dashes urgently through the forest. There are about 20 days left until the Temple Knights launch their raid. The young man dashes forward with determination, charging into action. They approach the tomb of the Abominable Princess, a dungeon far more dangerous than any ordinary one. A legendary ruin known as one of the world's 8 riddles is revealed. For over a decade, countless challengers have failed to reach the boss room due to the dungeon's extreme difficulty. The requirements for joining the raid party are complicated. Someone sprints urgently across the barren, dusty ground. A key requirement is announced. Participants must have been in a hunting team ranked 5th or higher for the past year. The panel explains the qualifications required for participation, specifying that candidates must either be a direct slave of a priest or have a recommendation letter from one. The lone figure races at superhuman speed toward the enemy stronghold as dawn breaks. Participation is restricted to those who meet at least one qualifying condition. The team realizes they have no chance to achieve enough accomplishments to reach the 5th rank at this point. A surge of energy splits the massive boulder apart. The protagonist resolves to manipulate Ned for a recommendation letter to join the raid party. He braces himself, certain that a confrontation is inevitable. The protagonist questions whether he is being seen as an ally or a thief. A surge of blue energy explodes from the ground, shaking the area with its force. A lone figure emerges powerfully from the swirling debris and smoke, surrounded by a blue aura. Swirling energy gathers as the silver-haired man braces himself for the impending battle. A figure emerges dramatically from the swirling dust as the white-haired observer reacts in awe. Startled, the protagonist reacts sharply to an unexpected voice. A menacing figure confronts the protagonist, demanding to know if they arrived alone. A silver-haired young man coldly tells his opponent to leave, refusing to engage. A scarred man grins menacingly and taunts his unseen opponent. A cloaked figure angrily confronts another about painful scars that still keep him from sleeping. The silver-haired young man stands in tense silence, deep in thought. A man confidently raises his sword, declaring that he will demonstrate his new power. A terrified character recoils as a menacing figure confronts him with overwhelming power. A white-haired fighter drives a glowing blade into his blonde opponent, sending him hurtling backward in agony. One character insults another who has just crashed face first into the ground. The protagonist suspects that the challenge is more complex than it appears, doubting that the test involves only Sahaka. A clenched fist signals suspicion that the opponent has another plan. The lone figure steps forward in the smoky arena and challenges the hidden adversaries to come out and fight. Dust and smoke swirl through the barren canyon as the confrontation intensifies. Amid swirling fog and harsh winds, someone struggles unseen in the canyon. Zephyr confronts the cloaked figure as a shadowy mist swirls between them. A monstrous shadow engulfs the fallen character as glowing eyes and sharp teeth close in. A furious figure seizes the crackling red artifact fragment, channeling intense energy. A desperate character confronts someone while threatening self-harm with a glowing dagger. A monstrous entity with multiple eyes and sharp teeth surges forward, unleashing a menacing force. A dark entity with glowing purple eyes emerges, filling the area with a sinister presence. A figure enveloped in swirling purple energy unleashes a surge of dark power. With wide, stunned eyes, the character suddenly realizes something shocking. A furious figure unleashes a violent threat, crackling with murderous energy. A monstrous creature surges forward, unleashed to attack the white-haired man. A white-haired man unleashes a surge of powerful purple energy, preparing for a decisive attack. Startled by an unexpected threat, the protagonist reels back in shock. A surge of dark energy smashes into the ground, causing a violent explosion. A crazed man charges forward, attacking with a jagged red weapon. A stunned character reacts in disbelief to the sudden attack. A colossal lightning-infused attack slams into the figure, hurling them backward. A man with a scar recoils in shock as a powerful surge of energy rushes past him. Surrounded by swirling dark energy, the protagonist unleashes a surge of blue power to confront the encroaching darkness. He recognizes the Shoggoth as a dangerous weapon created by the demon god worshippers. The panel reveals that these creatures remain dormant as eggs until a hypnotic instrument awakens them. A powerful mystical ocarina is introduced, revealing its ability to control the Shoggoth and protect its user from mind corruption. A Shoggoth is described as a mindless creature driven by an endless hunger. An enemy is revealed to be immune to physical attacks. A lone figure steps forward into the swirling dark energy. The creature grows stronger by absorbing the mana of the humans it devours. A monstrous shadow beast lunges at Zephyr from the darkness. Zephyr remains calm as powerful dark energy monsters surge around him. The young man fixes his gaze forward, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. The narration explains that the Shoggoth's most terrifying aspect has yet to be revealed. Contact with the Shoggoth triggers mind corruption, causing terror and hallucinations. When mind corruption reaches its peak, the affected individual erupts into a frenzied, monstrous state. An artificial monster created by demon god worshippers incites a deadly frenzy, turning humans into uncontrollable killers. Dark, monstrous energy surges toward the white-haired character as a distant figure mocks and threatens them. The white-haired character's red eyes signal that their mind corruption is about to reach its limit, pushing them dangerously close to a frenzied state. Someone bursts into triumphant laughter. A hidden power surges as a single eye glows with ominous intensity. A curse removal is being announced. A radiant ring activates, enhancing mana circulation and magic defense while granting a daily curse removal ability. A massive surge of dark energy erupts at the center, leaving one character stunned at the overwhelming display of power. A blonde, scarred character is violently choked by another, struggling to breathe. The white-haired man seizes his opponent by the collar, reflecting on how survival once meant protecting only himself and those close to him. He begins to question himself as unexpected thoughts invade his mind. He wonders how things might have changed if more people had fought alongside him and worked together. A fallen royal desperately reaches out as shadowy figures approach. The scarred man glares fiercely, locking eyes with his opponent in tense silence. A woman, her eyes brimming with tears, declares her love as energy swirls around her. A crown lies forgotten beneath circling crows as an unspoken question about survival lingers in the air. A scarred, sweating man reacts in panic and confusion to unexpected words. A young man speaks with determination, making a critical declaration. Zephyr stands firm, declaring that he saved those he could and offered others the chance to become stronger. He delivers a cold ultimatum, making it clear that his opponent will not be spared. A terrified man is violently choked and interrogated about the number of victims he has fed to the monster. A furious character confronts someone, demanding to know how many lives will be lost for their selfishness. A powerful surge of magic erupts as one character charges forward, forcing the terrified blonde to shrink back in fear. A fist surges forward, crackling with energy as a powerful attack is unleashed. A combatant strikes with a glowing punch, sending his opponent hurtling backward. A blonde-haired man coughs up a large amount of blood, writhing in agony. A devastating punch crashes into the man's face, sending blood flying with the impact. The white-haired young man channels energy between his hands as wind gathers around him. A powerful technique called Dragon's Roar is described, unleashing a barrage of attacks that culminate in a lightning strike feared across the east. A surge of lightning bursts from a hand, signaling the start of a powerful attack. A lightning-charged palm strikes the shadowy opponent with explosive force. A wounded figure collapses to the ground as smoke swirls and a pink claw looms nearby. Zephyr stands over the enemy's lifeless body, showing no remorse after delivering a fatal electric attack. A determined hand swiftly picks up the red-spotted mask fragment from the ground. The Shoggoth emerges unscathed from the attack, revealing its immunity to physical damage. The character analyzes the red object and decides that the monster must be killed with elemental or holy attacks, noting it would be destroyed by another strike. He decides to conserve his magic power while the corrupted ground pulses with dark energy. He plays a powerful chord on the ocarina, severing the Shoggoth's magical connections. The young man examines the ocarina, expressing surprise at someone's ability to play a particular song. A cloaked figure reveals that the song is a closely guarded secret of the demon god cult, insisting no outsiders could have obtained it. A red-haired attacker lunges from above as the white-haired man braces himself for impact. A confident figure confronts someone, calling out their name with intensity. The determined young man braces himself, sensing that a crucial moment is about to unfold. A silver-haired man stands in the rain, wrapping his arm in bandages as he prepares for battle. Two fighters clash fiercely, each unleashing powerful martial arts techniques as one analyzes the other's resolve. Zephyr plans to deceive Ned in order to obtain a recommendation letter and join the raid party. One character smirks confidently, anticipating an upcoming challenge as two others watch closely. The protagonist resolves to pass the test by pretending to be a demon god worshipper to alter the future. He steels his resolve, focusing intently on the challenge ahead. He stands ready to fight as the hooded figure silently observes, surrounded by tally marks on the wall. Haunted by memories of a debt he could not repay, the man reflects on his past life with unwavering resolve. A determined figure clenches their fist and vows to change the outcome this time. A determined figure plots to get closer to Ned by tricking him, resolved to succeed at any cost. A shadowed figure steps forward and delivers a decisive judgment after observing the situation. A hand urgently draws a glowing sword from its sheath. A masked figure threatens to eliminate their target, while drawing a sword amid swirling magical energy. A devastating surge of energy explodes across the battlefield. An opponent charges with a flaming sword while the protagonist stands ready to counter. Blue energy bursts from his hand as he unleashes a powerful attack. A young man unleashes a powerful sword attack, surrounded by swirling energy. A shadowy figure is consumed by a violent surge of fiery energy while another stands ready with a sword. The young man recoils in disbelief as he realizes every one of his attacks has failed to hit the target. A cloaked figure swiftly dodges a barrage of magical projectiles. A figure unleashes a surge of magical energy and lightning, filling the air with glowing orbs. A sharp-eyed figure with long reddish hair stands ready with a sword after successfully counterattacking. The swordsman suspects the opponent used a trick, since only his master should be faster than him. He confronts his opponent for using a sword against someone unarmed while gripping a small floating rock fragment. He suddenly notices something unexpected and reacts with shock. A sword hurtles through the air, knocked away amid the chaos of battle. A man adopts a martial arts stance, ready to engage in battle. Zephyr gathers his energy and prepares to launch a powerful attack. Two cloaked figures charge toward each other across the barren ground, raising clouds of dust. Red lightning erupts with explosive force, signaling the start of a powerful attack. Crackling with electricity, the figure surges forward at tremendous speed, empowered by a secret martial art, while the opponent watches calmly. The narration reveals that members of the same clan can counter this technique. A hand surges with crackling blue lightning as magical power is charged for an imminent attack. A young man unleashes the Dragon King-style secret art, channeling yin and yang electricity as lightning crackles between his hands. One fighter neutralizes the incoming electric attack by matching and repelling the energy, causing the assault to slide harmlessly past. The fighter realizes his opponent can barely keep up after a relentless barrage of attacks. Two figures spar as a detailed explanation is given about mastering electricity-based combat techniques through rigorous training. A stunned observer realizes their opponent's overwhelming strength. A white-haired man channels crackling blue lightning as he prepares to unleash a powerful attack. The character reveals that only he and his senior brother know the secret art of the Dragon King style, deepening the mystery. A red-haired character aggressively demands to know the white-haired figure's identity during a tense confrontation. A powerful demon god worshipper from the eastern continent appears, meditating atop a rocky pillar surrounded by blue energy. The Master of the East presents two chosen successors who have fully inherited the Dragon King style, distinguishing them from the regular apprentices. Two prominent disciples are introduced, one, the biological son of Jin Riang, and the other, a notable figure brought from the Aslan continent. Two martial artists engage in a secretive duel to deepen their understanding of martial arts techniques. Someone questions the presence of an unfamiliar apprentice among the group. A red-haired character accuses another of destroying a cult's Shoggoth and questions their true allegiance. A white-haired man in torn clothes confronts a stranger and demands answers. A shocked figure listens as another person confidently reveals there are only two successors who learn the secret art, holding up two fingers with a distinctive ring. A tense question is raised about the consequences if one of them dies. A young man anxiously considers the consequences if one trainee dies and the remaining one is left without a proper training partner. A character reels in shock as they realize a critical truth. He confidently reveals that he is a shadow apprentice, prepared to replace anyone who falls. A masked martial artist channels golden energy through a glowing sword, demonstrating a secret martial arts technique in the bamboo forest. A secret disciple is revealed to have been trained in the shadows to ensure the sect's survival during emergencies. Unofficial disciples are killed to prevent them from threatening the official successor after inheriting their master's position. The protagonist explains that the true shadow disciple is unable to reach the temple and join the raid. A regal woman uses glowing red chains to restrain a hooded rider on horseback. Zephyr smirks as he mocks Altair for acting in a way unbefitting a princess. One cloaked figure prepares to exploit the tense standoff. A sharp-eyed figure demands to know why a supposedly secret individual was sent by their master. The stern figure exposes the deception, revealing that no such disciple was ever sent. One character mentally tests the other's authenticity, ready to catch any false excuse. The character explains that demon god worshippers in the temple are isolated and must make decisions based on their own judgment. A figure prepares to strike, charging their hand with dangerous energy. Someone silently reflects on the orders they have received. The silver-haired young man explains that his orders are to conceal his identity from other demon god worshippers and to join the raid using his own abilities, prepared to take over the mission if needed. A red-haired character demands to know if the other person understands her mission. The white-haired man accuses the other person of planning to escape with the dragon heart. A legendary dragon heart, a powerful magic stone, was first discovered 1,000 years ago by the abominable Princess Eurydice, who sealed it within her tomb. A figure dashes ahead with electrifying speed, easily outpacing the pursuing knights as the dragon heart comes within reach. A red-haired figure confidently responds to a challenge, asserting equal capability. A white-haired man questions the decision to send someone alone on the mission, hinting at the master's concerns. The character locks eyes on the threat, fully alert and bracing for what comes next. Someone begins to reveal the true motive behind defying orders and orchestrating this meeting. He explains that he prefers the easier option because the raid's participation requirements are more complicated than expected. He prepares to reveal something important, his expression tense and determined. A sharp-eyed man with long red hair leans forward and demands an explanation. A booted foot steps forward onto the illuminated ground with determination. He confronts her and reveals the topic is the blood tears. A character is stunned and panics internally after someone reveals unexpected knowledge. A character reveals their true motive is to reclaim the stolen sword, blood tears, and seek revenge on the temple. The protagonist aggressively demands information about the blood tears. The white-haired man pushes for his inclusion in the raid, while holding back information until he is convinced of trust. A frustrated man complains about being assigned to the worst lodgings on the hunting team. The character struggles internally, reaffirming trust despite lingering doubts. Someone gives a direct order to follow. A determined young man tells someone off-panel that they must go with him. An abandoned building stands near the temple, shrouded in mist and darkness. A cloaked figure steps forward and announces the arrival of the last person to the gathered group. Altair formally introduces Zephyr as a verified ally sent by her master to join the mission. Zephyr confronts the shadowy figure at the desk with a pointed remark, escalating the tension in the dimly lit room. A sinister man in dark armor boasts about his high status while asserting dominance over his ally. A man glares forward with unwavering determination, focusing intently on his target. A hand slams down on the table, marking a decisive moment. 40 demon god worshippers are selected as slave rank nominees to join the raid party behind the heresy investigators and hunting team. A man in armor firmly explains the raid strategy to the group, stressing that everyone must remember it without error. The protagonist exposes hidden demon god cult worshippers within the party. All 40 individuals are revealed to be demon god worshippers, highlighting the scale of the conspiracy. The narration observes that these opponents use different tactics compared to Sahaku, who depended entirely on items and monsters. The protagonist reflects on his former self, driven only by ambition. Two men stand together as serpentine energy coils around them, signaling the formation of a powerful alliance. An elite force is introduced, assembled specifically to carry out this mission. A white-haired man stands alone beneath his cloak, lost in silent contemplation. A character demands to know why someone is following the demon god. One man silently questions the master's trust as both stand together in tense anticipation. He grows uneasy as he realizes that confidential information is being shared with someone else, causing him to doubt his own position of trust. A character stands silently, eyes closed and sweating, clearly struggling to process the intense situation. A mysterious figure offers a pact for revenge to the battered woman in the rain. Driven by revenge, the figure resolves to claim the dragon heart personally, determined not to let anyone else stand in their way. The man pauses, preparing to say something important. One character grows suspicious that a possible successor might wish for his downfall to claim the position. A looming threat is anticipated as the character braces for a possible attack to the neck. The speaker announces the start of group assignments, following the strategy explanation. The group divides into an escort team to secure an escape route, and an attack team to confront the night captain. A confident man suggests forming a group with the seated figure, since they share the same mission. A character devises a plan to keep a potential rival close in order to better control the threat. A white-haired young man is greeted with a handshake as he prepares to meet a new ally. Blinded by revenge, he recalls how this person's trust in the wrong ally led to their downfall. A hooded figure considers how to win over a loyal potential ally to strengthen their chances in the challenges ahead. The white-haired young man confidently shakes hands, signaling the start of their alliance. Reflecting on the past, the narrator acknowledges the loss of many connections. A blinding light fills the tunnel as a mysterious figure prepares to select someone, causing the observers to gasp in shock. A white-haired man recoils as a flaming projectile suddenly pierces his neck. A glowing sword hovers in the flames as a choice is demanded. A masked figure radiating energy confronts someone with a dire ultimatum about mastering the ultimate martial arts technique to escape. With fierce energy radiating from him, the man threatens his enemy with a deadly ultimatum. The speaker reveals that their master, who taught them the Dragon King style, is named Ned. The sky stretches wide, filled with glowing clouds that create a calm and peaceful atmosphere. The raid party members selected to clear the tomb of the Abominable Princess dungeon are announced. A group gathers before an announcement board as new rules for a confidential raid draft are declared. A scroll unfurls, presenting a decisive final message. Zephyr stands his ground, locking eyes with unseen opponents as tension fills the air. The protagonist pauses to organize his plans before taking further action. A monstrous spider emerges amidst flames, marking the introduction of the Black Steel Spider Dungeon. A swarm of cockatrices burst from the darkness, revealing the deadly cockatrice nest. Forged documents reclassified the canyon village as a goblin den, and 3 promised dungeon clears were successfully completed. 3 young men bowed deeply, expressing heartfelt gratitude as they bid a respectful farewell. The leader informs the group that many will be promoted soon due to new vacancies caused by a recent special mission. One young man warns the other that the road ahead will become more difficult after their promotions, encouraging him to persevere. The young man struggles to hide his wish to ask for guidance, feeling anxious and unable to speak openly. Standing atop the mountain, the man contemplates his overwhelming and extraordinary goal. Clenching his teeth in frustration, the man admits that the weak have no right to follow. He insists that only by pushing oneself to the brink through relentless training can progress be made. A surprised young man listens as a cloaked figure invites him to follow. The confident leader acknowledges his subordinates, who bow respectfully and thank him in the sunlit hallway. A shocking revelation exposes that 2 people believed to be dead are still alive. 3 young men stride purposefully down a sunlit hallway. A character feels reassured after seeing the group's hopeful expressions. A narrator ominously declares that the group's defeat is inevitable. A catastrophic future is revealed where a demonic summoning threatens countless lives, prompting a desperate quest for the dragon heart. A tense announcement signals that the next participant is about to enter. A white-haired man listens as the blonde woman beside him asks for his opinion on something they are both observing. One character presents an array of armor and weapons to the other, signaling preparation for the next phase. The white-haired young man assesses his opponents and acknowledges their skill. 2 ornate halberds are presented to fulfill the order. She selects blunt weapons designed to efficiently channel mana. A swarm of animated skeleton warriors, immune to pain and resistant to standard blade attacks, advances through the dungeon. A hammer smashes through the skeleton's skull, demonstrating the best way to defeat it. After examining the weapons, the protagonist decides to purchase the entire selection, surprising the nearby character. A hand selects a sword from among several weapons. The protagonist selects the Twilight Longsword, impressed by its mysterious energy and legendary origin. A young woman questions the effectiveness of using a longsword against skeletons. The dangers of the dungeon are introduced. Zephyr studies his own reflection in the mirror, lost in thought. The Temple of Light intervenes to bring an end to the decade-long dungeon clearing effort. 2 intimidating cultists prepare to join the fight, one gripping a horned ritual object. The armored figure steels himself to break through every obstacle and seize the dragon heart. Surrounded and outnumbered, the protagonist prepares to fight against the entire party. Someone interrupts to deliver a critical statement, intensifying the tension. He realizes that trust has not yet been established. He prepares himself for a difficult conversation, aware that failure to persuade could lead to a serious confrontation. With unwavering resolve, the protagonist declares that the fight will not end until one of them dies. 2 figures quickly turn toward the door as a sudden knock interrupts the moment. A woman in a white robe and glasses enters and introduces herself as an enchanter from the Research Institute. A pair of hands channels magical energy into a glowing sword, demonstrating the process of enchantment. The protagonist recalls that Angelia is renowned as one of the greatest enchanters in the temple. Responsibility is delegated as voices exchange lighthearted remarks in the dimly lit room. A young woman prays fervently, seeking divine intervention. A massive golden explosion erupts, shaking the entire area. Zephyr equips powerful gear and mentally prepares for both the dungeon's dangers and the looming conflict with his party. The protagonist finishes the basic preparations, ready to move forward as energy crackles around him. A bag of gold coins is handed over to complete the purchase. Confirmation of the delivery is given as everything is accounted for. 2 nuns present a tied pouch while a tall man observes the exchange in silence. The man realizes the low price for the enchantment suggests White Rose secretly helped. An armored figure considers calculating expenses while another expresses uncertainty about the decision. They discuss how helping each other with equipment and commissions benefits both sides. The young man expresses sincere gratitude for someone's effort despite limited time. Anna gasps in shock, her cheeks flushed with surprise. One character reassures the other, who hesitantly asks what he should do next. A young man admits he has no money left. A startled woman reacts with shock to unexpected words from a customer. One character bluntly refuses to hand over any valuables, while the other reacts with disbelief and frustration. A silver-haired young man glares intensely as he unleashes a glowing power from his hand. The silver-haired young man confidently offers 2 rare poisons as payment. A character recoils in shock upon realizing the presence of the deadly poisons of Persephone. A man holds a small green bottle out of reach while a girl leaps desperately to grab it. A white-haired man taunts a frustrated woman by holding a green and white object just out of her reach as she jumps to grab it. The man taunts by holding the object out of reach while the angry girl demands he hand it over. A cautious woman warns the man not to sell the glowing vials to a dangerous contact as she hands them over near the doorway. A concerned shopkeeper urges the departing man to return safely after his dangerous mission. A crowd gathers in front of the building as 3 figures step forward to deliver an important announcement. 2 figures assess the large crowd of temple knights and healers gathered near the stone building. The protagonist moves forward, resigned to the knowledge that most of those around him will not survive. A cloaked figure announces the arrival of the entire group as several others stand assembled in the background. The party leader and temple knight captain is introduced, standing confidently before the grand temple. The confident character signals the start of the challenge. A roster is revealed for the Tomb of the Abominable Princess dungeon raid party. A contingent of temple knights, priests, battle knights, and healers assembles in formation, prepared for action. A tense atmosphere settles as the group counts 20 slave-ranked members of the temple knights hunting team. The group is introduced as Heresy Inquisitors, consisting of official priests, battle inquisitors, and healers. A squad of 20 masked agents advances in formation, marking the arrival of the Heresy Inquisitor substructure. The group is split into teams, with the vanguard assigned to close combat, securing paths, scouting, and protecting the rear. A diagram illustrates the rearguard team's responsibilities, including long-range attacks, recovery, and support magic. 4 individuals will take command. The healer captain and the rearguard captain are formally introduced. A commanding, armored man steps forward as the title of vanguard captain appears. Sunlight illuminates long, light hair as tension builds for the next reveal. A long-haired figure in ornate robes is greeted by a crowd calling out in admiration. Lucius steps forward and takes command of the party as light shines down on him. A radiant hand marks Lucius with a stigmata, granting him the title of Saint of Light at the age of 7. People revere saints and saintesses, considering it a privilege to witness them in person. He clenches his jaw in frustration after witnessing the unexpected appearance. He glares to the left, preparing for the confrontation ahead. His eyes widen in shock as he processes the realization in silence. A lone figure stands before the audience and announces a prophecy. A determined leader announces the start of a decisive raid to finally clear the tomb of the Abominable Princess and resolve one of the world's 8 great riddles. A knight announces that all slaves who join the raid will earn their freedom. A commanding leader urges the group to withstand challenging training and pursue glory together. A crowd gathers before the cathedral, fervently praying for salvation. The scene shifts to the special training ground known as Shrieking Peak. While climbing the fractured cliff, the lead figure questions who truly benefits from the promised glory. A white-haired man climbs a steep cliff, reflecting that the true motive behind large dungeon raids is not heroism or virtue, but something else. A tempting offer of gold bars is presented as part of a business deal. A stern man hands a piece of tombstone from the raid dungeon to the group and orders them to keep it with them at all times to get used to its malicious energy. After years of preparation and gathering resources, the team finally clears the dungeon. With the dungeon cleared, workers begin developing the land by hauling materials and constructing new infrastructure. The third great temple of the Temple of Light secretly serves as an outpost to prepare elite members for St. Lucius's raid on the tomb of the Abominable Princess. A magical staff activates, filling the air with a glowing symbol. A woman signals the start of a mock battle, instructing trainees to avoid the magical lights representing enemy attacks. The trainees struggle against fierce animated dummies during an intense training battle, resulting in at least one participant being defeated. A powerful punch is unleashed, driving forward with unstoppable force. Zephyr smashes through the wooden barrier with a decisive punch. 2 fighters crouch together, tense, as they argue about being unable to use Dragon King-style techniques in this situation, while broken staffs fly overhead. 2 determined figures charge forward together, surrounded by glowing orbs of energy. The white-haired swordsman leaps forward and attacks the massive stone golem amid swirling glowing orbs. Zephyr unleashes a forceful sword strike with unwavering determination. The young man swings his glowing staff with intense force, launching a powerful attack. A woman with a glowing sword and a white-haired man smash through massive stone golems with synchronized, powerful attacks. The mission to eliminate 500 golems is completed, and a 15-minute break is announced. Someone watches the group's progress with clear surprise and approval. Several defeated figures lie among the wreckage as someone realizes the slaves are stronger than before. 2 figures are recognized for their impressive teamwork and skill under pressure. Doubt and anticipation rise as the possibility of clearing the dungeon is questioned. A fervent figure raises a glowing cross amulet, unleashing radiant light that startles the surrounding crowd. The healer announces that the vanguard members' injuries and fatigue have been completely treated. The healer announces that with their support, the group will undergo an accelerated training regimen before starting the session again. Training concludes as the group is told to prepare for a difficult march to the dungeon starting tomorrow. A cloaked figure urgently shields an unconscious companion on the fortress wall. A concerned figure asks the cloaked person why they are not eating again. One figure encourages the other to eat after training, but the offer is politely declined. He focuses on controlling his weight to increase his speed for the upcoming challenge. The young man glares ahead with unwavering determination, refusing to back down. Someone abruptly volunteers to take on the mission, startling another person at the table. A male character confronts his rival with a smug challenge, confident in his abilities. The white-haired man leans forward in the stone room and assures the other person that he has brought something beneficial. The white-haired man hands over a glowing bottle, assuring it will help the other person move more easily. A stern-faced man sits in tense silence, glaring intensely while raising his cup. A figure stands by the castle at sunset, directly asking how much the other knows about them. One character reflects on their initial suspicion but now recognizes there was no intent to cause harm during the training period. The character struggles to make sense of the situation, growing more confused. A man urgently reveals information about the blood tears to a startled woman. A fierce man demands information about the blood tears while confronting his target with a blazing weapon overhead. The white-haired man withholds vital information, stating he will only share it once trust is earned. The suspicious figure challenges the other's motives, accusing them of hiding secrets and questioning their unnatural responses. The protagonist demands an explanation, his expression intense as he confronts the other at sunset. A direct demand for answers fills the tense silence. Sensing a change, the character studies his opponent with a wary gaze. A masked attacker lunges forward with a curved sword, unleashing a frenzied assault. A determined man channels intense energy through his outstretched arm, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. Two fighters launch a coordinated attack, moving in perfect sync after training together for 2 weeks. A shadowed figure rejects the question, shifting the conversation in a tense moment. One figure reveals that the focus should be on the location and possessor of the blood tears, startling the other. A tense atmosphere builds as attention shifts to the sword's current importance. Two opponents glare at each other as a sharp blue light crackles between them. His eye widens in terror as he realizes something shocking through the rain. An older man presents the chained demonic sword Blood Tears to a boy, explaining its origin as a family heirloom won in battle against desert demons. She explains that her family was granted the title of Baron and entrusted to guard the Blood Tears after their ancestor presented the sword to the king. A man solemnly announces that the listener will one day become the Baron of the Strayer family and inherit its mission. A young woman receives an important command to live up to the sword as her father encourages her. A chained, legendary sword is displayed in a grand, cathedral-like room. Someone urgently demands the return of the sword outside a grand building. A desperate noble struggles against guards, begging the priest to return the blood tears. Two armored figures scold a man in white for causing a disturbance inside the temple. A disembodied voice warns Leonard not to misunderstand. A man in white declares that the restrained man's title and authority have been revoked due to his debts. A character glares in shock, suddenly realizing a dramatic truth. A resolute figure swiftly draws a sword, ready for confrontation. A furious man charges at two robed opponents, swinging his sword as one of them prepares to defend with a glowing staff. A devastating sword thrust lands, unleashing a surge of red energy through the combatant's torso. Blood sprays from his mouth as he collapses, desperately fighting to remain conscious. A young woman struggles against restraint, screaming in anguish as she watches her father collapse, bloodied and unresponsive. A sweating young man stands frozen in distress as he is harshly warned after his failed attack. A man in religious attire threatens the kneeling figure with execution for offending noble blood. A devastated figure collapses in anguish while 3 armored individuals ascend the steps of the Grand Palace. 12 years ago, this situation was normal. Dungeon investments surged, driving up item prices and flooding the market with financial products tied to dungeons. The collapse of the dungeon investment economy triggered a major crisis as raids failed and fraudulent guilds spread. The Temple of Light exploited investors by selling worthless financial products and hiding the imminent collapse to protect its own interests. Countless families were left destitute after the temple's financial scam forced them into poverty while the corrupt priests escaped punishment. A solemn man comforts a grieving woman as she recalls the influence of priest Aldine Lasker on her father. A red-haired warrior strikes down a kneeling armored man, ending his life as a shadowy figure watches. Driven by vengeance, someone scours the world for the elusive blood tears to challenge the Temple of Light. The furious young man demands an explanation, his glare filled with desperation. A distressed character demands to know why the master possesses the blood tears as a masked figure looms ominously in the background. A young man recalls advice his master gave him recently. The conversation shifts to revealing the identities of the cult leader and the 12 apostles. The cult leader appears, flanked by half of the 12 apostles, as chained figures watch from the shadows. A white-haired young man explains that the priests are high-ranking members of the Temple of Light. A startled figure reacts in disbelief to an unexpected event. The white-haired man exposes the lie about a promised revenge to the other figure. A group moves through the dark forest, secretly planning to deliver the dragon heart to the cult leader. A determined woman warns a serious man that if their plan fails, his chance for revenge will be lost forever. The character clenches his teeth in frustration as he realizes they have been deceived from the very beginning. A character desperately rejects the idea that their master has deceived them. A masked figure confronts the injured character in the rain, causing her to question how he knows what was once said to her. The cloaked figure stands alone, silently gathering determination. A group advances toward the ancient temple, illuminated by dramatic beams of light. They discover the entrance to the tomb of the abominable princess. The bandaged man senses an overwhelming and unfamiliar danger as he enters the ominous dungeon. An older man considers the challenge before him with clear interest. A lone figure watches as the ancient doors open, revealing one of the 8 legendary riddles of the world. A small group of armed figures advances cautiously through the dim, foggy corridor. A confident woman reminds the group that they have spent 10 years trying to clear this dungeon. One figure explains that the presence of purification tools indicates this floor was cleared and purified long ago. The dungeon is described as having 9 separate floors. The group has successfully cleared up to the 7th floor during their last raid. The group acknowledges their success in defeating the gatekeeper of the 8th floor. Hooded figures cautiously advance into the shadowy chamber on the 8th floor as ominous energy rises from below. A horde of green-eyed skeleton monsters emerges from the darkness. A skeletal undead entity surges forward, radiating menacing green energy. The team quickly assembles as orders are given to prepare for battle and form up. An armored man brandishes his flaming sword and issues a bold challenge to fight. A towering cathedral emerges against the glowing sunset, signaling the arrival at a crucial destination. A figure in ceremonial robes welcomes a guest on a sunlit balcony as they exchange formal greetings. A priest thanks his guests for providing defense forces when their own combatants were away on a raid. One character reassures another, emphasizing the importance of helping each other in difficult times. A group of armored soldiers assembles, preparing for the imminent battle. During Lucius's absence on a dungeon expedition, new arrivals reach the 3rd Parish Great Temple. A pressing question arises about whether the temple knights were sent from the capital parish. Someone instructs another to use the group for support. A man in ornate religious robes steps forward and formally introduces himself as the Cardinal of the Temple of Light. A skeletal creature with glowing green eyes unleashes a piercing scream. Armored warriors charge into fierce combat against a horde of skeleton soldiers as battle cries echo through the chaos. A hooded figure and a muscular man fight their way through an endless swarm of skeletons. A nervous, bandaged figure reveals that the tomb belonged to a powerful magician who used magic to lure thousands of followers inside. Human bones scatter violently across the ground as the destruction of skeletons continues. A surge of green energy blasts through the hallway, scattering the armored figures and skeleton warriors. A towering bone golem assembled from hundreds of skeletons is revealed inside the dark cathedral. A monstrous skeletal arm unleashes a devastating attack with its massive weapon, sending bones flying. A monstrous creature unleashes a devastating energy attack, scattering armored soldiers in all directions. A monstrous figure unleashes a devastating shockwave, scattering armored fighters and weapons through the chaos. A resolute spellcaster raises her glowing staff and summons magical golden chains to restrain her enemies. The monstrous creature is finally restrained by the glowing chains and enchanted staffs, creating a brief opportunity for the group. Armored warriors fight desperately against chained skeleton warriors as commands are shouted to break the restraints. A monstrous black hand struggles against glowing magical chains that restrain it. Thick, rocky roots strain against glowing magical chains that keep them tightly bound. The beast bursts free as the chains shatter, unleashing chaos. A man raises his glowing sword as golden energy gathers, invoking the goddess's guidance. A fierce warrior unleashes a lightning-charged sword attack, obliterating a group of skeletal enemies in a burst of energy. Two armored knights look ahead as one raises a battle axe, expressing admiration for Lord Matthias. The determined man urgently rallies everyone to focus as the situation intensifies. A menacing bone golem emerges at the end of the dark hallway, signaling a new threat. Someone urgently warns that the master controlling the bone golem is nearby. A skeleton mage appears, commanding lesser skeletons and preparing to attack with magic. A priest urges the team to target the mage before more bone golems appear, while a frustrated ally shouts back not to rush him. The group advances cautiously through the dark corridor as the rearguard prepares their spells to support an attack on the mage. The group attacks the giant monster's defenses, aiming to break through each barrier to get closer. Amid rising tension, the man urgently searches the area for a vital object to prevent chaos in the battle. A determined figure steps forward and orders everyone to stand aside, confronting the armored man. A golden armored warrior charges forward, unleashing a devastating attack with his radiant spear and shield. Three stunned figures tense up, sweat beading on their faces as they react to an unseen threat. A colossal golden energy beam tears through the stone corridor, destroying everything in its way. A skeleton collapses under the force of dark energy near the shattered monument. An ancient tombstone shatters, releasing green energy that once powered the skeleton mage. He explains that destroying the tombstone first makes it easier to confront the mage, but both can be eliminated simultaneously. With the mage and golem defeated, the fighters turn their focus to eliminating the remaining enemies. She observes the aftermath of the raid, realizing the spear of brilliant light destroyed a tombstone far faster than the rearguard ever could. He stares downward, realizing he has just witnessed the overwhelming power of a saint. A character assesses the immense power of equipment valued at 2 million gold. A long-haired armored figure channels crackling lightning, unleashing a surge of magical power. The group secures the cleared 8th floor, assigns healers to the wounded, and prepares the area with purification tools before setting up camp. A white-haired figure quietly sneaks down a shadowy corridor, slipping past 2 unsuspecting guards. The white-haired man cautiously inspects the old stone wall, searching for a hidden location. A hand suddenly presses a hidden brick in the stone wall, activating a secret mechanism. A character smirks in the shadows, having just discovered something important. A temporary conference room is assembled as someone unveils the map of the 9th floor and calls for everyone's attention. The group devises a plan to reach the boss room in 6 days by destroying only the tombstones along their route to save time. A stern armored man reminds a serious woman in a hood about their previous use of shortcuts to progress efficiently. A character recalls that their previous attempt using the same method ended in failure 1 year ago. 3 characters silently gauge each other, each on edge as they assess the tense situation. A gloved hand moves a chess piece across a map as someone recalls reaching the boss room entrance a year prior. While retreating from the gatekeeper, the group was ambushed by an undead army emerging from secret passages, resulting in heavy casualties. A woman in ceremonial attire instructs the group to eliminate all variables to avoid repeating past mistakes. The party faces a growing risk as dwindling numbers increase the pressure on those who remain. The knight lays out the raid's main objective: protect the captain's stamina and magic while escorting him to the boss room in peak condition. A character observes the captain and believes he can defeat the monster in his current state. A year ago, a battered figure collapsed in defeat amid the ruins and swirling darkness. 2 figures recoil in shock as an unexpected event unfolds before a tense crowd. A skeletal hand grips the boss room door, instantly crushing the group's morale as the gatekeeper is revealed. A skeletal figure in dark armor unleashes a surge of sinister energy, filling the area with ominous power. 3 characters whip their heads toward a sudden, piercing scream from off-panel. An armored man grips his weapon and demands an explanation for the sudden commotion. Startled, the male character reacts in shock to something unexpected. A monstrous Shoggoth attacks, throwing the area into chaos as people desperately call for healers. A panicked armored man realizes their strategy has failed as chaos erupts around him. He urgently realizes that someone has acted too soon, risking everything at the wrong moment. A man is struck on the forehead by a glowing golden light, leaving him visibly shocked. All 4 leaders simultaneously turn their attention to the same spot as a sudden realization strikes them. He relied on an unexplainable instinct to guide his decision. The protagonist narrows his gaze, preparing to confront the challenge ahead. The narration explains that those with great strength have an especially keen sense for danger. A hand wearing a ring presses a hidden brick in the stone wall, activating a concealed mechanism. A white-haired man cautiously examines a secret mechanism embedded in the stone wall. A gloved hand urgently turns the large, ornate wheel. 2 opponents face each other tensely on the cracked stone floor, one holding a staff ready for confrontation. Amidst the wreckage of a shattered platform, one figure stands at the center of magical devastation, while another waits behind with a staff, ready to assist. 3 armed figures brace themselves as a shadowy, lightning-charged presence emerges above them. A sudden realization spreads as the dungeon itself begins to move. The group discusses the powerful barrier protecting the boss room and the need to defeat the gatekeeper before entering. The group reviews the scouting team's findings and decides their only escape is to defeat the boss. A man in dark armor explains the findings from the magic letters engraved on the gate. An armored man explains that the walls cannot be destroyed because the protection magic intensifies deeper inside, making it impossible. A confident man hints at a secret countermeasure devised by the wealthy knight captain. The legendary Stake of Faith, a divine pillar owned by the Pope, is revealed as being temporarily rented for a steep price. A man wedges a divine artifact between the massive doors, confident that even their magical strength cannot destroy it. The group prepares to distract the boss and force him away from the entrance as part of their attack strategy. A tense plan unfolds as one character explains how another will steal the dragon heart and slip past the doors. A dark-haired man issues a sinister command to awaken the Shoggoths. The monstrous weapon Shoggoth is introduced, revealing its ability to gain power by consuming humans and corrupting anyone who encounters it. The captains are protected from the Shoggoth's mind corruption due to their strong magical resistance. Mind corruption spreads among the priests, causing chaos and buying time for the attackers as the Shoggoths unleash havoc on the battlefield. A group secretly plans to betray Lucius by creating an opening for their boss and then reporting a false failure to the temple. A group prepares to use special drugs that will temporarily nullify the slave's brand and resist priest commands before entering the boss room. A young man receives Hypnosis Ocarina from a shadowed figure to prepare for the mission. A shadowed figure lifts a red flute and smirks confidently. The enemy made extensive preparations for the raid. With a surge of anticipation, the protagonist prepares to activate the contraption, while robed figures watch from the background. A white-haired young man assesses the risk as he prepares to use a red horn-shaped object, reassured by the presence of multiple healers. A masked and bandaged character suddenly reacts in shock to the ominous music. A terrified opponent recoils as the hooded figure's arm transforms into a monstrous weapon during the battle. A horde of monstrous Shoggoths charges at the fleeing humans, spreading panic and chaos. A man urgently commands everyone to gather and encircle a group so the healers can purify them, while someone else watches from the shadows. A silver-haired man orders everyone to gather in one place as he prepares to take action. Zephyr charges forward at full speed, reaching out toward the wall. He sharpens his resolve, eyes blazing with determination as he prepares for the challenge ahead. He whips his head around, eyes wide as he reacts to a sudden threat behind him. The group moves cautiously through the fog-filled hallway as a monstrous shadow looms behind them. A tense conversation unfolds in the corridor as one figure reveals that a new ally has been assigned to support the mission. A bearded man in armor glares ahead, preparing for imminent danger. A hand searches the stone wall, pressing a loose brick to investigate a hidden mechanism. A white-haired man irritably turns a large wheel embedded in the stone wall, confronting someone watching him. A resolute hand quickly turns the ornate wheel, setting urgent events into motion. The ground splits violently beneath the two robed figures, signaling a sudden escalation. The dungeon once served as a shelter from the demons. 3 figures brace themselves in a shattered chamber as a monstrous shadow crackles with purple energy before them. A hidden mechanism is revealed that randomly alters the dungeon's internal layout as a defense. An immense feat was accomplished by moving every single structural material in the tomb. A lone figure stands atop the stone wall, silently surveying the mist-covered landscape below. The narrator recalls having previously spent time here with comrades. A long-haired figure blasts a glowing opponent backward with a surge of energy. After single-handedly defeating a berserk cockatrice nest, the group grows suspicious of his motives and considers interrogating him to see if he is a demon god worshipper. He realizes the tall silver-haired man is the same slave once mentioned by Matthias and suspects he might be a demon god worshipper. A determined figure brandishes a glowing weapon and shouts a command, forcing the branded slave to stop under the power of the mark. A white-haired figure charges forward, crackling with blue lightning, as a distant onlooker reacts in shock. A character recoils in shock as the relentless assault continues without pause. A man reveals that the special drugs will nullify the slave brand's effects and block the priest's control. A man grinds his teeth, suppressing his frustration as tension mounts. A furious warrior channels divine power and launches a devastating attack with his glowing sword. A swordsman unleashes a lightning charge strike at a shadowy, armored opponent as screams ring out. A deadly flexible sword called the Urumi is introduced, emphasizing its ability to hide easily and shred flesh like a whip. A shocked character recoils as blood splatters, witnessing a sudden betrayal. A resolute warrior raises his blood-stained sword, bracing for the imminent fight. A furious figure charges forward, launching a vengeful attack. The character braces for another imminent attack after blocking the previous one. A critical warning urges Zephyr to dodge the impending threat on his own. A figure unleashes a devastating lightning strike, sending blinding energy surging through the battlefield. A figure charges forward and releases a powerful, glowing energy slash. A white-haired young man releases a powerful burst of glowing energy. A cloaked figure swiftly dodges as a massive lightning blast crashes into a magic barrier. A long-haired character recoils in shock as energy flares around them, reacting to an unexpected revelation. The young man gathers a surge of glowing energy between his hands, preparing for a powerful attack. The protagonist boldly declares that no attack can harm him, intimidating his adversaries. A powerful blessing called Strong Luck is activated, temporarily surrounding the protagonist with a radiant golden aura. A winged woman calmly informs the protagonist about the divine regression perks granted by the gods. A determined young man prepares to change his fate as he returns to the past. Upon noticing the Strong Luck perk and its remaining uses, the protagonist instantly devises a new strategy. As the dungeon's protective contraption activates, the walls shift and a hidden path briefly appears, leading directly to the boss room. A figure launches himself into the air, energy swirling around him as he prepares to strike. A white-haired man charges forward, propelled by crackling energy. 2 figures confront each other in a glowing environment after one successfully tracks down the other. A character issues a bold challenge, confidently claiming they can match any ability. A white-haired character observes with a smirk as someone finalizes an important decision. An order is given to steal the dragon heart as the sun rises behind the fortress. One man accuses the other of planning to steal the item for himself instead of delivering it to the secret meeting place. Someone forcefully declares an impending prophecy. With urgency, the young man warns that survival depends on defeating the boss together. Startled by shocking news, the character reacts with wide eyes and visible alarm. One man angrily rejects the suggestion that the two of them should take on the boss alone. The young man commands someone to sit as he prepares to reveal his plan. The briefing concludes as the plan is finalized and questions are invited. Two figures quietly assess the risks of their plan, one visibly anxious as doubts linger. A character demands an explanation about the deadly consequences of fleeing with the dragon heart. The hooded character considers escaping using the speed of the Dragon King style and contemplates the power that would come from possessing the dragon heart. One character warns that absorbing the dragon heart without a special method will result in death due to its overwhelming magic power. Unable to absorb the dragon heart himself, the protagonist reveals he knows someone who can help. A shocking revelation is made as the identity of the carrier at the Third Parish Temple is revealed to be Cardinal Aldine Lasker. A dire warning is issued that the Twin Knights and the entire demon god cult will relentlessly pursue anyone who attempts to escape. A masked figure delivers a menacing proclamation amid swirling smoke and darkness. A white-haired young man firmly asserts the significance of the Dragon King-style sect leader. A pale-haired young man challenges his opponent's confidence with a piercing glare. The sharp-eyed character questions if the other can escape without assistance. A powerful green energy beam tears through the corridor, shattering the walls. A massive energy beam blasts downward, violently hurling two figures through the air. A tense confrontation erupts as one character questions the plan to deliver the dragon heart directly to the cult leader. The leader firmly rejects any changes to the group's original plan, insisting on strict adherence. A man questions whether the Temple of Light will become suspicious if the carrier draws too much attention. One figure assures the other that an exceptionally safe transport method has been arranged and instructs them to focus on their task. The intimidating executive reveals that the organization's secrets are carefully protected and acknowledges the truth of the supporters' statements. The protagonist reveals that his nemesis, a high-ranking member of the demon god cult, is closely involved in a critical operation with his master. A furious man is pinned down by a priest-like figure as he demands answers for the ruin of his life. Overwhelmed by the truth, one character realizes they have been deceived their entire life as a sinister figure stands behind them. Two figures charge toward the giant bone skull as energy swirls around them. A young man gathers crackling lightning energy in his hand, preparing to unleash his power. A furious magical attack obliterates the skeleton horde as two figures stand amid the explosion. Fueled by wrath, the determined figure charges forward, vowing to annihilate both the demon god worshippers and the Temple of Light. Two figures race urgently through the mist as one demands the other to focus on running or risk failing their mission. The young man clenches his fists and shouts his realization, surging forward with determination. Zephyr urges caution, warning against letting emotions take control. A massive surge of energy blasts through the battlefield, hurling a figure backward. The figure charges through the glowing, mist-covered doorway, breaking past the magical barrier. A surge of forbidden green energy bursts from the sealed magic box. A menacing armored guardian emerges and stands watch as a lone figure advances through the glowing portal. A skull-faced figure materializes from swirling dark energy, radiating ominous power. The two warriors surge forward, enveloped in swirling energy as they rush into battle. A gauntlet hand draws a sword shrouded in dark energy. A menacing armored figure unleashes a surge of dark energy with a massive, glowing weapon. Zephyr urgently commands everyone to jump. A dark armored figure unleashes a massive surge of purple energy, tearing through the surroundings. The two sprint through the swirling mist as they finally spot their goal ahead. A shadowy figure spots the gap that leads to the boss room. Explosions of energy tear through the battlefield as a powerful attack is unleashed. Two opponents collide midair, unleashing a fierce surge of magical energy. A glowing green barrier suddenly blocks the empty corridor. A powerful strike sends one combatant flying as the battle reaches its climax. Two cloaked figures collapse to the ground, struggling to catch their breath as a mysterious glow shines above them. After a tense moment, one figure exhales in relief while the other stands silently, both processing the unexpected outcome. Two figures enter the ominous boss room, facing a glowing chained obelisk. The character scans the empty area, quickly realizing the boss is missing. Someone demands to know the other person's identity. With unwavering determination, the character glares intensely ahead. A fierce, determined gaze signals unwavering resolve. Someone senses the lingering energy of their knight beyond the sealed door. A mysterious figure confronts an unexpected intruder amid streaks of blinding white light. A ghostly woman shrouded in star-studded robes confronts the intruder and demands to know why they have disturbed the royal family's slumber. The group realizes the walls have stopped moving, signaling their victory over the Shoggoths. A priestess quickly orders the survivors to gather and count their numbers in the devastated hall. A tense subordinate asks the captain for instructions as uncertainty hangs in the air. A radiant figure shouts in shock as the slave brand is suddenly nullified before everyone. The cloaked figure charges forward, crackling with blue lightning, unfazed by the attempted command. A character silently questions whether someone was never branded as a slave or possesses something that cancels the brand's effect. Shoggoths suddenly emerged, escalating the danger. He turns the large wheel mechanism, activating the hidden contraption in the wall. The armored figure braces as the dungeon begins to shift, signaling an imminent threat. An unknown number of demon god worshippers pose a growing threat. A stern figure accuses the group of harboring hidden enemies. Despite choosing only the most trustworthy people and their direct subordinates, doubt and anxiety remain. An armored superior demands information from his subordinate about the identities and affiliations of two recent escapees. A subordinate informs his superior that the silver-haired one is Zephyr, and the one in red is Ned, explaining that Zephyr joined the party through Ned's recommendation. A character suddenly realizes that Ned is directly connected to Sir Matthias. An armored figure steps from the mist, gripping a sword and radiating an ominous presence. Furious over the chaos left behind, a man glares as enemies flee from the scene. A furious figure laments the complete failure of their plan, gripping a sword tightly in frustration. The leader abruptly halts the operation and orders everyone to prepare for something unexpected. A resolute man delivers a grim ultimatum, making it clear that survival depends on killing or being killed. A masked figure and an older man with long hair advance together with determination. An armored knight leads a determined advance toward a tense standoff with a watchful opponent. A stern figure demands an explanation from Matthias. A man brandishes his sword and boldly challenges his opponent without hesitation. A radiant figure appears atop the temple steps as two wary onlookers observe in tense silence. The character is stunned upon realizing that the tomb belongs to Princess Eurydie. A character reels in shock after learning that the infamous princess who slaughtered her people 1,000 years ago has been revealed. She is remembered for her serene and beautiful presence. The protagonist questions the truth of historical records and regrets raiding the tomb for a dragon heart that might not exist. A single, red eye stares mournfully, revealing deep sorrow. A somber figure silently wishes to ease someone else's sorrow. A determined figure slams his hand to the ground, vowing to do anything for her. A white-haired man restrains another as dark energy and a glowing magic circle surge from the ground. He mocks his opponent's vulnerability, noting that his mentality is shaken by his master's betrayal. A character stares ahead in shock upon noticing a magic circle. The protagonist spots a magic trap on the ground and narrowly avoids triggering it. A sinister entity writhes within an arcane containment circle as two bystanders watch. A masked figure threatens their opponent with a malicious grin, radiating red energy. A white-haired young man braces himself as a threat rushes toward him at high speed. A shadowy figure unleashes a devastating surge of red and black energy with blinding speed. A monstrous entity looms menacingly over two cloaked figures who prepare to confront it. The monstrous figure unleashes a deadly threat, roaring with rage and dark energy. A colossal, spectral bird-like entity with vibrant wings descends rapidly toward the two cloaked figures below. Two warriors charge forward with swords drawn, one having just broken free from an illusion. The two opponents collide mid-battle, unleashing a surge of blue and red magical energy. A white-haired young man unleashes a swirling dark power as he activates his skill. Deadly red and blue magical hands drain stamina and magic from victims, a technique used by the magician to overwhelm parties in the dungeon. Despite being on the verge of collapse, he manages to defeat his relentless opponent. He steadies his resolve, eyes sharp and unwavering as he prepares for the next move. A powerful skill called Wall of Iron is revealed, with all accumulated fatigue and damage returning as debt when magic power runs out. A masked figure glares intensely, preparing for an imminent confrontation. Rain pours over the crumbling stone wall, revealing the extent of the ruin. Two armed factions confront each other in the foggy courtyard, each group's leader standing ready at the front. A long-haired character confronts Matthias, demanding to know why he is sabotaging 10 years of effort. A suspicious character demands to know when the other switched allegiances. A tense silence fills the air as the man stares forward, assessing the situation. Realizing the interrogation is deliberate, the protagonist quickly assesses the clues that have exposed his true abilities. He clenches his jaw, barely containing his anger. He weighs the risks of escaping the dungeon, knowing failure means death at the hands of the cult. He raises his sword and prepares to strike, resolved to kill his opponent to survive. A cloaked swordsman taunts his opponent as tension thickens in the mist. A sly man hints that he knows a troubling secret. A lone observer assesses the challenge of facing a heavily armed group led by the Saint, accompanied by elite healers and priests, without any monstrous allies. Refusing to give up, the leader insists there is still a way forward as the group prepares to face their enemies. A hooded figure reveals that their enemies are unaware of hidden allies positioned elsewhere. The determined character focuses intently, preparing to create an opening for a counterattack. One armored figure discreetly draws a dagger behind their back as the bandaged observer quickly notices the move. A masked figure signals to proceed with the drug plan, preparing to execute the next phase. A gloved hand pulls out a vial of suspicious liquid, ready to nullify the slave's brand for a secretive plan. A confident man challenges his opponent to a duel, promising to reveal everything if he is defeated. A resolute figure locks eyes forward, bracing himself for the confrontation ahead. A hand rises, signaling the number 2 as the countdown continues. A tense man sets a condition for victory as the challenge unfolds. A hand moves into a precise gesture, initiating the casting of a spell. An intense figure addresses the group with a commanding tone. The priest of light uses the slave's brand to force his command upon those marked. He realizes he failed to act in time and reacts with frustration. The character collapses to the ground, shattering a glass vial. A cloaked figure recoils in shock as the armored person begins a disturbing transformation. 3 men, surrounded by supernatural energy and gripping enchanted swords, reveal they are being forced to fight against their will. A furious man with glowing green eyes berates his subordinates for their incompetence. An armored figure explains that the slaves will obey only his commands, making it impossible to stop their attacks without defeating them. A character with long blonde hair expresses regret to Matthias. 2 men in ornate cloaks make a dramatic entrance, standing side by side in a burst of light. The protagonist recalls forming a friendship upon entering the academy at age 12. The narrator reflects on enduring many hardships together up to the age of 32. 2 warriors brace themselves back to back as a group of monsters advances toward them. The two form a silent bond, understanding each other completely without speaking. With unwavering resolve, the protagonist steels himself for what comes next. The protagonist orders the enemy to dismantle the trap as a powerful attack cuts through the horde. 2 cloaked figures lie motionless on the ground, overpowered by sinister green tendrils curling around them. A massive black centipede violently erupts from someone's mouth as they cry out in agony. A monstrous centipede covered in blood and debris emerges, revealing itself. It is revealed that the branded worms are insects cultivated inside the bodies of demon god worshippers. The demon god worshippers gain enhanced combat abilities from a branded worm, which allows them to hold dual roles as temple priest or slave and worshipper by circumventing the rule of only one divine brand per body. A monstrous insect-like creature is slammed into the ground, letting out a sharp cry. A long-haired man angrily criticizes his subordinate for failing to select worthy slaves. A heavily armored figure uses glowing chains to subdue a group revealed as demon god worshippers. A tense observer watches in awe as Sir Matthias swiftly defeats over 30 opponents in just 30 seconds. An armored figure demonstrates overwhelming strength, easily subduing a chained opponent. The chained man struggles to break free, frustration etched across his battered face. Despite relentless attacks, the swordsman fails to land a single hit on his evasive opponent. Realizing his overwhelming defeat, the battered man acknowledges the vast gap in strength between himself and the saint. A solitary armored figure stands in the darkness, questioning whether his fate has been determined by a higher power. A wounded figure is pinned to the ground by glowing chains and a spear, violently coughing up blood. The chained man forcefully expels a glowing red orb from his mouth, straining in pain. A male character steels himself, his eye burning with determination as he prepares for a crucial confrontation. Lucius confronts his betrayer and demands to know the reason for the betrayal. The battered, chained man taunts his captor with a sinister smirk. The menacing figure delivers a deadly threat, his eyes glowing red with malice. A defiant glare signals a bold challenge as the character confronts their opponent. A character recoils in shock, suddenly recognizing something unexpected. Blood drips from the character's grinning mouth as he grits his teeth, unfazed by the brutal impact. Dark energy surges as the figure breaks free from the chains, unleashing overwhelming power. A confident man unveils the Stone of Revelation, explaining its power to transform humans into demons through resonance with the branded worm. A shadowy, clawed hand emerges, delivering a dire warning to use its power only at the final moment. A warning is given that using the claw's power will permanently strip away one's humanity. A resentful figure glares intensely, declaring that everything belonging to Lucius was meant to be his. Surrounded by swirling darkness, the figure unleashes demonic power, rejecting humanity to defy fate. A determined figure urgently commands the others to attack while the enemy's power remains unstable. A priest unleashes a surge of radiant energy, dramatically boosting all allies' abilities on the battlefield. The armored knights surge forward, empowered by the golden energy crackling around them. A blinding surge of golden magic crashes down, engulfing the monstrous figure in overwhelming light. The armored figure shrugs off the attack and advances, unfazed. A towering figure hurls a devastating, electrified blast of energy from its outstretched claws. The character's eye sharpens with intensity as hidden power surges within. An armored figure strikes down with a lightning-charged attack against the horned monster. A massive surge of yellow lightning and energy erupts violently across the scene. Two armored knights urgently call out to their captain, bracing for action. Two armored figures recoil in shock as an unexpected event unfolds amid swirling smoke. A gloved hand seizes the lightning-infused weapon as energy crackles through the air. Two armored figures collide midair in a fierce duel, their weapons clashing with explosive force amid swirling mist. Two armored soldiers brace themselves, anxiously preparing for the captain's incoming attack. A character recoils in shock upon realizing their attempt has failed. A hooded character anxiously considers how to support their ally after realizing even powerful items are ineffective. A sudden realization flashes across the character's face as they remember a crucial resource. A stern armored man entrusts a legendary item called the Stake of Faith to a solemn woman, instructing her to use it as needed and noting it is stored in a subspace case. Clutching the staff, the woman urgently prepares to use its power to connect with the captain and turn the tide. A character reacts in shock to something unexpected. A character frantically searches their belt and realizes the Stake of Faith is missing. The character examines a glowing scroll, trying to uncover its secrets. He admires the audacious strategy while gripping the mysterious dark object. Two combatants collide midair as a surge of magical energy erupts between them. A young man surges forward, gathering energy as he charges into action. Two cloaked figures stand ready as a monstrous apparition emerges, radiating hostile energy. A character realizes the enemy's skill vanishes after being avoided for 15 seconds, confirming the strategy is working. The character quickly determines that the enemy cannot perform consecutive wide-area attacks. The process and risks of casting advanced magic are explained, emphasizing the need to alternate large and small spells to avoid overloading the brain. An urgent opportunity to strike appears. A monstrous figure is violently restrained by thorny, red tendrils. The cloaked fighter swiftly evades as the monstrous figure erupts with red, branch-like appendages. Two sword wielders leap over the massive thorn vines, urgently initiating their escape. A figure unleashes a powerful dual-element attack, causing red and blue energies to explode amid thorny vines. A reflective narration explains that life consists of a series of endless unexpected situations. Zephyr braces himself as the dragon-like monster lunges at him. The narration acknowledges that knowing the future does not guarantee complete foresight. A determined figure activates the Twilight Longsword, unleashing its powerful magic energy. A white-haired swordsman strikes the monstrous dragon-like creatures with a lightning-charged attack in the midst of the storm. The focus shifts to considering the importance of what has been accumulated so far. A monstrous beast thrashes in agony as glowing red vines tighten around its body in the pouring rain. A silent moment of reflection questions the strength of inner resolve amid adversity. With unwavering resolve, the protagonist raises his sword and prepares to strike. The protagonist reflects on his need to persevere through sudden challenges. The protagonist raises his sword, ready to launch an attack. The protagonist unleashes a lightning-charged sword technique, striking at his opponent with overwhelming force. The protagonist braces himself with his sword, blocking a devastating blow from the massive enemy. A restrained figure bursts with dark energy, struggling to break free. A violent surge of monstrous dark energy erupts, overwhelming the struggling figure. He reacts in shock, eyes wide as he notices something alarming. He steps forward from the shadows, resolute and ready to keep fighting. A massive, dark creature begins to shift its form as the confrontation escalates. The protagonist smirks confidently, signaling readiness for the next move. A cloaked figure grins eagerly, sensing the critical moment finally arrive. Zephyr faces a massive shadowy entity radiating dark energy, preparing for battle. A white-haired man dashes forward with a glowing sword as a cloaked figure shouts in alarm. The determined character charges ahead, shouting with urgency and sweat on their face. A cloaked figure rises upward, unleashing a surge of magical energy. The group realizes that even their most powerful secret arts can't defeat the monster, which transforms into an even stronger form when its head is destroyed. They learn the creature is defenseless and unable to use skills for a brief moment during its transformation. As energy gathers in his hands, the protagonist braces himself to strike at the creature's vulnerable moment. The protagonist seizes the glowing artifact as energy erupts from its core. A cloaked figure slams down a giant glowing sword, releasing a massive surge of golden energy. Radiant energy bursts from the cross-shaped weapon as it reacts to malicious power. Monstrous figures writhe and shriek as the holy light forces them back. A furious warrior unleashes a massive energy attack, driving the assault forward. The protagonist outlines the plan to use the stake of faith for maximum damage while ensuring the enemy cannot remove it. The weapon's divine energy is finite, and once depleted, it becomes useless despite Lucius's costly efforts to obtain it. The young man unleashes a reckless, powerful attack with his massive sword, unconcerned about the cost. A large ornate cross suddenly erupts in mystical flames. The stake of faith's flames abruptly die out, leaving the artifact powerless. The enemy is confirmed to be incapacitated as the aftermath of the battle settles beneath the massive cross. Zephyr inspects his broken weapon and realizes all his enchanted gear is depleted after the relentless fight. He drinks a mana potion, urgently considering the fate of his allies and the threat of demonification. 3 glass vials shatter on the rocky ground, signaling the start of a risky plan. A monstrous shadowy figure with a glowing red eye emerges from the swirling darkness. A lone figure stands silently in the mist, surveying the tense scene ahead. One character urgently warns another to stop, explaining that reviving the creature would trigger the arrival of the gatekeeper. The group sets out to search for the dragon heart. A serious-faced character offers a healing potion and urges caution before the search begins. The white-haired figure turns and walks away while the red-haired character watches in tense silence. A red-haired man reflects in amazement that a dungeon boss, considered one of the world's greatest mysteries, was defeated by just 2 people. The speaker admits that their recent success was only possible because of someone else's plan. Sensing imminent danger, the protagonist narrows his eyes and braces for what's coming next. An overwhelming presence dominates the scene, casting a sense of superiority over everything below. A shocked figure faces a sudden and imposing arrival in the mist. 2 figures stand ready as glowing eyes appear from the darkness behind a massive door. A figure steps forward, pressing a booted foot near a staff crackling with purple energy. A shadowy armored figure unleashes a surge of dark energy, gripping a massive weapon as ominous smoke swirls around. A sinister surge of dark energy begins to swirl through the shadows. 2 figures stand before a massive, ominous stone door crackling with dark energy. A figure cries out in pain as dark energy engulfs him. A surge of ominous mana gathers around the sinister core. A shadowy figure with a glowing red eye emerges from the swirling dark mist. 2 figures brace themselves as a colossal, shadowy apparition surges with overwhelming magical energy before them. A surge of dark energy engulfs the group, leaving one person bracing for impact while another reacts in shock. Someone admits their confusion. Realizing his actions change the future, he understands the dungeon events are unfolding differently than before. A figure with long white hair is engulfed by swirling dark energy and red flames, struggling against the consuming force. A shadowy figure with long white hair stands silently as a massive cross burns intensely before them. A masked figure unleashes a surge of dark energy, extending its clawed hand menacingly. A lone figure in a tattered cloak appears atop a burning cross-shaped platform, surrounded by flames and crackling energy. A menacing figure unleashes a surge of dark power, its glowing red eyes fixed forward. Zephyr strikes with a lightning-charged sword, unleashing a devastating attack on his monstrous opponent in the midst of battle. A silver-haired warrior unleashes a powerful attack, swinging his glowing sword as blue energy surges around him. A young man unleashes a powerful sword strike with fierce determination. The 2 opponents collide in a burst of lightning and energy, their weapons clashing with explosive force. The character recoils in shock upon realizing the attack had no effect. He suddenly realizes the true nature of a powerful skill. A shadowy figure unleashes ancient space-distorting magic, filling the scene with ominous energy. A cloaked figure activates a glowing magic circle on the ground. A lone figure swiftly dodges the massive, glowing thorny vines erupting from a magic circle. A character reacts in shock, eyes wide with alarm. A shadowy monster with glowing red eyes suddenly lunges at the pink-haired character. A monstrous spectral entity with glowing red eyes charges forward in a sudden attack. A startled character recoils as something speeds past unexpectedly. Zephyr thrusts his hand forward and unleashes a powerful burst of energy to block the attack. Zephyr unleashes a glowing web-like attack at the shadowy opponent. The young man wraps his fists in energy and steps forward, challenging his opponent. A figure endures a surge of dark power, grimacing in pain as red, glowing eyes flare with intensity. A young man charges forward with energy-wrapped fists, issuing a bold challenge. A masked figure growls in agony as dark energy surges around them. A character channels powerful blue energy through their clenched fist, preparing to unleash magic. A character activates a mana reinforcement technique, intensifying the atmosphere. A white-haired man unleashes a devastating energy slash as swirling lights and shadows erupt around him. He prepares to strike, waiting for the opponent's defense to drop at the critical moment. A colossal demonic wing surges forward, radiating ominous red energy as it prepares to strike. A menacing figure unleashes a sinister transformation as crimson, thorn-covered tendrils erupt amidst swirling red energy. A cloaked figure defiantly raises his arm as he confronts the monstrous eye staring back at him. A cloaked figure unleashes a lightning-charged sword attack, sending a wave of energy through the air. He smirks with satisfaction as his attack lands successfully. A glowing, red-bladed weapon suddenly appears beside the protagonist's face, and he reacts in shock. A man swings his glowing, bloodied sword down with fierce determination. A hooded figure activates the forbidden black mirror magic, preparing to reflect incoming damage with amplified force. A hand channels ominous red energy, preparing to unleash a mysterious power. A cloaked figure releases a powerful surge of dark energy. A character with long reddish hair screams in pain as dark red and blue energy engulfs them. A clenched fist surges forward, unleashing a devastating punch. Blue energy surges as he drives a powerful punch into the monstrous creature. A fierce lightning-charged attack strikes the monstrous foe. A hooded figure with glowing red eyes summons swirling magical runes, casting a dark spell. Zephyr channels a surge of blue energy through his fingers, preparing to unleash his power. A dark, clawed hand surges with energy as its pressure points are activated. A white-haired figure uses an Eastern technique to block the foe's mana by pressing their meridians, preventing any skill activation. Zephyr focuses intensely as he blocks the powerful flow of mana, realizing his training has prepared him for this moment. A monstrous creature with red eyes lunges forward in a sudden attack. A humanoid figure with glowing red eyes is blasted in the chest by intense energy beams. Zephyr reveals that he secretly trapped his opponent with webs while targeting its pressure points. Zephyr charges at the monstrous creature, unleashing blue lightning as they collide in a fierce battle. A monstrous creature unleashes a furious scream as its red eye glows in the swirling smoke. A powerful rosary that grants anyone a single use of healing magic is introduced as a valuable new item. A white-haired young man unleashes a powerful burst of blue energy from his hands. 3 marked metal tokens streak through the air as only 9 seconds remain before the dark hand vanishes. A young man clenches his teeth in agony as a surge of magical energy erupts from his body. A silver-haired man declares that his actions will prevent a death. The white-haired young man unleashes a furious, explosive outburst. A sinister figure unleashes a massive, glowing spiked whip toward a fast-moving enemy. A white-haired young man braces himself as a burst of energy explodes around him. The protagonist reels in shock as the pressure points are undone within seconds. Thorny vines wrap tightly around the protagonist, forcing him to struggle desperately to break free. A white-haired character braces for impact as a floating spellcaster unleashes a barrage of fiery energy orbs. The man smirks with determination as he reacts to the unexpected turn of events. A lone figure braces against a massive, fiery explosion erupting across the scene. A ceramic cup crashes to the floor and shatters. One woman expresses concern as her companion admits she was just lost in thought. A hand is cut while attempting to pick up a broken shard. A woman in a white robe kneels silently on the floor, clasping her hands in distress as torn fabric lies beside her. A foreboding message appears, delivering a warning to the reader. She remains silent, lost in deep thought. She reflects on whether the items she provided are being put to good use. A cloaked figure regrets not providing a higher capacity rosary. A bloodied figure collapses to the floor, a broken necklace and smears of blood scattered nearby. A wounded man drags himself forward through a hostile environment as dark energy closes in around him. A bloodied figure with long hair collapses face down on the misty ground, overcome by injuries. Zephyr, bloodied and frustrated, realizes they have lost control of the battle's momentum. A lone figure scoffs at the so-called great challenges, confident they were trivial before their regression. He stands alone under the spotlight, overwhelmed by the realization of his own weakness. All of the consumable items have been used up. Surrounded by the wreckage, the character realizes that all his weapons and armor have been destroyed. Broken horns and shattered potion bottles litter the dark ground, marking the aftermath of destruction. He desperately questions what remains for him after all he has lost. Wounded and determined, the protagonist questions the true value of the regression perks granted by the gods. A skill contract reveals that all fatigue and damage from using the Wall of Iron will be repaid as debt when mana runs out, prompting the protagonist to realize his adversary is openly targeting his life. The protagonist hesitates, realizing that hatching the divine beast egg could put him in grave danger. The protagonist carefully considers when to use the limited power of strong luck, knowing a mistake could lead to certain defeat. The panel introduces the Sword of Light, a powerful divine weapon that incinerates the unworthy and has strict requirements except for priests of light. The protagonist realizes that accepting the revived perk means losing his free will and becoming a puppet to the god who grants it. Unable to find a way out, the character realizes none of the available perks can help in this dire situation. A grim warning is delivered, rejecting any notion of goodwill or gifts. The winged woman commands the armored figure to prove himself in the grand, illuminated hall. The winged woman explains that these trials exist solely for the god's amusement. Glowing chains restrain the protagonist as multiple hands hold him captive, forcing him to endure despair. A cloaked figure unleashes a surge of dark energy over a wounded opponent lying on the ground. A character faces a desperate situation and prepares to make a crucial decision in the face of possible death. The character contemplates the inevitability of their plan failing despite any effort. Bloodied and battered, he steels himself to keep fighting. The protagonist firmly vows to take action. A bloodied hand presses a finger to the ground, tracing a glowing red line to activate a ritual. A harsh declaration is delivered, shaking everyone present. A bloodied finger traces a glowing symbol on the ground, activating a ritual. A massive surge of energy erupts, overwhelming everything in its path. White hair and feathers fall silently against the blue sky. Glowing white wings unfurl and radiate a blue aura. A powerful angelic figure confronts the wounded man, demanding an explanation for his actions. A stern woman demands an explanation for how a human knows about a forbidden symbol. Smirking despite his wounds, Zephyr realizes his opponent is even stronger than expected. A forbidden symbol appears, revealing its connection to a past defeat of the gods and the deadly punishment for anyone who draws it. A white-haired character draws a blood symbol on the ground, initiating a forbidden ritual that risks triggering immediate divine punishment. A powerful surge of energy fills the scene as someone accepts their destined end. A wounded man kneels before a powerful, radiant figure as glowing runes illuminate the scene. The injured man realizes he is safe behind the barrier and decides to use the opportunity to recover. An angelic figure demands to know how the other person is aware of a forbidden symbol. The wounded man questions how a powerful being managed to appear in a world where such entry should be impossible. A radiant figure reveals to the wounded man that she was responsible for sending him back to the past and explains the angelic right to enter the lower world. A determined character delivers a stern warning, making it clear they will not concede again. A character urgently confronts another about their knowledge of a forbidden symbol. A woman stares upward in shock as a blue light suddenly beams down toward her. A defiant young man demands payment before revealing any information. A stunned character confronts someone, questioning their sanity. A radiant, winged figure descends before the kneeling man as energy swirls around them. The protagonist realizes his finger is immobilized by a mysterious force, suspecting it is the angel's skill. A winged figure delivers a stern warning, declaring that the gods are enraged and demanding punishment for the forbidden act of drawing the divine symbol. A winged woman confronts a bloodied man, and he defiantly challenges her to kill him. A female character stares ahead, visibly shocked as she processes a sudden revelation. A battered young man glares forward and boldly challenges his opponent to act if they dare. The protagonist reviews the powerful perks and artifacts granted by the gods, analyzing their potential risks and rewards. A demonic figure grants a double-edged sword to the cornered knight, expecting a dramatic struggle rather than a simple defeat. A powerful entity offers immense power to the kneeling warrior, seeking to claim him before others can. A bloodied finger draws a mysterious symbol on the ground as an ominous red light glows. A tense confrontation unfolds as the angelic woman demands to know the true intentions behind summoning her before the symbol was completed. Wounded and desperate, the protagonist demands greater power from the gods, refusing to continue with his current abilities. The protagonist defiantly calls out to the gods, challenging them about the consequences of his death. The battered young man defiantly challenges the onlookers, demanding if they will take action or remain passive as he warns of the consequences of losing him. Someone urges others to take a risky gamble while the opportunity is available. 3 gods appear and announce that they are offering a chance to everyone present. Several deities appear as a mysterious woman urgently calls out to Zephyr. A radiant armored figure appears in silence, emanating an overwhelming presence. An armored figure steps into the scene, bathed in ominous blue light. A winged figure taunts an unseen opponent with a defiant glare. A battered man and a serene figure brace themselves as a powerful blue light descends from above. Zephyr, bloodied and wide-eyed, halts as a sudden realization strikes him. An anguished winged figure cries out, demanding to know if this is truly what everyone wants. A surge of destructive energy explodes in the chamber, engulfing the surroundings. A cloaked figure is struck by lightning and trapped by dark, thorny vines. A masked figure unleashes a menacing glare, filling the air with a sense of imminent danger. A shadowy figure steps forward through the mist and confronts the cloaked person. The protagonist reappears through the mist, showing confidence after his struggle. A monstrous figure unleashes a piercing cry, radiating dark energy as it glares menacingly. Red and blue energy claws burst from the magic circle in a surge of power. A shirtless, white-haired man stands his ground as a massive, demonic claw charged with red and black energy crashes down toward him. A monstrous figure shrouded in shadow releases a devastating, bird-shaped energy attack. A shadowy figure unleashes a massive, fiery energy blast, shaking the battlefield. A hidden power surges as a single, glowing red eye appears amid swirling shadows. A lone figure releases a devastating surge of energy, filling the area with swirling red and blue power. A hand crackling with energy grips a glowing sword, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. An injured man summons the Sword of Light as its restrictions are lifted. A radiant divine figure bestows a powerful sword and promises even greater treasures from her collection. A masked figure demands an explanation from the Goddess of Light for allowing a human to wield a divine artifact. The character defiantly insists on keeping what he claims as his own. A powerful deity seated on a throne reflects on actions he considers unworthy of his status as one of the 3 great gods. A cautious man considers the god of death's unusual interest in a certain human and decides not to hand him over without understanding the god's intentions. The protagonist charges at the shadowy, red-eyed enemy with a lightning-infused weapon. A masked figure unleashes a surge of space-distorting power, filling the area with swirling dark energy. A figure unleashes a massive, swirling energy blast from his outstretched hand. A fierce duel erupts as a muscular man clashes weapons with a cloaked attacker, energy crackling around them. Someone doubts that human magic could ever block a divine artifact. Zephyr channels lightning through his weapon, bracing himself for the next attack. A powerful sword of light skill is unleashed, filling the area with a radiant golden aura. A colossal pillar of golden light slams down, engulfing the area with explosive energy. A massive arena is engulfed in swirling dust. A shadowy hand disintegrates, releasing a surge of swirling white energy. Dark energy rapidly engulfs the hand as a dramatic transformation begins. A weakened, silver-haired character lies down and utters a faint sound. A bloodied young man checks if the woman in ceremonial garb has regained consciousness. A surge of light energy erupts as Zephyr unleashes a powerful curse removal skill, successfully lifting the curse. A pale figure is unveiled, revealing Eurydice's true appearance under an ethereal glow. She reflects on the lingering fear from a long, terrifying dream. A desperate figure, struggling with inner darkness, demands to know the identity of the one who drove away the evil within. The bloodied young man steps forward and declares himself the successor of Princess Eurydice, one of the 12 heroes. A knight kneels and presents the dragon heart to the princess as the sun sets. A solemn figure hands over a glowing artifact to his knight, marking a moment of recognition and responsibility. She firmly corrects how she wants to be addressed. She asks about the promise to reveal something after the battle with Kaiserys. A character removes his helmet, revealing his face as light reflects off the metal. A tense atmosphere builds as the narration signals an important turning point. A dark-haired man grabs the collar of a white-haired woman, confronting her at close range with intense tension between them. Someone reflects on their past mistake, realizing their hope for happiness was naive. A hidden chamber is revealed, containing a powerful magic circle shaped like the Tree of Life. A white-haired figure reveals the terrible price paid to purify the dragon heart, while supporting a weakened woman in a glowing, mystical setting. A pale woman expresses heartfelt gratitude to her rescuers, unsure how to repay their kindness. A weary character acknowledges that their forcibly extended life is nearing its end as their body reaches its limit. A white-haired woman with red eyes demands to know the reason for wanting the dragon heart. He prepares to act immediately, realizing there is no time to explain. A character activates a memory-reading skill by offering their hand to be touched. A colossal demonic dragon looms over the defeated armored warrior as flames engulf the city. A fierce blast of mystical energy erupts, forming the shape of a ghostly woman as the attack is unleashed. The armored figure kneels in astonishment, overwhelmed by the grandeur of the sacred hall. A shocked observer witnesses a powerful magical ritual being activated. A crowned woman extends her hand and prepares to guide someone through the surrounding flames. Haunted by repeated failures, the cloaked figure reflects on being unable to save anyone from the monster. Surrounded by flames, the teary-eyed character smiles softly despite the chaos. A lone figure channels a surge of magical energy at the center of a massive glowing circle. An armored warrior launches a fierce mid-air attack against a massive horned demon surrounded by blinding green energy. A masked fighter charges forward, unleashing a blazing assault while taunting the opponent. Despite his usual strength and support, the character struggles to defend against an unexpectedly powerful attack. A shadowy armored figure is overwhelmed as the strengthening buff vanishes upon contact with the dark energy. The transformed figure revels in overwhelming power, exuding a triumphant and ominous aura. A fiery blast erupts as one figure launches an attack, sending another flying backward. A massive explosion engulfs the area, blasting everything in its path. A character is overwhelmed by a sudden surge of flames and screams in pain. Amid the chaos, two men struggle to dodge relentless attacks, unable to join the main battle. A hooded man stares in awe as he witnesses the overwhelming power of the demon race. A hooded figure secretly plots to kill the priest leaders in hopes of obtaining a powerful artifact. A hooded figure draws his sword and coldly justifies the killing as an act of religious consequence. A hooded figure grips a dagger as dark, smoky energy swirls around them. A surge of dark energy bursts forth as a powerful summoning spell is unleashed. Two cloaked men are suddenly attacked by monstrous tentacles, sending blood spraying everywhere. A stunned priest realizes that many of his fellow priests are actually demon god worshippers. A giant centipede monster bursts forth, shrouded in dark smoke. A transformed figure absorbs the power of branded worms from nearby worshippers, growing stronger. A sinister figure unleashes a swirling dark energy with a giant eye at its center, threatening to exploit the lives of those before him. A blonde-haired character urgently warns the group to strengthen their defenses against a dangerous skill. A white-haired warrior unleashes a devastating surge of fire and lightning, obliterating the airborne enemies. A shadowy figure is consumed by intense flames as chaos erupts around them. An armored figure struggles to withstand a surge of fiery magic, grimacing in pain. Surrounded by blazing flames, a determined figure steps forward to stop further wrongdoing. A furious figure rejects the accusation with a furious outburst. A 7-year-old boy unexpectedly receives the stigmata, shocking onlookers who never considered him a candidate. The rules of the saint selection are explained, revealing that candidates train until age 15. The tournament winner performs the ritual, and the stigmata is received, though someone has already obtained it. Fearing the loss of both status and investment, the anxious figure panics about being replaced as the saint candidate and urgently considers retrieving their money. The scriptures warn that a non-candidate receiving a stigmata signals impending chaos and marks the resurgence of the Temple of Light's influence. A character exposes the saint's father for exploiting her blessing to extort wealth from devoted followers. An anguished man furiously accuses a family of causing financial ruin and driving people to suicide. A furious character unleashes a glowing attack, confronting what they believe to be evil. A furious figure shrouded in darkness clenches their fist and vehemently accuses the others of enabling evil and refusing to take responsibility for their actions. A monstrous figure unleashes a furious accusation against the Temple of Light, declaring it the true evil. A battered hand reaches toward a glowing, pristine hand as magical blue energy swirls around them. A wounded man and a robed woman sit together as a vision of the future is revealed. A white-haired woman stands in somber light, expressing sorrow for someone's suffering. He endures the pain in silence, his battered face illuminated by a mysterious blue light. A warning is given that the demon race will invade in a few years. The battered young man clenches his fists and vows to win, refusing to accept another defeat. A character prepares to ask for a difficult favor, setting a somber tone. A young man warns that absorbing the dragon heart is deadly without a special method and mentions knowing someone who can help. A powerful magician transplants the dragon heart into the chosen recipient as magical energy swirls around them. The wounded man urgently asks for the dragon heart to be transplanted into him. The character pauses in silence, eyes closed, lost in thought. She rejects the request, her expression marked by sorrow and resolve. Stunned and furious, the protagonist reacts in disbelief to what just happened. 1,000 years ago, the world faced imminent destruction. The black dragon Kaiserus unleashes a devastating fire that engulfs the world in destruction. A powerful hero succumbs to the demon curse, losing control and unleashing widespread destruction upon the city. Chaos and destruction sweep across the devastated landscape. Powerful figures like the Archmage, the Princess, and the Knight are introduced. The 11 heroes prepare to battle their former comrade, the Gold Dragon, to protect the world. The warriors unleash powerful magic as their year-long battle with the Black Dragon reaches its climax. An armored figure grips a glowing sword and apologizes before making a decisive move. The battle ends as the knight delivers a decisive strike to his opponent. A powerful figure explains that the demons have been orchestrating events across different eras to summon the demon god, revealing the god's limitations and a single exception to their rules. A battered figure reveals that the demon god Tartarus can be summoned directly into the human world. A determined man reveals that the demon god cult, formed by agents of the demons, is once again attempting to summon the demon god, aligning his current mission with a shared goal from the past. Someone references their hidden past as a surge of white and blue energy fills the scene. The wealthy and powerful ignore the world's collapse as they greedily hoard riches for themselves. A powerful betrayal led to an alliance with demon god worshippers, causing most to flee in fear while only a few stood against the impending catastrophe. With determination burning in his eyes, he vows to fight again and seize victory. A wounded figure desperately pleads for help from the spectral form of the legendary Princess Eurydice. A battered young man pleads desperately for the power to protect the world. A solemn figure with long white hair and a star-patterned veil stands silently, lost in thought. A mysterious figure fixes someone with a piercing, crimson-eyed stare beneath a lace headpiece. Someone silently compares two very different people, wondering why one reminds them of the other. Two figures discuss overcoming fears and past achievements with the dragon heart inside a grand hall. A determined knight stands before a window, resolved to gain the strength needed to protect humanity from looming threats. The protagonist braces for a new threat from mysterious adversaries. The armored man firmly states his demand as tension rises near the ceremonial stand. A determined figure pledges to sacrifice everything for the child's safety, urging the dragon heart's transplant. A powerful magical device is activated, crackling with swirling purple energy. A figure convulses in pain as dark energy engulfs them, while another person watches from behind a veil. A woman shouts for the princess to retreat as swirling dark energy threatens them both. A figure collapses in agony as their head is consumed by sinister purple flames. A character suddenly senses the ominous energy of the demon curse, just like during the previous Berserk incident. A character cautiously steps forward, pondering why problems persist even after the dragon heart's curse was lifted. A powerful figure confesses to deceiving others by only making it appear as though something had been lifted. A stern man raises a glowing shard, bidding farewell as he asserts his commitment to a duty. Glowing magical runes swirl rapidly around the startled woman as she stands frozen in shock. A stern man invokes the dragon tongue skill, unleashing a powerful spell to silence his target forever. A character recoils in shock as a dangerous secret about the world is revealed. An imposing man taunts the wounded figure, blaming their greed for the dragon heart for their current suffering. A horned figure smugly reveals that the dragon heart was successfully transplanted along with a hidden demon curse. A menacing figure unleashes a wave of destructive energy, threatening to annihilate everything. A figure channels immense energy from the dragon heart. A lone, cloaked figure confronts a towering skeletal apparition in a stormy, mystical landscape. A determined figure forcefully slams a massive sword into the ground. A white-haired woman is trapped by star-shaped chains as dark energy engulfs her. A devastating blast of dark energy explodes across the area, shattering everything in its path. A veiled woman solemnly recounts how she extracted the dragon heart, purified its curse for 1,000 years, and waited to entrust it to a worthy hero. A solemn woman warns that attempting to receive the dragon heart now would destroy or cripple the recipient. The battered young man evaluates his limited options for rapid growth after exhausting all immediate methods. Despite his injuries, the protagonist insists there is still a chance for success. A character analyzes their opponent's strategy, deducing an intention to manipulate probability with extraordinary luck. Someone interrupts to point out that a calculation is incorrect. A mysterious woman warns that there is one more crucial moment when strong luck must be used. A character recoils in shock, reacting in disbelief. A veiled woman urgently begins to reveal a crucial truth. A woman is violently struck in the neck by a surge of magical energy, leaving her shocked and vulnerable. A wounded man shouts desperately as another figure collapses and coughs. A white-haired figure struggles on their knees, desperately resisting magical restraints imposed by a looming, horned presence. A determined character resolves to outsmart the dragon tongue's restriction without speaking directly. The battle-worn man cradles an unconscious woman in his arms, bracing himself for what comes next. A troubled figure is forced to confront an agonizing choice between someone deeply cherished and another individual. With rain streaming down his face, he steels himself for what comes next. The pale figure instructs the other to use everything in the tomb for strength, receive a dragon heart transplant, and promises to alter the dungeon for a safe escape from the priests. The risks of the dragon heart transplant are being weighed as a decision is reconsidered. A hand clamps down on a shoulder, escalating the tension in the moment. An urgent quest is set to hunt 4 powerful dragons within 1 year, leaving no alternative. A character fixes an intense gaze and demands to know if the other can meet the challenge. The protagonist reels in stunned silence, processing a shocking revelation. Someone pauses, trying to understand a mysterious situation. A blade slashes toward the opponent as the challenger refuses to back down. The protagonist confidently dismisses the challenge of killing 4 dragons in a year. A glowing hand reaches out to the chained woman as a promise is made to show her the safe world she longed for. The protagonist makes a determined vow to complete the task within half a year, urging the other person to relinquish their responsibilities. A final farewell is given as a somber message about the afterlife is shared. An ethereal woman silently appears, her intense gaze hinting at a mysterious presence. A single tear falls silently down the person's face beneath the ornate embroidery. A powerful figure entrusts an unfinished duty to another within a chamber illuminated by a glowing pillar. The ancient monument activates, cracking open and releasing a surge of mysterious energy. A mysterious figure reaches out to summon a glowing, chained relic suspended in the air. The protagonist is stunned by a sudden realization. A veiled woman solemnly presents the dragon heart to the new hero. A white-haired woman raises her hand and begins a powerful ritual, summoning fiery energy around a jagged crystal. A wounded man endures as a glowing stone hovers above his chest, signaling the start of a mysterious transformation. A veiled figure presents Kaisirus' dragon heart with solemn respect to the new hero. A white-robed figure raises a hand to activate a fiery crystal artifact, signaling the start of a powerful ritual. A determined figure activates a powerful luck prick, surrounded by a glowing aura as a mystical object floats above. A mysterious figure stands resolutely as a powerful force is unleashed and a glowing artifact hovers above. Someone regains consciousness in complete darkness, unable to see or recognize their surroundings. Amid swirling darkness, the protagonist realizes he is inside his own consciousness. A man senses a familiar surge of power as he examines his glowing hands. A presence is detected inside the void, raising tension. The protagonist stands firm as a gigantic red eye surrounded by dark energy looms before him. A shirtless man stands at the center of swirling red energy as a dark power is unleashed. A monstrous hand surges forward and engulfs Zephyr in a violent burst of energy. A furious dragon surges forward, unleashing its power at the defiant figure below. A monstrous, clawed hand seizes the tense protagonist as the evil lingering within the dragon heart is revealed. An overwhelming and sinister pressure fills the air, leaving the protagonist feeling as if his soul is being torn apart by the lingering evil of someone who died 1,000 years ago. A monstrous creature towers menacingly over the defiant, white-haired character as tension fills the hostile, red-lit scene. A menacing red eye peers out from the darkness, sensing a divine presence. Zephyr senses the arrival of another enemy as he looks up at the ominous red shadows. A powerful entity refuses to grant its power, expressing intense hostility. A monstrous transformation erupts as a demonic face with a glowing red eye tears through the blood-soaked chaos. An armored warrior unleashes a devastating, energy-charged sword strike while counting aloud. A relentless fighter cuts down another armored opponent, while continuing the countdown. A demon seizes 2 clergy members by the throat as they struggle helplessly in its grasp. A powerful attack lands, signaling that only the final step remains. A golden-haired warrior charges forward, confronting the demonic foe as flames erupt around them. The armored fighter unleashes the same energy attack again, but it fails to break through. A lone figure unleashes a massive fiery attack, summoning a blazing phoenix amidst swirling flames. A cloaked figure dodges the dragon's attack and taunts it for being too slow. A monstrous figure unleashes a surge of red energy, attacking a terrified woman. A long-haired character screams in pain as a powerful force strikes them. He quickly notices that his opponent's reaction speed has dropped due to fatigue. Realizing his opponent is adapting quickly to demonic power and recovering rapidly, the fighter grows frustrated as he takes all the damage in their clash. A dark-clad figure lands a brutal, bloody strike against a heavily armored opponent. A relentless fighter launches a powerful attack against a monstrous, horned beast. A figure in black armor blocks a powerful attack from a monstrous creature. A white-clad knight is blasted backward by a fierce, fiery attack from a demonic opponent. A demonic figure engulfs a shadowy opponent in a torrent of blazing fire. A character endures searing flames, struggling to withstand the intense assault. A powerful figure strikes the monstrous enemy with a massive, glowing attack, triggering a fiery explosion. A wounded armored figure struggles to recover, coughing amid the fiery wreckage. With vital allies lost, the speaker resolves to unleash a hidden power. The protagonist weighs the risk of using a dangerous power that could also threaten his own safety. A figure wreathed in flames prepares to unleash powerful magic before a glowing magic circle. A horned figure charges a massive fiery energy sphere, preparing to unleash a decisive attack. A dark, armored figure unleashes a fiery, magical attack against a young man amid swirling energy. A character is suddenly shocked by an unexpected event. A fiery attack is instantly destroyed by a sudden surge of yellow energy, leaving its caster stunned. A glowing white feather slowly descends through a beam of bright yellow light. A figure in ornate armor clenches their fist, preparing for the challenge ahead as glowing feathers swirl around them. A golden-haired warrior braces himself with a shield as a radiant angelic figure appears behind him, signaling the arrival of divine protection. A radiant figure questions how much lifespan will be sacrificed this time. A determined figure sets a strict 1-month deadline. A determined figure concludes that half a year will be needed to defeat the enemy, extending the original plan. A massive golden energy blast erupts, overwhelming everything in its path. An armored figure surrounded by golden lightning charges forward to unleash a powerful attack. The demon recoils in fear as golden energy crackles around him. A character reacts in utter disbelief, overwhelmed by a shocking revelation. A powerful armored figure proclaims his superiority as he unleashes a burst of energy from his chest. A radiant armored figure strikes the towering monster with a surge of golden energy. Ominous ripples disturb the dark water, hinting at a hidden presence below. A golden armored figure stands over defeated enemies, revealing strength that had been concealed for decades. A resolute figure reveals the temple's secret saint-exclusive skill, Glimpse of Glory, which grants power from a future angelic self at the cost of lifespan. The armored character reveals that saints have short lifespans because they are forced to use dangerous powers and are sent into deadly situations by the temple. A broken golden chess piece with a saintly symbol falls, symbolizing the harsh reality and manipulation faced by those holding the position of saint. A long-haired character confronts someone, accusing them of betraying a friend and abandoning everything out of greed. A battered man taunts his opponent from the ground, mocking the idea of being uniquely chosen. A tense declaration highlights a crucial distinction between two opposing sides. He confesses that the goddess valued another's life over his own, revealing his bitterness and sense of rejection. He silently questions why his promising future ended in disappointment. He desperately reaches toward the light, pleading for an answer from the goddess. A glowing golden crystal fragment floats in the air, radiating powerful energy. A bloodied hand collapses to the ground, showing the character's exhaustion and injuries after the battle. A wounded character slowly regains consciousness on the ground, noticing the sudden silence and thinking about the boss. A character recoils in shock, reacting to an unexpected event. A towering, robed figure wreathed in smoke suddenly appears, shocking the onlookers as the dungeon boss is revealed. A desperate figure chants a powerful healing spell over an unconscious person as a glowing light forms between their hands. Two armored figures urgently check on their injured comrade amid the smoky ruins. Only 3 survived out of all the party members. The raid is called off, and the survivors prepare to leave the ruined chamber. A massive explosion of energy erupts, shaking the entire area. The protagonist stands firm as a dragon unleashes a torrent of flames directly at him. A surge of dark, overwhelming energy radiates from the glowing red eye as someone senses its power. Blinding magical energy erupts around the protagonist as he unleashes a surge of power. A radiant light engulfs the protagonist as he realizes it is the effect of strong luck. An ethereal figure materializes in front of the protagonist, shielding him with a protective glow. The protagonist rejects assistance, asserting control over the situation. The protagonist steels himself to resist being overwhelmed within his own consciousness. A glowing hand crashes down, releasing a powerful surge of energy. Zephyr breaks free from the magical restraints, unleashing a surge of blue energy. A voice reflects on their past identity. Blue energy erupts as the determined figure channels his power. The white-haired man stands at the center of swirling blue energy, preparing to unleash his power. A massive blast of energy strikes the monstrous creature with overwhelming force. A silver-haired armored figure channels a surge of blue lightning energy from his fist, preparing to strike. The lightning-charged warrior lands a devastating blow on the monstrous opponent. A warrior slashes upward with a glowing sword, striking a massive, roaring dragon. A gauntlet hand grips a glowing sword, ready to confront the sinister force within. A young man surges forward, lightning crackling from his sword as he declares the arrival of the 5th opponent. A lone warrior stands over the dragon's corpse, preparing to claim its power while expressing frustration at the dragon's trials. A white-haired man prepares to attack, threatening his opponent as electricity crackles around his sword. A menacing armored figure steps forward from swirling red and black energy, issuing a fierce challenge. A fierce battle erupts as the hero charges at the monstrous dragon, striking with a lightning-wreathed sword. A character's eyes widen in shock as they suddenly realize something startling. A veiled figure kneels in panic as mystical energy erupts and an unconscious person lies nearby. Zephyr collapses unconscious as swirling energy surrounds him, signaling his defeat. Seeing the boss distracted by Zephyr, the observer prepares to take advantage of the situation. A cloaked figure crouches in the shadows, preparing to launch an attack on a powerful, glowing opponent. Lightning rages overhead as a lone figure endures a painful transformation, kneeling in agony. Weakened by mana depletion, the protagonist struggles to stay conscious and sees a critical opportunity. A veiled figure urges the recovering person to remain resting as they attempt to rise. A mysterious figure channels magical energy with intense focus. A character is suddenly engulfed by swirling golden energy and reacts in shock. The red-haired character desperately tries to stifle a reaction, visibly panicked and distressed. A figure struggles to breathe, coughing violently amid a thick cloud of dust. A hand forcefully vomits a large, worm-like parasite onto the floor. Realizing the branded worm's presence, the character stares upward in shock. She expels the evil fragment from the body and acknowledges the strength gained through sheer effort. A healer gently uses her mana to help someone recover from internal injuries. Struggling to stay awake, the protagonist tries to make sense of what just happened but is overwhelmed by exhaustion. A purification device from the 5th floor is shown after being dragged to this location. The group struggles to navigate the dungeon's new layout, growing increasingly anxious about their dwindling supplies. A nervous subordinate asks the armored leader for instructions as the group waits for a decision. The armored character announces that their first objective is to find the stake of faith. One character insists on rejecting the escape plan despite concerns about the danger. The determined character urgently explains that escaping in time depends on following one specific plan. 3 cloaked figures race down a dim hallway while a group debates why the slaves who stole the stake of faith attacked Matthias instead of interfering. 3 cloaked figures consider the possibility of internal conflict within the demon god cult as they speculate about a plot to make 2 rivals eliminate each other. The true goal behind the attack is revealed: seizing the dungeon's clearing rights and the dragon heart by forcing its auction through financial ruin. The protagonist quickly deduces that the cult has equipped the slaves with either an escape route or the means to find one after infiltrating the dungeon. Driven by urgency, the protagonist resolves to find the others and extract the escape method before they leave the dungeon. The armored figure struggles to catch their breath after the plan fails. 2 massive bursts of magical energy crash into each other, filling the air with a violent surge of power. A monstrous figure unleashes a devastating attack, violently clashing with the robed warriors as energy bursts around them. The group panics as they realize the stake of faith is inside the boss room even though the gatekeeper is still alive. A skeletal, hooded figure releases a surge of dark energy into the stormy night. A lone warrior unleashes a devastating energy attack with an enchanted sword against advancing monsters. A worried subordinate rushes forward, urgently calling for the captain. 2 figures are blasted backward by a powerful attack. Unable to use her main ability, the character realizes she must wait 4 more days before she can activate Glimpse of Glory again. Cornered and trembling, he fears that his end is near. A woman gently holds a sleeping baby in her arms, surrounded by warm light. A shirtless man braces himself at the portal, confronting a monstrous creature as an armored figure lies fallen with a spear. A character's eyes widen in shock as he realizes something critical. A muscular, white-haired man confidently steps out of the boss room and offers his help to the saint. A shirtless man clutches his throat and urgently calls out to someone hidden in the mist. A silver-haired young man unleashes the dragon tongue skill, channeling powerful magic through his hand as ancient runes swirl around him. A white-haired man commands overwhelming authority as he activates the dragon tongue skill, unleashing its power through the dragon heart. A figure channels destructive magical energy, unleashing a devastating spell as glowing runes swirl and debris erupts. A long-haired man in armor recoils in disbelief, stunned by an unexpected event. A hooded figure is shocked as the summoned monster obeys the shirtless young man's command. The protagonist narrows his eye in concentration as he begins a countdown. A dark figure channels intense magical energy through their glowing, rune-covered hands. Magical energy surges around clenched fists as power is rapidly charged. A shirtless man stands his ground as a massive, roaring monster emerges from the darkness. Zephyr unleashes a burst of dragon energy but notes the power is limited to 10 seconds when newly transplanted. To prevent the dragon heart from going berserk, its capacity is restricted to just 1%. Despite the restrictions, the protagonist begins to unleash the formidable power of a dragon. An armored figure unsheathes a cursed sword crackling with dark energy. A gauntlet hand seizes a crackling, glowing weapon with intense determination. A heavily armored figure unleashes a powerful weapon specifically designed to kill dragons, putting the protagonist at a severe disadvantage. A massive surge of purple energy erupts, unleashing a devastating attack across the area. A massive surge of energy erupts as a character releases a powerful attack. A lightning-charged weapon crashes into the monstrous figure, erupting in a surge of energy. A determined man summons the Sword of Light, unleashing its divine power as golden energy crackles around him. A divine entity commands a resolute man to save her saint, and he accepts the quest. A shirtless man unleashes a massive surge of golden energy toward the fallen figure. The man releases the Dragon Slayer from duty as golden energy swirls around him. A massive pillar of golden light strikes the ground, triggering a violent explosion. A character recognizes the glowing sword as the legendary divine artifact known as the Sword of Light. A character is stunned after realizing the slave can use the power of light despite suspicions of demon god worship. A powerful man radiates divine energy as golden light fills the scene. The character reacts anxiously as the situation grows more intense. A child bows before a towering figure in a grand hall, overwhelmed by the same intense presence once felt in the palace. An armored foot slams onto the cracked ground, signaling a tense arrival. The young man scans his surroundings, ready to face whatever danger approaches. An armored figure kneels before a powerful man, swearing loyalty under the glowing sky. The brutal psychic battle raged on for 3 days within his mind. A mysterious, powerful entity acknowledges another's strength but remains distrustful. A colossal shadowy dragon vows to remain inside as the protagonist stands ready with his glowing sword. The scene shifts to darkness as someone comes to consciousness. The white-haired character fixes a determined gaze, preparing for what comes next. One person sits on the ground beside an unconscious body in a pile of ash, silently confronting the aftermath of the battle. The man silently vows to honor the sacrifice made for him. A hand presents 2 glowing keepsakes found in Eurydica's ashes. 2 powerful artifacts, the Crystal of Magic and the Master Key, are introduced as essential items for mastering ancient magics and unlocking the tomb's functions. The woman explains that the dragon heart's power will gradually increase as it spreads through his body, as revealed by the Crystal of Magic. A woman warns that as capacity increases to higher percentages, the body must undergo restructuring. A mystical figure instructs the protagonist to entrust the crystal of magic to her descendant, who will become an ally. Haunted by uncertainty, he doubts the gods' intentions and fears their interference with Altair. He clenches his fist and forces himself to stay focused, pushing aside his anxiety and longing. A shirtless man turns to show his shoulders as an armored figure formally requests an inspection for him and his companion. An armored figure channels a glowing spell to erase the brand. A resolute young man dispels the magical mark, granting freedom to two captives. A shirtless man with long red hair concentrates as a glowing yellow energy manifests on his shoulder. One character jokingly asks if his debt will be covered, prompting another to warmly express gratitude for having her life saved. A long-haired character commends another for infiltrating the demon god cult for years to thwart their plans, expressing deep admiration for such dedication. A tense figure braces himself as a menacing demonic presence looms behind him. A solemn knight pledges to help punish the enemies of the goddess and offers his support. A character suspects that someone is seeking an alliance with the dragon heart holder to avoid being overpowered by a rival group in the Temple of Light. A formidable champion of the Temple of Light, funded by wealth taken from others, appears before a backdrop of gold and a holy cross. He weighs the benefits of maintaining alliances with influential figures to counter the threat within the Temple of Light. Two men stand together in tense silence, forming an uneasy alliance as they prepare to face a shared challenge. One man urges the group to return to the temple, emphasizing the urgency for someone to reunite with his wife. The protagonist declares that the real fight is just beginning. The third parish of the Temple of Light has fallen under the control of demon god worshippers, reinforced by a powerful cardinal and the formidable twin knights. A character reacts in disbelief, eyes wide with shock. The group discusses the limitations of newly gained power and realizes that defeating their opponent will require more than just a straightforward battle. A hand reaches out to seize the mystical blue gem, signaling the decision to use its power. The group faces an electrified magical barrier blocking their path in the dark hallway. Shards of magical ice rain down in a powerful attack, lighting up the scene with intense energy. A sudden explosion of energy erupts from below, forcing three figures to react. The group prepares to enter the treasure room containing Eurydica's tomb relics. Six figures stand before a massive, glowing gate, preparing to enter as radiant light pours down. The protagonist steps confidently into Eurydica's legendary treasure room, breaking a 1,000-year barrier. Someone wonders about the contents of an unknown place. A figure thrusts their hands toward the blinding light, bracing for what awaits. A shirtless man steps forward with determination, startling his two companions in the midst of a glowing, intense atmosphere. The group enters a vast chamber and is stunned by the sight of a massive, glittering crystal treasure hoard. Two startled figures discover magical items encased within glowing crystals. A character discovers a collection of powerful relics believed to belong to Princess Eurydica. Zephyr raises the glowing ring, channeling swirling energy to activate its power. The shirtless protagonist demonstrates a powerful move with a glowing weapon, impressing the observing companion. The group debates the ownership of the loot crystals, acknowledging they cannot open them or claim the contents since they did not defeat the boss. A long-haired character realizes his past arrogance as he reflects with a self-mocking smile. Three people peek out from behind glowing crystals and confirm they can use appraisal skills. A cloaked figure uses a special skill to appraise the magical weapons and relics displayed on the red cloth. A character carefully examines a powerful magical artifact from the ancient kingdom of Medea, renowned for its superior magic. A man intensely eyes the rare golden goblet, aware that its scarcity makes it nearly impossible to obtain. Startled, the protagonist turns toward a glowing portal that suddenly appears behind him. Astonished, the protagonist discovers a mystical vial with an eye symbol floating amid golden light. The protagonist realizes the situation is turning in his favor. Two figures display an array of powerful magical artifacts, preparing for what comes next. A figure stands ready for battle, displaying powerful magical equipment. A massive sword arcs through the air with tremendous force. A silver-haired warrior reveals his powerful new sword and dragon slayer armor, preparing for battle. Someone hesitantly brings up a previous topic to continue the conversation. The group sits among treasure chests, discussing their plan to confront the enemy who has taken over the temple. A troubled authority figure admits that the temple has no reliable way to identify demon god worshippers unless they reveal their powers or confess after arrest. A red-haired man firmly announces that there is still another option to consider. The red-haired man demands to know if the branded worm emerges from the corpse after death. The speaker considers Albine's bloodline and status to be the main obstacle. A powerful nobleman who has become both bishop and cardinal is introduced, highlighting his significant influence and responsibilities. Two men discuss lending defense forces to support a family in need while knights guard the hallway. Two armored figures debate the risks of acting without solid evidence, aware that fabricating proof after the fact would be easy. A silver-haired man confidently presents evidence as floating crystal shards illuminate the scene. A gloved hand presents a glowing vial marked with a mysterious eye symbol. A white-haired man confidently holds up a glowing vial marked with an ominous symbol. A tense figure quickly glances to the right after receiving a warning. Zephyr tenses as he receives a sudden warning to look to his left. A tense interrogation begins as one character instructs another to look straight ahead and asks how they feel. A surge of ominous energy surrounds the man as he declares his newfound strength. A smug man in priestly robes asserts his dominance over another man, while a frightened woman cowers near an armed guard. A distressed woman clutches a small, blonde child as she questions the cardinal's shocking actions. In a formal stone chamber, a man in ornate religious robes presents something intriguing to two women. A woman explains that the branded worm in each worshipper grows stronger with every use of demon power. A man explains that the insect gains a special ability after completing its metamorphosis. The man reveals that his branded worm can brainwash and control anyone who ingests its larva, demonstrating its power by preparing to swallow it himself. The reverend is singled out as everyone's attention turns to him. The man confronts his sister with a pointed question, heightening the tension between them. A man aggressively urges a frightened woman to convince her husband while she shields her child. A woman clutches her baby and anxiously demands clarification from someone off-panel. A woman urgently cradles a wailing infant in her arms. A man leans in to ask the baby's name as the woman tries to calm her crying child. A menacing man leans over and intimidates a terrified, crying child wrapped in a blanket. A character's eyes widen in shock, sweat forming as they realize something unexpected. A grinning figure shoves a large striped bug towards someone, causing a startled scream. A young boy recoils in panic as a large caterpillar brushes against his face. A terrified character desperately raises their arms to defend against a sudden, menacing attack from a clawed hand. A gloved hand seizes a mutated, trembling arm as both struggle in a moment of intense confrontation. A character recoils in shock, sweat beading on their wide-eyed face. A furious man is violently seized by a monstrous, clawed hand. A knight bursts into the hall to urgently warn Lord Aldine of impending trouble. A man is startled when he hears that Lucius is outside. A man in ornate robes urgently throws open a window, shocked by someone's unexpected early arrival. A man is suddenly struck by a shocking realization. A lone warrior blasts a group of robed enemies with a surge of magic and electricity, sending them flying. An armored figure with long blonde hair steps forward and confronts the cardinal. A furious man confronts Lucius, accusing him of betraying his parish by attacking priests and abandoning the raid. Zephyr presents the potion of scrutiny and explains its use during the tense standoff. A cult leader reveals that the branded worms inside the demon god worshippers are now visible. A long-haired character admits regret after realizing they misjudged someone. A surge of golden lightning erupts, signaling the arrival of Cardinal Aldine Lasker. Lucius steps forward in radiant armor and announces the arrest for heresy. A stern figure delivers a harsh judgment, declaring that the price for deceiving the Temple of Light must now be paid. A furious man unleashes his power, mocking his opponent with a crazed outburst. A crusader raises his spear and announces the arrest of the cardinal for heresy. A stern man realizes the party returned from the dungeon far sooner than expected, suspecting that his mole failed and was discovered. A man curses someone for betraying his secrets and seethes with frustration. He steels himself, deciding to move forward despite the circumstances. A cloaked figure reveals that a trap was set as tension rises in the temple. A stern man in clerical robes angrily confronts someone, demanding proof for the accusation of heresy against the cardinal. A woman in clerical robes urgently calls out to the bishop, while a stern man addresses someone off-panel. A shadowy figure stands motionless as a sinister red mark reveals he is under someone else's control. A knight firmly presents sealed evidence to a frustrated cleric in the sunlit chamber. A man recoils in shock, reacting to an unexpected event. A pile of sealed envelopes is suddenly discovered, causing shock. A warning is given to keep the potion of scrutiny hidden to avoid the threat of assassination. The group advances along the moving platform, determined to secure stronger evidence. The extent of Eurydica's tomb is revealed, showing its massive labyrinth stretching beneath the third parish temple. A group uncovers a hidden tunnel at night, and one of them climbs up from underground as the escape plan is explained. The characters arrive at the mansion where the demon god worshippers once gathered for their secret assemblies. A man presents crucial evidence from the abandoned mansion to a woman in dark armor. A golden armored man confronts his opponent and presents letters detailing a plot involving the dragon heart and forbidden worship. An anxious man sweats nervously as he reacts to confidential instructions demanding immediate destruction after reading. A man in armor examines a sealed letter, realizing it was kept as insurance against betrayal. A man in ornate robes reacts with amused surprise after being caught off guard by an unexpected revelation. A figure grips the table edge with a sinister satisfaction, clearly pleased with the unfolding scheme. A sinister man steps forward and reveals himself as the 11th ranked executive of the demon god cult. The armored man demands to know how the other person plans to use the information. A man glares intensely, delivering a warning. A sinister man restrains a desperate woman from behind as she clutches a glowing dagger, unable to break free. A desperate figure with long blonde hair urgently calls out for Claudia. A distressed young man urgently calls out for help. A man seizes a woman and threatens to harm her with a knife to keep his opponent at bay. A man reveals his branded worm's brainwashing power and taunts his captive with the threat of a specially prepared offspring. A tearful woman is forced to choose whether the armored figure will harm her lover or her son. A tense confrontation escalates as someone demands an immediate decision about ingesting something. A man holds a knife to a young woman's neck and begins a tense countdown, forcing her to decide quickly. A golden-haired armored figure defiantly warns the others not to harm her or her child, vowing to retaliate. A menacing figure leans forward with a sinister grin, clearly reveling in his advantage. A sinister man seizes a distressed person from behind, taking them hostage. A character recoils in horror as they witness an unfolding catastrophe. A figure drives a glowing sword into the back of a man in ornate robes, catching him completely off guard. He freezes, eyes wide, as a sudden revelation strikes him. A startled knight realizes with shock that a figure has bypassed the floor's detection skill and is ambushing the guards. A red-haired figure activates the mist bracelet, cloaking themselves in a powerful aura of stealth. A devastating energy slash tears through the darkness, unleashing overwhelming power. A cloaked figure severs an opponent's arm with a swift, powerful attack. A hand forcefully grabs the woman's shoulder, catching her completely off guard. A man urgently grabs a surprised woman and tells her to hold on tight. A furious armored figure shouts in anger, clenching their fist. Two armored figures collide in a violent, magical sword fight as energy erupts around them. A fierce clash erupts as the older twin knight, the Gold Knight, blocks a powerful sword strike with remarkable skill. An armored figure unleashes overwhelming power with a massive sword, demonstrating the might of one of the continent's 10 strongest. A surge of energy erupts as a powerful attack is unleashed. A caped figure hurls a massive energy blast toward the tower window, catching the occupant inside off guard. An armored figure urgently shouts a warning, his face drenched in sweat. Two armored figures are blasted by a powerful explosion, engulfed in light and debris. A sword-wielding figure unleashes a massive energy blast, forcing the armored opponent to brace against the shattering ground. Two opponents collide in a fierce close-quarters struggle, with one seizing the other to halt their attack. One character effortlessly knocks another armored figure to the ground, leaving the opponent in shock. A man and a woman carrying a baby run away in fear as a dark, imposing figure threatens them from behind. A massive explosion erupts, engulfing the area in flames and smoke. A massive burst of energy erupts, leaving a character in the foreground stunned by the sudden explosion. A hand reveals a grotesque mass of wriggling worms, shocking everyone present. A suspicious man grips his staff tightly, questioning why an unexpected challenger has appeared. A masked figure sits in the mist, suspecting betrayal by an ally from the east. A tense man suspects that someone pretended to cooperate in order to sabotage his plan and trap him. A worried man in priestly robes quickly decides to retreat after losing control of the hostages, leaving the situation to his armored companion. The masked figure in ornate armor steps forward and confidently takes charge of the situation. An armored figure remains behind, watching silently as two others walk away beneath the chandelier. A long-haired character lunges forward with fierce determination, launching an attack. A heavily armored warrior charges with sword drawn at a poised opponent in ornate armor, both preparing for a fierce clash. A long-haired character confronts their opponent, questioning why they arrived alone instead of with their usual companion. An armored figure confidently swings a glowing sword, taunting his opponent before the battle begins. An armored knight radiating fiery energy steps forward and declares his rank while threatening to teach his opponent a lesson. Lucius, enveloped in crackling energy, formally accepts the challenge and prepares to fight. The panel explains how priests and nuns in the Temple of Light secretly form couples and use legal workarounds for their children despite official celibacy rules. A group of devotees is blocked by knights who refuse them entry during training. A group stands at the cave entrance, alarmed as black smoke rises from the main building in the distance. Two concerned figures react as a sudden disturbance shakes the dim mining tunnel. A suspicious woman watches the scene and questions whether the activity she sees is really training. As Zephyr heads down the corridor, someone calls after him, urging him to return after the raid to collect his change. A cautious young man warns that a powerful visitor will make black market activities in the mine too risky and advises staying away from the main building. A hooded woman reflects on her unease and questions whether someone anticipated the recent events in the slave district. Dark energy engulfs the cathedral as chaos erupts. A male character unleashes a furious scream as his rage intensifies. A group of robed and armored figures advances as two white-robed individuals unleash a powerful defensive spell. A female warrior raises her enchanted shield, unleashing a petrification curse toward her attackers. A hooded figure unleashes spells that slow and weaken the armored opponents. A white-robed figure strikes with a magical staff, using a powerful binding spell as the obsidian bracelet reduces skill cooldown time by half. The shocking revelation that the brainwashed enemies are actually priests threatens to ignite chaos within the temple if news of their death spreads. A determined woman unleashes a non-lethal attack using a skill stone to subdue armored opponents. One character expresses surprise at another's impressive throwing skills, prompting the revelation that they were once a handball athlete. A blonde young man turns abruptly, startled by an unexpected shock. A massive stone tower crashes to the ground, unleashing a surge of energy and debris. The temple steeple collapses unexpectedly, ignoring the building's magical protection as clerics react in alarm. The character cautiously approaches the looming building as mysterious winds swirl around. A colossal angelic knight launches a chained, radiant attack at a lone armored warrior who stands firm. The armored warrior curses in frustration as he readies his decorated sword for another attack. A sword and a lance clash, highlighting the lance's superior reach and offensive advantage. A swordsman unleashes a powerful energy attack while closing in on a lance-wielding opponent. A golden-haired armored warrior strikes down the monstrous figure with a glowing sword. A fierce energy blast collides with the defender's shield as the two armored warriors clash. The mirror chainmail activates its ancient magic, ready to reflect half of any incoming damage. The armored man realizes he was deceived by a clever feint and acknowledges his opponent's skill. A determined figure demands to know why the twins became some of the continent's strongest. A character dashes forward with sudden speed. Two armored warriors collide in a burst of golden energy as one unleashes a powerful attack. A spear and sword collide with a powerful impact during the battle. A heavily armored warrior swings his glowing sword, unleashing a powerful energy attack. A blonde-haired woman is violently struck, her head snapping back from the powerful blow. A golden armored fighter charges forward and strikes a dark armored opponent with a lightning-infused attack. A character is hurled backward by a powerful attack, energy crackling around them. Two warriors collide in a fierce melee, each striving to overpower the other. A powerful figure asserts that a saint stands above human rankings and implies the others would not be among the top 10 otherwise. A figure descends from above and unleashes a massive blast of radiant energy that shatters the ground. An armored figure collapses against the shattered wall, coughing and struggling to recover after a heavy blow. A determined leader charges forward with a glowing spear as followers call out in concern. A distressed character urgently shouts a warning for someone to stay back. A bloodied armored warrior pushes forward through the smoke, refusing to collapse despite his injuries. The character analyzes their failed attack, counting 7 wounds inflicted immediately after using the judgment skill. Clutching his wounded abdomen, the armored warrior quickly deduces that the enemy's damage reflection is limited to the torso and is likely caused by an item, reflecting only about half the damage. A wounded fighter abandons his plan to stall and prepares to take direct action. A bloodied figure glares fiercely, issuing a cold warning after striking down an opponent. A devastating attack erupts, filling the scene with a blinding explosion of light. An armored figure swiftly blocks a powerful strike from an opponent armed with a glowing red weapon. A gauntlet figure seizes a bleeding, energy-charged arm as one struggles to break free. A furious golden armored warrior delivers a devastating blow to his monstrous enemy with a glowing weapon. A desperate man shouts, searching urgently for someone. An armored character recoils in shock as a psychic command from the Queen Worm urgently invades their mind. A glowing chain lashes out with intense force. Glowing magical chains shoot out and bind the armored opponent, immobilizing them with a powerful spell. With fierce determination, the protagonist unleashes a powerful, glowing attack. A devastating energy blast tears through the ground, scattering debris everywhere. A desperate armored figure urgently calls out to Lord Aldine as energy surges around them. A desperate message is broadcast, urgently summoning Castor to the caller's location. A wounded man screams in pain as the victor stands over him with a massive sword resting on his shoulder. The man taunts his defeated opponent, demanding that they get up for more. A shadowy figure taunts a defeated opponent in the swirling mist. The group reveals their plan to isolate and eliminate their enemies one by one. A bloodied man smirks as he reveals that their enemy has fallen perfectly into a trap. The furious, scarred man glares and hurls an insult at someone off-panel. A tense moment unfolds as someone questions whether the dragon heart's transportation can truly be entrusted to another. A kneeling man explains to the cult leader that his brainwashing power will allow him to seize control of the temple and the saint. A cunning man outlines his plan to secure the dragon heart in the third parish, offering controlled access for a future transplant. The armored figure in the shadows agrees to delegate an important task. Someone desperately questions how events have gone wrong. A man in ornate armor dashes urgently through the forest, carrying an unconscious companion. He steels himself, ready to face the impending confrontation. The risk of the raid failing midway is clearly emphasized. The narration warns that the Eastern One's disciple, Leonard's son, is about to be eliminated. The character realizes that someone has bypassed the traps much faster than expected. The protagonist realizes that the Eastern One's claim about discarding his disciple was a deception intended to lower his guard for an assassination attempt. A hooded figure drives a dagger into a robed man's back as another person collapses nearby. Furious over a recent betrayal, the bearded man curses his betrayer through gritted teeth. A cloaked figure assures a robed man of protection from political allies despite being exposed as a demon god worshipper, then invites him into the carriage. A wary man suspects that hidden Dragon King-style disciples may be plotting against him after realizing a key ally has betrayed him. He slips out of the building, planning to regroup and gather more allies in secret. A bearded man inspects two green gems in his hand, reacting with sudden suspicion. Two fingers stained green catch the character by surprise as he inspects them in the darkness. A character is struck by a sudden, electrifying revelation, their eye wide with shock and energy. An armored figure violently strikes a robed man, who screams in agony for Lord Aldine. A parchment reveals that the Belial poison inflicts extreme pain as one of Poison King Fade's 72 deadly poisons. A man collapses to the ground, clutching his swollen, poisoned hand in agony. A hooded figure begins to reveal his face, shocking those present. A white-haired man stands triumphantly over a defeated opponent as sunlight streams behind him. A furious man confronts someone he recognizes as an intruder among his ranks. A sudden, forceful blow catches a character off guard, sending shockwaves through the scene. An armored figure silences a fallen opponent with a forceful kick, asserting dominance. A furious armored knight thrusts his sword forward and challenges his opponent, declaring his status as one of the continent's strongest. A man in armor is knocked back as a sudden, blinding blow lands across his face. A white-haired man mocks the defeated knight on the ground, ridiculing him for succumbing to a single poison needle. A desperate man urgently calls for help, his face tense with glowing veins as the situation escalates. Someone tries to halt the confrontation by calling for a brief discussion. A tense confrontation unfolds as someone demands to know the intruder's purpose and who sent them. A robed man desperately offers a large bribe to his two shadowy attackers, panicking about a deadly poison he cannot neutralize. The poisoned man frantically tries to bargain with his unseen opponent, offering alliances and rewards to save his own life. A male character confronts someone, demanding to know if they are waiting for another person. A white-haired man confidently displays a blood-stained helmet under the spotlight. The protagonist stares in shock as he realizes the truth about Pollux. At dawn 12 hours earlier, several figures survey the aftermath of a brutal massacre in a shadowy forest. A character realizes that the potion of scrutiny has revealed a demon god worshipper among Cardinal Aldine's direct escort. A masked figure instructs someone to steal the dragon heart, deliver it to allies at a meeting place, and hide after having the slave's brand removed. He realizes that his enemies plan to restrain and kill him by faking a mission to retrieve the dragon heart, with the disguised Silver Knight waiting to ensure his death. Furious, the character realizes he has been betrayed by those he trusted to help him get revenge. After months of fleeing with the dragon heart, he ultimately lost it to his martial brother. Left alone in the cave, he fights desperately against overwhelming enemies. Controlled by the worm, Lucius stands transformed into a terrifying foe. Amidst the ruins, an armored figure collapses in grief while holding a wounded companion. The narrator reflects on repeatedly recalling a particular memory. A wounded woman, overwhelmed by grief, pleads to be killed as she cradles an injured companion. A white-haired man prepares to strike with his lightning-infused sword, determined to end the tragedies caused by Aldine. A massive bolt of blue lightning crashes down, triggering a devastating explosion across the forest. A dominant figure smashes their arm down, sending multiple opponents flying with overwhelming force. Realizing a problem, the protagonist intensely assesses the situation and notes that there isn't enough volume. Realizing the aftermath is too minimal, the armored man grows wary and suspects something is wrong. The silver-haired warrior unleashes a devastating, glowing sword strike. An armored figure stomps forcefully onto the ground, signaling a dramatic entrance. A lone swordsman stands ready as a monstrous figure emerges from the smoke and fire. A mysterious presence returns to a former, powerful form. A character reveals he is much stronger than the twin knights, but hints at a hidden reason for not fighting. Aldine Lasker reveals a monstrous demonification form, unwilling to show this side to anyone. He realizes that the enemy separated a part of himself when the lightning struck, reverted to his original form, and removed the poison. After 5 years as a demon, the speaker reveals he gained the mimicry skill and stabilized his demonic powers using the Stone of Revelation. A monstrous figure reveals its true form, declaring that all who have seen it were killed without exception. A monstrous figure with glowing horns emerges from the darkness, threatening the protagonist. A powerful figure releases a surge of energy, violently shattering the ground. A colossal energy blast tears through the forest, carving a wide path of destruction. The two tense figures brace themselves as a crucial event suddenly begins. A stern man orders a worried woman holding a baby to remain hidden inside the cave and not come out until he says so. A woman holding a baby urgently receives a magic stealth bracelet for their protection. The cloaked figure turns away from the sunset, refusing any offer of help. A young woman stands at the cave entrance, startled by a sudden burst of light outside. The protagonist sprints forward with unwavering determination, ready to confront the challenge ahead. Someone finally declares that they have been waiting for this moment. Two figures stand in a grand chamber, silently gazing up at the massive chain sword before them. A man with reddish hair smirks confidently as he sizes up his opponent. A smiling character with reddish hair laughs as someone affectionately pats her head. A fierce battle erupts as a warrior launches a deadly counterattack against the beasts. A silver-haired man slams another man's head down as a sinister red light flares between them. A furious figure demands to know who killed his father and stole the family heirloom as a burst of red magic fills the room and armored individuals advance on a fallen man. A lifeless body lies on the ground while the survivors realize only 2 of them remain. Fueled by rage, the character vows to annihilate his enemies. A golden armored warrior swings his sword, releasing a massive wave of red energy toward his opponent. A heavily armored figure braces against a relentless onslaught of red energy slashes in a burning, ruined chamber. The armored observer notes that while his opponent's attacks have become stronger due to the branded worm's power, their accuracy and effectiveness are declining. A character in golden armor notices the enemy's hesitation and urges his group to take advantage of the opening. A commanding figure shouts urgent orders while another quickly responds from atop a distant structure. A resolute man unleashes a powerful support skill, dramatically boosting his allies' abilities in battle. An armored figure prepares for battle, standing resolutely in golden light. A priestess is shocked to see a spirit gain a magical buff. A mage staggers back, startled, as a surge of icy magic explodes in front of her. Glowing chains tighten around the warrior as a powerful magical attack crashes down from above. The warrior swings his glowing sword upward, shattering the explosive magical chains with a surge of energy. A cloaked figure swiftly evades a flying ice projectile as fiery chains erupt nearby in the chaotic battle. An armored warrior confidently blocks a heavy attack and mocks his opponent's sluggish speed. Overwhelmed by a surge of unfamiliar energy, the character staggers in confusion. A golden armored figure charges forward with overwhelming speed, unleashing a powerful assault. The protagonist panics upon realizing that his movements have become slower. A powerful magical projectile, enhanced by the gem spirit, launches toward the enemy to debuff and slow them. A character unleashes a burst of power with a fierce shout. A character braces as a surge of golden energy erupts around them. An armored fighter is struck by a sword crackling with energy as their opponent unleashes a lightning-charged attack. A massive explosion rips through the cathedral, blasting debris in every direction. A figure in golden armor crashes hard onto the stone ground, enveloped in smoke. A long-haired character exhales in relief, uncertain if their efforts were successful as light breaks through. A character endures a powerful explosion as debris crashes against the fortress wall. A character quickly turns in alarm as a sudden bright light flashes behind them. A female character leaps from the collapsing wall, clutching her glowing, chain-wrapped staff as she escapes. A tense analysis unfolds as one observer realizes that repeated attacks during the battle caused the building to crack and sustain damage. The character suddenly realizes that the gold knight was targeting something other than the captain's neck. A massive stone tower bursts apart and collapses in a fiery explosion. A devastating blow smashes the ground, throwing the chained captives into chaos. A figure in ornate armor urgently surveys the battlefield from a high vantage as danger unfolds below. A blond man struggles as glowing chains restrain him amid swirling debris and a burst of light. A massive explosion erupts, shaking the fiery, debris-strewn landscape. Clutching his side, the armored man retreats through the golden landscape, frustrated by his injuries and determined to recover. The protagonist reflects on how the enemy's strategy and equipment made the fight drag on despite his efforts. A decision is made to prioritize Lord Aldine's safety above all else. A priest reassures 2 kneeling armored figures that losing their inheritance and serving him is not their fault. A man condemns the world as fundamentally flawed. A figure extends a hand to the kneeling armored individual, urging them to join a mission to restore the world under a truly righteous God. A figure bursts through the sunlit forest, moving with relentless speed and force. A determined figure hurtles through the air above the treetops as the sun sets. An armored figure steps forward with determination, vowing to protect Lord Aldine at all costs. A determined figure speeds through the forest at sunrise, rushing to assist Lord Aldine. An armored figure launches a devastating sword strike from midair, cleaving through the forest below. A sudden, powerful blow shatters the helmet's visor, leaving the character stunned. A fighter strikes an airborne opponent with a mana-forged blade, sending them hurtling and wounded. With unwavering focus, the character channels energy into the glowing sword, preparing to strike. A cloaked figure stands over a defeated armored opponent as firelight fills the forest. An enraged, wounded adversary confronts the persistent opponent, demanding to know why they keep interfering. A serious figure reveals she knows she is recognized from their encounter 12 years ago. A furious figure confronts his enemy, demanding to know if he remembers killing his father. A scarred man mocks his opponent's desire for revenge, showing no remorse for the countless lives he has taken. A character is struck by a sudden, critical realization. A heavily armored figure crashes to the ground as their opponent refuses to engage in battle. A muscular man in golden armor warns his opponent to leave or face severe consequences. A cloaked attacker launches a powerful surprise assault on an armored opponent, using stealth skills that evade detection. The enemy split the group to ambush them. Engulfed in flames, the armored figure boldly challenges his opponent to face him directly and declares he will wait 10 seconds. A red-haired figure in a cloak forcefully drags someone out from behind cover to provoke a response. A determined man with long dark hair charges at a massive shadowy foe, brandishing his ornate sword. The character glares furiously, eyes wide with intense anger. Someone furiously hurls accusations at another, demanding an explanation. A powerful sword bursts into view, radiating an intense blue light. The lone figure raises the glowing sword and unleashes a surge of energy in a decisive attack. The legendary Sun Sword and Moon Sword, sacred weapons of the Twin Knights, are revealed beneath the star-filled sky. A defiant opponent challenges their adversary to defeat them in order to learn crucial information about the younger brother's last words. The furious character lunges forward, vowing to kill his opponent. A devastating explosion tears through the forest, shattering trees in a blinding burst. The monstrous figure endures a relentless barrage of powerful attacks during the intense clash. A white-haired man blocks a rapid attack with his glowing weapon. A figure thrusts a glowing, clawed hand forward, unleashing a surge of magical energy. A figure activates a transformation skill, causing their body to morph into multiple monstrous arms. A white-haired warrior is blasted by overwhelming magical energy while gripping his weapon. A powerful blue energy slash tears through the massive flaming creature. Zephyr slams the demonic weapon downward with fierce determination. Zephyr launches a powerful mid-air attack, slashing the monstrous enemy with his sword charged in blue energy. The character reflects on how concentrating mana allows the transformation of its form and the replication of properties like sharpness and toughness. A monstrous hand crackling with power lunges forward, unleashing a terrifying force. A monstrous creature unleashes corrosive fluid at its opponent, who braces for the attack. Zephyr twists through the air to narrowly evade a swift and dangerous attack. A monstrous creature crashes to the ground, its deformed limbs splaying out from the impact. A devastating sword technique unleashes a surge of blue energy, overwhelming the surrounding enemies. Zephyr swiftly evades a giant molten fist as debris scatters in the fiery chaos. A massive blast of fiery mist erupts from a large weapon, engulfing the area in an intense attack. A mutated tentacle monster convulses violently as energy bursts around it. Zephyr braces himself with his massive sword as a barrage of deadly blades surrounds him. A massive explosion of energy erupts, unleashing a powerful attack across the battlefield. A monstrous creature boasts about its immortality, claiming it can regenerate no matter how many times it is attacked. A powerful figure asserts that victory was inevitable due to the vast difference between his abilities and his opponent's limitations. The narrative is sharply interrupted by a forceful declaration. A white-haired young man fends off a monstrous arm's powerful attack. A monstrous figure threatens to half-kill the warrior and enslave him with a parasitic insect. A powerful attack tears through the monstrous tentacled enemy. The monstrous creature is hurled backward by a massive explosion, scattering debris through the air. Zephyr hides behind cover, watching in shock as the monstrous entity releases a surge of energy into the sky. A powerful figure releases a massive surge of energy, shattering the ground and blasting debris into the air. The earth ruptures with explosive force, sending rocks and debris flying in every direction. A glowing sword crackles with energy as it is raised, unleashing a surge of power. A massive energy beam crashes into the forest, scattering rocks and debris everywhere. The monstrous creature catches its breath in the smoky aftermath. The panel describes the immense rewards and unshakable status granted to priests connected to the Lasker Marquis house. A mysterious armored figure tempts the kneeling young man with a glowing, branded worm, promising him great power. A hooded figure explains that true power depends on how a branded worm is used, urging the listener to cultivate it carefully. The branded worm's metamorphosis was completed through repeated killings, and the transformation into a demon using the Stone of Revelation was achieved. Suddenly, the tentacled monster starts to move. Zephyr lifts his massive weapon and mocks his opponent for not using their full strength. The monster recoils in disbelief as the human withstands its powerful attack. A menacing figure issues a threat, revealing that he deliberately separated his opponents instead of attacking all at once. He explains that he restrained his power to allow another's revenge to have meaning. A figure activates powerful golden energy, noting that demons are rare at this time. A devastating golden explosion engulfs the area as a powerful attack is unleashed. He activates the dragon heart, feeling its power surge as golden energy swirls around him. Fixing his intense gaze on the immortal, the character reveals that battling demons provides him with valuable data and marks the immortal as a perfect subject. The monstrous creature recoils in disbelief after witnessing the overwhelming power of the dragon heart. A massive force descends as one figure struggles to withstand the overwhelming pressure. An armored figure stands alert as a massive shadowy bird erupts into the glowing sky. A monstrous creature, overwhelmed by fear, desperately begs for its life. The monstrous creature is violently struck, forcing it to recoil in shock. A lone figure unleashes a massive golden energy attack into the sky. A silver-haired figure releases a devastating blast, triggering a massive explosion of debris. The white-haired fighter charges his fist with energy, preparing to continue his relentless assault. A surge of blue energy bursts outward in a powerful attack. A cursed sword crashes downward, unleashing a surge of fiery energy. A character reels backward in pain after being struck by a sudden attack. A character taunts their opponent, expressing frustration in a mocking tone. Someone declares a forceful warning, signaling an imminent confrontation. An armored man pins his opponent to the ground and raises his sword to deliver a fatal blow. A wounded figure reveals the method to defeat the twin knights while struggling with a sword through his shoulder. The group reviews a difficult plan, focusing on how much damage they must inflict on the Gold Knight to succeed. One character informs the other that everything hinges on his actions and emphasizes the critical importance of his role. The story shifts to events that took place 25 years earlier. Two young boys ride identical rocking horses in perfect sync as someone explains that their unique mana makes them mirror each other's actions when close together. The mage explains that, with their strong mana and sensitivity, the twins can become powerful and cooperative knights if properly trained. He resolves to give his utmost effort to prevent others from remaining trapped in their own worlds. Count Vigo's dedication ensured that his sons became knights with bright prospects. A masked figure seized control of the twin knights during the Vigo Count family's succession and armed them with the Sun Sword and Moon Sword to amplify their powers. The twin knights unleashed their perfected Sun Sword and Moon Sword techniques. Two armored warriors clash as one focuses on exploiting the momentary gap that appears after each attack. The Silver Knight launches a fierce attack to cover the gap left by the Gold Knight. A relentless flurry of sword strikes, guided by mana, overwhelms the battlefield with unmatched speed and precision. A red-haired man tensely grips his glowing sword as he recognizes the powerful technique before him. A white-haired man analyzes the glowing sword's technique, while another man observes him closely. A warrior unleashes a powerful secret technique, channeling energy with intense focus. Two combatants clash as one demonstrates a defensive technique that redirects the other's electrically charged attack. Someone reflects on having mastered the principle of flowing cloud. A character reveals they can recreate eclipse by resonating with the Gold Knight through the Moon Sword. A fierce figure unleashes a powerful sword attack, energy radiating from the glowing blade. A bloodied warrior launches a swift counterattack, aiming to break through the Gold Knight's defenses with a decisive sword strike. Stunned, the character realizes an unthinkable truth about their opponent. Two fighters charge at each other with swords drawn, ready to clash. Realizing their secret is exposed, the armored man tenses and draws his sword in the glowing forest. Blood trickles from a clenched mouth as someone struggles to contain their fury. A knight reels in shock, struggling to understand why his loyal brother would betray their secret technique. Bloodied and enraged, the protagonist clenches his teeth and pushes forward with desperate resolve. Screams of pain echo relentlessly in the chaos, but Castor remains unmoved. Gritting his teeth, the battered fighter surges forward, determined to defeat his opponent within a minute. A lone figure struggles desperately inside a blazing red energy prison as the barrier pulses around them. The young man unleashes a powerful sword technique, aiming to force his opponent's attention. The narrator speculates that if the Gold Knight helps Aldine escape, Aldine will return more careful and possibly with greater reinforcements. A fighter lunges forward with a desperate attack, aiming to finish the battle before his last opportunity slips away. Bloodied and desperate, the protagonist struggles to contain a surge of red energy coursing through his glowing sword. Bloodied but undeterred, the protagonist braces himself and raises his sword, ready for the next attack. A blurred figure is struck by several violent red slashes. A shadowy figure is violently impaled by a glowing sword as red energy and blood erupt from the wound. Zephyr lunges forward and unleashes a powerful, energy-charged slash at the shadowy figure. A fighter charges at her wounded opponent as the Crow Cape's teleportation ability is revealed. A character strikes with a lightning-charged palm, sending crackling red energy surging toward the opponent. With her opponent immobilized, the red-haired character charges forward and swings her sword in a decisive attack. A devastating energy blast slams into the armored figure, shaking the battlefield. Two fighters struggle as their swords become locked, leaving one unable to break free. A bloodied fighter seizes his opponent in a burst of blinding light. A fist surrounded by dark red energy crashes forward, unleashing a powerful attack. Two armored warriors clash at close range as blood sprays from their wounds. A wounded character collapses, blood spraying from their mouth as they scream in agony. A violent red explosion erupts as a vicious attack is unleashed. A character drives a sword into the ground, challenging their enemy as the confrontation reaches its climax. A furious, battered man in golden armor pins down his wounded opponent at sword point, ready to strike. A bloodied character is impaled by a large blade and struggles in agony. An injured hand desperately reaches for the glowing barrier as another hand seizes it in a tense struggle. An older man solemnly tells his son that he will one day inherit the family's title and responsibility to guard the blood tears. A stern man commands someone to become a knight worthy of the sword. Someone reluctantly agrees to a command from their father. A bloodied hand grips a blade lodged in the wall, refusing to let go despite injury. A determined figure presses his hand against the glowing barrier, testing its strength as sparks fly. A glowing fist bursts with explosive energy and lightning, smashing through everything in its path. A lightning-charged punch slams into a man's torso, sending blood and energy flying. A bloodied character reels back, clutching their face in shock and pain. A fierce combatant unleashes a surge of red lightning energy in a decisive close-range attack. A wounded man screams in agony, clutching his bloodied eyes. Blinded and in pain from an electric burn, the character panics as his vision fails to recover. Writhing in pain from a fresh leg injury, the wounded figure screams and rages, desperately searching for his unseen enemy. The Crow Cape's ability to teleport after creating a mana clone is revealed. An unseen character senses an overwhelming force as red lightning splits the stormy darkness. A bloodied fighter grits his teeth and desperately struggles to overpower his opponent with a glowing sword. A wounded fighter reels as a glowing blade slashes across his torso, sending blood flying. He unleashes a devastating sword strike, sending energy and motion surging through the battlefield. A decisive voice declares that everything is over. A warrior unleashes a surge of energy, clashing swords with overwhelming force as lightning crackles around them. A massive thunderbolt crashes down, engulfing a lone figure in a blinding explosion of lightning. A sword crashes to the ground amid swirling smoke and scattered debris. The twin knights, known as the Vigo brothers, occupied one of the top 10 strongest positions on the continent. A bloodied figure stands firm amid the smoke, gripping a sword after the battle. The space was suddenly left empty. Smoke and embers swirl around the castle wall as a countdown signals the imminent attack. A healer urgently directs recovered fighters to assist amidst the chaos and debris. After the building's collapse is averted and defenses are activated, one man surveys the scene, relieved that the area was cleared in time. A healer urgently treats a confused, injured ally with a glowing amulet. The group realizes the brainwashing has ended, indicating that the enemy controlling the larva has been defeated or incapacitated. Startled by a sudden noise, the long-haired character quickly turns around. A man smiles warmly as he expresses heartfelt gratitude to Arya. The group pushes forward through the mist as one figure helps an injured companion escape. A knight embraces a woman and child as golden light fills the scene. The group stands wounded but triumphant before the reclaimed Third Parish Temple, having successfully stopped Aldine's plot. The following days were filled with intense activity and disorder. A wounded man is restored by magical healing in the quiet infirmary. The mission is to arrest the demon god worshippers brought from the central parish. 3 armored prisoners are marched forward in heavy chains. A hand lifts a golden goblet high, basking in a triumphant beam of light. The troops receive encouragement to boost their morale after days of exhaustion. A figure lifts a golden goblet, leading a celebratory toast in the sunlit banquet hall. A man's face violently disintegrates as black liquid spews from his mouth after he drinks from a golden ornate cup. The hidden demon god worshippers have been purged, their defeat marked by a single figure standing victorious amid the aftermath. Morning sunlight fills the empty, elegant room. The priest reflects on how he was completely overpowered and immobilized by Aldine's terrifying ability and the lingering effects of an internal injury. A young woman checks on an older man, who assures her that he is feeling better. The woman thanks Zephyr and Ned for their help, overwhelmed by gratitude. The silver-haired young man calmly downplays his actions as he sips from his cup. A gloved hand glowing with blue light reaches out to present a magical gift to a worried man in religious attire. A white-haired man discovers 2 vine-wrapped magical cages, one holding a severed head and the other a motionless figure, while he explains that no skills can be used within the birdcage and identifies the head as Aldine's. Tension rises as one man insists they destroy the threat, while another argues that it is now harmless and obedient. Zephyr reveals that Aldine is a high-ranking member of the demon god cult and urges the extraction of valuable information from him. One man accepts an offer while the other, indifferent after achieving his goals, shows no concern about giving it away. The character confidently drinks from the cup, feeling completely revitalized. Realizing the situation is too much to manage alone, the character decides to seek help after uncovering critical information. One character hands over a dossier containing critical information about the demon god cult's members, hideouts, and plans, while the other prepares to review it. A man urgently flips through a book, sweat beading on his forehead as he searches for crucial information. The man's hands tremble as he demands to know if the shocking information before him is true. A man urgently reveals that the Eastern Union is behind a devastating plan to destroy and rebuild the world. The balance of power in Qian shifted when the Western Alliance gained dominance after producing the Queen and the Saint of Light. The group reviews a report detailing the Eastern Union's ongoing decline and the recent sale of its territories to the West. He realizes the gap in power has grown too wide to overcome. The demon god cult infiltrated the Eastern Union's nobility several years ago. A colossal blue dragon known as Blue Dragon Artalis emerges as one of the 8 world challenges. An ice dragon begins to destroy the Western territories. A determined figure explains that if the dragons remain unchecked, the South will soon face devastation. A man in priestly robes realizes the demon god cult has manipulated both the desperate and the nobility across the West. Determined to end the threat, the speaker decides that hunting the blue and ice dragon will resolve the crisis. Zephyr firmly announces that he and Ned will go slay the dragons. A blonde man protests in alarm, warning that facing a dragon with only 2 people is reckless. A long-haired character smirks and challenges the group by questioning if they no longer need him. A silver-haired man urgently orders the protection of the Third Parish, warning that a raid on headquarters could turn the battle against them. The character firmly agrees to proceed. Lucius officially promotes Zephyr and Ned Strayer to senior temple knights in front of the assembly. 2 figures are formally rewarded with gold, jewels, and magic stones for protecting the parish. A composed figure outlines the extensive privileges granted to senior temple knights, including access to all temple territories, unrestricted use of temple resources, and the authority to mobilize troops with an official certificate. A character proposes that she and her uncle split the temple offerings, startling one of the others in the room. One character firmly rejects receiving a priest's seal and insists on a high rank through documents, despite warnings about losing access to light-based skills. 2 armored figures shake hands, finalizing their alliance for the upcoming dragon raid. 2 men discuss their concerns and preparations for an upcoming dragon raid, deciding to forego any banquet and focus on urgent matters. 3 characters tense up as a menacing growl echoes nearby. A surge of magical energy erupts, engulfing the birdcage in a vibrant explosion. A monstrous creature convulses violently as crackling purple energy engulfs it. Sensing a disappearance, someone attempts to connect with Aldine's fading life force. A determined figure confronts the caged, monstrous entity and demands to know if it was responsible for Aldine's death. A startled character demands to know the identity of the unexpected intruder. A massive surge of purple energy erupts, engulfing the area in a violent blast. A surge of crackling purple energy erupts as a character unleashes a powerful magical attack. The shadowy figure commands immediate submission, exuding overwhelming power. A monstrous figure reveals itself as the demon god cult leader, radiating ominous power. A monstrous eldritch entity is summoned, unleashing a wave of sinister energy. A menacing figure confronts the group, leaving them tense and unprepared as they realize their enemy's leader has arrived. A sinister force manifests as a hand reaches toward the glowing red eye, and the character senses its dangerous energy. A determined man confronts the floating dragon heart, declaring its ownership. He locks eyes on an unexpected adversary who has arrived sooner than anticipated. Someone begins to recall important information. The cult leader turns his focus away from the loss of the dragon heart, immersing himself in the luxury and secrecy of his double life. A ruthless strategy unfolds as violent clashes are shown and a captive is trapped in thorny restraints. The protagonist questions whether the cult leader's actions during Aldine's torture were motivated by a hidden connection or simply a whim. The characters brace themselves, suspecting the demon god's involvement. 2 men struggle to seize a glowing sword while a third watches tensely from behind. A determined figure orders the group to escape while revealing that the cult leader's power rivals that of an archmage. The armored character steels himself, determined to stop anyone from taking the dragon heart by using his secret technique. He is unexpectedly touched as he realizes his ally's loyalty. 2 figures advance with swords ready, each challenging the other to keep pace. A character urgently explains that destroying Aldine's head is the only way to break the connection spell. A combatant charges forward and unleashes a lightning-charged attack against a magical barrier. A hand unleashes a surge of purple energy while casting a powerful spell through a glowing magic circle. A shadowy figure overwhelms a white-clad fighter with a surge of devastating purple magic. A mysterious skill immobilizes the 2 characters, rapidly dispersing their mana and preventing them from using any abilities. A shadowy figure activates Ancient Dragon's Shadow, drastically weakening all targets and blocking their use of mana and skills. A sinister figure searches for any sign of interference but concludes the effort was pointless. Dark magical energy erupts with glowing runes and flashes of lightning. A devastating blast of cursed magic engulfs the victim, inflicting disease, pain, and decomposition all at once. Dark energy and green lightning surge across the character's face as they scream in agony. A male character staggers as violent, dark energy courses painfully through his body. A desperate man clutches a glowing artifact as he cries out for Arya, surrounded by crackling dark energy. A white-haired figure unleashes a devastating wave of golden light, overwhelming the opponent. A monstrous hand unveils a glowing, ominous eye, shocking everyone present. A white-haired warrior unleashes the Sword of Light, filling the scene with crackling energy. The legendary Sword of Light is introduced, known for its immense stat requirements. A text box explains that this ability requires either the goddess's permission or request to be used. A powerful burst of magical energy erupts, filling the area with crackling light and mystical symbols. A pivotal choice is made to use the Sword of Light. The protagonist formulates a plan to combine powerful skills and items to boost his stats, and wield the Sword of Light for 10 seconds without external aid. Realizing the danger, the character considers that an enemy may have been sent to eliminate them under the demon god's command. He weighs his options, realizing that a direct fight would be too risky and must be avoided. A surge of power ignites as the protagonist's eye glows intensely, signaling an imminent awakening. He sharpens his focus, readying himself for what comes next. The narration anticipates that the cult leader may be sent into action to secure an effortless victory. The monstrous figure acknowledges the human's relentless persistence during their intense clash. An armored figure condemns those who surrender out of fear, declaring them weak. The demon god rages in disbelief after being struck by the fallen human. Someone furiously demands that the catastrophe be undone immediately. A challenge for a rematch is issued as Zephyr listens in silence. Zephyr steps forward, ready to take action. Tartarus aims for total victory. Someone internally questions whether their rival would attack before they reach full strength. An armored figure approaches a sinister floating artifact, reconsidering whether the journey was truly a waste of time. A monstrous hand crackling with purple energy confronts the wary figure, questioning how someone unworthy could possess the goddess of light's power. The white-haired man confronts the cult leader, responding with confident defiance. A gloved, clawed hand reaches toward the glowing ring, hesitating for a moment. A man in black armor flips a coin and challenges his companion to a bet where the loser must reveal a secret. A white-haired man confidently proposes that if he wins, he will reveal his opponent's identity to his allies and allows the same in return. A character is caught off guard by a sudden surge of dark energy. A character is stunned upon discovering the identity of the cult leader. Startled by Zephyr's unexpected knowledge, the man clenches his fist and tries to make sense of the situation. A character activates a mana detection skill to sense lies, their hand crackling with purple energy. Someone silently judges another with clear annoyance. A white-haired man with a metal arm threatens his armored opponent, warning that any reckless move will endanger the others and promising relentless interference if forced to flee. The protagonist accepts the mysterious offer, committing to the dangerous pact. The white-haired man smirks and cracks his clawed glove, intimidating his opponent. A character recoils in shock, sweat beading on their face as they react to sudden danger. A tense silence fills the air as the character fixes his gaze on the spinning gold coin. A tense character watches nervously as a glowing coin spins in the air. Two armored figures seal an alliance with a firm handshake. A menacing figure declares the outcome while monstrous hands close in around a glowing object. The white-haired man glares forward and declares his decision. Two armored figures clasp hands, sealing a determined alliance. A hand flips over a coin, revealing the tail's side. A man confidently demonstrates his extraordinary skill by accurately predicting coin flips multiple times in a row. Everyone in the room except Reverend Alfonso noticed the critical detail. A glowing golden coin spins rapidly through the darkness. A metal-clad hand slams down to conceal the coin's result, heightening the tension. The result of the coin toss is revealed as both characters glare at each other. A white-haired man conjures a glowing orb as another figure watches him warily, uncertain if this is a random gamble or a concealed trap. A wary figure quickly responds to the proposed game, seizing the advantage by calling tails. The white-haired man announces the result with unwavering determination. Two armored figures seal their alliance with a firm handshake as golden light glows between them. Zephyr fiercely clashes with a monstrous, clawed hand as lightning crackles around them. A massive explosion detonates, engulfing several figures in crackling energy. A blinding surge of mana erupts as Zephyr and the cult leader's powers collide. A monstrous hand releases an extremely dense surge of ominous energy. A red-haired man in a dark cloak calmly explains how the outcome is determined only when the coin is revealed. A glowing coin marked with a candelabra emblem appears in the darkness. A silver-haired fighter charges up a decisive, energy-infused attack, aiming to secure victory. A glowing coin hurtles through the air as a fierce attack is unleashed. A surge of purple energy erupts as a giant golden coin and a spectral beast materialize before the stunned white-haired figure. Victory is achieved by overcoming the opponent's interference. A contest of strength is announced with a straightforward rule. A male character is blasted backward by a violent surge of dark energy that shatters the ground. The armored figure tears through the wreckage, unleashing a surge of destructive power. A menacing shadow entity emerges above the rocks, wreathed in purple flames and mist. A rule was created to prevent endless clashes without clear victory or defeat. The silver-haired warrior releases a devastating surge of purple energy, obliterating the rocks ahead. A monstrous hand bursts through the glowing magical chains, shattering its restraints. The outcome is immediately decided. A white-haired figure unleashes a surge of energy, colliding with a violent burst of purple and white light. A monstrous, tentacled eye emerges, locking its gaze with Zephyr as the confrontation begins. Two powerful energy blasts crash into each other, triggering a massive explosion. A glowing sword collides with a surge of dark purple energy. A white-haired warrior slams a massive, glowing coin to the ground, unleashing a surge of blue lightning. A character realizes the opponent is using the Eastern One's electrical acceleration technique. A massive weapon crashes into the ground, shattering the earth and sending debris flying. A destructive blast shatters the surroundings as a terrified woman screams in fear. A white-haired warrior slams his fist into the ground, sending a powerful shockwave that shatters the earth. The dragonification transformation ends. Zephyr looks down with a cold, disappointed expression, quietly passing judgment. The golden medallion splits in half on the cracked ground, signaling a draw. The two discuss how the building was destroyed, but the cult leader retreated without causing harm, crediting Zephyr for handling the situation expertly. A worried woman questions what will happen to the bet's terms now that the result is a draw. The woman informs the man that the match has been postponed and will be rescheduled. Two men stride confidently into the sunlit room, drawing everyone's attention. Two characters discuss their inability to find a reliable countermeasure for a dangerous skill, leaving the group concerned. A man activates a magical oath ring, explaining that breaking its promise results in losing one of his senses for a month, and that he cannot reveal the cult leader's identity until the second round. One character reluctantly accepts the situation, while resolving to follow instructions in the formal room. A character smirks confidently, hinting at a hidden plan. A red-haired character confronts a shocked blonde character, confirming their suspicions. The masked man issues a cryptic challenge while the blonde figure listens anxiously. A character begins to critically reflect on the current situation. He weighs the danger of this new threat, and decides to share it only with those he completely trusts. Two opponents lock eyes in a tense standoff, sweat revealing the pressure between them. A man strides down a lavish hallway with flowers as a revelation about the cult leader is about to be revealed. He notices the oath ring still glowing, realizing his secret remains safe for now. The white-haired man confidently proposes a high-stakes bet, challenging his opponent to reveal a secret if they lose. A sharp-eyed man confidently challenges his opponent with a threat to reveal their identity, escalating the psychological standoff. A hidden ambition is revealed as an intense, glowing red eye stares out from the shadows. A poised woman steps into the lavish ballroom, clutching a bouquet of red roses and scanning the crowd with anticipation. A young woman pauses in the soft light, lost in contemplation. A young woman pauses in the glowing light, gathering her resolve before making a crucial decision. A man stands beneath a grand chandelier and presents a large bouquet of red roses to a woman in celebration of her 20th birthday. Altair greets the guest warmly, expressing gratitude while holding a bouquet of red roses. A confident young man formally introduces himself as the first prince and youngest cardinal of the Qian kingdom. The panel explains that some skills leave visible or hidden symbols on bodies or objects, affecting status and varying by category. Sunlight fills the empty room as a new day begins. Realizing the cult leader's overwhelming power, the two characters lie awake in tense contemplation. Despite her exhaustion, she resolves that neither she nor her family can back out of the fight. A determined figure grips a weapon, preparing to fight. Sitting by the window at night, the figure vows to continue seeking revenge against everyone involved. A character reflects on how Zephyr's intervention saved them from being abandoned by the demon god worshippers. Gripping a cloth with determination, the character vows to repay a life-altering debt, ready to face any powerful opponent. A muscular man meditates on the bed, focusing his energy as glowing magical symbols swirl around him. Someone delivers an ultimatum, breaking the silence with a decisive statement. Troubled by recent events, the protagonist anxiously wonders about the cult leader's sudden appearance. The cause behind a sudden change in fate is revealed to be interference by someone with knowledge of the future, as giant clockwork gears turn ominously. A monstrous hand with a glaring eye materializes, suggesting someone is taking action instead of remaining a passive observer. The dark figure attacks two opponents with his sword, showing only irritation instead of bloodlust. The protagonist anxiously wonders if the man's interest in the dragon heart hides a deeper motive. He grows anxious as he questions whether he has forgotten something important. A sudden, radiant light bursts from his chest, leaving him stunned and speechless. The figure pauses beneath the illuminated windows, silently resolving to handle an important task before leaving. A magical display reveals that the silver key allows access to a special room for storing or retrieving items and enables teleportation to that room. A glowing key symbol forms on the back of the protagonist's hand as he receives the upgraded silver key. A battered man listens intently as a glowing angel delivers a message and promises to enhance the silver key's power. Zephyr notices the glowing blue mark on his arm and prepares to respond to the summons. A surge of powerful blue magic erupts from the bed, filling the room with intense energy. The protagonist surveys the grand, ruined hall as ethereal vines wind through the shattered architecture. He steps into the ornate chamber, cautiously surveying the space linked to the silver key. The winged figure reveals that the key opens the guest room in their villa. An angelic figure welcomes the protagonist into a radiant hall while holding a golden chain attached to a mystical beast. The protagonist realizes that the person before him was the one who gave him the silver key and questions whether additional benefits can be provided. The composed woman explains her motivations, revealing her personal and divine interests in the protagonist's fate. Zephyr interrupts impatiently, dismissing the gratitude and demanding the other person get to the point. A serene woman with angelic wings invites the other person to sit as she holds a golden chain. A white-haired man, a winged woman, and a blue-tailed creature materialize in the lavish room amidst a burst of teleportation energy. A winged figure announces the addition of new rules and rewards, warning that threatening the gods will not be tolerated again. A stern man warns that any further misconduct will result in the immediate loss of granted perks. A menacing announcement declares that the protagonist will become prey, with rewards offered to anyone who hunts him down. The man reflects on how his clever tactic against his enemies could only work once. The young man impatiently demands the promised rewards, insisting that he heard the offer clearly and wants them handed over immediately. A composed figure explains that only with the Goddess of Light's permission can the Sword of Light's usage restrictions be removed, marking this as a rare exception. A calm figure invokes the authority of the Goddess of Light while referencing a divine mission. A new divine rule is announced, promising exceptional rewards for those who fulfill the god's requests. An angelic figure calmly warns that nothing in this world comes without a price. A character tightens their armored glove, preparing to face a divine test. An armored man sits atop his horse at sunset, vowing to prove his worth. A group of heroes quietly departs through the back gate as robed figures offer a solemn farewell. A young man equips the mist bracelet and prepares to avoid detection as he plans a cautious escape from the temple. A woman hands a lunchbox to a cloaked man as he prepares to leave on horseback. A man gratefully receives a magical lunchbox that instantly restores his health and mana. The white-haired young man confidently delegates the task and encourages his companion to continue. A confident character encourages someone by wishing them good luck. Horses race toward the city gate, where a group of robed figures blocks their path. A resolute woman prepares to act as a decoy by pretending to secure the dragon heart, drawing attention away so another can move undetected. The main gate is quickly secured to prevent anyone from entering. The indefinite blockade of the Great Third Parish Temple is announced as rain falls over the imposing structure. Sensing a growing distance, the woman realizes Zephyr is moving further away. A character silently contemplates someone's imminent departure, her expression tinged with melancholy. Two figures step forward together, leaving behind the glowing light. Someone gives a firm affirmation. A single tear falls down the character's face as light glimmers on the ornate star-patterned embroidery. An unseen figure confesses to enduring 1,000 years of loneliness. A surge of magical energy bursts from the doorway, filling the chamber with blinding light. A resolute vow is declared, setting the stage for a decisive action. A solemn message is delivered to the successor of an important mission. The armored rider charges forward on horseback toward the distant mountains, pressing on with determination. A dove carrying a ribbon flies over the city to deliver a message. A foreboding message hints at a destined partnership involving a descendant. A woman quietly receives a message delivered by a white dove at the window. A woman stands by the window and reads a letter aloud, A serious blonde man reads a handwritten letter apologizing for missing a birthday due to a raid and explaining he will be absent for some time. A woman reads a letter promising a birthday gift, feeling exasperated as she recalls receiving odd presents before. Shouts ring out as chaos erupts outside, while a woman watches anxiously from the window. He stands over the fallen soldiers, asserting victory as light streams down. A mysterious message offers the promise of a long-desired gift. A young woman looks up in shock as a sudden light illuminates her face. Bathed in radiant light, the determined young man embraces newfound resolve. A grand castle comes into view as Altair arrives at Lindell, the territory she received along with her title at age 16. Two riders enter the fortress on horseback while guards observe from the gate. A stern envoy steps forward and presents a sealed letter, announcing his arrival on behalf of the Saint of Light. An envoy welcomes the group at the castle gates and offers to escort them inside. A stern blonde man hands a sealed letter to a skeptical companion, instructing him to deliver it to Lindell Castle for assistance in the upcoming dragon raid. Two armored young men walk outside, discussing whether one of them has any personal connection to the princess. A character expresses doubt that a highly talented individual will assist their group. A woman slams a masked figure into the ground with her mace, leaving everyone stunned by her power. A cloaked man stands over a defeated armored figure as another man reacts in shock to the unexpected outcome. Two guards stand alert outside the castle, discussing the arrival of suitors for the princess. Two young men react in disbelief upon learning that the group they spotted are suitors, not thugs. A renowned noblewoman is introduced as the admired star of Aslan. Polaris renounces his succession rights and noble title to become a priest, while fortune favors her. The king decides to grant the right of succession to Altair and her husband due to his second son's illness. Two figures plot to gain the throne by marrying the princess and making their son the next king. A confident woman calmly begins to set her conditions before discussing marriage. She lounges confidently on the sofa, dismissing weak men with open disdain. Countless noblemen line up in the palace garden, each hoping to earn the chance to speak with her. A lightning-charged figure crashes down, delivering a devastating blow that shatters the ground. The wounded knight stands firm in the courtyard, demanding the next challenger. A new challenger steps forward but is instantly defeated, leaving the onlooker stunned by the swift outcome. One armored figure evaluates the group, surprised by their unexpected competence. An older man explains that most participants are proxies hired by suitors, and that priests are included because bringing someone capable of challenging Lady Ophelia is considered valuable. He considers how others may not surpass him or his peer, yet still command respect wherever they go. A female knight channels blue energy as she prepares to face one of the continent's top 10 warriors. One character greets another with familiarity, noting they appear younger than expected, while the other reacts with surprise. A stern man blocks the path and demands to know the identities of the two newcomers. A frustrated man confronts someone for cutting the line after waiting for 3 days. A priest from the Temple of the Sky is identified by his blue robes adorned with a golden bird pattern, signaling the presence of a powerful religious figure. The silver-haired young man explains that he is only fighting on behalf of a noble and tells the others not to pay attention to him. A man glares furiously as he demands an explanation. A young man steps forward, presenting a sealed letter as he asserts his authority and demands passage. An intense character confronts someone, demanding to know if they will take responsibility for the consequences of a delayed urgent message. A tense silence fills the scene. He clenches his jaw in frustration, struggling to control his anger. The official steps aside, allowing the two to continue down the city street. The protagonist leaves the dungeon ahead of schedule, prompting a group to speculate about the reasons for his early exit. A man explains the strict order for notifying parties after leaving a dungeon, emphasizing the priority of each recipient. He reveals that the person in question is a lover. A young man reacts in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. A man gleefully spreads a damaging rumor about a scandalous relationship in the capital. A male character is violently struck in the face, blood and debris scattering from the impact. A white-haired man launches a powerful magical blast, sending a priest and another figure hurtling backward in front of the fortress. Tension rises as the Temple of Light and the Sky resent being ranked below Lucius's authority. The armored man furiously confronts the group, demanding answers about the rumors involving someone important to him. The young man taunts his opponents, daring them to face him directly. A shocked man recoils as a cloaked figure advances, while another man staggers in the smoky background. Someone reflects on a recent fight in the palace garden and apologizes for losing control after hearing an insult. The butler apologizes for not preventing others from starting a conflict with the young man. Someone is surprised that the conflict was resolved before the usual intervention could occur. An older man studies the newcomer's attire, suspecting they might not be official envoys. A character eagerly shows off the greenhouse and asks for an opinion. A figure strides into the grand hall, immediately drawing startled attention from everyone present. Zephyr glances sharply over his shoulder, scanning the area with wary intensity. The narrator reveals that the next encounter with Altair will not happen for several years. Two figures stand face to face, the tension between them unmistakable. A year of intense training in the cave with a companion passes. Time resumes for the narrator only after exiting the cave. A white-haired man bows and greets the princess in a grand, sunlit garden. A character narrows their gaze, intensely focusing on someone who has caught their attention. A critical message from the saint is received, prompting the listener to explain the details in person. A woman partially conceals her face with a golden fan and demands to know what the person before her can offer. One character senses something unusual and glances around warily as the group stands in the sunlit hall. A determined woman steels herself for the next challenge. The character wonders why the knight keeps glaring at them and tries to recall if they have met before. An information panel explains the hierarchy and special rules of royal succession titles in the kingdom. A woman fixes her gaze over an ornate fan and demands to know what the other person can offer her. Four figures confront each other in a tense garden meeting as a blue butterfly flutters between them. He considers the limits of Altair's communion skill and her ability to sense others. A powerful woman once led a group against the demon god worshippers, inspiring the current narrator to follow in her footsteps. She reflects on how her initial pursuit of success shifted to a determination for revenge after her master's dying wish. Someone reflects on having witnessed something far greater than expected. The real reason for the search for a groom is to attract powerful individuals as the demon god worshippers invade the kingdom. The young man questions Altaire's ability to handle everything alone. A figure channels crackling energy while apologizing to the princess. A silver-haired man gathers golden energy as he prepares to demonstrate his power. A woman's eyes widen as she suddenly recognizes something shocking. A character realizes that someone has gained the power of a dragon through a dragon heart transplant. Two women discuss whether a match with Sir Zephyr has taken place. A determined knight steps forward with her sword, preparing to face her opponent in a series of bouts as a noblewoman observes from behind. A vivid blue butterfly appears, fluttering alone against a blank background. Two armored figures unleash opposing magical forces as they charge toward each other, while a butterfly hovers above red roses below. With a fierce glare, the character prepares to unleash his hidden power. A blue butterfly lands on a red rose under dramatic lighting. A tense standoff unfolds as one character carefully assesses his opponent, realizing that any reckless move could lead to his defeat. A character strides forward, making a dramatic entrance. Someone urgently warns others to proceed carefully. A woman in armor prepares to duel an imposing opponent in the garden. A glowing butterfly suddenly takes flight. A glowing butterfly lands on a red rose in a magical light. A shadowy figure swiftly cuts through a swirl of red rose petals. One fighter deflects an overhead sword strike with swift, fluid hand movements as the duel intensifies midair. Two armored fighters clash midair as one realizes their strongest attacks have no effect. A heavy palm strike slams into the fighter's stomach, knocking his weapon away in the intense third bout. A white-haired armored figure is blasted backward by a powerful force. A dark, armored hand suddenly grabs the startled blonde character from behind. The white-haired man suddenly appears behind the kneeling knight and seizes him by the head, leaving his opponent stunned and overwhelmed. The white-haired character carefully assesses their opponent's impressive combat skills. Someone wonders about the mysterious origin of the man. A composed woman questions the ongoing efforts to resolve the blue dragon's destruction of the granary. A character argues against cultivating new farmland due to threats from demon god worshippers, but insists that clearing land in the Thorny Mountain range is necessary. Zephyr formulates a plan to split the enemy's focus during the dragon raid. Someone sets cautious expectations for a quiet and swift outcome. A character hints that something significant will happen in a month. A young man in dark armor vows to defeat the blue dragon, his determination clear as he stands with his hand outstretched. A composed woman initiates a negotiation by directly asking what the other party wants in exchange. The man explains that he could not bring healers to the raid due to a shortage caused by an issue during the Tomb of the Abominable Princess operation. Someone urgently requests as many healers as possible. A woman assesses the true motives behind a request and questions the likelihood of slaying the blue dragon. A silver-haired man hands a mysterious jewel to a seated woman in a sunlit hall, making the next move dependent on her decision. Amazed, the protagonist discovers the crystal of magic and learns it contains powerful ancient magics that require mastery to unlock new skills. The white-haired man reveals that the secrets of Medea's ancient magic were entrusted to him, and that he must now deliver something important as promised by the recipient's ancestor. A character explains that once the crystal of magic is absorbed, their ally will become the strongest and can help with tuning the dragon heart. A figure prepares to depart from the grand entrance hall, awaiting further summons. Two armored figures march purposefully across the stone ground, heading toward their destination. Three figures walk together, as one of them prepares to make a strong impression during their first introduction in this life. The white-haired young man promises to wait. A long-haired figure studies the scene, clearly intrigued. Two women discuss the newcomer's impressive abilities and express some concern about the person who recommended him. A white-haired woman questions whether the person before her is strong enough to possess a dragon heart. She warns that the dragon heart is still settling, and its host will grow even stronger. A stern man reveals he was entrusted with a vital task by the listener's ancestor, and insists on delivering it as promised. A woman considers the possibility that the legendary archmage might still be alive within the tomb. It is revealed that Princess Eurydia was the one who transplanted the dragon heart. Someone silently acknowledges the remarkable opportunities granted to an unknown knight. A woman in the garden quietly plots how to use a man to advance her plans. Someone narrows their eye, focusing intently on what lies ahead. A white-haired man kneels and kisses the hand of a dark-haired woman, noticing that the sensation he feels is strangely unfamiliar. The protagonist experiences a powerful vision as supernatural energy swirls around him. Two opponents lock hands as magical energy and lightning explode around them in a fierce confrontation. A cloaked figure steps forward to confront the cult leader seated beneath the ritual light. The masked vice cult leader stands ready, awaiting orders from their superior. A grim figure announces that there is now a vacant position among the 12 apostles. A masked figure realizes in shock that a critical position among the 12 apostles of the demon god cult is now vacant, indicating a major failure within the group. A character glares intensely while demanding to know if someone is testing their intentions. A figure delivers a sharp rebuke, criticizing another for not suggesting an apostle candidate sooner. The cult leader instructs the subordinate to continue the apocalypse plan without delay despite one member's absence. A hooded figure kneels at the altar as red energy erupts overhead, unleashing a terrified scream. Someone silently laments their failure to meet the cult leader's expectations. A helmeted figure confronts a robed intruder in the dim corridor. A masked figure urgently orders preparations to depart for the third parish. A woman slowly approaches the glowing crystal altar, captivated by its mystical energy. Amid the glowing ruins, the woman reflects on everything she endured to aid in raiding the tomb and now receives a radiant artifact as a result. A powerful magical grimoire called the Crystal of Magic is obtained, offering the chance to advance magic skills through meditation. The mentor bids farewell to his pupil, entrusting her with the task of perfecting the magic on her own. A woman concentrates deeply as she reveals the crucial method to defeat the cult leader. A burst of blinding blue energy erupts from the stone monolith, illuminating the snowy cavern. A woman floats in the air as glowing magical circles surround her. A character's mind becomes linked to the Crystal of Magic, unlocking a vast array of magical knowledge. A woman recoils in shock as swirling magical energy and glowing runes fill the air. An ethereal figure emerges from the Crystal of Magic and reaches out to connect with the chosen descendant. Two hands reach toward each other, signaling the start of an important encounter. The young man in black armor confidently instructs his companion to search the castle for demon god worshippers while he attends the party. A young man dismisses the idea of enjoying the party and insists that their real purpose is to gather information. A red-haired man presents a mist bracelet, emphasizing its powerful stealth abilities to help them avoid detection. A white-haired young man warns about a powerful enemy in the mansion and instructs his companion to dress fully for stealth. Someone hesitates, sensing an important moment is about to unfold. A character warns that a woman has been closely watching. One man questions the identity of a mysterious expert, while the other listens by the fireplace. Someone silently questions whether they were recognized during their time working for the cult. Someone pauses to reconsider their previous statement. A character inspects a magical potion, preparing to reveal hidden threats among possible enemies. The protagonist warns his companion to stay cautious, believing the situation is under control as he draws his sword. A shovel rests on the ground as preparations begin. A hand yanks someone's white hair, forcing their head back. A hand forcefully grabs the side of someone's face, intensifying the confrontation. A man confidently demonstrates the secret transfiguration technique, preparing to change his appearance. A silver-haired man quietly slips through the opulent ballroom, blending into the crowd as those around him remain unaware of his presence. Someone reflects on their limited transfiguration abilities. A lavish party unfolds in the Lindell Castle Annex ballroom as guests mingle and servants circulate with drinks. Two men discuss the importance of properly handling the influential challengers gathered at the event. The castle annex serves as lodging for guests and hosts nightly parties. Amidst the lively palace gathering, nobles gossip about the princess while a strategist quietly observes, intent on recruiting talented individuals for future plans. Four men sit around an ornate table, discussing the disappearance of news from the third parish and the unresolved situation involving a missing guest. Someone notes the lack of carrier pigeons, signaling no messages have arrived. Two nobles discuss recent rumors about Cardinal Aldine possibly attacking the third parish to eliminate hidden demon god worshippers. It is revealed that the saint and the cardinal are now working together. Everyone is focused on the outcome of the recent raid. He stares ahead with unwavering determination, ready for what comes next. Several people raise their goblets in a toast while keeping the details of the raid and Aldine's secret. One man drinks from a chalice while the other stands silently, tense under his gaze. One man confronts the other on the couch, accusing him of being the same person he met earlier. The man observes that everyone at the table shares a connection to the Baron. Someone points out that others immediately mistook the person at the table for the Baron, while the real Baron was away dancing. Someone acknowledges another's skill with a brief compliment. A sly man confronts someone, accusing them of attacking the priests of the Temple of the Sky. A man is stunned to realize that someone has seen through his disguise. A lone man carefully moves through the dim hallway, lighting his path with a lantern. A man quietly sneaks through the dimly lit hallway, holding a candle. A startled young man is pulled backward forcefully by another person. A cloaked figure reports the east wing is cleared as a monstrous centipede crawls from a corpse. A lone figure launches into the night sky, soaring over the palace rooftop toward the glowing moon. A cloaked figure surveys the vast castle, astonished by its immense size and the fact that it belongs to a single owner. The man quietly reflects on how Lucius's new home in the temple feels familiar and comfortable to him. A woman cradles a child as a man stands close beside them, sharing a quiet moment together in the sunlight with a cat nearby. A girl and her older sister wave goodbye from the ship as they depart, marking the last time they are seen together. A figure mourns a lost loved one, reflecting on how life could have been different if tragedy had not struck. The character reels in shock, processing an unexpected revelation. One character confronts another in a secluded area, demanding to know why they are away from the ongoing party. An armored woman confronts an intruder beneath the glowing night sky. He realizes too late that someone has managed to approach him undetected. The protagonist evaluates the mist bracelet's concealment, while recognizing the exceptional strength of the guardian knight. A calm woman approaches and requests a private conversation, explaining she sensed something unusual and has business to discuss. On a misty rooftop, one figure confronts the other about being followed, leading to an admission of spying from the second floor of the east wing. A man defends his decision to eliminate demon god worshippers, citing evidence found among the corpses and explaining that swift action was prioritized over formal agreement. A character smiles approvingly, acknowledging a decision as excellent. Someone interrupts to clarify a misunderstanding. Someone reveals the reason for their visit. A male character is struck head-on by a blinding energy blast. Two warriors clash in a fierce, fast-paced duel fueled by powerful magic. A female combatant unleashes a powerful magical attack, overwhelming her male opponent. A female warrior challenges her opponent to prove their strength as she brandishes a glowing, magical sword. A man radiates red energy and prepares to punish his opponent. A menacing beast prowls through the darkness and discovers its target near the third parish temple. A cloaked figure investigates spectral wolf skeletons and scorch marks, deducing that a Dragon King-style martial artist was involved. A masked figure inspects the battleground, noting evidence of a multi-sided fight and traces of divine energy. A cloaked figure cautiously examines the abandoned carriage beneath the moonlight. The masked figure inspects a slick substance on their gloved hand under the eerie moonlight. A gloved hand uncovers a forbidden poison vial that shouldn't exist here. Realizing a dangerous alliance, the character deduces that 3 individuals conspired to assassinate Aldine during a critical mission. The temple activates a barrier to hide its activities and blocks all communication, causing carrier pigeons to become disoriented and gather nearby. A radiant golden crystal is revealed at the heart of the temple, suggesting something valuable is hidden inside. He considers how only a few people on the continent possess the rare skill to implant the dragon heart. He wonders if the Saints group has captured one of the targets and is stalling until the dragon heart's power stabilizes. The protagonist carefully deduces that the group's secrecy is meant to prevent outside interference as they pursue immense power. A mysterious message hints at a crucial clue as ominous black energy swirls around the words. 2 armored figures stand back to back as the fate of the dragon heart hangs uncertainly between them. Someone analyzes the situation, weighing whether the eastern figure manipulated the saint for personal gain or betrayed the cult by giving the implant to the saint. A cloaked figure slips through the dark forest, racing to gather crucial evidence before the dragon heart implantation is finished. A character jolts in shock, eyes wide as they react to an unexpected revelation. A cloaked figure silently spots their hidden adversary in the moonlit forest. A hooded figure with glowing red eyes emerges from the mist, exuding a menacing presence in the dark forest. Spotting the birdbeak mask, the protagonist suspects the figure might be the vice cult leader. A cloaked figure braces for combat as two spectral wolf-like beasts launch a magical attack in the moonlit forest. Spotting a hooded figure wielding a staff, the protagonist quickly gives chase, convinced they are connected to the unfolding events. A caped figure commands a massive spectral beast to charge forward and capture the targets. A cloaked figure desperately runs through the storm as two ghostly, green energy beasts chase close behind. A hooded figure is ambushed and wounded by spectral beasts radiating green energy. The masked character is startled as someone suddenly grabs them. Red lightning surges around the hand as power is unleashed. A caped figure strikes the spectral wolf-like entities with a lightning-charged palm attack. A character recognizes the use of the legendary Dragon King style from the east. A gloved figure draws a flaming sword while addressing the Eastern One's disciple. A masked figure confronts their target with a glowing staff and demands cooperation. A hooded figure scowls in frustration, radiating an ominous blue glow. A powerful energy slash tears across the night sky and strikes the fortress wall. Two fighters clash midair beside a towering building, their swords releasing swirling blue and red energy. A frustrated man protests the unfairness of the assessment while gripping his glowing sword. A defiant challenger questions whether only those on the same level are allowed to join the dragon raid. Two warriors clash in a storm of blinding energy and rapid sword strikes. A silver-haired warrior unleashes a powerful, glowing sword attack. Two swords collide in a fierce exchange, sending sparks flying. A sudden energy wave strikes, forcing a swift sword block. A character activates the Mirage Sword, unleashing a blade of mana during a fierce clash. A determined fighter unleashes a powerful sword strike in the heat of battle. Swords whirl through the night sky at high speed. A female character concentrates as her eyes blaze with blue energy, activating her power. A female fighter delivers a powerful, glowing kick that sends her male opponent flying. A female combatant unleashes a high-speed magical kick, sending blue energy swirling through the air. A character unleashes a massive spiraling energy attack, filling the scene with intense swirling power. A shadowy figure emerges from the mist, stepping into the moonlit clearing. A tense confrontation escalates as a shadowy figure acknowledges the woman's skill. A cloaked figure suddenly appears behind the armored woman, revealing the ability to teleport using a magical item. A long-haired character confronts another, accusing them of hiding their true strength. The character proposes ending the confrontation before either side reveals their remaining strategies. Someone realizes there may be a secret strategy in play. A character recognizes the Dragon King-style martial art. He reels back, stunned by her unexpected move. He reveals that his eyes have the highest stats in his body. A white-haired figure with glowing blue eyes declares that stealth abilities have no effect on them. The protagonist recalls being assigned a mission because of a unique trait. After narrowly escaping the vice cult leader, the exhausted figure kneels by the river to catch their breath. The situation starts to spiral out of control. Arriving after the raid ends, the protagonist discovers evidence of betrayal involving a master's disciple and notices the vice cult leader lurking nearby. The long-haired figure tightens his cloak, bracing himself for the confrontation ahead. The protagonist recalls stopping the smiling woman, a dangerous master of transfiguration, from joining the mission to seize the dragon heart. One character points out that the other shares distinctive martial arts traits with a certain woman, confirming suspicions after their fight. A woman stands peacefully under the moonlight, lost in reflection. A woman pauses to consider how to tackle the situation ahead. A character hints at a possible blood relationship between the listener and the shadow disciple known as Smiling Woman. Someone suddenly questions whether the young man is truly an ally, leaving him shocked and defensive. The scene shifts to a moment before leaving the third parish. A monstrous limb is severed and crashes to the ground, spraying blood everywhere. Someone asks if the other person feels better now in the darkness. A horrified figure recognizes a friend who has been grotesquely transformed into a monstrous being. A bloodied man clutches his head in regret as he confesses his remorse and tries to justify his past actions. In the darkness, an unseen figure delivers a chilling ultimatum. A bitter mentor confronts another character, blaming him for the hardships endured during his isolated training. A desperate figure screams for recognition as a shadowy assailant delivers a brutal, bloody attack. A weary man struggles to communicate with the bloodied, bound figure in the dim stone room. A shadowed figure urgently warns not to trust Zephyr, claiming he is deceiving someone. The armored figure advances with unwavering determination toward the looming confrontation. Aldine's credibility is dismissed as his statements are deemed irrational and not worth consideration. A cloaked figure arrives at the Grand Academy, ready to begin a new chapter. Someone explains that they have deliberately ignored certain people until this point. A shocked character struggles to process an unexpected revelation. A silver-haired young man confidently reveals that he is the Shadow Disciple, prepared to replace anyone who dies. One character reveals that the enemy known as the Smiling Woman, an expert at disguise and part of the 12 Apostles, was being stopped from joining the mission to seize the Dragon Heart. A character raises suspicion about a possible blood relation between the Shadow Disciple and someone present. A character reveals that the Shadow Disciple with red hair and yellow eyes is their sister, who was believed to be dead. A young girl rushes to warmly greet an adult as a ship waits nearby at the docks. A dangerous figure is revealed as the Shadow Disciple of the Dragon King's school. A lone figure walks away from the illuminated building, tormented by doubts about repeating past mistakes. A blonde young man smirks confidently through the window, preparing to act. The young man leans forward and demands the truth. A young woman delivers a powerful violin solo in an elegant room. As magical music fills the lavish parlor, the guests realize the party is about to end. The group wraps up their gathering in the hall and prepares to leave, agreeing to meet again for drinks the next day. A lone figure stands ready as three others cautiously approach down the ornate hallway. A merchant reflects with intrigue on the remarkable qualities of the man before him. The observer reflects on how the young man's impressive strength and cunning forced them to reveal hidden information despite thinking they had control. A serious man predicts that the master-servant roles will soon be reversed. A wary father warns his anxious son about the dangers of trusting the wrong people in business. A hooded man suggests reporting to the princess that the subject of their observation mission is unqualified. Philip Pilgrim firmly decides to secure the talented individual before any competitors can act. A woman in clerical robes firmly declares that they must either recruit the target or eliminate him. The white-haired young man considers that his knowledge is limited to only what he experienced in his previous life. A powerful merchant, known for his wealth and influence, is introduced as a key mentor who helped shape a pivotal figure in humanity's history. A mentor instructs a young royal to feign indulgence publicly while secretly gathering power, promising support against the cult leader's interference. A cloaked assassin stands over a bloodied corpse after carrying out a targeted killing. The protagonist determines his next objectives: prevent Philip's death and stop the mysterious woman. Zephyr assesses the danger posed by an enemy capable of transforming into any form. A character clenches his jaw in frustration as he realizes he has no idea what someone's true appearance is. A young man waits anxiously in the corridor, concerned that someone has not yet returned. Someone's eyes widen in shock as they realize something alarming. A cloaked figure waits in ambush, gripping a dagger in the dimly lit room. A sharp-eyed figure steps from the shadows and confronts the person who just returned. A powerful impact slams into the ground, sending debris flying. A figure waits in the shadows as another bursts into the room, signaling the start of a confrontation. The character hesitates and questions his sudden fear despite believing himself to be stronger. Inside the cave, one fighter relentlessly overwhelms the other during a brutal training session with wooden weapons. A tense young man struggles to suppress his reflex and anxiously wonders if something has happened. A character reveals they were caught searching the mansion and learned that someone matching their older sister's description was seen. A man questions the other about an older sister, prompting a recollection of past family losses. Someone reveals that their sister, presumed dead for 13 years after a shipwreck, is actually alive. A hooded disciple of the Dragon King's school waits in tense silence, gripping a weapon and preparing for confrontation. A character reacts in disbelief, eyes wide with shock. Reeling from the revelation, the protagonist questions the truth about the shadow disciple and suspects a hidden scheme. A character's eye widens in shock as they react to an unexpected revelation. A determined figure seizes another by the collar, demanding to know who taught them the martial art. She quietly reveals that she remembers little of her past, recalling only an accident and being taken in by foster parents before her martial abilities drew the attention of a master. The young woman confides her hopes of finding her lost memories and family, despite speaking to someone she considers an enemy. Zephyr reels in shock as a sudden realization overwhelms him. The young man realizes that Ned's family was targeted from the beginning because of their rare hereditary martial body. Someone furiously curses an enemy for betraying and abandoning an ally. A conflicted character questions who to trust after hearing contradictory claims. Haunted by betrayal, two figures reflect on the consequences of misplaced trust. A man braces himself for an imminent confrontation as tension builds around him. Two opponents clash, unleashing fire and lightning as they prepare to battle. Both figures simultaneously raise their hands, preparing to initiate a ritualistic confrontation. Two men sit together, tense and sweating as they prepare for a critical confrontation. A stern man hands a plate of food to a distressed figure, urging them to eat and recover their strength. Two figures surge forward at blistering speed, unleashing a rapid attack as energy crackles around them. A monstrous entity blocks the path as the two cloaked figures brace themselves for another confrontation. Two figures sprint forward with urgency, escaping from imminent danger. A determined fighter launches a powerful sword strike with fierce intensity. A fierce battle erupts as the protagonist blocks a deadly scythe attack with his glowing sword amid crackling lightning. A surge of energy erupts as Zephyr swings his glowing sword in a decisive attack. Two opponents clash with intense energy as they struggle to survive a life-or-death confrontation. Several figures stand over a defeated armored opponent as an ominous blue light fills the scene. A masked figure lunges from behind and fatally stabs the unsuspecting man with a glowing dagger. A fierce armored combatant swings a chained weapon at a caped swordsman, who braces himself amid crackling energy. Surrounded by swirling golden energy, the protagonist unleashes his newly claimed power with determined confidence. A surge of red lightning crashes into the opponent's chest as the battle intensifies. A dramatic revelation declares a bond of brotherhood. Two men solemnly cross swords in a pledge beneath a golden light, while another silently observes. A sword crashes to the ground as trust shatters. Someone desperately pleads for any kind of help, no matter how small. A wary protagonist demands proof before offering his trust. A tense silence hangs in the air as the man remains motionless. A character is startled upon learning that their meeting has been unexpectedly rescheduled. After stealing the dragon heart and learning the truth from the Silver Knight, you fled, were hunted by the world, gravely wounded by your senior brother in the Canyon of Oblivion, and lost the dragon heart to him. He reveals that he once learned the Dragon King-style martial arts after becoming trapped in the Canyon of Oblivion as a temple slave. A character reacts in shock to an unexpected revelation. A lone, armored figure sits before the ruined world, regretting that even at his strongest, he failed to save anyone. A lone figure sits by the fireplace, reflecting on their identity as the last human, a hero, a failure, and someone who has returned to the past with memories of the future. He asserts that he is the only disciple. The protagonist's eyes widen in shock as he processes a sudden realization. Before the regression, there was a plan in place. Tally marks cover the cracked stone floor as the disciple reflects on his struggle to grow strong enough to escape the canyon. Inside the cave, a young man undergoes intense training under the watchful gaze of a cloaked observer. The character fixes a cold, intense glare as tension rises. A powerful desire for revenge grows against the master who betrayed him. Tally marks cover the cracked stone wall, marking the relentless passage of days in captivity. His life continued only because of these remaining purposes. A relentless barrage of energy blasts tears through the battlefield, leaving devastation in their wake. The group was forced to leave the cave ahead of schedule. A monstrous creature, known as the Master of the Canyon Hunter, unleashes a devastating attack, striking down its opponent amidst flying debris. Someone silently admits deep regret. He shields an injured ally with his battered body, blaming himself for not becoming stronger sooner. A hand seizes an ankle, abruptly halting the opponent's escape as tension spikes. A cloaked figure unleashes a powerful strike, sending an opponent hurtling through the rocky canyon. A voice laments a mischance for escape together. Bloodied and desperate, he reaches forward with intense urgency. A determined figure stands before the glowing magical seal, intent on preventing a needless sacrifice. The protagonist steels himself, intensely focused and ready for the decisive moment ahead. He stares ahead with unwavering determination, ready to face the next challenge. An unseen figure challenges the central character to pay close attention as ominous words appear in the darkness. A determined figure prepares to unleash the final secret technique, raising a glowing sword as red energy crackles around them. Someone expresses regret about something they were unable to pass on. A fierce surge of energy erupts as the protagonist unleashes a decisive attack. A significant memory is recalled as the scene shifts to a black screen with white text. A catastrophic magical explosion erupts, filling the scene with blinding light and crackling red lightning. Two figures meet in a shadowy room, sitting tensely across from each other as sunlight cuts through the darkness. The protagonist clutches their forehead and tries to recover from exhaustion. The character struggles to accept the shocking news, visibly overwhelmed by doubt. The protagonist accepts the explanation, convinced by its logic. A resolute warrior channels radiant energy into the forbidden sword of light, unleashing its divine power. A character executes a precise maneuver in battle, exactly as predicted by Zephyr. The man admits there are things he cannot reveal, including his connection to the smiling woman. One character admits to deceiving the other in order to make them doubt the demon god cult. The protagonist firmly admits that he needs help to fight the demon god again. A character prepares to reveal a crucial point, their eyes filled with determination. A distressed figure struggles with regret, admitting a desperate wish for another's survival. The protagonist reveals that his motivation to keep moving forward was not solely driven by revenge. A solitary figure reflects on losing his family's honor and purpose after everything was taken from him. A solemn figure promises revenge and a new purpose to the kneeling youth in exchange for loyalty. Driven by gratitude, the young man trains relentlessly, striking the wooden post with intense focus. A kneeling man recalls performing any task asked of him, trusting completely in his master's judgment as the master reveals a swirling dark orb. The significance of the master-disciple bond as a trusting, familiar relationship is emphasized. A white chess piece is violently shattered, symbolizing the downfall of someone who overstepped their role. Someone silently reflects on past regrets in an empty, softly lit room. A long-haired man quietly reflects on the meaning his life has held. The man suddenly remembers that he has left something important behind in this world. A character grips their sword tightly while quietly expressing gratitude. A mentor reflects with pride on his disciple's astonishing return to the past to save the world. A determined figure assures the seated man that he will share the burden and face the future together. The protagonist reflects on successfully convincing an ally to keep his secret, knowing that revealing information about the future could cause chaos and lose their advantage. That morning, the group went to visit Philip's team. 5 individuals sitting around a table formally introduced themselves as the regular party members of Princess Altair. Progress unfolds rapidly with Altair's group taking swift action. 2 men discuss the princess's unexpected absence and decide to continue their conversation without her. He realizes her absence is due to the grimoire causing her to sleep. A woman lies unconscious in bed as the effects of the crystal grimoire begin to take hold, causing her to fall into a deep sleep accompanied by fever. A healer attempts to aid the unconscious woman with magic, but her recovery depends on how quickly she can absorb the energy. The protagonist prepares for the next challenge, determined to face it with renewed confidence after enduring hardships. Several days pass rapidly. A mysterious potion bubbles and glows as it brews among alchemical equipment. Preparations were made for the upcoming Blue Dragon raid. The protagonist studies the new weapons and plans how to develop fighting techniques that match their capabilities. A calm woman in a religious habit extends her arms, beckoning someone to approach. One character asks for haste while the other confidently reassures them as they share a gentle embrace. A magical health check is forcibly performed on a restrained figure while another tries to leave, only to be stopped and reminded that the screening is mandatory. Ned panics and tries to escape as someone insists he join in. A weakened figure collapses to the ground, groaning about tentacles as another stands over them with confidence. An armored woman mocks the weakened figure as he reacts in shock to the arrival of another person. A white-haired woman orders both of them to follow her to the princess. A red-haired character reacts with relief as the white-haired figure suddenly regains consciousness. The protagonist recalls speaking with Eurydica's remnant through the crystal of magic. A hand pushes open the ornate door, revealing a burst of light from within as someone enters the mysterious room. A character is struck by a sudden, unsettling realization. A woman greets 2 important guests as they enter her room. He grows uneasy as he realizes that Altair has learned something significant about him. A mystical figure bestows magical knowledge upon the kneeling figure as 3 stars align, marking a new level of power. A mysterious figure entrusts an extraordinary magical challenge, urging the listener to surpass all previous limits and reach level 8 of Median magic. A shadowed figure foretells that the door to the constellation will open. A mysterious presence warns that the conversation will be forgotten due to mana and urges trust in Zephyr. A young woman stares ahead in shock as she realizes something unexpected. A woman awakens in bed as 2 attendants rush to her side with visible relief. A female character recoils, clutching her head in sudden pain. A nun urges the weakened patient to stay still after awakening from a week-long sleep. The character struggles to recall an important memory that feels just out of reach. A cryptic message urges trust in Zephyr and hints at forgiveness from Anna. The 2 opponents face each other in a charged stare, tension mounting as one begins to sweat. Someone urgently orders for Zephyr to be called immediately. A formal attendant announces the arrival of important guests in the sunlit, elegant room. A pale woman seated in bed apologizes to her visitors for greeting them in her sleepwear and explains she has been unwell. Someone silently reflects on how much information may have been revealed to another person, realizing the implications extend beyond personal relationships. A pair of intense eyes lock onto their target with unwavering determination. A critical development is foreshadowed that will influence the Blue Dragon raid and upcoming battles. The potential threat of someone learning the communion skill and accessing memories by touch is revealed. One character offers to let the other read his memories to gain trust and simplify their strategy discussion. A white-haired man urgently demands to know what has happened as he reaches out to a startled black-haired woman. She smirks and suggests that the gift of the crystal of magic was an attempt to demonstrate power and join her party. A white-haired man confronts Zephyr, accusing him of manipulation for his own plan. She calmly explains that her communion skill is too weak to read others' memories, unlike her ancestor. A powerful figure sets a strict 3-week deadline for a plan to slay the dragon. A composed woman issues a challenge, inviting someone to persuade her. A white-haired man conjures a glowing key in his hand, preparing for the next step. A man inspects a pile of glowing scrolls as blue magical energy gathers in his hand. Several characters react in shock and alarm to something unexpected happening off-panel. After completing their preparations, the group departed with the knights and healers to hunt the blue dragon, bringing all necessary supplies packed in special storage items. Altair's schedule is revealed to include travel and shopping. One character speculates that the princess will make her presence known and wonders if she is excited to be outside the castle. He explains that he deliberately removed only the evidence of using the dragon heart's power in the third parish. Other influential figures are expected to concentrate on Lucius's withdrawal. He calculates how much time he has left and resolves to earn as much as possible in secret before it runs out. A plan is set in motion to raid the blue dragon and secure an alliance with mysterious new allies. The protagonist decides to keep his regression a secret from Altair, since she neither learned communion nor remembered her conversation with Eurydica. A young man warns another not to reveal their past life connection to avoid being seen as unstable or inappropriate. The man silently wonders why he is being trusted so much after fabricating information. The narrator wonders if her painful past made her guarded and mistrustful. The group arrives at the top of the hill, overlooking the vast Danakil plains, the continent's largest granary and the speaker's hometown. Standing alone in the golden wheat field at sunrise, he recalls visiting this place with his family. A carriage travels down a country road as someone explains the local tradition of warmly welcoming guests. Two figures cautiously open the window and look outside, scanning their surroundings. A character jolts in shock, eyes wide as an unexpected event unfolds. The carriage halts in a desolate, cursed landscape filled with twisted, dead trees. An old shack appears in the middle of the desolate landscape. A devastated landscape lies in ruins, shrouded in purple mist and scattered with bodies. Two people observe the aftermath of the blue dragon's attack from 3 years ago, reacting with shock and somber reflection. A devastated landscape lies before them as the destruction caused by the blue dragon's poison is explained, highlighting the failure to save the land and the loss of most of the farmland. A white-haired young man assesses the worsening state of the land, noting that it will become deadly within a year. A guard welcomes a group of travelers at the gate and delivers food supplies while discussing the unchanged situation inside. A guide explains that the camp serves as a medical relief station for farmers displaced by the poison disaster. A cloaked woman discusses the shortage of supplies and receives permission to perform maintenance while waiting for a soldier from Danakil. The exhausted man tenses up, sensing sudden danger inside the wooden room. The protagonist questions the priest about the identity of the injured man lying on the table. A young man explains that a knight was injured by monsters while on patrol from the Lord's castle. He observes the telltale symptoms of blue dragon's poison spreading rapidly through the victim's body. A gravely wounded man lies in bed, unable to be cured, as his condition can only be eased until he inevitably dies. A hooded woman discreetly informs a silver-haired young man that a reliable knight named Grimes may have been sent by the Lord. Two characters urgently discuss the station's security measures and how they can be tightened. A gloved hand conjures a glowing magical key surrounded by blue energy. The story hints at the grave danger posed by the blue dragon's poison, suggesting no one is currently able to counter it. The protagonist asserts his determination to take action despite the circumstances. The protagonist prepares to counterattack by infusing his claws with a deadly poison needle, declaring the area a restricted zone. He recalls that the Poison King's mastery over 72 deadly poisons was achieved late in his previous life, noting that some ingredients were extremely rare. A character reveals that a deadly poison, number 32 Asmodeus, was created using their own blood as a key ingredient. A silver-haired man instructs his assistants to carefully time their healing magic while he uses poison needles to perform a dangerous treatment on the gravely injured patient. A character wonders if poison, when used correctly, could counteract the blue dragon's deadly toxin. A hooded woman silently channels swirling magical energy around her. A sudden disturbance is detected in the mana around the relief station. The villagers tense up as shadows move closer in the background. A startled man in ornate clothing spins around as someone confronts the merchant leader. A group of armored soldiers and a mage arrive in a devastated, sunlit village, surveying the ruins as they advance. A knight in ornate armor formally greets an acquaintance, introducing himself as the captain of the Scarecrow Knights. A respectful man welcomes the knight, expressing relief at his presence in the rural area. A stern knight acknowledges the urgent message about the impending dragon raid and emphasizes the long-standing alliance between the two groups. The armored young man demands to know who is behind the deception. A stern man demands clarification with an intense glare. The dragon raid was scheduled for the following year, dependent on the Saint of Light finding the dragon heart. An informant in the third parish reports that the area has been blockaded, and all plans were cancelled as someone named Lucius withdrew inside, raising doubts about a raid. The man suspects someone is being deceived and questions the sudden request to borrow troops. A stern man questions whether the other's cautious approach was ordered by the Lord or made independently. An armored leader orders the soldiers to secure the relief station, but is abruptly interrupted by a violent attack and screams. A piercing scream erupts near the village huts, causing the two men to react in shock and alarm. An armored guard bursts into the room, demanding an explanation as a startled woman looks on. Someone's eye widens in shock as they realize something alarming. The wounded monster collapses to the floor while the armored human stands ready for another attack. A severely injured person collapses to the ground, bleeding and struggling to breathe. He notices strange objects embedded in the injured person's body. A tense moment unfolds as the protagonist discovers the weapon is laced with poison. A knight charges forward with a glowing sword, forcing the white-haired figure to retreat. A character in armor is struck unexpectedly on the head from behind, reeling from the forceful blow. A woman forcefully kicks a man to the ground for drawing his sword in front of her highness. A battered knight recoils in shock after being stopped by an unexpected figure. The armored figure reveals that he overheard the earlier conversation using mana detection and acknowledges the validity of the concerns raised. A hooded woman asserts control over the situation, making it clear that participation in the raid is mandatory and that harming party members is forbidden. The princess steps forward and confidently issues a royal decree. A character recoils in shock, eyes wide and sweat beading on their face. Armored knights kneel and respectfully greet the princess as she enters alongside another regal figure. An injured man kneels and thanks his armored rescuer, overwhelmed with gratitude. An armored knight bows an apology before Zephyr, who silently assesses his sincerity. A woman reminisces about academy days with a helmeted figure while another character realizes their past connection. A male character confronts another about their reputation for being harsh during group assignments, causing fear among group members. A young woman reflects on how the group's safety and success often depended on one member's careful attention to overlook details. A composed woman reassures an armored knight with sincere praise, leaving him visibly surprised. A grand duchess prepares to reveal important alliance information to a trusted ally. A figure announces that the protagonist was chosen by a goddess to save the saint and the world. An armored knight recoils in shock upon realizing the true identity of the white-haired young man. A serious figure warns that unchecked desire led them to overlook the threat of demon god worshippers, putting everyone in danger. A resolute woman presents a handwritten letter, declaring that Zephyr, guided by a divine revelation, now holds the dragon heart and must be obeyed as the will of the goddess. A knight is overcome with awe as he believes he is witnessing a divine revelation. A woman boldly declares her loyalty while a man struggles to contain his laughter at her convincing act of deception. A man teases a surprised woman by ruffling her hair while another person silently observes the interaction. A hooded young woman glares forward, her eyes glowing as she prepares to unleash a mysterious power. The group recalls meeting party members at the relief station. The group agreed to appoint a new operation commander without resistance. Riders rush across the landscape as the group races to develop an antidote before the poison resurges. The story reveals that the rare ingredients can only be found in the Great Elfin Forest, a vast area in northwestern Aslan. Two riders enter an untouched forest, surprised to find it still thriving despite the destruction seen elsewhere. The group rides cautiously through the dense forest, noting that the high mana density will soon force them to leave their horses behind. Two companions pause at the forest's edge as one hesitates in fear while the other insists they proceed inside for safety. Two figures discuss using the silver key to imprison someone, confirming it is possible. A winged figure reveals that the previous owner of the silver key once complained about leaving a comrade inside the room. A character calmly reveals that someone was left a cripple and driven to madness, expressing curiosity about the cause. A serious-looking man silently resolves to keep his comrades close as he holds the angel's silver key. The group reviews the map and prepares to head to the remote village, now a frontline base where their party members await. The two companions stand side by side, preparing to enter the sunlit forest ahead. Sensing a sudden threat, the protagonist turns sharply with a tense expression. Someone senses an ominous gaze coming from deep within the shadowy forest. A young woman notices something is wrong and asks about it. A character urgently asks the prince for clarification, tension rising in the room. A woman delivers urgent news about receiving the last message from the remote village 2 days ago via homing pigeon. A mage explains that red smoke will rise from the village as a warning if any problems occur. A vigilant scout uses her special ability to confirm there are no hidden threats in the area. The armored figure surveys the forest, confident that the group's strength will prevent any problems. The protagonist stands determined, preparing to reveal crucial information about the Great Elfin Forest. A somber young man hesitates before sharing the story of his hometown, weighed down by painful memories. A silver-haired man confronts another with a glowing sword, demanding answers in a tense standoff. Flames roar at the center as someone desperately urges for any information, regardless of its significance. In desperate times, stories about the forest were shared by the bonfire to bring comfort. A character silently observes the enchanting beauty of the sunlit forest clearing. A dangerous forest lures in humans with its beauty and consumes them. Zephyr commands Ned to protect the merchantry leader. Two riders stay alert in the forest as one warns the other about a possible ambush. The group stops abruptly in the forest, startled by something unexpected ahead. Two figures approach a massive mystical vortex deep within the overgrown forest. A radiant light reveals a hidden surge of energy beneath the swirling underwater vines. They discover a magical barrier in the forest that prevents outsiders from entering. Startled by a mysterious glowing light, the character realizes something that should be deeper in the forest has appeared much earlier than expected. A colossal vine entity emerges ominously in the mystical forest. A surge of mystical power bursts through the twisting vines and foliage. A towering spirit guardian blocks the path and warns the rider to leave the forbidden land. A gloved figure activates a glowing key symbol while confirming the timing of the last message received. A pair of hands seizes the glowing sword as energy bursts from the blade. Zephyr leads the cavalry forward, signaling the start of their assault as he anticipates the enemy's occupation of the base. A young man demands to know what happened to the people from the remote village. A shadowy figure with glowing eyes emerges from the dense, overgrown forest. The cloaked figure steps forward and commands the entire group to stop. Altair steps forward and introduces herself to the forest residents, announcing her intent to communicate. A hostile figure emerges from the water, firmly rejecting the offer to negotiate and reminding the human princess of repeated warnings. The stern leader delivers a decisive ultimatum, declaring that negotiations have ended because of the actions of the other's brother. A figure points to the river on the map, clearly establishing it as the boundary between the forest people and their own group. A sharp-eyed man proposes strict terms for peace, insisting that both sides establish posts and villages without crossing the river or interfering with each other. A man in a white robe presents a valuable item to a cloaked figure, solidifying a ceasefire between their sides. A blindfolded elf is forced to listen as an unseen figure delivers a veiled threat, while two armored guards stand watch by a large map. Magical vines burst from the ground, halting the knights and forcing one figure to retreat in alarm. Massive roots burst from the ground, violently throwing armored warriors from their horses as chaos erupts. A wary character spots elves hidden among the foliage. A mystical race with long ears, extended lifespans, and strong mana affinity has established a lasting kingdom in the great elfin forest. Riders desperately retreat as a magical forest barrier surges up, threatening death to anyone who dares to enter. A knight in blue and yellow armor is knocked from their horse by a powerful, red-haired opponent surrounded by dark green energy. A boot stomps down, crushing a cluster of red berries into the grass. A cluster of red berries falls to the ground and splits open, spilling juice as light shines over them. A massive explosion tears through the area, scattering fiery debris everywhere. A woman expresses disappointment as she prepares to face an unwelcome situation. A lone figure steps forward, confronting the monstrous entity emerging from the blinding green light. A colossal beam of energy tears through the landscape, blasting toward the mountain and leaving devastation in its wake. Inside the watchtower, 3 elves urgently activate a magical device to monitor the forest border and check if the targets have been captured. 2 elves confront intruders at the border, one shouting while the other desperately restrains a glowing crystal. A lone figure unleashes a powerful surge of energy, shaking the surrounding trees. A magical barrier activates, shielding the group from incoming attacks. A healer captain demonstrates a powerful barrier of light, impressively shielding the group from harm. The white-haired young man checks if someone is injured, his face marked by concern. A woman calmly expresses her gratitude. The gatekeeper elf recoils in shock as the device fails to harm its targets. Zephyr unleashes the dragon tongue skill and demands the door be opened. A group of adventurers stands tensely before a massive, glowing portal wrapped in vines deep within the ancient forest. Realizing the source of the persistent gaze, the character becomes wary of a hidden observer. A magical tree is revealed, glowing blue in the center of an enchanted forest clearing. A concealed watchtower is discovered at the center of a massive tree. A glowing door appears in the forest, leaving the group stunned and unsure of what caused it. A fierce blast sends 2 attackers flying as the determined woman stands her ground. A figure in black grabs the distressed woman and threatens to strike her. A silver-haired man forcefully restrains a terrified young woman in the shadowy forest as she struggles and demands to be released. The protagonist suddenly notices that the elf looks different from before. The elf-haired character recoils in shock upon seeing the eye. A massive beam of energy erupts upward, flooding the area with intense light. A devastating blast erupts in the forest, scattering debris and unleashing a shockwave. A character urgently calls out for Zephyr. Amidst the chaos, a frightened woman plummets with the debris as the watchtower collapses. A shadowy archer receives urgent orders to kill and prepares to attack in the glowing forest. Clenching his fist, the protagonist prepares to unleash a surge of new power. The archer prepares to eliminate his distant target with a single, decisive shot. Daryl, known as the Divine Archer and one of the continent's top 10, prepares to unleash his legendary power against the demons. A determined young man draws his bow, preparing to eliminate his target from over a kilometer away. A powerful energy slash rips through the forest and explodes against a tree. A group of armed individuals is caught off guard by an enemy ambush deep in the forest. A hooded mage swiftly deploys magical surveillance golems to track the attack and report to the commander. A hooded mage urgently assesses the limited range of the golems amid the towering trees. A wide-eyed character suddenly perceives a crucial clue, their expression filled with shock and realization. A figure releases a massive burst of energy, sending shockwaves through the forest. An arrow streaks in from over a kilometer away, shocking everyone with its incredible range. A white-haired warrior braces himself as a giant magical attack hurtles down toward him. The white-haired warrior swings his massive, glowing weapon, unleashing a devastating attack. A white-haired man unleashes a devastating sword attack, triggering an explosion of light and energy. A hooded figure reveals a glowing orb, startling the elf girl, while a black-haired woman looks on with a smile. A bloody man in black armor stands victorious, wiping his mouth as he surveys the aftermath of battle. The elf woman watches in disbelief as her opponent deflects the arrow, struggling to accept it was anything more than a coincidence. He notices that his opponent's arm is already injured. She urgently commands her ally to attack with a stronger skill before the opponent recovers. A determined fighter readies an electrified weapon and pledges support to an ally as the battle is about to begin. Fiery meteors crash down from the sky, unleashing a devastating magical attack on the forest below. A cloaked figure stands in a forest clearing, staring up at glowing symbols that have appeared in the sky. A young man reveals that his arrows, empowered by the Crimson Meteor skill, are 3 times faster and stronger than normal. The protagonist quickly weighs his options as deadly arrows threaten both himself and his allies. 2 opponents grip each other's arms as energy crackles, signaling the start of a decisive confrontation. A surge of energy bursts from the character as his fierce red eye glows intensely. A character unleashes a devastating sword strike, filling the scene with intense energy. A man quickly turns, reacting to sudden movement with intense focus. The sword's movement appeared slow and fluid, but it actually happened in less than a second. A swirling dragon-shaped energy attack surges upward from the white-haired man. A massive explosion of golden energy erupts, unleashing a devastating magical attack across the area. A few green leaves drift silently through the empty space. The character clarifies that despite their name, the dragon techniques are unrelated to real dragons and only mimic their flow through mana and martial arts. He quickly realizes there was an important stage he hadn't anticipated. The white-haired warrior stands tall in the sunlight, surveying the aftermath with a victorious air. Hidden behind jagged rocks, the elf-like character realizes in shock that their overwhelming opponent is actually human. A worried commander confesses that the blue dragon has already caused many casualties, fearing the situation will only get worse. A young elf girl collapses in grief beside her mother's lifeless body. A female character collapses to her knees on the grass, struggling to support herself. The opposing group surrenders and announces they will no longer attack. Someone questions whether the unseen figure is human or dragon, raising tension. A masked figure tries to negotiate with the long-haired individual, promising compliance in exchange for their demands. A tearful young woman desperately pleads for help. A group of adventurers advances together through the mystical forest, moving with determination under the lead of a black-haired woman. 2 figures cautiously survey the misty forest from behind a fallen tree, on high alert for any danger. The swordsman agrees to the challenge, facing the group in the tense forest clearing. A hidden city emerges among the ancient trees, bathed in green light and magical energy. An elder examines the knight's hand and reveals that, although the blue dragon's poison still lingers, a mysterious substance is powerfully suppressing its effects. A severely injured man lies in bed, still recovering as his condition draws worried attention. Despite his injuries and the risk of the poison spreading, the wounded man insists on proving the antidote works by coming along, demonstrating his unwavering resolve. A high elf elder formally introduces himself, the elves who fought against the visitor, and a guard seated at the council table. The panel reveals that high elves are dominator class beings with powerful abilities, signified by their distinctively patterned pupils. The character hesitates, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he prepares to continue speaking. Someone observes that Kiara has changed significantly from how she was before. The protagonist observes that the girl appears younger than she did in his previous life. A silver-haired man and a small elf girl exchange confused glances as uncertainty lingers between them at sunset. An elf elder announces the arrival of another person chosen by the Tree of Life, leaving the young man visibly astonished. A wary figure explains that only 2 groups of humans have entered the forest since the ceasefire with Prince Polaris. A lone human risks everything to enter the dangerous forest and save the suffering tribe members. A hand reveals several rare poison needles, emphasizing their dangerous uniqueness. A scarred man known as Fade, called Viper, steps confidently into the glowing forest. With fierce determination, he activates his power. He searched for his lost comrades. The older elf proposes an alliance, suggesting they can assist each other. The Lake of Life nourishes the great elfin forest, and through its streams, transforms distant lands into fertile granaries. The Tree of Life, nourished by the Lake of Life, stands as the sacred source of the high elf's power. 2 figures watch from a tree branch as a dark, winged entity radiating purple energy appears, signaling a threat to the elven kingdom's long-standing prosperity. The blue dragon corrupted the Lake of Life, turning its water poisonous and spreading the contamination throughout the forest. Several people gather around the table to strategize the blue dragon raid, debating whether an alliance with the elves is possible. A young woman challenges a man's doubts about her abilities in a tense conversation. A grief-stricken elf kneels beside the lifeless woman, desperately seeking guidance in his moment of despair. A troubled character considers the elves' dire situation and acknowledges their lack of options. A new threat emerges as the people from the Danikil estate become a pressing concern. One man explains that while distant people romanticize elves, those living nearby see them as pests, even worse than wild animals. He explains that the situation has worsened and they are now considered enemies. 2 high elves led an army to invade Danikil, claiming the land as theirs because the Lake of Life's waters flowed through it. Polaris rallies his temple knights with a glowing staff as they prepare to confront the elves during a critical moment in battle. The gold dragon entered the battle, forcing the elves to retreat deeper into the forest. The war concluded with the humans achieving victory as a composed figure stood over a defeated opponent. A ceasefire treaty is formally announced before the assembled guardians. 1 year later, the farmland becomes polluted and barren. 2 men discuss how the Lord of Danikil and his son are trying to stop rumors blaming elves for poisoning the wheat fields. 2 characters debate the risks of a raid, with one warning about internal betrayal and the other insisting it's not too soon to proceed. A woman calmly declares it is the perfect time while holding a chess piece, signaling her confidence in the plan. Startled by an unexpected statement, the male character quickly seeks clarification. Amid rising danger, the strategist calmly shifts focus to the group's overarching objective. A character explains a fabricated backstory about becoming a pupil to learn poison production and needle arts. A precise and risky curse extraction begins as one person operates a glowing needle over the unconscious patient, while 2 others watch anxiously. The group remains cautious of the protagonist, despite a slight improvement in their attitude toward him. A figure collapses to the ground, overcome by exhaustion after the intense struggle. A sharp-eyed woman acknowledges the rapid effect of the rare poison as the white-haired man smugly explains its superior value. The protagonist reveals he is the first to successfully create a poison whose recipe is not yet known in this era. Someone suspects that Kiara might already have a close relationship with Fade. Zephyr refuses to reveal his mentor's location when questioned outside the mysterious building. He explains that the guild fell apart because of a traitor and decides to withhold more information until trust is established. Someone demands to know the current location of a missing person. The character refuses to reveal any information, maintaining a guarded stance. A serious elf explains that someone left the forest a year ago after investigating rumors of poison linked to his former guild. A man lifts a struggling girl by her collar and scolds her as another man watches the chaotic argument. An elf-like character surveys the chaotic scene with frustration. The poison victims have survived for a year only because of the deadly poison left behind, but their fate remains uncertain. The last drops spill from the nearly empty vial as it falls into darkness. An elderly elf recalls the difficult decision of choosing who to save and acknowledges that the arrival of help prevented the group's collapse. He demonstrates his ability to purify the blue dragon's poison, impressing the onlookers. A white-haired man releases a blast of golden energy, demonstrating power that rivals or surpasses Daryl's strongest attack. A plan is revealed to recruit an ally in order to locate the Queen's final seal box at the center of the polluted zone. A gloved figure secures the last seal box, harnessing its power to reshape the future. The strongest high elves announce their departure to establish their own kingdoms. A furious man confronts the group, demanding to know if they intend to abandon the kingdom and Queen after she single-handedly stopped the blue dragon. A sharp-eyed woman confronts Elder Heron, demanding to know if he truly believes she stopped the destruction after seeing the ruined forest. The Queen has remained bedridden and powerless, unable to fulfill her duties even before the incident with the blue dragon's poison. The Queen is criticized for failing to control the Scarlet Moon and Black Moon armies with her mind control skill. Clutching the glowing artifact, the elf vows to abandon the old queen and build a new kingdom for loyal followers, inspired by the rebellious actions of the Scarlet Moon and Black Moon. A blue-haired man taunts those staying behind, mocking their decision and offering a spot if they change their minds. The character reflects on their true motives, realizing their actions were not driven by loyalty to the queen. He realizes there were too few boxes for someone weak in combat like himself to take. An older man reflects on his failed attempt to recruit a talented young elf, realizing the elf's loyalty to his mother cannot be broken. A character secretly plans to escape with the seal box, fearing immediate imprisonment if their true intentions are discovered. The group agrees that slaying the blue dragon is essential to end the crisis threatening both humans and elves. A weary elven leader admits he ordered the soldiers to cross the river in search of safety 2 days ago, driven by desperation. Armored soldiers lead the human prisoners out of the ancient tree as the cloaked guards watch, preparing to return them to the village across the river. A man hides in the shadows and devises a plan to use another's abilities to seize the tower's seal box and claim power. The diplomatic envoy reports that the elf elder has agreed to cooperate, and that relations with the elves and the people of Danakil have improved. A fervent follower loudly proclaims divine guidance and salvation as a reluctant figure stands beside her, surrounded by kneeling armored believers in a forest illuminated by holy light. 2 men argue about whether the Temple of Light truly protects the people, or just exploits them. A mysterious tower rises above the trees as someone reflects with relief on how well things turned out. A man warns the group that the real danger is just beginning and urges everyone to stay alert. A frustrated figure pulls on their glove while complaining about being sent to a remote area. One mage complains about the filthy conditions of her recent imprisonment, while the other listens in silence. A determined character grips a large staff and delivers a crucial warning. A woman steps outside, annoyed as she immediately encounters someone she dislikes. A menacing man threatens a captive woman and demands to know if his accomplice has discovered any weaknesses. The scene shifts to the bustling southern metropolis Veronia, where crowds gather around a prominent circular platform. A hand presses a wax seal onto an official document, finalizing its approval. The protagonist thanks the assembled group. A representative announces that the Southern Architectural Guild will partner with Princess Altair to clear the Thorn Mountain range, considering it a great honor. A cheerful woman announces a plan to cultivate new farmland by clearing the mountain and directs the audience to her assistant for further details before eagerly asking to leave. Altair's subordinates rush to advance the Thorn Mountain range clearing plan. In a dimly lit room, a blonde man in an ornate uniform conspires with 2 shadowed figures to sabotage the princess's new farmland by planning to contaminate it again. The plan successfully concealed the group's real objective. He realizes that a thorough investigation would reveal the Southern Altair as an imposter. A masked figure considers the internal chaos facing the demon god worshippers as suspicion and vacancies disrupt their ranks. Sunlight pierces through the dense forest canopy, casting light across the foliage. 5 figures crouch in the forest, urgently scouting ahead for potential threats. A mysterious glowing plant emits an eerie energy across the surreal landscape. A magic plant is introduced, capable of creating food and water based on the code it receives. A magical flower designed for convenience stores water from the riverside and releases mana into the air. A damaged core leaks poisonous smoke as it malfunctions. The mana flower releases a poisonous mist as monsters begin to appear around it. A surge of green energy bursts from the vine-entangled hand as dark magic is unleashed. A group of archers draw their bows and prepare to fire at an unseen target. Someone begins to state an important condition. A monstrous tree creature descends into the stormy forest, causing mutant beasts and black birds to scatter in panic. An armored elf commands the others to defend the village from the monsters approaching from the forest. The group was forced to migrate from the center due to spreading poison, and if they are pushed back any further, no villages remain that can support their numbers. A worried young man explains that although Zephyr's needles have helped many, his bedridden mother is too weak from years of poisoning to be moved, so they must stay and endure. A figure in white unleashes a powerful green magical attack at the towering, vine-covered skeletal monster. The silver-haired man confidently outlines a plan to eliminate all enemies and collect valuable resources. 3 magic wielders channel a surge of energy through their glowing staves, preparing to unleash a powerful spell. 2 magic wielders launch powerful elemental attacks at the monstrous creature amid swirling flames and ice. A white-haired fighter brings down a massive, blue energy slash that shatters the ground and surrounding rocks. A cloaked figure releases a surge of energy, causing massive rocks to explode apart. A character rushes forward, launching a punch charged with crackling red energy. A masked figure smashes the ground with a powerful, lightning-charged attack. Crackling energy surges as a fierce gaze signals the unleashing of overwhelming power. Inside the radiant chamber, one figure thanks the others for protecting the village and healing those affected by poison. An elf expresses gratitude to the human group for their unexpected help after being abandoned by their own kind. Struggling with shame, the speaker prepares to reveal a difficult truth. A glowing branch from the Tree of Life, sustained by water of life in a vase, is introduced as a powerful magical relic. A stern elf warrior refuses to hand over the village's key protective items. One man covers his face in frustration while the other watches him, confused. Someone pleads desperately for help. Zephyr demands straightforward answers, insisting on honest communication without excuses. One character firmly lists 3 critical demands: curing the Elf Queen, restoring the lake and Tree of Life, and slaying the Blue Dragon. The white-haired man explains the restoration process, noting the importance of the sap from the Tree of Life and the lake's vitality once the Blue Dragon is gone. The silver-haired man announces that only number 3 is left. With unwavering resolve, the protagonist insists he will slay the target and questions if more is expected of him. A tense moment unfolds as someone demands certainty about the plan to slay the threat. A blonde elf negotiates urgently, refusing to hand over 2 vital items needed to protect the village from instant contamination. The elf steps forward, declaring his resolve to protect the remaining villagers. Zephyr delivers a stern warning, making it clear there will be no second chances. A furious figure vents about being exploited for their blood while demanding to know how much longer they must endure this burden. A boot slams down as someone angrily scolds Daryl. 2 men face off, urgently agreeing that immediate action is necessary no matter the cost. A determined character challenges their opponent to settle things through a contest of skills. A powerful surge of magical energy explodes at the center of the battlefield. Green and yellow energy beams collide in a massive explosion, shattering the arena. A woman pauses, astonished as someone unexpectedly uses their skill in the aftermath of the explosion. Amid swirling dust and ruins, a worried figure searches desperately for any sign of the missing group. The archer asserts his dominance by drawing his bow with unwavering confidence. A frustrated voice questions their effectiveness as the main damage dealer in the Blue Dragon raid. A white-haired man tests his glowing spear against armored scales and admits his skills are not enough. With unwavering resolve, the character slams their hand down and declares their intent to kill the blue dragon immediately. Overwhelmed by the situation, the protagonist breaks down and demands to know what they are supposed to do. Someone forcefully orders another person to get up. A determined character confronts their opponent, announcing they will reveal the reason for their weakness. A white-haired man smashes a golden armored gauntlet, dismissing its value. Altair realizes her bow is missing, and both react with shock. A confident man promises to craft something special and reassures the other person to stop crying. An elf woman angrily confronts someone about breaking a valuable bow during a crisis. The group urgently inspects the bow as one member begins appraising its rare quality, causing a wave of shock among them. A composed woman explains that the item is classified as heroic grade on the Lauren scale and could fetch at least 50,000 gold at auction, shocking the audience. The elf asserts newfound determination, while another character reacts with surprise. With the ancient weapon and the protective relic gone, the elf resolves to move forward without relying on the past. He anticipates what kind of weapon will be made for him. He decides to craft an item using the best available materials. A glowing branch from the Tree of Life, overflowing with mana, is revealed as a key material intended for forging a weapon. The protagonist hesitates, questioning whether the small branch can actually be used as a weapon. 7 figures assemble in a grand chamber before a glowing mural of a mystical tree, preparing for a significant event. A white-haired elf carefully pours a drink for a red-haired elf sitting quietly at a leaf-decorated table. Zephyr sits solemnly at the table, accepting a ceremonial offering. A stern figure solemnly presents the water of life and the branch of the Tree of Life. A golden chalice and a leafy branch are presented on a white surface. After witnessing the world's end, the character reflects on how nothing inspires him anymore. Someone admits their admiration despite their hesitation. A character lifts a radiant goblet, captivated by its magical glow. An ornate cup containing the last of the water of life is solemnly handed over. A determined figure urges the group to succeed in the raid so the lake of life can be restored. The silver-haired man accepts the challenge with a confident smirk, raising his ornate goblet. A muscular, white-haired man gulps down a glowing potion with determination. A man unleashes a surge of golden energy while gripping a chalice at the center of the light. Overflowing with energy, the character absorbs the enhanced power of the water of life, far surpassing expectations. Harnessing the dragon heart's power, the figure unleashes dragonification and activates a mana circulation technique, surging with transformative energy. The area for the blue dragon raid is a vast, poisoned land surrounding a lake, far more dangerous than the Eurydica raid. A powerful dragon emerges as the supreme force at the center of all life. A determined figure resolves to use the water of life to boost the dragon heart's power and extend their dragon transformation for the upcoming battle. She urgently considers extracting the dragon heart's power more quickly despite the risks. A powerful ritual begins as ancient magic tunes the man's mana, surrounding him with mystical energy. Harnessing the combined powers of the forest, the water of life, and dragonification, the character initiates a complex magical ritual using Moirai. Energy surges toward the dragon heart as power is channeled into it. Dark energy surges around the white-haired figure as he screams in pain, undergoing a violent transformation. A determined healer raises her glowing staff to cast a healing spell in a moment of urgency. Energy surges through his body as he struggles to push the dragon heart's output past its limit. A woman strains to keep the unstable magical energy from breaking free. The character struggles to maintain their dwindling energy output as the percentage rapidly drops. A red-haired man scolds the kneeling figure for losing control of their breathing while demonstrating a forceful technique. He reveals that only another Dragon King-style master can truly support a master's cultivation. A glowing hand channels energy into the man's chest to help him control his overwhelming power. A female warrior grips a glowing sword and gathers her resolve for the challenge ahead. He steels himself, refusing to give up as he prepares for the next challenge. A massive burst of energy erupts, engulfing the area in a blinding explosion. A tense silence fills the air as a determined figure faces the radiant, ornate sword. Energy crackles around him as he prepares to unleash his power. 2 figures are overwhelmed by a sudden, blinding explosion of energy. The armored young man struggles to stay upright as he endures the forceful impact. A character notices a mysterious transformation as a glowing symbol appears in someone's eye. A dragon-winged figure with glowing hair emerges from a blinding light, revealing a powerful new form. A surge of triumph fills the air as someone celebrates their hard-won victory. Collapsing to the floor in exhaustion, one character breathes a sigh of relief after narrowly surviving danger while another kneels beside them, sword in hand. A weary woman braces herself with a staff, struggling to recover as a shadowy figure watches nearby. She grips her sword tightly and flashes a confident smile as light shines on her face. A character activates the second form of a dragon transformation skill, temporarily boosting their power and gaining draconic traits. A warrior examines his glowing, empowered hand, relieved to feel his strength returning after a long struggle. After acknowledging everyone's hard work, the draconic figure asks for a towel but firmly declines further assistance from the kneeling attendant. A determined character prepares to extract weapon material from a cloth-wrapped object. A monstrous dark hand seizes a person, causing blood to spatter as they cry out in pain. With fierce determination, the character gathers strength and prepares to power up. A shocked elf recoils as blood splatters across the scene, revealing the aftermath of a sudden attack. A dragon-like figure tears bloody scales from its own body, revealing a plan to forge weapons from them. A battle-hardened warrior tears dragon scales from his arm, determined to forge a powerful new weapon. In a dim workshop lit by blue flames, the character carefully considers which supplementary materials to use while preparing to forge a dragon weapon. An elf blacksmith carefully forges the legendary clear gold alloy, preparing it to channel the black dragon's power. A male character suddenly realizes something alarming, his eye wide with shock. A determined figure gathers rare scales, blood rubies, and moon tree arrow shafts in preparation for an important task. Tension builds as someone prepares to take decisive action. A mage activates a powerful magical field that doubles the strength and duration of all spells within its range. A massive, glowing dragon claw engulfs Zephyr as he begins his transformation. A scaly hand pours a glowing molten liquid into the enchanted cauldron. A winged figure unleashes a surge of golden flames and activates a powerful magic technique. A magical brush activates, radiating swirling golden energy. A figure is engulfed in blinding light as powerful energy signals the start of a resurrection. Stunned by what he sees, he freezes as the mysterious light reveals something unexpected. A legendary longbow and its arrows are revealed, glowing with magical energy. With only 2 weeks until the raid, all humans and elves are organized into 2 teams and begin alternating daily between training and hunting. The group learns that the Temple Knight will lead their intensive training for the next 2 weeks, prompting a wave of nostalgia for one member. A group of armored warriors, led by a resolute fighter, charges forward as the hunting team begins their mission to reach the objective east of the Lake of Life within 10 days. A huge pile of magic stones rapidly accumulated from daily hunts, but then vanished all at once. A woman informs her commander that they will barely meet the golem production quota due to the widespread use of magic stones. Workers and mechanical beasts collaborate to build and reinforce a wooden fort in the forest. A character points to several magic circle diagrams on the table while outlining their defensive and supportive uses. A plan is formed to use the branch of life to create safe zones against the poison mist, while the group prepares magic circles and struggles with their complexity. Stones were required to be thrown into the mana furnace to create items. The blacksmith reacts with surprise and amusement as he examines the blueprint for the custom order presented in the forge. The elf blacksmith boldly accepts the challenge and vows to prove his skills by forging the requested items. A lone figure stands atop the structure, sword drawn, preparing to make a crucial choice. The protagonist activates the second form of dragonification, preparing to end the battle within 10 minutes. The character analyzes how to accelerate the spread of the dragon heart's power and sets specific targets to maximize its output within a limited time. He steels himself, knowing their only hope against the blue dragon depends on reaching a critical threshold. A monstrous clawed hand seizes several dark, glowing shards. A horned, demon-like figure summons 3 blazing spears of golden energy, ready to attack. He charges forward, unleashing his full strength against the horde of giant monsters. A man unleashes a surge of power, determined to overcome his limits. The frontline fort near the lake is finished and fully prepared for tomorrow's raid. 2 exhausted soldiers return to camp and see 2 others calmly eating at a table. A woman notices the boy's plate is already empty and questions where his food went. Someone pushes open the door and leaves to get some much-needed rest. A white-haired man in a dark cloak walks away while a young woman silently watches him from behind. After a long day, one woman announces she's going to bed while another turns to offer her company. A red-haired man seizes the armored woman's arm, demanding she honor her promise to spar with him. A composed woman restrains a struggling person while announcing she wants to test a new technique for tomorrow's raid. As night falls over the camp, a lone figure walks between the tents, reflecting on how preparations for tomorrow's blue dragon battle are already complete. Multiple letters of refusal arrive, as various groups reject the request to slay the dragon due to lack of personnel and the task's danger. A cautious man warns his sister through a letter to stop suspicious actions that could lead to dangerous accusations. Someone expresses feeling completely abandoned. The speaker acknowledges that only the companions they built trust with remained reliable. Everything began to improve rapidly due to his actions. A large, ornate tent stands quietly among the trees, marking the center of the encampment. A hand grips and pulls back a cloak, raising the tension. The protagonist firmly rejects the idea, showing clear skepticism. In a softly lit bedroom, a white-haired man and a long-haired woman confront each other in tense silence. A character is seized by the neck, caught in a moment of tense confrontation. 2 characters share a passionate kiss, illuminated by a warm, glowing light. A terrified character recoils as a blade slashes dangerously close to their face. A character activates a glowing purple sigil on their tongue, unleashing swirling magical energy. An ancient scroll reveals that the Kiss of Darkness skill allows the caster to control minds, weaken opponents, and force confessions. One character tries to ask a question, but the other quickly silences them, insisting on secrecy. One character reflects on the remarkable progress they've made together over the past month, crediting the other for their achievements. One figure admits to secretly watching over another due to lingering doubts, raising tension in the ruined hall. A horned, armored figure pins a defeated opponent to the ground as debris falls around them. She confronts him about his relentless dedication, suspecting that he has a hidden goal. A harsh truth is declared, emphasizing that everything comes with a price. The protagonist presses for answers, insisting on learning the other person's true intentions to prevent an uncontrollable threat. A fierce interrogator demands to know who sent the captive. A character activates a mind control spell to force their captive to reveal who sent them. The young man steps forward and asserts that he is acting of his own free will. With a fierce gaze, he prepares to reveal something crucial. A woman earnestly confesses her unwavering dedication to the man before her. She realizes the skill confirms he is telling the truth, leaving her confused about its meaning. He steels himself, eyes fixed forward with unwavering determination. A candle erupts with supernatural energy, signaling a sudden shift in the atmosphere. The protagonist confronts the consequences of a past sacrifice, determined to change the future as magical energy swirls around them. A tearful woman realizes she has traveled back to the past. Her eyes widen as she suddenly comprehends a critical truth. A young man staggers back, clutching his chest as blood gushes from a sudden wound. A monstrous shadowy hand lunges forward and seizes the alarmed woman. A young woman lunges forward and unleashes a surge of power at her opponent. Under the influence of Kiss of Darkness, the young man asserts that he cannot lie in response to any questions. The panel reveals that Median magic includes a built-in integrity check, allowing the caster to verify truthfulness and detect errors during activation. A strong hand suddenly seizes a moving wrist, halting it with a sharp, decisive grip. One character offers complete honesty and submits to questioning in an effort to gain the other's trust. A tense character urgently confronts someone for hesitating as the skill's limited duration ticks away. One character reassures another with a gentle touch, suggesting the spell can be recast. Unlimited use is granted. 2 figures embrace closely, sharing a moment of vulnerability and comfort. Strange glowing creatures emerge from the shadows of the moonlit forest. A frustrated character sits with their head in their hand, questioning why they are there. A cloaked figure questions the frustrated woman, who vents about being manipulated and treated like a puppet. A hooded woman firmly reminds her companion that they were hired by Lord Danakil to work here. Two frustrated figures argue about being forced to follow orders or face severe consequences. A defiant student proposes a magic match to her frustrated instructor in exchange for skipping more classes. A furious character vents their resentment about another's privileged behavior and refuses to acknowledge them. The observer concludes that the recent conflict was driven by jealousy, not by any actual wrongdoing during the event. In the shadowy forest, one character quietly prepares to reveal a secret to the other, hoping to prevent any disruption. A hooded figure promises a startled blue-haired character a chance to become an exclusive mage for a powerful noble family if the mission succeeds. Two mages urgently discuss the strict requirements for selecting a battle mage, realizing there are no suitable candidates except possibly someone from their current group. A support member admits that most of the group relies on the only real fighter and expresses a preference for working in labs. The character considers how slaying the blue dragon could secure them a prestigious position in the capital. A character stares in shock as magical symbols appear in her glowing eyes. After finishing the golem inspection, two figures leave the cave while an older elf-like man silently observes them. An elderly elf grumbles in irritation after the humans leave, frustrated by their constant chatter. A figure carefully carves glowing runes into the stone wall while balanced on a ladder. A character prepares to alter the engraved magic characters to change how the golem behaves. A figure activates the golems, eager to command them in his plans for tomorrow. The drum splits open as it is struck with overwhelming force. Armored figures signal the start of an important event by blowing a horn and beating drums as banners wave overhead. An urgent command is issued, sending everyone rushing to their positions. A determined white-haired woman leads an armored procession beneath a ceremonial banner. A group of hooded figures arrives at the battleground, surveying the area from atop stone pillars as flags wave behind them. A determined young man tightens his grip on a wrapped weapon, bracing himself as light pours in behind him. A white-haired elf stands on a high platform, gripping an ornate bow and preparing for battle. A silver-haired figure advances toward the city as history prepares to change. Three figures block the pier, confronting the lone silver-haired man. A command is given to activate strengthening spells on the central figure. A woman prays fervently, raising a glowing holy symbol to invoke a divine blessing. An elf-like figure raises a flowering branch and summons magical energy to invoke the tree of life. A composed figure stands silently, gathering resolve before an ornate, glowing sword as light fills the area. A hidden truth is revealed, shifting the atmosphere to one of foreboding. A lone figure surveys a mountain of skulls, realizing the path chosen is far bloodier than anticipated. The protagonist reflects on his repeated journey and resolves to do better this time. A character makes a firm vow to pursue and seize what they truly desire. A woman channels powerful magic as swirling symbols illuminate the air. She unleashes a surge of magical energy to empower the hero. A vow of unwavering loyalty is made as a blue beam pierces the darkness. A man kneels and pledges his loyalty, asking to be accepted as king when the time is right. A colossal, shadowy figure with glowing eyes descends over the city, unleashing a dark presence. A surge of magical energy bursts from a dragon-like claw, sending glowing rings and sparks in all directions. A white-haired, dragon-winged man braces himself against a blinding magical onslaught, refusing to fall. The order is given to begin the blue dragon raid. The total number of party members is announced as 225. The rear squad assembles, readying their long-range weapons for the upcoming attack. 3 support squad members ready their ornate staves to provide healing, buffs, debuffs, and golem control for the rear team. A woman in a purple hooded robe stands on a platform beside a ceremonial staff as a crowned man watches her intently. A white-haired woman commands the rear squad to defend the camp and protect their allies while a shadowy observer watches. The overwhelming majority of the group has been assigned to the rear squad. A transformed figure with black wings and horns stands at the front as the vanguard squad is announced. The white-haired man glares menacingly, his eyes burning with vengeful resolve. A confident woman steps forward, her calm presence highlighted by the sunlight behind her. A dragon bursts into the sky with a deafening roar, confronting the shadowy figure below. The leader charges ahead, determined to execute a risky long-range strategy that offers the best chance of raid success. As the group approaches the blue dragon's territory, the poison fog grows denser, posing a severe threat to anyone who enters. A character prepares to use a powerful elixir and explains that only he can withstand the lake's dangers due to his unique resistances. A dragon-like creature hurtles downward, crackling with unleashed electric power. A winged figure launches a fierce attack against a monstrous flower. A monstrous swarm of insect-like creatures descends from the purple mist toward the lone dark-winged figure. A powerful winged figure descends onto the chaotic battlefield, wielding a massive sword. Zephyr slams his massive, fiery sword into the monstrous enemy, unleashing a powerful burst of energy. A transformed winged figure unleashes a devastating ground attack, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. A massive, glowing force crashes down onto the monstrous creature, shattering the ground with explosive energy. Surveying the dense growth near the lake, he quickly decides it's too inefficient to eliminate each massive plant individually. A clawed hand surges with blue energy as powerful magic is unleashed. A massive dragon-like creature plummets from the sky and slams forcefully into the ground. A magic sword crashes down, shattering the massive golem in a burst of energy. A plan is described to deploy tombstone-type golems in overlapping intervals to disperse mana wavelengths over a wide area. A glowing mana road is successfully established through the forest, allowing magic from the camp to travel a great distance, though with reduced effect. A cloaked mage stands before a glowing magic symbol, reporting that the combat golems in the forest are operating normally and receiving strengthening magic for remote control. The character interrupts with a determined declaration. A composed woman offers an excited mage the chance to build a previously rejected invention by providing resources and support. A massive golem activates in midair, ready to relay video and audio information across a wide area. 2 elves study a glowing orb to track Saphir's movements and calculate the attack coordinates. A young woman whirls around, startled by a darkly glowing artifact. A shadowy monster appears in the misty forest, revealed through the magical viewing lens. A massive dragon stirs beneath the ancient tree, shrouded in ominous purple mist. 2 resolute figures brace themselves for an impending confrontation as magical symbols glow behind them. A corrupted tree of life rises above a polluted lake, casting an ominous presence over the landscape. Two men stand side by side, sweating nervously as they react to an unseen threat. A massive dragon descends through swirling clouds, signaling its arrival. He steadies himself, determination burning in his eyes as his heart pounds. The elf-like character notes that the blue dragon is unusually quiet compared to its behavior 3 years ago. The man questions the elves about why they never found the dragon's territorial behavior suspicious. The protagonist questions how the group managed to survive while hiding in the enormous and dangerous territory. A female elf realizes that the blue dragon came to the Lake of Life for a reason they had overlooked while focused on survival. A figure lands firmly on a twisted branch in the pouring rain, ready for action. A dark, winged figure prepares to confront a massive spectral dragon head looming in swirling purple mist. Carefully monitoring the time, the armored figure finalizes his preparations inside the poison fog, knowing he has only 26 minutes left to act. Zephyr, clad in black dragon armor, activates the black dragon chain forged from dragon scales. A powerful force breaks the cursed chain, sending fragments flying around the ancient branch. A monstrous claw bursts from the mist, signaling imminent danger in the dark forest. A critical realization is made that the blue dragon is not a poison dragon. An elf reflects on how the world has forgotten the era of dragons due to the long lifespans of elves and high elves. The Lake of Life, known for its powerful healing abilities, now appears unexpectedly damaged. A colossal dragon turns its head, its glowing eye radiating overwhelming power. A massive surge of purple liquid crashes down, unleashing chaos. A monstrous, shadowy creature is violently struck and recoils in agony amid a surge of intense, glowing force. Two soldiers recoil in disbelief as one shouts that Zephyr has been eaten, but the other immediately denies it. A monstrous creature parts its ribcage to reveal a shadowy, red-eyed figure lurking inside. A monstrous claw crashes down with overwhelming force. The truth is revealed that the blue dragon has been poisoned by the demon's poison. A demonic, winged figure seizes a skeletal monster as golden energy erupts around them, teetering on the edge of death. Panting heavily, the white-haired, winged man struggles to maintain control as he bites down on a braid. The narration reveals that the creature is lying in the lake to heal its body. The weakened blue dragon becomes the immediate target as its poison continues to drain its strength. A bloodied, horned man stands over a massive monster, having just overpowered it as the creature roars in agony. A gloved hand forcefully binds the beast's jaws shut with a rope. A white-haired man confidently prepares his weapon, ready to begin the hunt. A powerful black dragon chain, crafted from dragon scales, surges forward as its creator activates its magic. A creature's eye widens in sudden alarm as it senses danger. A monstrous creature unleashes a desperate roar as energy crackles around it in the pouring rain. The blue dragon is revealed to be suffering in the Lake of Life after being corrupted by demon's poison. Zephyr swings a chain and forcefully drags the monster out of the lake as water erupts around them. A massive blue dragon reels in pain as it is struck and wounded during the chaotic battle. A massive dragon ambushes a lone fighter, unleashing a brutal attack that fills the air with blood and blinding light. A monstrous hand seizes a bloodied, jagged weapon as blood splatters violently. Despite using the dragon heart's power, the protagonist is overwhelmed by the creature's superior strength. A dark, clawed hand seizes the glowing weapon mid-swing, halting the attack. Zephyr strikes the monstrous enemy with a brutal, bloody blow using his massive weapon. He prepares to strike from inside the creature's mouth, targeting its most vulnerable spot. A character's eye blazes red as they unleash a hidden power. A determined warrior charges forward and strikes the monstrous dragon with a glowing sword. The warrior slams his sword into the monster's head, unleashing a powerful shockwave. A massive surge of magical energy erupts as a devastating attack is launched at the unseen enemy. A young woman recoils in terror, screaming as she covers her mouth. A young man recognizes the blue flame as the force that destroyed their forest. The group quickly braces themselves and prepares their skills as a critical command is issued. She reassures herself that Zephyr is safe. Altair and the dragon both become aware of the same crucial detail. A monstrous eye opens in the shadows, radiating an ominous glow. The effects of the poison left it disoriented and unable to think clearly. It realizes there is nothing caught between its teeth. The beast senses a sting near its mouth just before its captive suddenly vanishes. A magical key is revealed amid swirling, tattered robes. A white-haired man gains a magical silver key that grants access to a hidden room and allows him to store or retrieve items at will. Using the silver key, the protagonist escapes from inside the dragon's mouth, avoiding its deadly breath. Lightning energy crackles as the character prepares to launch a decisive attack. A fighter unleashes a thunderous palm strike, blasting the monstrous enemy with electrifying force. A monstrous creature unleashes another blue energy breath attack as Zephyr urgently reacts to evade it. A mutated creature's eye swells as energy builds up, signaling an imminent release of power. With a cold glare, he issues a chilling command. A transformed man unleashes a devastating dragon breath attack. A demonic figure unleashes a devastating attack against the colossal dragon, sending a shockwave through the battlefield. A massive dragon emerges from the shadows, gripping a branch in the dark forest. Seizing the moment after the enemy's breath pocket explodes, the young man urgently commands everyone to attack while it cannot regenerate its breath. A surge of energy bursts forth as the Thorn of Sins is unleashed. A powerful ice spell is about to be unleashed as a glowing staff radiates blue energy. Magical ice shards collide with cursed thorns in a fierce midair clash. Cursed vines and ice shards collide in a violent surge of magical energy. The dragon beast is immobilized as icy chains and projectiles freeze it in place. Arrows are prepared with deadly venom for the impending attack. A determined archer draws a glowing magical bow, preparing to unleash a powerful shot. A hand adorned with a golden bracelet reaches into swirling green energy to grasp a magic-infused weapon. A man draws a powerful, enchanted bow as mystical energy gathers around him. A colossal blast of green energy tears through the landscape, obliterating everything in its path. A devastating surge of green energy explodes outward, overwhelming everything nearby. A figure struggles in agony as magical chains bind them tightly to an ancient tree, while violent energy swirls around. A monstrous creature is struck by a devastating magical attack and becomes ensnared in glowing, thorny vines. An elf celebrates as the armored knight's arrow hits its target. The attack strikes the dragon, leaving onlookers amazed. A blonde, armored young man pauses, lost in silent contemplation. The silver-haired man confronts the blonde youth, criticizing his lack of real fighting experience. A commanding figure confronts the armored group, declaring they have never faced a foe strong enough to reveal their true power. Two characters sit together at night, questioning whether the younger fighter truly has enough experience to make a difference after facing a dragon. A character laments the absence of an opponent strong enough to push him to his limits. A young woman despairs over the futility of fighting the blue dragon that defeated them and took everything 3 years ago. Two concerned figures react anxiously to a message they do not yet understand. A character reflects on how their true mission lies not in the current raid, but in a distant future event. A monstrous figure writhes in agony as crimson energy chains and seething orbs restrain its rampage. An important revelation about the blue dragon is introduced. The narration emphasizes that the current objective is only a step toward a larger goal. The archer readies a glowing arrow, preparing to unleash a decisive attack. A new challenge is declared as an obstacle to overcome. A red-haired elf woman silently reflects on how someone has regained their sense of responsibility and composure. Someone questions whether the mysterious figure's actions are inspired by another's passion or by an unconscious prophecy connected to the lake of life. A young elf firmly refuses to become king while standing in a sunlit forest. A surge of radiant light fills the scene as someone is overwhelmed by a vivid memory. A character releases a devastating surge of magical energy, causing a chaotic explosion. A warrior seizes the opportunity to attack as the creature weakens from Daryl's arrow. A critical uncertainty is revealed about the unknown location of a fatal weakness. A monstrous claw tears into the wounded figure as he considers a desperate escape plan. A monstrous claw releases a swirling blue energy blast at its opponent. A white-haired, horned man struggles as blue energy restrains his hand, preventing him from moving it. Caught off guard, the warrior reacts to a sudden and swift threat. A magical attack erupts in the distance, prompting an alert mage to react defensively while others prepare for battle. A character is suddenly startled, their eye wide with shock. A young woman urgently orders her group to switch to defense as she realizes the mana road is shifting direction. The protagonist outlines a plan to inflict massive damage at once and warns to adjust the mana road direction if a specific sign appears on the golem screen. The tombstone golem emits mana wavelengths from its 4 magic circles, expanding the range of its skills. A character demonstrates how adjusting the magical barrier's sides affects both ally and enemy attacks during a test. Armored soldiers raise their glowing shields and form a defensive line as the assault ends. A woman raises her glowing staff and casts a barrier to protect everyone as the situation becomes more dangerous. A mage urgently reports that the west side of the magic circle has failed, and the mana road is about to change direction. A sudden blast of energy smashes into the character's face, leaving him reeling in shock and pain. A massive hammer crashes down amid a burst of blue energy, scattering the armed group. A colossal wave of magical, purple water bursts forth with overwhelming force. The water suddenly begins to splash violently without warning. A demon-like figure is sent flying backward by a powerful blast of blue energy. A sudden setback is about to occur. A surge of energy shatters the enchanted chain. A surge of blue energy explodes, breaking the enchanted chain apart. From this moment, the dragon will begin to unleash the power of its unique attribute. A powerful magical vortex erupts, filling the area with intense energy. The dark energy vortex expands rapidly, overwhelming everything in its path. The blue dragon reveals its telekinetic power, moving objects through sheer force of will. The narration warns that a dragon with nearly infinite mana wields unimaginable power. A colossal dragon materializes amid swirling energy and glowing lights. The partially transformed character crouches in a battle-ready stance, preparing to attack. With only 20 minutes of dragonification left, the character urgently acknowledges the time limit. He challenges the logic behind the poison's effects, questioning why it failed to instantly kill humans or elves despite being lethal to a blue dragon. One man explains that the water of life slows the poison's effects, causing prolonged pain and delayed death. The protagonist analyzes the blue dragon's vulnerability, noting it may be unable to use its unique ability due to pain. After several failed raids, the group realizes the dragon's attacks have become more predictable, suggesting it isn't simply underestimating them due to fewer elves. They prepare to strike quickly, knowing the chance to attack will disappear if their target recovers. The transformed protagonist unleashes a powerful attack against the monstrous dragon amid swirling purple energy. The scene foreshadows the beginning of an intense and decisive conflict. A fierce dragon emerges from the shadows, its eyes glowing menacingly. A monstrous entity bursts forth from the flames, revealing its demonic form. A surge of flaming energy crashes between the two figures as one unleashes a devastating attack. A shadowy figure fixates on a mysterious sword in the darkness. A lone figure unleashes a surge of dark power, wielding a glowing fan amid swirling red energy. A monstrous face emerges from the darkness, its eyes glowing ominously. A radiant staff unleashes its true power, flooding the scene with blinding light. The rear squad rapidly reorganizes into formation. No one sustains serious injuries. A hooded figure steadies the unconscious woman while another person begins a healing ritual with a glowing cross pendant. The mana road's flow was successfully altered to move in only one direction. Two robed figures channel mana into a stone pillar to activate the mana road device. The rear squad is now protected from the dragon's attacks, but an ominous development is hinted. Brooding over recent criticism, the frustrated squad member acknowledges that the harsh warning about their vulnerability was accurate. A woman outlines a plan for the team to support their only long-range attacker as their skills weaken. She calculates that Zephyr must immobilize the dragon for at least 4.5 seconds so her arrow can reach its target. The dragon raid gate begins to close as energy swirls around it. A silver-haired man with demonic wings bursts through an explosion of energy, unleashing his transformation mid-battle. Someone had been waiting for a specific person to return and open it. A devastating surge of violet and gold energy engulfs the dragon-like figure in a violent maelstrom. A dragon releases a massive surge of purple energy, causing a violent explosion. A violent surge of purple energy erupts, obscuring everything in its path. The narrator realizes that the branch strong enough to hold the dragon has been destroyed, making it clear that withstanding such power directly would be futile. A white-haired, red-eyed character unleashes a surge of dark energy, their focus unwavering as power erupts around them. A surge of energy shatters the corrupted tree as a dark silhouette escapes into the air. A spectral dragon's head bursts forth, unleashing a powerful roar. A dark, winged figure is ambushed by a powerful energy attack in the forest. A powerful surge of dark energy slams into the figure, hurling them backward amid a blinding explosion. The protagonist struggles to endure intense pain as dark energy surges through him. A devastating surge of energy crashes into the monstrous figure, sending it reeling. A powerful figure charges directly at the roaring dragon, initiating a fierce confrontation. A massive burst of electric energy is unleashed, filling the area with explosive power. A dragon-like figure crashes into the massive creature, releasing a powerful burst of energy. The monstrous figure lifts a massive weapon and prepares to unleash a devastating attack. A swift, forceful sword slash cuts through the scene, sending blood flying. A fierce battle erupts as a dragon-like creature and a powerful warrior clash midair, both unleashing devastating magical attacks. A monstrous entity unleashes a devastating surge of purple energy, crashing forward with overwhelming force. A massive burst of purple energy explodes from the ancient tree, shaking the desolate forest. The group reacts anxiously as the threat disappears underwater, fearing it may be recovering from earlier damage. She urgently explains that the poison in the lake will slow the enemy's recovery and force it to resurface in pain. A surge of destructive purple energy tears through the forest, obliterating everything in its path. The narrative introduces the deadly poison lake, emphasizing its raging, hazardous nature. The process of creating byproducts from these plants depends on the amount of water of life they receive. A mysterious plant absorbs the toxic energy from the ominous lake, hinting at a dangerous transformation. A monstrous leader advances with an army of bizarre creatures, signaling the arrival of powerful enemies. Strange blue-skinned monsters and a massive multi-eyed creature emerge menacingly from the glowing forest. A towering golem materializes in the mist under a glowing sky. A monstrous figure emerges from the shadows, its red eyes fixed intently ahead. A massive armored centaur charges into the horde, swinging a glowing sword and scattering the monstrous creatures. Magical staves unleash radiant energy as the group rallies to support the golems and attack the monsters. A battle commander urgently coordinates the defense as a magical device reveals monsters swarming toward the camp. A girl confronts a powerful golem created by the combined magic of the tower, the elves, and the princess. Someone realizes that, despite their careful preparations for strong monsters, something has gone unexpectedly wrong. Half of the golems abruptly abandon the battlefield and flee uncontrollably into the darkness. A bearded man with pointed ears urgently announces that the event has begun. Sensing something unusual, the elf-haired individual quickly looks toward the source of the disturbance. A massive blue energy blast erupts outward with overwhelming force. An intense eye widens in shock as a glowing symbol appears in the pupil. A blonde warrior urgently shouts for everyone to get down and unleashes a powerful green energy blast. Two magical energy blasts collide in midair, triggering a massive explosion of light. A figure crashes down from above, smashing into the ground with a powerful impact. Their location exposed, the group narrowly escapes disaster thanks to a timely intervention that redirects the deadly attack. A red-haired character urgently warns the group that the monster is about 700 meters away and urges everyone to stay alert. Someone recognizes a terrifying enemy. A towering monster appears, revealing itself as a threat equal to a dungeon boss. The protagonist recalls that the Blue Dragon raid originally happened 1 year and 4 months later in his previous life. Despite losing the Black Dragon heart and the powerful card, Altair persisted by collecting the equipment of strong allies. The group of heroes assembled and confronted the Blue Dragon. A massive spear of green energy hurtles down from above, signaling the start of a powerful attack. A young man in ornate armor unleashes a surge of green energy from his hand, initiating a powerful attack. A warrior in ornate armor endures a violent surge of blue and red lightning energy. Red and blue lightning crash together, unleashing a massive explosion. A character unleashes a massive, glowing energy attack, shaking the jagged terrain. A warrior confronts a powerful dragon as it unleashes a massive magical attack. A catastrophic mistake prevented them from obtaining the dragon heart, leaving the Danakil granary irreparably polluted and the mission a complete failure. After leaving the cave, the protagonist returns to the temple and begins striving to rise through the ranks. To get close enough for revenge, the protagonist joined the temple knights to infiltrate the parish where his enemy resided. Zephyr covertly studies the man in the grand room, seeking any possible weakness to exploit. A silver-haired man smirks in the shadows, gloating over the princess's failure. Two men discuss a recent achievement in the Great Elfin Forest, with one expressing admiration while the other modestly downplays his role. A character is startled and urgently tries to understand someone's cryptic statement. The princess's defeat has left her powerless and unlikely to influence the upcoming Ice Dragon raid. The cult has seized the Black Dragon and Blue Dragon's hearts, and the Saint of Light is now under Aldine's control. The cult leader announces that obtaining the Ice Dragon's heart will fulfill their ultimate goal and promises generous rewards to his followers. A monstrous black-clawed hand releases glowing purple liquid onto the floor. Zephyr, transformed and resolute, prepares to face the traps inside the silver key with full knowledge of his enemy's plans. 3 potions with different effects are explained as their liquids spill onto the ground. A gloved, armored figure snaps their fingers after preparing to activate their power. The protagonist summons a video relay golem to gather information about the camp's situation. A mystical barrier activates inside the grand hall as the twister subsides and attention shifts to the others. A massive explosion rips across the battlefield, sending blood and debris flying. A monstrous creature smashes through a large tree with overwhelming force. Giant snails climb the ancient tree as onlookers react in alarm. A massive dragon releases a destructive energy blast, shaking the battlefield. Massive trees are torn from the ground and hurled into the air by a powerful storm. 2 elf-like characters urgently count their remaining black dragon arrows and realize they only have enough to use against the dragon, not the surrounding monsters. A hand grips several rare hippogriff's feather arrows, preparing for the next move. A determined elf girl summons glowing, red-jeweled vines with a swift gesture. 2 enchanted arrows, wrapped in magical vines, shoot through the air with intense energy. A lone figure unleashes a massive, blinding energy blast forward. A glowing magical spear wrapped in vines and flowers descends through a shower of petals. A torrent of blue energy collides with a fiery beast as powerful elemental attacks clash. A white-haired man studies the flawless teamwork of his opponents with sharp focus. The party unleashes a coordinated assault on the monstrous creature. 3 figures assemble with their magical weapons as energy crackles in the air. A masked figure leads a monstrous flying beast as countless monsters swarm through the chaotic sky. A determined warrior draws a glowing bow and prepares to unleash a barrage of magical arrows against a horde of monsters. A gigantic, corrupted tree radiates sinister energy as it towers over the scene. The monstrous, armored creature unleashes a powerful attack with its glowing, branch-like weapon. The enemies vanish abruptly, leaving the guards and the shadowed figure searching the sky in confusion. Massive icicles materialize overhead, forcing the armored figures below to recoil in shock. A colossal dragon smashes through the defenses, obliterating everything in its path. Monsters break into the camp, attacking the armored soldiers as chaos erupts. A massive dark force hurtles down toward a group of armored soldiers, catching them off guard. A towering, shadowy warrior unleashes a devastating attack, scattering blood and debris amid the chaos. A monstrous creature emerges from the darkness, its maw lined with glowing red eyes. A powerful female knight kicks a massive object aside, leaving a nearby soldier stunned. A white-haired character glares downward and orders the monster to sit. A lone warrior unleashes a powerful sword strike against a massive shadowy enemy. A desperate battle unfolds as defenders struggle to hold their ground against a relentless monster assault. 3 armored figures gather beneath glowing magical glyphs, preparing for a sacred ritual. The young man clenches his teeth and glares ahead, struggling against mounting adversity. A woman entrusts a glowing tree fragment to a tense man, instructing him to guard it as the core of the magic circle. A knight anxiously realizes the safe zone will vanish in 10 minutes, forcing him to stay behind and endure his comrade's screams as poison fog approaches. 2 armored men exchange tense words as one urges the other to endure their current hardship. A powerful family skill creates a glowing barrier around the building, making it nearly impenetrable and stronger in smaller spaces. An armored man grips his flaming sword and steps forward, declaring himself the only one capable of opening the room and completing the mission. A figure clenches his gloved fist, enduring searing pain as fiery energy surges around him. A helmeted character urgently calls for help as projectiles strike the wooden door. A wounded figure urgently begs for someone to open the door and let them in for treatment. 2 armored men argue tensely as one warns the other that approaching could be a monster's trap. A desperate man bangs on the wooden door, shouting for it to be opened as monsters close in. An armored knight charges through the chaos, desperately reaching out to save the princess. An elf elder suddenly appears and confronts the armored figure with a twisted staff. Someone realizes that an enemy used a special item to imitate the princess's voice and deceive them. A character examines the imp acorn and learns it can memorize voices and let the user mimic them. An older elf activates a magical staff, casting a burst of light. A blinding flash erupts, forcing the figures to recoil and shield their eyes in pain. Empowered by acceleration magic, the attacker launches a rapid strike while the opponent is still blinded. A figure channels a surge of golden energy toward an unmoving target, preparing to strike. A blonde woman in armor tenses as the sharp sound of a horn whistle signals alarm. An alarm blares as the core of the magic circle is reported stolen. Riding a massive golem, the group bursts out of the camp at high speed after a successful escape. A countdown begins as only 10 minutes remain before the safe region disappears. She quickly prepares to restore the magic circle using a spare core, hoping the dragon will be defeated soon. The protagonist challenges the strict 10-minute deadline, hinting at cooperation only if a reward is offered. A female character closes her eyes and considers the possibility of a reward. A woman challenges her companion to defeat the enemy within 10 minutes, promising to continue their unfinished business together if successful. A character's eye glows intensely as hidden power is unleashed. The character ends the group communication and prepares to move forward. A demonic figure unleashes a surge of dark power while clutching a glowing orb, as ominous eyes glare from the shadows. The blue dragon submerges underwater to heal its throat, preparing to unleash its breath attack again. The enemy paused, distracted at a crucial moment. A massive dragon launches a surge of blue energy at the defiant winged figure standing on the cliff. Zephyr drives back the monster with a powerful magical attack as a massive cross appears. A radiant plaque reveals that the legendary Stake of Faith is a rented item with overdue payment. The silver-haired man proposes using the deposit money to cover overdue payments, leaving the nervous blonde visibly unsettled. The young man confidently proposes to delay the payment. The composed character demands reassurance that their item will be returned. Amidst the chaos, a strategist urgently commands the rear squad to adapt to a sudden change in strategy. A determined figure issues precise orders, confident that their strategy will defeat the dragon within 10 minutes. Mechanical golems surge forward, their glowing runes crackling with energy as they advance across the battlefield. The group escapes the forest tunnel atop a glowing creature, relieved after narrowly avoiding danger. A tense figure struggles to maintain the magic circle, urging the group behind to stay silent. A white-haired elf carefully observes 2 figures drawing a magic circle on the ground, successfully copying the purification ritual by meeting the skill's activation requirement. The elf urgently explains that the copied skill can only be used once and requires continuous mana to maintain, urging the group to act quickly. The last sealed box is opened, and the Tree of Life seed is obtained to help build a new kingdom. The elder elf thanks his companions as they prepare for a decisive event. 3 elves encourage their leader, affirming their support and trust in their leadership. Someone expresses gratitude for being invited to join the group. A bearded man narrows his eyes in suspicion, closely watching the situation unfold. Reptilian monsters ambush the escaping elves, leaving them wounded and panicked. The elf soldiers begin to falter as a guarded, glowing bunker remains out of reach behind divine protection. A man surveys the area with binoculars, reassured that their preparations have kept everyone fed. A powerful combatant unleashes a devastating spinning kick, demonstrating overwhelming strength. A healer channels magical energy through her staff. Zephyr unleashes a surge of draconic power, wielding his glowing sword with determination. A powerful woman wields her glowing staff, fiercely defending the battlefield alongside her allies. 2 men discuss the enemy's weakened morale after their elf elder flees, while one observes the battlefield through binoculars. Daryl unleashes a surge of power in battle, proving his superior strength. Attention in the elf kingdom shifts away from Daryl, A man carefully scans the distance through a spyglass, searching for any signs of movement. It is revealed that the elves rely on the Elder as their true leader. The elves maintain their kingdom through a king chosen by the Tree of Life, who rules their minds and enforces loyalty via a magical connection. The current queen, Sylvestra, is introduced as a wise and loving ruler known as Broken Moon, who was born blind and unable to walk. She became fully paralyzed after giving birth to Kiara. One man questions a suspicious gap in the family history while the other listens intently. A secret about Kiara's heritage is revealed as rumors spread that she is a half-elf born from the queen's affair, explaining her lower status among elves. Daryl is described as naturally gifted and universally admired. A determined elven youth rejects the path to kingship and pledges unwavering loyalty to serve the queen. Daryl's humility was not a problem when elf society functioned normally. Despite the elves' pleas for leadership during a crisis, he refuses to take charge or accept any official role. With the departure of the other high elves, the remaining elves were left with only a leader as dependable as a village chief. Two futuristic vehicles race through the rain-soaked forest, cutting swiftly through the darkness. A character runs forward, justifying the decision to abandon the remaining elves to escape the dragon. Someone grips a wooden staff tightly, expressing frustration over being left to act alone while their leader turned away. Elven warriors launched an invasion into human territory, led by a fierce commander at the front. A man in white robes closely examines a glowing artifact wrapped in ornate cloth. They suffered a significant loss when a valuable item was taken, resulting in the forest territory falling into enemy hands. Two figures spot the shadow dragon soaring overhead, cloaked in purple smoke. 3 years ago, a blue dragon claimed the lake and began polluting the surrounding forest. Two high elves announced their decision to leave and establish new kingdoms, preparing to depart under the full moon with their magical items. An elf condemns those who chose to remain in the polluted land as others depart, unable to endure the worsening conditions. Daryl ignored the crisis and failed to take any action. The human army stormed into the forest, initiating their assault. The demonic figure dismisses the idea of an alliance, declaring they lack the strength for an equal partnership. A despairing figure clenches their fists and laments that the kingdom is doomed regardless of the battle's outcome. A distressed woman rushes forward, shouting in anger and despair about being betrayed and misled. The group, overwhelmed by despair, abandons their mission and seeks a new hope as they ride through the ominous forest. Armored riders advance toward the ancient tower shrouded in mist. A bearded man with pointed ears realizes that the Tree of Life seed is located on top of the tower. A character reveals their plan to plant the seed elsewhere and expresses excitement about becoming king, holding a magical tree medallion. Two characters suddenly spot something unexpected and react with surprise. A red-haired figure stands tensely before the sealed ruin as an ominous atmosphere builds. A blood-red, clawed hand rakes violently against the stone wall, leaving deep scratches. A red-skinned creature with twisted horns rises in a dark, root-filled space as tense crackling sounds fill the air. A monstrous beast emerges from the fog, bearing its fangs with a menacing snarl. 3 elf warriors freeze in shock as an unknown threat appears before them. Two figures discuss the mystery behind the high elves leaving with the Tree of Life seed to build a new kingdom. Two elves examine a glowing magical artifact while expressing concern about the lack of information regarding new elf kingdoms. Someone urgently questions the disappearance of the others. A demonic entity emerges from the flames and darkness, unleashing its ominous presence. An older man steps forward and confidently declares he will handle the situation, surprising the younger onlooker. A man orders 2 magical golems to distract the monster and retrieve the sealed box. A monstrous beast launches a person across the battlefield. A monstrous red beast emerges from the smoke, growling fiercely. The monster quickly turns toward the flying golem, reacting to the diversion tactic. A powerful explosion shatters the tower's seal, scattering debris in all directions. A mysterious bird retrieves the sealed box and flies away. An older elf reveals a glowing artifact to a joyful group of elves gathered around him. A critical miscalculation is about to be revealed. A surge of magical energy slices through the monsters as the artifact radiates overwhelming power. The demonic monster attacks, desperate to seize the box it has sought for years. A powerful artifact is dramatically unveiled amid swirling energy. A once powerful elf, now corrupted and consumed by hatred, stands as a menacing enemy to her own kind. A mystical seed radiates ominously as a monstrous maw looms behind, hinting at unknown powers and motives. 3 years ago, 2 cloaked figures conducted a dark ritual before a menacing figure seated on a throne. A masked figure stands in the red-lit darkness, expressing cold disappointment. A warrior leads a fierce charge, openly questioning whether the high elves still deserve their fearsome reputation. 2 wounded high elves lie defeated on the ground as their identities are revealed. A hooded figure reveals the Stone of Revelation and explains its power to manipulate individuals into demons. An excerpt explains how the Elf Kingdom's rulers, linked to the Tree of Life, determine the next generation based on the ruler's gender. The story shifts to events from 3 years earlier. A hooded figure confronts the vice cult leader in a tense, glowing hall. A masked figure explains that the Stone of Revelation and branded worms are used together to turn people into demons. A figure writhes in agony as their body mutates uncontrollably during a failed demonification attempt. A hooded figure explains that the strength of evil comes from the distortion of people's hearts, which is amplified by the Stone of Revelation. A hooded figure stands before a glowing throne, unleashing a vengeful incantation as shadowy warriors gather in swirling magical energy. A monstrous figure unleashes a vengeful glare, fueled by rage over a shattered future. A devastating explosion of light and energy erupts, scattering debris and crimson rays in all directions. A hooded figure smirks as they admire their opponents with dark amusement. 2 colossal demons emerge, unleashing their overwhelming power in a fiery display. A monstrous demon emerges, radiating a fiery aura as it lets out a fierce roar. A masked figure with tree-like features emerges, exuding a menacing presence. A masked figure demands to know the other's intentions, but receives only an indifferent denial of any plan. With unwavering determination, the character announces a bold move to disrupt the situation. The masked figure threatens the group while holding a small flame. A masked figure seated on a throne commands the room to welcome the newcomers with applause as a monstrous creature looms nearby. A masked figure delivers an intimidating proclamation to someone seated tensely on a throne. A monstrous demon is summoned before a robed figure seated on a throne as the cult announces the birth of new demons. 3 months have passed since the 2 elves turned into demons. A ruthless figure stands atop a pile of corpses, having slaughtered every monster and human encountered. They quickly adapted to their new, overwhelming powers as dark energy surged around them. A shadowy armored figure and a monstrous entity prepare to advance to the next phase of their plan amid swirling darkness. A man proposes an alliance to hunt the blue dragon, offering his soldiers for support. Gala Mountain, once the original den of the blue dragon Artalis, is revealed. Having grown up in the great elfin forest, the speaker explains the challenges of confronting elves protected by the Tree of Life. The masked figure acknowledges the need for greater power to destroy the elves. A surge of dragon heart energy erupts across the barren landscape. A massive blue dragon towers over a smaller red creature, unleashing swirling energy as ominous runes appear around them. A massive blue dragon emerges, its piercing gaze fixed forward. Someone reacts with disbelief, overwhelmed by the ridiculous situation. A violent whirlwind erupts around the barren tree, shaking the empty landscape. A violent whirlwind tears through the area, uprooting trees and sending debris flying. A monstrous figure unleashes overwhelming power as 2 challengers stand defiantly before it. 2 people pour wine as one asks if there is any chance of victory. 2 figures discuss the elves' new alliance and the combatants provided by the cult. A blue-haired character drinks from a glass and doubts that the group can defeat the dragon. 2 figures share a toast as one apologizes for not including the other in the earlier strategy against the dragon. A man reveals his hidden motives for sending others to fight the dragon, acknowledging their inevitable defeat. A masked figure reveals that 2 individuals were candidates for the ruler of the elves. A powerful high elf unleashes an ultimate skill, radiating a brilliant moon-like aura while pushing beyond their limits. A man mocks the decision to make a blind and disabled woman the new queen. A regal elven woman is crowned as the new queen while the crowd celebrates her ascension. A frustrated elf complains bitterly about being passed over in favor of Sylvestra, who was chosen without proper training. 2 powerful warriors lost their minds to demonification, unable to accept their tragic fate. 2 figures discuss how a failed attempt to gain recognition through war ended in a devastating defeat. As they were exiled from the elf society, one of them stole the Tree of Life seed in a final act of defiance. A young elf defeats 2 seasoned warriors and forces them to flee for their lives. A man with a sly expression provocatively questions someone about how they would have responded to the humiliation. Raising a wine glass, the figure delivers a cold toast to those who abandoned him. With fierce determination in his eyes, the character swears to kill his enemies no matter the cost. A man raises his glass with a look of satisfaction, expressing his approval. A dark, winged figure charges directly into the gaping maw of the monstrous creature amid blinding light. A shadowy, armored figure unleashes a dark, powerful attack surrounded by crackling energy. A powerful strike lands on the beast's head, causing it to roar in pain. A man declares that nothing will stop them from seeking revenge against the elves. A colossal, glowing eye bursts open as a surge of monstrous power fills the air. A monstrous dragon unleashes a deafening roar, shaking the chaotic and blood-soaked battlefield. The threat of the dragon consuming everyone is ominously foreshadowed. Deadly venom floods the dragon's stomach as the evolved demonic skill is unleashed. A monstrous beast roars as lightning and explosions erupt around it, escalating the chaos. A deadly standoff escalates as the fate of Black Moon and the dragon hangs on which will succumb first. A figure sets down a glass and declares that Black Moon's objective will be achieved before everything ends. The blue dragon is expected to travel to a specific location to heal its poisoned body. A legendary location known for its powerful healing abilities is introduced on the Aslan continent. A character flies on a dragon toward the Lake of Life, the vital water source for the elves' forest. A red demon beast desperately clings to the tail of a massive blue dragon, acting on instinct as the dragon soars overhead in pain. An ancient tower emerges from the overgrown vines in a sunlit clearing. A beast leaps toward the tower, drawn by a familiar energy. A creature is suddenly hurled into the air, startling the 2 armored figures. The security troopers making noise nearby were killed. A massive red hand slams the white-haired character's head into the ground with overwhelming force. Amid the chaos from the dragon's arrival and pollution, the tragedy remained undiscovered. Since that day, the creature has desperately clawed at the tower without purpose. She enjoyed a long-awaited feast. A hand is severed in a violent burst of blood as an ornate object flies through the air. It is revealed that the elder's flesh and blood contained a significant amount of water of life. A monstrous, blood-soaked creature with glowing eyes emerges menacingly in the foreground. Someone helped Masha restore the meanings of words she had forgotten. A monstrous, blood-soaked creature emerges, glaring menacingly with glowing eyes. A menacing presence emerges from the darkness, radiating fierce energy. Someone urgently directs attention to a specific location. A massive burst of energy explodes across the barren landscape. A glowing mansion emerges from behind the trees, radiating mysterious energy. A powerful magical barrier erupts over the village as a hand reaches out, unleashing a surge of energy. A motionless figure with long blonde hair lies surrounded by glowing vines and white flowers. Ominous words echo through a shadowy void, hinting at a foreboding prophecy. A monstrous beast, dripping with blood, bares its fangs and reveals its insatiable thirst. An information page explains the significance of the 2 distinct types of elf pupils, highlighting their connection to power and exile. The panel reveals that once the branded worm's growth stops and it evolves, it gains a special ability called gluttony. A colossal beast crashes its foot down beside a blood-soaked, rune-inscribed stone. A forbidden power is described that steals the skills of any living organism it devours. A feathered crown emerges, radiating power against the glowing backdrop. A devastating attack strikes the ground, sending shockwaves through the area. A powerful skill called acceleration, used by an elf elder, is introduced. The bearded man stands victorious as his opponent collapses, overwhelmed by swirling energy. A powerful skill enables elders to target their opponent's weaknesses. A massive energy slash rips through the battlefield, causing widespread destruction. Masha gains incredible speed and quickly reaches her destination. A sudden eruption of glowing energy violently shakes the mystical treehouse. A monstrous figure descends ominously upon the elven outskirts. A monstrous red-clawed hand suddenly touches the floor, signaling an ominous presence. A mysterious figure quietly enters the queen's ornate, sunlit bedchamber. A serene woman lies unconscious amid glowing light and entwined flowers as the words, "Queen, Broken Moon," appear. A monstrous, corrupted beast charges forward, radiating murderous intent. A colossal, energy-charged object smashes into the ground with tremendous force. A monstrous figure reveals its fearsome presence, radiating overwhelming power. A monstrous creature lunges forward, unleashing a frenzied attack. A monstrous, multi-eyed beast is immobilized by a web of glowing magical beams. A red-haired fighter unleashes a glowing sword strike against a massive tentacled monster. A wary mentor grips his glowing sword, realizing too late that a demon has appeared while he was stationed at the rear. A determined character brandishes a glowing sword and declares that this place will be their opponent's grave. A massive thunderbolt crashes down from the sky, striking the ornate tower with destructive force. A surge of bright purple energy bursts through the dark forest, unleashing a powerful magical force. A winged warrior charges at a massive dragon as explosions and crackling energy fill the battlefield. With only 8 minutes and 20 seconds left before the camp's purification magic circle fades, the protagonist launches a desperate attack against the dragon. He realizes that defeating the blue dragon quickly is crucial because a greater threat will emerge after its death. After the blue dragon's death, the petrified Ramya will awaken, releasing the poison that polluted the forest. The protagonist recalls that this was the reason the raid failed in a previous life. A winged magical orb bursts through the forest as someone shouts in shock. 2 survivors cheer over the blue dragon's body in the ruined forest. An armored figure claims the dragon heart as promised, while the princess agrees without objection. The armored figure prepares to consume the dragon heart. A clawed hand erupts with crackling purple energy as the character recoils in shock. A shocked figure realizes a mysterious barrier has appeared around the dragon's corpse right after its defeat. A demon bursts out from inside the dragon, catching everyone by surprise. A monstrous figure emerges from the swirling energy, unleashing dark power with a glowing blue crystal. Alarmed by the unknown figure, the protagonist quickly notices the dangerous object in its hands. A masked figure triumphantly reveals the dragon heart, expressing gratitude for the dragon's death. A defiant figure channels powerful magic from the dragon heart, preparing to seize control of the forest. An enraged armored warrior unleashes a devastating, electrified attack. A young man forcefully shoves a wounded knight away from danger, urging him to escape. A figure unleashes a massive surge of magical energy, filling the area with swirling purple light. The black moon's poison intensified dramatically after coming into contact with the dragon heart. Soldiers writhe in agony as cursed magic rapidly consumes their bodies. Poison erupts violently, spreading through the forest. The group urgently pulls back as one figure shouts for everyone to retreat, with a companion following close behind on horseback. The group retreats under Altair's command, narrowly escaping complete destruction. The group failed to obtain the dragon heart. A woman rides urgently on horseback, heading toward a critical moment. The elfin forest and Danakil granary suffer from increasing pollution. A character recoils as dark magical energy erupts from the ground, flooding the forest with purple light. The world was transformed into an uninhabitable wasteland. A gloved figure smashes through a stone wall with a powerful punch, sending debris flying. A dragon-like creature lashes its tail at a tree as a winged figure with a sword dives toward it from above. Haunted by regret, the protagonist recalls that their past failure was due to a lack of information. A dark-winged figure slams a massive sword into the ground with tremendous force during the battle. The tactics, party level, and poison defenses were generally effective aside from one issue. 2 vanguards engage in battle within the poison fog, watched closely by a determined observer. A masked figure confidently reveals that the blue dragon has an old, unrecoverable wound that can be exploited to defeat it easily. A character considers how a hidden weakness was discovered after it became exposed. Amidst the clash, the protagonist frantically searches for the dragon's hidden weakness. The protagonist assesses the dragon's improved condition and prepares to face it. The protagonist realizes the attack was insufficient and prepares to strike harder. A fierce warrior unleashes a poison-smeared weapon, prepared to strike with deadly intent. A gloved hand drives a sharp bone weapon into the creature's body. A winged attacker descends and strikes with a scythe, triggering a massive explosion. A skeletal dragon emerges, roaring as blood rains down around it. A devastating surge of energy bursts from the blue dragon, threatening to overwhelm its opponent. A fierce transformation erupts as the protagonist unleashes a powerful, winged form with glowing eyes. The protagonist realizes that everyone, including himself, has been suddenly paralyzed. Glowing water droplets swirl ominously in the turbulent darkness. A damaged leaf falls from a withering branch in the darkness. The immense power on display far surpasses that of a dragonoid with a dragon heart. The winged warrior desperately tries to use the silver key, but it fails to open as the monstrous creature closes in. A narrator describes the impressive extent of someone's control. The dragon tongue's power only lasts about 7 seconds, even for a dragon. The dragon is about to unleash its breath attack in 7 seconds. A radiant, winged figure charges fearlessly into the open jaws of the monstrous beast. A powerful orb of magical energy is unleashed, radiating intense purple light. Fiery arrows slam into the monster, triggering a violent explosion. A surprised character realizes the new strategy has succeeded as light bursts behind him. A powerful energy orb materializes, radiating intense purple light. A massive creature is blasted by a fiery explosion and roars in agony. The young man unleashes another powerful blast, refusing to give up. A massive green energy blast strikes directly into the creature's open jaws. A transformed figure charges at the massive shadowy dragon, their powers crashing together in a fierce battle. A demon-like figure with white hair and glowing red eyes launches a massive, energy-charged attack upward. A winged figure charges at the dark dragon, clashing with it in a burst of fiery power. The breath pocket has been destroyed, marking a crucial victory. The transformed protagonist grips his sword tightly and braces for the next battle. 17 black dragon arrows remain. The archer calculates his remaining arrows and skills, knowing every shot must hit a vital point to succeed. A massive black dragon crashes into the ocean, unleashing a destructive burst of fiery energy. He remembers that in his previous life, he faced the blue dragon only once. The blue dragon, possessed after losing its heart to the demon god cult, seized control of the ritual space and attacked. After a month-long battle, the protagonist finally defeats the dragon but collapses from exhaustion. A fierce battle erupts as the transformed warrior recalls facing the blue dragon at the height of its strength. A warrior delivers a powerful blow to the monstrous, winged creature as the battle intensifies. A warrior charges through the air and attacks a colossal dragon with his massive sword. Despite the intense pain, the protagonist endures and reassures himself that the current situation is not as bad as a previous ordeal. A winged figure dives rapidly down the cliffside, leaving glowing energy trails in its wake. Blue flame spears erupt from the ground, unleashed by telekinesis. A glowing, enchanted sword shatters above, swirling magical liquid. A winged, horned figure releases a powerful surge of dark energy from the tree. A white-haired, horned man lunges forward, unleashing a fierce demonic attack. A white-haired, horned figure surges with blue energy to parry a massive golden attack. A horned, winged figure releases a powerful burst of energy in a dramatic attack. A monstrous creature unleashes a devastating energy blast with its claw. A mysterious creature opens its glowing reptilian eye in the darkness. Someone vanishes without a trace. A monstrous hand bursts forth from the swirling darkness, signaling the release of a terrifying power. A monstrous clawed hand lunges toward the magically protected glowing key. The silver key is dramatically announced. A winged figure plunges a massive golden sword into the beast's head, unleashing a surge of energy and blood. A white-haired, red-eyed man releases a powerful burst of golden energy from his fist. A fierce warrior descends from above, driving a powerful blow through the dragon as light and energy erupt around them. A massive dragon unleashes a furious roar with a glowing cross-shaped object stuck in its mouth. A cataclysmic magical blast tears through the battlefield, scattering debris in every direction. Only 14 black dragon arrows are left. A young man glares defiantly as 3 glowing spears hover dangerously close to his face. A colossal surge of purple energy bursts upward from the raging water, shaking the entire scene. A massive beast sinks motionless into the depths as light filters down from the surface. A character suffers a brutal injury as their right arm is dismembered. A massive dragon bursts through the smoke, revealing its sharp fangs and glowing eyes. A demonic figure erupts from the flames, unleashing overwhelming power with a massive sword. A colossal flaming sword bursts forth from the smoke, radiating ominous power. A powerful creature stirs as its glowing reptilian eye pierces the darkness. A massive dragon emerges from the smoke and fire, summoned before the onlookers. 2 armored figures launch a coordinated attack against a massive 3-headed dragon surrounded by swirling magic. A figure raises a glowing sword, asking for forgiveness before striking. A character charges forward, striking a massive shadowy creature with George's legendary sword. A legendary sword called Graham is revealed, crackling with red energy. A somber figure expresses gratitude to the dragon for lifting a curse and laments being unable to bid farewell in person. A white-haired knight cradles a fallen figure and orders an unseen presence to retreat. A clawed hand slams into the ground as its owner vows to avenge their fallen master. A furious figure threatens to kill if confronted again, as a wounded dragon snarls with tears in its eyes. A monstrous creature emerges from the swirling purple energy. The group freezes as the enemy abruptly stops moving, prompting a tense reassessment of their strategy. A character warns of impending danger, eyes narrowed with determination. Someone silently calls out for their father. The tree of life begins to tremble as powerful energy swirls around it. A massive blast of blue lightning engulfs both the dragon and the lone warrior as the attack is unleashed. A powerful name is invoked, filling the scene with ominous energy. The man crouches forward, preparing to unleash the dragon's slayer power. Someone reflects on their past words with uncertainty. Someone declares their oath with determination. A monstrous creature is slain as a large, ornate sword pierces its throat, sending green blood flying. An unseen character struggles to resist a powerful urge. A lone figure approaches the monstrous beast's closed eye, lantern held high. Forgiveness is granted in a tense, pivotal moment. A monstrous figure bursts forth from a swirling vortex, unleashing a violent surge of energy. A surge of blue energy gathers as a character channels their life force to forge a sword. A monstrous figure is summoned from magical waters and greets its summoner with reverence. A transformed figure surges with blue lightning, preparing to fulfill his duty. A glowing, energy-charged sword is raised as a massive beast's eye looms ahead in a tense standoff. Zephyr prepares to face the empowered opponent, ready for the decisive battle. A countdown announces that only 12 minutes remain before dragonification ends. The white-haired man unleashes a devastating attack with his massive, dark energy-infused blade. The previous limitations are dismissed as irrelevant. A colossal dragon crackles with lightning as it attacks alone, winged swordsman standing defiantly atop twisted roots. A character unveils the dancing blade of death, a weapon that burns life force and defense to grant overwhelming attack power. An urgent question arises about how to prevent the impending disaster. A clawed hand crackling with golden energy seizes the sword with overwhelming force. A crucial decision is being made with unwavering concentration. A lone figure unleashes a massive wave of destructive fire, engulfing the area in flames. All alternative plans are being discarded to focus on a single course of action. A surge of golden energy engulfs the figure as he activates Berserk Dragon mode, drastically boosting his power at the cost of shortening the dragonification duration. A shadowy dragon unleashes a massive burst of blue lightning. A fierce clash erupts as one combatant charges forward with golden blades against a torrent of blue magical energy. A massive surge of electrified energy slams into the ground, erupting in a blinding explosion. A winged figure braces behind a large shield, blocking a massive blue energy blast. A dragon-shaped artifact hurls a surge of blue lightning energy in a powerful attack. A white-haired young man fires a massive blue energy blast at his opponent. A massive energy slash rips through the ground, scattering debris in all directions. A powerful magical vortex erupts, filling the area with swirling blue and yellow energy. A dragon-like creature is struck by a massive, lightning-charged attack that tears through the landscape. A colossal, mysterious tree emerges beneath a glowing red sky, signaling a foreboding development. An elf, visibly shocked, announces the appearance of the Tree of Life to the surrounding knights. An armored elf man shouts in alarm as a red-haired elf woman recoils in shock. Zephyr delivers a stern warning, his expression fierce as debris floats around him. A martial artist learns that mastering the Dragon King style requires understanding and controlling the flow of strength rather than perfecting specific techniques. A hooded man explains how engraving a technique on the body will amplify physical strength. A massive sword strike collides with a surge of energy, sending blue and yellow light exploding across the battlefield. A voice explains that even a small amount of strength can be used to overcome a stronger opponent. A powerful sword, crackling with energy, tears through the air in a devastating attack. A dragon-like creature releases a fierce attack at a sword-wielding figure surrounded by blue energy. A white-haired fighter channels golden energy and draws his sword, preparing for a decisive attack. A surge of energy sweeps through the scene, demonstrating the movement of strength from one source to another. A hooded figure channels intense magical energy into a glowing leaf, demonstrating a powerful technique. A single leaf, charged with energy, slices cleanly through several thick wooden logs. A surge of golden energy overwhelms and defeats the massive dragon. With fierce determination, the protagonist slams a massive glowing axe downward, unleashing a surge of energy. Zephyr recoils in shock as a burst of blood erupts suddenly in the midst of battle. A monstrous creature's claws pierce through Zephyr's chest, sending blood spraying as he suffers a devastating wound. A hidden object, possibly a weapon or bone, is discovered deeply embedded in the flesh. A character urgently identifies the beast's unhealed wound as its critical weakness. A devastating blow smashes into the surface, unleashing a violent shockwave. A fierce battle erupts as a dark-winged figure clashes violently with a glowing opponent in a burst of energy. A sudden transformation ignites as a sharp red eye snaps open in shock. A fierce attack with a blazing sword collides against the monstrous serpent's energy blast. A monstrous hand lunges to stop the creature from escaping into the water. A sword slices through the black shackle, releasing a surge of energy. A relentless warrior dives underwater and attacks a massive dragon-like beast with his weapon. A horned, winged figure dives down and unleashes a barrage of powerful energy beams. Energy surges as the empowered figure unleashes a fierce burst of power. A lone figure unleashes a fierce underwater attack against a massive dragon, causing a surge of explosive energy. A figure erupts in a monstrous transformation, roaring as dark energy surges around him. An elf woman urgently warns that they can't locate the target while it's underwater. Someone silently recalls their mother and father, lost in somber thoughts. He dodges a glowing, lethal attack with intense focus. 3 electrified spears surge upward in a flash of energy as the plea for guidance fills the air. A powerful explosion erupts, sending fiery energy beams and shockwaves across the area. A man urgently reports that the attack missed and struck the Tree of Life instead. A hand unleashes the remaining 8 magical arrows with urgent force. A coordinated barrage of attacks slams into the Tree of Life, triggering a massive explosion. A massive wooden barrier shatters violently, sending debris and dust flying. A blue, dragon-like creature launches a fierce attack against a figure ensnared by dark, thorny vines. A relentless warrior hurls a devastating magical attack at the monstrous beast, sending energy surging through the case. A silhouette slams a glowing kick into the monstrous tree-like creature. The transformed warrior charges forward and unleashes a devastating, glowing attack against the monstrous enemy. A radiant, serpentine dragon bursts forth from the churning water. A white-haired warrior unleashes a devastating attack against a massive dragon amid a fierce clash of energy and light. 2 monstrous hands collide underwater, unleashing a surge of blue magical energy. A critical realization takes hold, shifting the course of events. A towering dragon threatens to kill the silver-haired figure if he ever returns, demanding that he leave immediately. An armored figure removes their helmet and apologizes with visible remorse. A powerful hand slams a massive, wrapped weapon into the ground, shattering the earth. The armored warrior prepares to confront the looming threat, unwilling to retreat. After underestimating his opponent, the protagonist recalls being swiftly defeated in battle. The dragon roars in agony after realizing its horn has been cut off. A hand drives a mystical dagger into an opponent's side as energy bursts from the impact. A parchment reveals that the White Queen's finger, a bone stake from the first queen, seals its victim's power with a 10-year curse that cannot be lifted by the affected individual. Haunted by regret, the armored character reflects on how learning the world's secret ended a cherished friendship. Someone declares a strong desire to avoid meeting again. A figure stands before a massive dragon, recalling a memory from 1,000 years ago. A decisive moment arrives as a crucial individual is singled out. The revelation exposes a case of mistaken identity, shocking everyone. A demonic entity erupts from the darkness, unleashing a surge of fire and chaos. A successor is being ominously foreshadowed. A monstrous eye suddenly opens underwater, signaling the creature's awakening. Someone examines another person's appearance with curiosity. A silver-haired warrior channels energy and prepares to unleash a powerful attack underwater. A lone figure stands triumphant amid the fiery battlefield, revealed as the new dragon slayer. The blue dragon lies dead and lifeless, its life force extinguished within its own shattered body. A shadowy, skeletal hand bursts forth amid shattered debris as dark energy swirls ominously. A masked figure steps forward, declaring their intent to claim the dragon heart. A shadowy monster is struck through the chest by a lightning-charged sword. Zephyr slams his blazing shield into the monster, unleashing a surge of light and lightning. The armored character launches a ferocious attack, eyes blazing with determination. A winged figure hurls a massive, fiery attack at the shadowy opponent. A devastating surge of energy erupts, tearing through the surroundings with explosive force. A dark hand conjures a glowing key, securing the dragon's corpse and preventing anyone from approaching the dragon heart. Haunted by memories, someone witnesses the horrific massacre that devastated their previous life. The Black Moon's failed attempt to absorb the dragon heart triggers a chaotic surge of power. A desperate figure channels energy into the dragon heart, invoking its power amid swirling purple light. Unable to withstand the power of the dragon heart, the corrupted vessel collapses and dies instantly. A gloved hand offers a glowing blue crystal, dripping with liquid, to a monstrous figure. The vice cult leader of the demon god cult stole the dragon heart and Ramil's magic stone, using the Black Moon to achieve their goal. A demonic gauntlet surges upward, unleashing a wave of dark power. The narration reflects on the aimless wandering of the last survivors who have lost their home. A demonic figure mocks the downfall of those who once deceived and conquered, now reduced to ruin. A menacing figure senses the mingled scent of dragon and human, finding it intriguing. After escaping the dragon's stomach, the character prepares to encounter elves. Someone is shocked to realize they are seeing a dragonid. With unwavering resolve, he steels himself to face anyone who dares oppose him. A menacing figure suddenly attacks while introducing itself. A masked character recoils in shock as a glowing whip strikes toward them. A winged figure charges forward with a glowing golden spear, launching a powerful attack at the horned opponent as lightning crackles around them. A white-haired figure unleashes a powerful strike against the tree with a massive, glowing cross-shaped weapon, sending energy bursting outward. A monstrous, clawed hand bursts into the scene, signaling a terrifying transformation. A giant golden drill powered by swirling energy crashes down as a figure releases a devastating attack. A fierce glare signals the imminent release of overwhelming power. Someone realizes that the target has escaped while a chained ancient tree looms in the mist. A horned, winged figure taunts a shadowy opponent, claiming the recent move has revealed a weakness. A character explains the risk of attacking an unknown enemy first, emphasizing the danger of being countered. The masked figure exposes the protagonist's time limit for using the dragon's power, warning it will only last another 1 to 2 minutes. The white-haired young man narrows his eyes, frustrated as he realizes his opponent is more perceptive than expected. Clutching his body as dragon scales spread across his arm, he realizes he has only 48 seconds left in dragonification before exhaustion will force him to collapse. Cornered and low on resources, the protagonist devises a plan to lure his opponent into making a move. A shadowy figure threatens to spare the winged man's life only if the dragon heart is surrendered. A sinister figure declares a desire for revenge against all elves, clarifying no hostility toward humans. Zephyr activates the dragon tongue skill, unleashing powerful magic to seize control of the situation. Clawed feet strain against glowing magical restraints as the captive struggles desperately to break free. A powerful figure restrains the winged combatant in midair with glowing magic as the victim panics, unable to move his legs. A surge of lightning and energy signals a powerful figure charging into the fray. A surge of energy erupts as the character's hidden power begins to awaken. A figure quickly conjures a magical barrier to block the incoming energy attack. A bloodied man with a glowing red eye shouts furiously at his opponent for interrupting him. Exhausted but determined, the protagonist pushes his limits to unleash the dragon tongue, his arm glowing with a powerful blue aura. Summoning his remaining strength, the character grips the sword of light, preparing for a decisive final attack. A powerful figure asserts control, refusing to allow what is happening. A flaming, armored hand seizes an opponent's arm, engulfing it in fire. A fierce battle erupts as a powerful, fiery attack is unleashed against the demonic opponent. He screams in fury, overwhelmed by a sudden surge of frustration. A white-haired man channels crackling yellow energy as a monstrous dark entity looms beside him. Frustrated by his dwindling mana, the warrior unleashes a desperate, lightning-charged attack. A white-haired warrior charges through blazing flames toward a dark magical sphere. An anxious figure quickly casts a protective barrier after narrowly escaping danger. Unable to fight after being released from petrification, he stalls for time by talking. A surge of dark energy suddenly floods the area, intensifying the tension. Engulfed in swirling purple energy, the protagonist summons a venomous creature to launch a counterattack despite his legs being bound. A transformed figure channels dark energy and unleashes a powerful venom spear, combining elven and demonic abilities. The protagonist, injured but resolute, releases a surge of fiery energy. A surge of power fills the air as the character's eye glows red and sweat beads on their face. A crazed demon exults in overpowering a stronger enemy, reveling in their agony caused by his venom. The dark figure gathers energy in his hand, preparing to end the confrontation swiftly. A menacing figure unleashes dark energy and prepares to give a fatal farewell. A horned figure pauses, sensing an ominous disturbance as red symbols appear in the air. Massive, jagged tendrils violently surge from the stormy water. A devastating blast tears through the monstrous figure's chest, sending blood and energy erupting from the wound. A shocked character becomes trapped as tree roots erupt and ensnare him. A masked armored figure exposes the corrupted roots of the Tree of Life to their sinister opponent. One character angrily blames another for using a skill that absorbed all the poison in the area. The victorious fighter hovers above the defeated enemy as the Tree of Life and the lake remain untouched and restored. In a tense recollection, someone remembers how the Dragon Heart and Black Moon's magic stone were forged into weapons that unleashed poison fog and a venom spear. He quickly devises a plan to use the venom spear's poison-absorbing ability to eliminate the forest's toxin. With the lake and its roots purified, the forest begins to recover. The protagonist, surprised by the tree's assistance, acknowledges his original plan to end the fight with the Sword of Light and expresses gratitude for the unexpected help. Restrained by thorny vines and gravely wounded, the character struggles to channel mana and release poison to survive. The Tree of Life once shielded the elves with its widespread roots until it was weakened by poison. An ominous warning is delivered in the empty silence. A monstrous hand crackling with energy seizes the masked captive's face, taunting them as they struggle helplessly. The white-haired warrior unleashes a furious, lightning-charged attack against the monstrous enemy. A mysterious, glowing crystal is introduced as Ramil's magic stone, which holds potent demonic power and venom. A status window describes the various uses of the venom-filled demon corpse with its damaged head. A surge of destructive energy erupts across the distorted forest as a fierce attack is unleashed. The rearguard senses an approaching threat. A huge ring of golden light bursts from the ancient tree, spreading power through the land. A sacred, radiant tree is revealed amid swirling golden lights. Blinding golden light erupts as the Tree of Life returns, drawing all eyes upward in astonishment. Two figures stand side by side, silently witnessing a miraculous, glowing tree. A sweating woman listens anxiously as a critical message crackles through the radio. The warriors receive orders to eliminate the remaining monsters after securing the dragon heart. Armored warriors raise their weapons and fists in a triumphant rally. The woman announces the dragon's defeat and draws attention to the crowd's cheers. A shadowy figure collapses in the rain as someone urgently calls out for Zephyr. The wounded man falls rapidly through the air after a fierce battle, surrounded by swirling debris. The wounded man collapses to the ground, unconscious from his injuries. The white-haired young man descends toward the swirling, glowing, claw-shaped artifact. Twisting roots seize the battered man and drag him beneath the crashing water. The ancient tree thanks the young dragonid for offering help. The figure steps forward onto the mystical tree branch, declaring intent to act as well. A surge of golden light breaks through the thick, tangled roots in the mystical forest. A grand building is revealed as sunlight filters through the trees. The roots of the tree of life surge upward, breaking through the ground as golden light fills the area. A bloodied man relaxes as he acknowledges the victory. A wounded man stands victorious over the defeated monster, questioning his contribution to the battle. The wounded man realizes the demon race can duplicate martial arts techniques after being struck by his own skill. The wounded figure struggles to stay conscious, realizing there are no potions left to stop the bleeding. Facing critical injuries, the protagonist urgently considers using spiritual cadence to recover. A tense figure with an eye patch sweats as a glowing vine suddenly appears nearby. A wounded man is suddenly trapped by a glowing magical vine, his face filled with shock. A glowing, enchanted vine stretches through the chamber as its power is revealed. An ethereal figure, unable to move, sincerely thanks her protector. A mystical female figure appears, surrounded by golden light and blooming vines. A character's eye widens in terror as they witness a traumatic event. A crowned elf steps forward and announces her position as queen. A long-haired woman firmly insists that someone needs medical treatment. A radiant figure seated in glowing light calls the knight to approach. Zephyr learns that his father is gone forever but is told he can now see what his father once could. A commanding figure in a fur-trimmed cloak invites a hesitant companion to join her. A troubled mother holds her child close, uncertain about how to protect them after regretting past choices. A gravely wounded woman collapses and delivers her final message to her child. Zephyr receives a crucial command to protect himself with the sword. A young man wakes from a haunting dream about his distant past. A surge of inner resistance interrupts the moment. Zephyr regains consciousness in a cavern filled with glowing vines, unsure of where he is or how much time has passed. A countdown timer appears, showing exactly 72 hours, 18 minutes, and 29 seconds remaining. Zephyr is warned to stay still as he begins to recover with the help of a healing plant. Magical vines surge with energy in the dim environment. A hidden magical world is revealed inside the core of the massive tree trunk. A radiant, mystical figure reveals itself as the Tree of Life and announces the purpose of reincarnation to the assembled earthlings. A surge of hidden power radiates from the person's intense eyes as energy tendrils ignite. He suddenly realizes he is standing before the legendary Tree of Life. Reflecting on past failures, the protagonist recalls never having met the figure by the Tree of Life after losing the raid in a previous life. He reveals that only his wife has ever seen this hidden form, which he has never shown to his children. A tense confrontation unfolds as one figure reveals his ability to decipher bodily signals and offers to stop if it causes discomfort. The young man grows uneasy as he fails to read the intentions of a presence that feels disturbingly unnatural. The bare-chested man calmly conjures a glowing orb of light, assuring the other person that he means no harm and expressing gratitude. He spots a glowing, mysterious fruit hanging from a vine. A hand offers a glowing, enchanted fruit to speed up recovery after magical treatment. While trapped and poisoned by the blue dragon's dragon tongue, the speaker secretly watched events unfold through their children. A woman gratefully hands a glowing branch to the seated elf. A serene figure expresses gratitude to the wary person resting in their lap for protecting her wife. A powerful figure explains that a bilateral contract requires both parties to fulfill their obligations, emphasizing his role in maintaining order. The young man tries to make sense of the confusing explanation but fails to understand anything. He questions whether the gratitude he received was simply because he offered help. He notices something off-panel with a tense, focused expression. The protagonist recalls advice from his past life while reflecting on his father's character. A powerful figure reveals his demigod form, radiating intense divine energy. The protagonist weighs the advantages of a mutually beneficial contract, determined not to be outmaneuvered. A hidden motive is revealed as an unknown figure claims to have done more than just wake someone from hibernation. A mysterious figure confronts the tense, white-haired man about the risks of having the dragon heart transplanted into his fragile body. The two opponents gauge each other's strength, as one calmly exposes the other's struggle to control his increasing power. A mysterious figure explains that the body's destruction was caused by using too much power, but it has been fully readjusted within 72 hours. He processes the shocking revelation that he is strong enough to transplant the blue dragon's heart. A powerful figure extends a glowing hand and proposes a new contract to the young dragonid. A powerful figure offers to transplant the blue dragon's heart in exchange for a promise. An ancient seed begins to sprout after nearly 10,000 years. A brilliant light bursts forth as the first seed breaks through its shell, signaling an urgent warning. The protagonist realizes their mission is to prepare for the promised day, understanding this as their reason for existence. A magical tree purifies the corrupted water and transforms the environment. The world transformed over 1,000 years, becoming unrecognizable and giving rise to a new species capable of inhabiting it. The mission neared completion as everything proceeded according to plan. A woman gently cradles her newborn child, overcome with warmth and affection. A woman joyfully cradles her newborn baby, overwhelmed with happiness after giving birth. A solemn vow is made in the darkness. Ignoring her original mission, she chooses to protect her child regardless of the consequences. Amid glowing roots and floating lights, the protagonist cautiously approaches a mysterious, radiant woman. A shirtless man is offered the blue dragon's heart in exchange for agreeing to a difficult, unknown request. While undergoing the transplant, the protagonist admits he will be completely defenseless and insists on only trusting someone reliable. Someone tries to determine another person's intentions. A mysterious figure with vine-like hair begins to speak in the dim light. A figure anxiously wonders how he will die in the future. A stunned character reacts in disbelief to an unexpected revelation. A glowing hand transfers mystical energy to Zephyr's forehead as his dreams are accessed for clues. A character reveals that their initial suspicion about a connection to a woman was incorrect. The protagonist weighs whether a brief connection is worth pursuing to uncover a vital clue about the world's secret. A tense silence fills the panel as suspense begins to build. Flames engulf the city as a monstrous figure appears, its identity instantly recognized. A mysterious presence confronts the protagonist with knowledge of a detailed prophecy about the future. He considers revealing the grim truth that the great forest will be destroyed and someone will die from poison after failing to stop it. He decides to keep his knowledge of the future a secret. A figure accepts her predicted death before the world's end, acknowledging another's caution. A man channels radiant magical energy through his glowing arm as he prepares to confront his fate. A forearm glows with powerful golden runes as energy surges through it. A man channels intense magical power as swirling golden energy surrounds him. Zephyr's eyes widen in shock as he suddenly recognizes a dangerous symbol. A sword covered in fiery runes surges with powerful energy as it is activated. After defeating the cult leader, the protagonist discovers a magical mark on his hand that enforces secrecy. Two mystical symbols appear in the darkness, demonstrating a more advanced ability. Engulfed in flames, the protagonist clutches his head and endures searing pain. A warning is given not to stare at the swirling golden energy, as its power is too overwhelming to handle. The glowing figure refuses to reveal crucial information, leaving the tense man frustrated. A powerful force explains that it and the 7 dragons are eternally bound to their divine mission by an unbreakable magical bond. Someone silently acknowledges the pull of an unavoidable mission. He senses imminent danger and prepares to react. The motive for killing the blue dragon is revealed. A vision reveals that in the apocalypse, surviving dragons will lose their will, receive a mission to destroy, and become subordinates of the invading demon god. The protagonist challenges the other person's loyalty by asking if they would become an enemy like the dragons. A solemn man emerges slowly as glowing, vine-like roots wrap around him. The protagonist reflects on his unwavering commitment to his mission, admitting he never questioned it or saw unique value in the world. A sense of doubt arises as something feels undeniably strange. A woman accepts her fate and prepares to sacrifice herself beneath the magical tree. She affirms her resolve, finding hope in the memories they shared and believing her dream will come true. A character pleads for an alternative to drinking from the chalice of conception in hopes of conceiving a child by a different method. A glowing, root-like magical object is passed from one person to another amidst swirling golden lights. A vulnerable figure pleads for guidance and love, reaching out to the glowing presence called YGG. A man reflects on how one woman's actions have greatly increased the value of the world. He stands in silence, struggling to express the depth of his feelings to someone he hopes will understand. A man cradles a weakened woman in his arms as warm light surrounds them. He steels himself, focusing intensely as his eye remains shut in concentration. A surge of energy erupts from the glowing blue crystal as its power is unleashed. A mystical figure transfers powerful energy into the injured man to help him face the world's end. A man seals a fatal pact, demanding his own death if his mission endangers his family. A surge of golden energy bursts forth as a powerful attack is unleashed. Blue energy erupts as the white-haired man kneels, preparing to unleash his power. Frustrated after his attempt to intimidate failed, the young man broods over being cast as the villain. The protagonist decides to trust the tree, reasoning that it had the chance to harm him while he slept but did not act on it. A mysterious figure offers to advance the plans for the blue dragon's heart, explaining that the princess is still too inexperienced to perform the transplant herself. A decisive voice assigns the responsibility of the transplant to Yggdrasil. A lone figure unleashes a surge of bright blue energy, filling the area with overwhelming power. Surrounded by crackling blue energy, the young man channels magic into his glowing sword, ready to join the fight. In a mystical realm, the protagonist readies himself to confront the dragon's corrupting spirit within his own consciousness. The protagonist enters the mystical trial space, determined to surpass his previous record. He grips his glowing blue sword, eyes fixed ahead as he prepares to face the coming battle. Someone challenges their opponent by questioning if they have revealed their complete form. A sudden surge of energy erupts as Zephyr draws the glowing sword. Someone silently admires what they see. He suddenly realizes something critical, his face drenched in shock and sweat. A white-haired figure taunts their shocked opponent, reminding them of their fierce battle. The character quickly realizes the opponent is struggling with an unfamiliar fighting style. A horned figure radiating blue energy sits calmly before a tea set and calls the dragon's slayer over with a taunting command. Stunned by the revelation, the protagonist realizes the blue dragon is not only present but also female. The panel introduces Yggdrasil's small incarnations, describing their various forms and revealing that Sylvestra could communicate with them from a young age. A calm character reassures someone that Zephyr is safe with his father. The group anxiously speculates that someone may have vanished because the tree of life consumed them. 2 elves observe as one speculates that treatment is taking place. A worried man questions if they should intervene, fearing Zephyr may be captured by the tree of life. A mysterious power, possibly the dragon heart, is sensed within the figure referred to as father, raising new suspicions. Someone anxiously anticipates Zephyr's return. 2 enigmatic figures discuss how someone will change completely after the raid. The protagonist is astonished to witness the dragon reveal her polymorphed form, something he never saw in his previous life. A character analyzes the reasons behind why beings choose to change their forms. Zephyr silently considers the unusual behavior of another person. Someone doubts her ability to deceive others. A character calmly admits being weakened by poison and acknowledges the other's victory. The dragon-like figure relaxes on the throne, drawing strength from the energy permeating the space. A draconic figure confidently acknowledges a new alliance, citing her master's permission for shared power. A golden seal cracks open, releasing a surge of energy into the darkness. 2 figures sit on ornate thrones as one pledges obedience under the crackling threat of golden energy. One character mocks the other over tea, causing visible discomfort and tension between them. He recalls narrowly surviving a dangerous battle in his past life thanks to the unpredictable temperament of a dragon. The dragon, impressed by its opponent's strength, decides to give time for recovery before the next fight. After enduring relentless attacks and revivals, Zephyr's skills improve dramatically, viewing his tormentor as a harsh teacher. The trainee pushes through relentless martial arts drills as a harsh mentor shouts threats and demands greater effort. A scarred man angrily declares his hatred for humans. One character confronts the other with sharp questions about their troubled expression and apparent amusement. A horned woman calmly accepts her impending death, expressing relief that she is freed from her burdens and ready to watch the events unfold. A calm character reflects with satisfaction on their final battle, feeling no regrets. Zephyr stands before the glowing blue gate, preparing to face the challenge ahead. A philosophical insight explains that a person's soul can be understood by observing what their hands hold. A hand begins to paint on the canvas with a brush. Someone strums a lute, filling the scene with calm focus. Someone ominously suggests that for people like them, the tip of their swords decides everything, foreshadowing an imminent conflict. A lone sword stands embedded in the broken earth, symbolizing the culmination of struggle and personal growth. The confident figure admits admiration for the opponent and considers granting them his power. A character fixes a determined gaze, intensifying the tense atmosphere. A determined warrior clashes with a dragon, wielding a massive weapon in a fierce battle. A figure reflects on the possibility of reaching a long-sought place as a mysterious spire looms in the barren landscape. A mysterious entity grants the character permission to use the body's power, leaving control of it entirely up to them. A menacing figure issues a dire warning as the armored man grips a glowing crystal. Someone is surprised by how easily she agreed to cooperate. The young man activates the glowing crystal shard as energy surges around him. Grateful for saved time, the narrator reflects on having many tasks ahead. Two swords collide, releasing a surge of blue energy as the aftermath of their intense confrontation is remembered. The protagonist confidently offers to cook a meal as a gesture of gratitude. A serene figure dismisses the question, calmly asserting her dominance as a clawed hand hovers nearby. A powerful blue energy blast erupts, filling the scene with intensity. A colossal ancient tree emits a surge of golden light, illuminating the surroundings. A glowing root emerges from a radiant light in the dark wooden surroundings. Four figures face each other tensely in a sunlit forest clearing, one gripping an ornate staff in preparation for a confrontation. A young woman turns toward the light, momentarily stunned by an unexpected presence. A powerful man stands illuminated by golden light as a woman gazes up at him with awe and uncertainty. A confident young man confronts someone outside, demanding to know why they are waiting there. A serene woman warmly greets the arriving person she has been waiting for. A massive tree root shatters from a forceful blow. A man and woman share a warm embrace in the golden sunlight. A radiant figure solemnly announces that another fragment of the ancient god has been claimed by a new master. A winged woman acknowledges that the course of the world has shifted further. A stern armored woman demands news about Cardinal Aldine as a subordinate apologizes and a messenger urgently enters with a letter. A shocked character learns from a letter that Sir Aldine has been murdered. Two townspeople exchange troubling rumors about the disappearance and possible death of Aldine's twin knights at the third parish. A figure wielding a glowing sword strikes down a dark opponent in a burst of holy power. A figure plots to kill the saint who defeated the twin knights, aiming to secure a spot among the strongest 10. A group of armed figures advances toward the fortress, preparing to head to the third parish. As the empty throne looms above, a brutal struggle for power is about to ignite among those who covet its authority. A prophetic figure foretells the arrival of someone at the end of the millennium. A figure sits beneath the ancient tree as a prophecy foretells the arrival of their savior. A gauntlet hand draws the legendary sword as dark energy swirls around. An armored figure claims victory with an ornate sword as a wounded knight, shocked by the weapon, is helped by an attendant. The knight demands to know if he has earned the right to meet the princess after his triumph. A colossal ancient tree is revealed, its roots sprawling through a misty, sunlit landscape. The mana flowers activate around Yggdrasil, rapidly purifying the area and releasing energy into the surroundings. Armored fighters rush forward together, striking down the last of the monsters. A character reacts with shock and tries to process their unfamiliar surroundings. Two women move cautiously through the sunlit grove, alert to their surroundings. The majestic capital city of the Elf Kingdom, Elvenheim, is revealed. The group returns home and embraces each other in relief and gratitude. A warning is delivered, signaling that the moment is not yet right. A massive foot crashes down, startling the two men as someone arrives with unmistakable authority. Two elves scream in terror as they witness a horrifying event. A man solemnly announces the queen's arrival as she appears before the crowd in an ornate wheelchair, drawing odd reactions from those present. A startled girl with mismatched eyes calls out for her mother as an elven man stands beside her. Three elves reunite in a tearful group embrace as sunlight streams over them. A wounded fighter braces himself with his bow as armed enemies close in from above. Three figures kneel in silence before fresh graves, paying their respects. The area is now clean after all the waste was removed. Stone golems lift a massive net of fish toward the wagon under the direction of a hooded mage as others watch. Yggdrasil was occupied with the purification, leaving it unable to handle additional tasks. Their movement allowed them to gradually overcome their sadness. The group arrives at the shattered ruins, surveying the aftermath in tense silence. Two elves cling to each other in grief as they mourn the destruction of their former home. The blue dragon was defeated, bringing hope back to everyone. Despite their newfound peace, a wave of sadness spread among them. Rain pours as a tree branch sways under the dark, stormy sky. Despite their earlier progress, the group now faced endless losses. A somber reflection acknowledges past losses and the drive to achieve victory. They bury the dead on the hillside as grief weighs heavily on everyone present. The official announcement declares the end of the Blue Dragon raid as the crowd erupts in celebration. The elven leader solemnly pledges eternal gratitude to their allies for rescuing the elves from crisis. Two leaders seal a non-aggression pact with a firm handshake, marking the start of a new alliance. As applause fills the room, one man realizes he has finally found the answer he was searching for since the raid preparations began. Two characters debate whether tensions between elves and humans might cause betrayal during an upcoming raid. She confidently explains her strategy while holding up a chess piece. A determined character declares that their goal is to seize control of both the Elf Kingdom and the Danakil territory. A hooded man recoils in shock upon realizing someone plans to seize control while their opponents are weakened. The bespectacled man dismisses the answer while scrutinizing the document. Polaris is celebrated as a hero in Danakil, raising his staff in triumph. He is remembered for driving away the Black Moon and Crimson Moon in the war 4 years ago, but everything changed when Danakil became contaminated. She explains that Polaris didn't help due to a lack of resources and then sold all his stocks and debt bonds. Polaris determined there was no solution to their predicament. Danakil was left desolate, and both its people and the isolated elves found themselves with no allies or hope for rescue. A determined woman proposes forming an alliance with Princess Altair to eliminate Polaris's influence. A grim declaration signals preparation for the prolonged war ahead. The protagonist realizes that Altaire's plan involves gaining the elves' combat strength, the Danakil granary's supplies, and the Lake of Life's healing power. The situation has improved more than anticipated. It is revealed that Yggdrasil and the Elf Queen had goals aligned with the protagonists from the beginning. A regal elf lifts a glowing chalice, initiating a solemn blessing ritual. The narration reveals that the queen, now awake, can use her mind control skill to dominate the elves. The narration affirms that the elves connected to the Tree of Life are expected to remain loyal. 3 people raise golden goblets in a celebratory toast. The group gathers to celebrate their victory with drinks. A character stares in astonishment at the lavish banquet table. A blushing woman clutches a bottle as a small figure hugs her, while another woman silently watches from behind. The elf turns away in disappointment, while the cloaked man clenches his fists before the ornate structure. A surprised character calls out for Kiara after noticing something. A woman sits alone on the stone steps, lost in somber contemplation. A blonde elf tosses an apple and confronts a red-haired elf sitting on the stairs, who looks startled. A smug boy confronts a troubled girl who sits alone, mocking her for leaving the party and provoking a confrontation. A blonde elf angrily tosses an apple at a red-haired elf, who blocks it in frustration during their argument. 2 people sit together in the dim room, quietly eating apples in silence. Someone quietly reflects on how quickly things have changed since Zephyr arrived in the Great Forest. She reflects on the defeat of the dragon and their unexpected return to Elvenheim. A blonde elf reflects on the recovery of the mother and the Tree of Life, then calls out to someone named Kiara. A red-haired woman teases a blonde elf-haired man while waving an apple, making him visibly uneasy. Cornered and desperate, the protagonist steels himself to keep fighting. A young woman firmly announces her decision to leave the forest. A majestic palace rises beneath the starry night, its illuminated towers dominating the futuristic skyline. The narration reflects on those who lie awake, feeling their night is unfinished. A white-haired man strides down a dim corridor toward a glowing doorway. Footsteps echo through the hallway as someone approaches the ornate double doors. Someone is determined to finish one last important task. A woman stands before the glowing window, lost in longing. A hand moves closer to the glowing surface, preparing to open the sealed door near the statue. A woman with long dark hair glances back, drawing attention in the soft, glowing light. A noblewoman stands in a lavish hall, surrounded by admirers presenting her with roses. A man passionately vows to do anything for the princess, dramatically raising his hand in devotion. A knight clad in black armor vows to protect the princess at all costs. A guarded figure admits disappointment and distrust in those who claim to protect her, believing they would abandon her if they knew the truth. She walks alone through the thorny forest, reflecting on her solitude and the absence of romantic connection with her companions. A barefoot figure pushes forward alone through thorny ground, resolutely accepting a difficult journey in pursuit of a skilled swordsman. A wounded figure kneels and unleashes a surge of corrupting purple energy as he struggles to maintain control. A terrified girl recoils as a bloody, glowing purple hand lunges toward her. A terrified girl runs from a massive, shadowy monster crackling with ominous energy. From that day forward, nothing was ever normal again. A character resolves to use political marriage as a strategic tool to achieve victory over formidable enemies. A fierce battle erupts outside as a woman watches anxiously from the window. He stands over the defeated guards, pinning one beneath his boot as light pours down on him. A young woman recoils in shock as a burst of blinding light fills the scene. A pivotal memory surfaces as a glowing burst of light fills the scene. The young man steels himself as he prepares to face the challenge ahead. A grand structure stands beneath a tranquil, starlit sky. A silver-haired character scowls and grips a shield tightly, belittling an opponent. A tense exchange unfolds as the young man defensively questions the woman's teasing remarks about the Elf Queen and her connection to Daniel. A woman reflects on how the princess has changed since Sir Zephyr arrived, admitting her reasons for staying go beyond her assigned mission. 2 figures prepare to speak with the village elder while instructing a worried companion to keep watch nearby. A woman reassures her protector that the Tree of Life will keep her safe and encourages them to relax and enjoy the banquet. A woman drunkenly laments being abandoned by her close friend, while a man stands nearby and observes her emotional outburst. A man encourages the grieving woman to drink more and assures her that if she becomes stronger, she will be reunited with her friend. 2 characters discuss their confidence in Zephyr's ability to handle his situation as they talk under the night sky. The man pauses anxiously outside the ornate door, gathering his courage before entering Altaire's accommodation. A woman challenges someone to defeat an enemy within 10 minutes, promising to resume an unfinished activity as a reward. He reflects on his earlier excitement after a quick victory, but now grows uneasy about facing a formidable opponent known for unpredictable tactics. A ruined object crackles with purple energy as it is carefully examined. A woman prepares to cast a mind-controlling spell with a kiss as ancient magic activates. He reveals the truth about his previous life to the person beside him. A tearful, wounded woman clings to another person in a desperate embrace. A white-haired man passionately kisses a long-haired woman, holding her tightly in an intimate embrace. The group allowed events to unfold naturally as the situation progressed. A figure quietly steps onto the bed, leaving a single dress shoe behind in the gentle morning light. An intimate moment is interrupted as one character hesitates and pulls away. A solitary figure reflects on the unequal intensity of feelings shaped by memories of a previous life. He stands by the ornate door, growing impatient as he plots how to make her pay for playing with his emotions. A hand wraps firmly on the door, breaking the silence and announcing someone's presence. A young man enters the room with determination, ready to face what awaits inside. A character's eye widens in shock as they suddenly realize something horrifying. A woman in a nightgown opens the door and faces the man standing in the shadows. A woman blushes and shyly tucks her hair behind her ear in the gentle light. The young woman lowers her gaze in silence, visibly anxious as she reflects on her thoughts. She lowers her guard, her emotions laid bare. With unwavering resolve, the protagonist silently vows not to fail again. A nervous young woman struggles to remember what she wanted to say. 2 characters stand face to face in a charged silence, caught in a moment where emotions nearly spill over. A white-haired man and a dark-haired woman share a passionate kiss in a doorway filled with golden magical light. 2 characters share a passionate kiss, lost in the moment. A character reacts with surprise after tasting something sweet. A hand grips the fabric near a bare shoulder as tension rises. Sunlight streams through the empty room, signaling an impending event. A white-haired man stands guard over a tense woman lying in bed, ready to protect her from any threat. A man leans in close to a woman's neck as she closes her eyes, breathless and flushed. Two hands grip each other tightly on the bed, illuminated by warm light. Someone fondly remembers being deeply loved in the past. A barefoot girl hesitates before a bed of sharp red and white thorns, bracing herself to confront the peril ahead. Someone reflects on their belief that they have faced challenges alone. She turns to look back, her expression steady as sunlight streams around her. Someone expresses a strong desire for companionship. He stands alone in the glowing sunset, gazing confidently toward the horizon. Two figures walk hand in hand toward the radiant light, moving through a forest path surrounded by thorny branches. Someone reflects on the moment they learned about their past lives. A strange blue light illuminates the large tent in the darkness. Someone finally admits struggling to endure the loneliness they tried to ignore. A somber reflection acknowledges the pain of losing everyone close. A woman lies on the bed, silently grappling with the burden of being the only survivor. She sits in quiet reflection, overcome by the weight of her concern. Someone admits they are struggling emotionally and feel compelled to take action. A sudden realization occurs, shifting the perspective of the situation. Surrounded by warm, glowing lights, someone contemplates the feeling of love. Two characters embrace as one confesses their love. 44 days have passed since the third parish was sealed. A massive magical barrier forms around the cathedral as night falls. A massive, powerful barrier rapidly expands across the area. A powerful barrier is explained that stops all entry and exit. A terrified woman recoils in bed as an assailant raises a dagger to strike. The character realizes they've stumbled upon an unexpected opportunity while pursuing a different goal. A scarred man demands to know who supplied the poison as he threatens a terrified woman with a vial and a blade. Sunlight streams through the trees, illuminating the peaceful forest clearing. Two arrows strike the bullseye one after another. A white-haired archer fires arrows with precision at a large shield, showcasing impressive skill. A startled archer grips his bow and arrow tightly, reacting to an unexpected event. A young man pulls back his bow, recalling a time when his mother was awake on his 15th birthday. A woman stands alone under the moonlight, revealing that a child was born with a unique destiny and must one day leave the forest. An elf girl decides to leave the forest with Zephyr, feeling hopeful about the adventure and the chance to meet old friends. A focused archer draws an arrow and takes aim. One character demands to know why the other looks sad during the banquet. Rumors and blame spread among the elves, accusing a child of corruption and linking her to misfortune in the forest. A girl clings protectively to a glowing stag as someone insists she cannot remain in the forest. An arrow pierces the exact center of the target, splitting another arrow already lodged there. The wary man acknowledges someone's impressive skill in the tense forest. A young man finds his mother outside in the cold and expresses concern as an unexpected meeting unfolds. A gentle woman finishes her song and eagerly asks for feedback, hoping to impress with her voice. The family reunites joyfully, expressing gratitude for finally being together again. A calm mentor corrects the archer's tense form and helps him adjust the flow of his mana while practicing in the forest. A serene woman encourages someone to trust their allies and not face challenges alone. The protagonist stands frozen in shock as a fierce and explosive battle erupts between a monstrous opponent and a powerful fighter. A young man receives vital training instructions that are essential for uplifting the moon. A stern elf woman orders the startled young man to leave the forest with Kiara. The robed figure rushes urgently down the ornate hallway. A messenger urgently knocks on the princess's door to deliver an important letter. A man cautiously peeks through the ornate door, startled by what he sees. A serious man demands an explanation from a startled messenger who arrives with an urgent letter. A startled man with glasses reacts in shock as he is confronted unexpectedly. A stern man urgently delivers sealed envelopes, requesting the princess be awakened for an emergency meeting. Zephyr abruptly notices a mysterious seal and reacts with shock. Several key figures gather in tense silence around a sunlit table, preparing for a critical meeting. A character observes that the entire group has assembled. One woman struggles with a hangover while another watches her with a faint smile. Someone apologizes to the group for calling an early morning meeting. A woman sits calmly and announces she has important information to share before proceedings begin. Two newcomers are formally introduced to the group as permanent party members. A pale-haired elf teases a flustered companion, revealing that their mother had planned everything in advance. The narrator recalls their mother coming to find them that morning. A red-haired elf girl hesitantly accepts a decorated crown from a seated elf, questioning why she was chosen to receive it. A wise figure foretells that someone must one day leave the forest to fulfill a unique destiny. The last seed of the Tree of Life is entrusted to the next queen with the hope of a new beginning. A prophecy reveals that raising the chained, glowing tree will lead to a new kingdom and offer a way to break the tribe's cruel fate. A magical artifact is handed over as the speaker reveals that the recipient was intentionally chosen for their unique connection and apparent weakness. One woman embraces and comforts another, expressing how much they both long for this miracle. Overwhelmed by fear of the truth, the narrator considers leaving without confronting anyone. A character reflects on the genuine affection their parents had for them. The female character expresses her gratitude as she stands with her back to the audience. A character firmly resolves to abandon their previous way of thinking. He silently reflects, his gaze sharp with determination. After the dragon raid, two newcomers receive praise and are told they'll be joining the strongest group, leaving one of them confused by the title. The woman formally welcomes the two newcomers as core members, outlining their responsibilities and promising full support from the party. A hand sets notes on the table as the meeting officially begins. She weighs her options as chaos erupts on both fronts. A composed man begins briefing the group about a letter received from their operative in the third parish. After raiding the tomb of the abominable princess, the armored figure sealed off the third parish and went into hiding to obscure the true location of the dragon heart. He considers the possible rumors about the dragon heart circulating among those unaware of his true identity. Speculation grows about the fate of the dragon heart as investors, auctioneers, and even the Temple of Light become entangled in lawsuits and financial chaos. An older man explains that uncertain investors have hired a joint defense council to secure their profits. The Temple of Light's Finance Council, who invested in Lucius' party, now seeks to place all the blame on him. A sacred relic management squad is sent by the Vatican to pursue Lucius for his overdue debt on the legendary Stake of Faith. Gertrude storms in, demanding to know Odin's fate and furiously confronting her enemies. After hearing of Odin and the Twin Knights' deaths, a group of adventurers advance to challenge Lucius and claim their place among the strongest. A restless crowd surges at the city gates, shouting demands and challenging the defenders as tensions escalate. The weakened state of the Third Parish leaves them vulnerable to a siege, with little hope of holding out without reinforcements. A man reads a letter revealing that a knight has finally won Dame Ophelia's marriage, as another person listens intently. He recognizes the weapon as a legendary one they all know well. The legendary sword Requiem is dramatically introduced, radiating with power. A poised figure welcomes an important guest at Lindell Castle, marking the beginning of a significant meeting. A courteous attendant welcomes the guest and leads them toward the ornate doorway. The narrator reflects on having chosen Requiem as their final weapon in a previous life. A determined young man recalls his power as a spectral version of himself brandishes an enchanted sword in the background. It is revealed that neither the speaker nor the sword saint currently possesses the object in question. A barrier is forcefully split open, breaking the tense silence. A tall, armored man enters the room, startling the three adventurers at the table. A red-eyed character leans forward and demands to know the other person's identity. A white-haired man coolly considers whether to kill the continent's new strongest arrival. The legendary title of the continent's strongest began with one night. A victorious commander is celebrated in the palace after defeating the mercenary king and securing a decisive win in battle. A knight from the Kian Kingdom's Lion Knight Order admits he is not the strongest. The protagonist reflects on his position among the strongest fighters, noting that he only ranks 6th among humans, while the mercenary king is 9th. The king demands to know the identities of those stronger and weaker than the shadowed figure, who agrees to answer. The world's most powerful heroes are introduced in a dramatic sequence, each representing a legendary title and weapon. Legendary warriors are named one by one as an armored man stands illuminated by light. The mercenary king and the twin knights are introduced as formidable new rivals. A message announces the imminent departure from Lindell, signaling a turning point in the story. A group discusses how the reputation of a renowned knight has inspired skilled fighters worldwide to challenge those he recognized as strong. A serious man explains how the strongest 10 warriors became legends by defeating numerous challengers, leading to the creation of the continent's top ranking. A character reviews the few significant changes in rankings over the past 2 years, mentioning notable defeats and an execution for treason. A sharp-haired character recalls a fierce battle with a human knight during a struggle for control of the forest 7 years ago, and contemplates their own status among the strongest 10. 2 young men review an old ranking list and discuss how restricted information now helps them avoid unwanted attention. A composed figure calmly explains that to gain fame, one must either defeat one of the strongest 10 or possess their keepsake. After Adirius appeared, chaos quickly escalated. After news spread that his master had died, numerous fighters emerged to compete for a place among the strongest 10. At that moment, the theft of the Black Dragon heart turned its perpetrator into a wanted criminal, throwing the world into chaos. A woman reads an urgent letter revealing that an unknown swordsman has appeared, claiming to be the last disciple of the legendary sword saint. A woman explains that John Hall poses the greatest threat to the demon god cult leader's plans. The master's true identity is revealed as the legendary white dragon Nemeshuna. A woman realizes the princess learned lost magic by forming extraordinary connections, including becoming a disciple of a dragon. 2 characters discuss whether a suspicious name might be fake or a misunderstanding related to human customs. The man learns that the white dragon was not killed by the black dragon but sealed away, sending her incarnation every century to search for promising individuals. She realizes there is a contradiction in the timeline regarding the sword saint's teachings 6 years ago. She suddenly realizes that someone is pretending to be someone else. She studies the situation in silence, formulating her next move with a confident, calculating gaze. A character firmly acknowledges that Adirius is a true disciple, citing information received from Zephyr. The character internally justifies her suspicion toward Adirius during the conversation. The group braces for the consequences now that the identity of the master has been exposed. The narrator carefully plans how to conceal knowledge of the future while guiding others toward a desired conclusion. A tense discussion unfolds as a man urgently warns that the Requiem sword must not fall into the hands of the demon god cult leader. Several people anxiously discuss the widespread rumors and possible consequences after a sword was used in a public duel for a marriage proposal. A silver-haired young man senses that something about the current situation is off. A woman in the ornate room urges Zephyr to continue explaining as the discussion begins. A clenched fist accompanies a tense analysis of the demon god cult's failed plan and heavy losses. One man questions who could have disrupted the cult's flawless plan, while his robed companion listens intently. The figure examines the planted evidence, ensuring it implicates a Dragon King-style martial artist and sows distrust among the demon god worshippers. A hooded figure inspects a vial of deadly poison, confirming its unexpected presence and the involvement of the Eastern One's disciple in the operation. Realizing an unexpected alliance among her enemies, the character is shocked to learn they killed Aldine during a crucial mission. A captive is tightly restrained by magical chains and blades, pressured to prove innocence by finding the real culprit. The white-haired young man analyzes who the demon god cult will suspect for the recent events, while his hooded companion listens in the shadowy hall. The protagonist considers how the enemy might suspect someone powerful enough to influence both the saint and Ned against the demon god cult's plans. Someone suspects that a hidden figure may be influencing events. She closes her eyes and centers herself, preparing for what comes next. A woman sits confidently on a throne-like chair, smirking as she contemplates her next move. A cautious man suggests that the situation may be a trap designed to lure the princess. 2 startled figures stare ahead in shock, tense and bracing for what comes next. Inside an ornate room, 2 characters discuss the risks of traveling to Lindell and the need to verify the authenticity of a suspicious sword using dragon hearts. A woman asserts that approaching the object will allow them to verify if it is genuine. The protagonist prepares to depart for Lindell, ready to secure the sword or eliminate any threats if it proves to be a trap. The protagonist reaches Lindell before sunset. A stern man confronts the group at the table, realizing someone is impersonating the princess. A red-eyed young man demands to know the identity of the person before him. He considers the cult leader's delayed response to the Sword Saint and reveals his own urgent reason for coming. A pink-haired woman protests as someone grabs her shoulder, insisting the fight was won fairly. Someone warns the others to stay back, heightening the tension. Two armored figures close the distance between them, each bracing for a direct confrontation. Two armored men lock eyes in a silent, tense standoff, each refusing to back down. A menacing figure boasts about encountering a powerful opponent, eager for the fight ahead. A confident figure challenges their opponent and declares readiness to fight anywhere. The young man agrees but hints at an additional condition. A young man activates the Dragon Tongue skill, commanding his target to crawl like a dog as magical energy swirls around him. A red and white-haired character is violently thrown backward by a surge of magical energy. Magical glyphs flare around the protagonist's arm as he panics, realizing his body is moving against his will. The furious protagonist confronts the composed man in the hallway as a guard watches. Someone panics as they react to AD being suddenly dragged away by an unknown skill. Nina urgently insists they help, warning that the man they just saw is dangerous. A golden-haired woman calmly explains that they should not interfere with AD, who only came to finish a fight. Amid chaos and rising monsters below, two companions discuss delaying their departure despite urgent obligations elsewhere. A flustered girl tries to confess her feelings while a small companion points out her obvious infatuation. Driven by excitement, he fought relentlessly through waves of monsters, finally defeating the boss monster alone after a week. The warrior unleashes a frenzied assault, savoring the chaos before finishing off the boss. A grateful nobleman publicly offers his daughter's hand in marriage to the young hero, leaving everyone shocked. The red-eyed knight suddenly remembers his duty to the princess and quickly rushes off. A desperate voice pleads for loved ones to be brought along in the chaos. A frightened girl is cornered against a door as another girl advances on her with a club. Two anxious characters urgently discuss the danger of angering a volatile fighter and worry about what action to take. Two people decide to secretly follow and observe as one offers magically cooled water to the other. An armored figure struggles to push himself up, magical energy crackling around his hand. A man breaks free from his restraints, radiating energy as he shouts in triumph. He observes that the opponent broke free from the Dragon Tongue command in just 12 minutes, far faster than expected. A mysterious being is caught off guard when a human unexpectedly uses Dragon Tongue, triggering memories of its former master. The determined figure demands to know whether their opponent serves a dragon or possesses a dragon heart. A figure activates the Earth's Cradle skill, channeling energy through a gauntlet hand and into a powerful sword. An armored figure lowers their helmet and warns their opponent not to expect mercy. A masked, armored figure surrounded by blue energy reveals his identity as the disciple of the Sword Saint. He analyzes Idirius's overwhelming strength, attributing it to a powerful mentor, innate talent, and exceptional items. The legendary Silver Lion mithril armor, crafted from a white dragon's bones, is revealed to grant powerful resistance against extreme conditions, poisons, curses, and even dragon skills. With those abilities, he can adapt and fight effectively no matter the circumstances. A determined warrior charges at a colossal dragon, wielding a glowing sword despite lacking a dragon heart. Someone wonders about the current level of his abilities. A gloved hand displays the glowing Requiem emblem as someone confidently addresses the group. A resolute man reveals a legendary sword, its blade surging with ominous energy after slaying a dragon. He reacts sharply, locking eyes with the threat as determination and alertness fill his gaze. A figure reveals that a dragon heart is hidden within their chest. Water is poured into a clear glass cup. A tense challenge is issued. If a single drop of water spills, the opponent wins both Graham and the dragon heart. An armored figure confirms that the wager for victory is Requiem. The white-haired man taunts his opponent, declaring that if he wins, he will choose a humiliating nickname for them. The silver-haired character mocks his defeated opponent, belittling their intelligence and demanding acknowledgement. With a smug grin, the character taunts his opponent. Weapons crash together as a surge of energy bursts out in the heat of battle. A frenzied fighter recklessly declares a high-stakes challenge while brandishing a glowing sword. Two devastating energy attacks crash together, erupting in a blinding explosion. Two warriors exchange powerful sword strikes, sending bursts of energy through the air. A fighter impressively wields a massive sword with one hand, showcasing remarkable skill and control. A character smirks in the shadows and questions the strength of his opponent. The armored figure unleashes a powerful defensive skill, surrounding themselves with energy to reduce incoming damage. A determined fighter unleashes a powerful upward strike, sending a massive armored enemy flying. A wounded armored figure cries out in agony as blood pours from their mouth. A massive blue energy blast shatters the rocks with overwhelming force. A massive shockwave rips through the rocky terrain, leaving destruction in its wake. Two alarmed girls rush forward, reacting urgently to a shocking event. An older man evaluates his opponent's increased strength with clear astonishment. A figure crashes down with explosive force as Zephyr watches calmly. An armored fighter laughs and declares approval after testing his opponent's strength. A masked warrior blocks a devastating magical attack from a silver-haired swordsman. Two powerful combatants collide mid-air, unleashing a surge of energy that fractures the ground below. A determined fighter swings a glowing weapon and yells, challenging the opponent to a true battle. A shadowed figure lunges forward and strikes at the glowing blue hand rising from the arcane circle. Blue energy erupts around the masked figure as he unleashes his hidden power. A white-haired man summons a massive blue dragon that forcefully slams his opponent into the ground, sending debris flying. A wounded man is caught off guard as he is pinned under rubble and surrounded by crackling blue energy. A male character in glowing armor struggles desperately as magical restraints immobilize his entire body. A surge of blue energy surrounds the figure as the dragon's power activates, granting telekinesis at 23.1% output. A gloved hand releases a surge of telekinetic energy, sending a powerful force outward. A surge of blue energy explodes from a glowing fist, blasting through the debris. Zephyr unleashes a surge of magic, blasting his opponent high into the air. The narrator recalls how, in a previous life, an individual named 80 rose to become the strongest among the top 10 through sheer talent and skill. A white-haired young man tests his magical abilities while someone reflects on his current level and potential for future growth. A woman stands in the rain, silently struggling to reveal her true motivation. A man reflects with relief that his rival never met a certain woman, knowing such an encounter would have made the rival impossible to control. A combatant slams their opponent into the ground as blue magical energy flares around them. A new fate is set as the path and first challenge after leaving the master have changed. A determined figure asserts control over a powerful, glowing sword-shaped energy. The silver-haired young man claims victory and demands to be called master, asserting his dominance. A flashback begins as the limited time given to someone nears its end. A mentor gently reassures his student during an emotional farewell, offering his final guidance before parting ways. A hidden method for completing the magic is about to be revealed. A mysterious woman reveals the method to defeat the cult leader. A massive blue energy blast erupts from the mountain and streaks into the night sky. A troubled figure reflects on the recurring manifestation of the avatar form and wonders if imminent changes are affecting him. Reflecting on past efforts, the character recalls how every attempt to mentor gifted children ended in disappointment. A kneeling figure receives a final farewell and encouragement to keep fighting as hope for others. A mysterious figure expresses regret over failing to heal the wound and hopes the traveler will not be alone when reaching the main body. A hopeful wish is made for someone to have companionship in their moments of sadness. A mysterious blue light shoots across the night sky, catching a surprised onlooker's attention. A panicked figure is forcefully pulled upward by a surge of blue energy, unable to resist. A massive blue energy explosion engulfs the forest, shaking the night with its force. A mysterious sword is revealed atop a glowing, misty hill in the shadowy forest. A figure steps cautiously out of the mist, breaking the tense silence of the forest. The narration reveals the fate of the white dragon's soul after its avatar form ended. A confused figure awakens in a misty forest, realizing they are in soul form and questioning why they feel discomfort. A hand swiftly seizes the startled lizard creature. A triumphant boy lifts a struggling lizard overhead, claiming his hard-earned meal. A hungry boy considers how to cook the terrified lizard he has just caught. Someone reacts with shock to an unexpected event. He reveals that the meeting led to his apprenticeship with the Sword Saint. The kneeling warrior explains that after receiving training and equipment from his master, he was tasked with helping the princess. The defeated armored man raises his hand and swears unwavering loyalty to his opponent. Zephyr steadies himself, his expression calm and focused as he prepares for what comes next. The outcome is acknowledged as unsurprising. Driven by his thirst for battle, the warrior stands victorious atop a heap of defeated enemies, gripping his sword. A battered warrior reflects in frustration on how every opponent he faces is too weak to challenge him. Reflecting on the absence of their master, the character questions whether fighting will ever feel exhilarating again. Someone internally reflects on the intense worry they had before. The warrior sits on the throne, declaring he has finally found his answer. A battered warrior studies his opponent, determined to uncover the true extent of his rival's hidden power. A determined fighter slams his fist down, vowing to challenge and eventually defeat his rival. The silver-haired man warns the kneeling figure that dogs can be more dangerous than expected. The armored figure eagerly insists on playing and receiving snacks as conditions for cooperation. A commanding voice calls someone closer, signaling the next step in their interaction. A battered young man in a dragon-shaped helmet is startled when a gloved hand is suddenly offered to him. A gloved hand forcefully shoves food into the wounded man's mouth. A white-haired armored figure blasts an opponent through a wall with a surge of blue energy as others watch in shock. The silver-haired young man sternly demands distance, making it clear he does not want to get close. A dominant figure informs the wounded person that the white dragon has fallen, and its final message was the last words of their master. A mystical force urgently pleads for someone to help the princess as a radiant sigil glows in the darkness. A character questions another's reckless behavior, expressing concern over their disregard for their master's final wishes. The armored warrior struggles to rise, stunned by his defeat. He reveals that the man risked his own dragon heart. The rules of the marriage competition are established, confirming that the winner cannot be rejected. A bloodied armored figure is spared and expresses relief, but the tense situation remains unresolved. A shadowy figure channels energy and demands a safety device, startling the other character. A group of armored soldiers marches forward across the dusty ground. Armed forces assemble at the Temple of Light's third parish. A wary observer scans the field as numerous Templars gather together. A mystical potion is introduced, revealing its power to expose branded worms hidden within demon god worshippers. He quickly realizes that several demon worshippers are hidden among the group. The character considers the possibility that the demon god cult is secretly supporting the enemy, or that the area has become a base for demon worshippers. She explains that the enemy is limited to armed protests for now, and will only escalate to a siege if they gain solid evidence through actions like killing Cardinal Aldine, or stealing the dragon heart. Someone recalls and repeats what Zephyr said. Two figures sit on a tree branch, discussing how poor timing ruined their rival's attempt to plant fake evidence. The advance party's mission is to scout the area and update Lucius on their allies' status. The narration introduces elite players renowned for their speed and stealth among the strongest 10. The narrator considers that, in theory, these individuals are the most suitable for the task, but there is some hesitation. Two characters face each other in silence, both tense and sweating as the confrontation escalates. A complication is revealed. Two people continue holding hands as magical energy glows between them. The story shifts to the moment just before leaving the great elfin forest. Golden runes ignite and swirl through the empty hall as magic activates around the grand staircase. A glowing magical bird bursts forth from a rune circle, filling the scene with radiant energy. Two characters activate strengthened magical bracelets, causing a surge of energy between them. A woman explains that holding hands triggers the Tree of Life's stealth effect. Three team members argue intensely over who should be in the advanced team. A woman warns the group that, beyond the threat of war, they must also be wary of powerful individuals who could disrupt their plans. The white-haired character reflects on the necessity of Ophelia to identify the smiling woman. The third parish is currently getting ready for an imminent invasion. Using the magic item from the tomb of Eurydica, deadly traps have been set throughout the area, turning it into a dangerous dungeon. One character admits to helping set up the dungeon and is immediately chosen to join the mission. Altyra signs a joint mission and instructs them to hold hands until they reach the temple. Two characters stare upward in shock and discomfort as an unexpected romantic thought appears above them. A commanding woman assigns deployment orders to the assembled soldiers and instructs the healer team to remain behind for recovery support. A calm character encourages their anxious companion to seize an academic opportunity by getting close to the Elf Queen. The group reviews blueprints and strategizes the creation of magical tools for the upcoming Ice Dragon raid. The mage seizes the moment, determined to prove her ingenuity outside the constraints of the magic tower. A red-haired character kneels in tears and pledges unwavering loyalty to the elegantly dressed figure, determined to succeed with help despite being short-staffed. Orders are given for the group to move quickly toward the third parish. A grand castle comes into view, marking the arrival at Lindell Castle. The mystical helmet activates its training mode, forcing the wearer's actions under magical control. A frustrated trainee chops onions while complaining about being stuck in training despite his master's passing. A white-haired man commands his opponent to improve and displays a glowing red jewel that serves as a punishment and tracking device. Red lightning erupts from the crystal as one man writhes in pain while the other watches with a smirk. With control secured over 80's actions, the young man finally allows himself to rest. A reflection reveals that 80's nature is driven by pure desire for battle, but there is more beneath the surface. The young man steels himself, focusing intently as he prepares for the next move. A narration reflects on how some beings change drastically as they grow. The narration predicts that the child will return in a few years seeking another talent. Wincing from the sting, the protagonist struggles to cut an onion. The narration highlights the consequences caused by excessive reliance on one individual. An armored figure steadies himself and raises his glowing sword as a menacing force gathers above. A sense of impending doom fills the darkness as defeat seems certain. Despite his injuries, the determined warrior steps forward with a glowing sword, ready to confront the threat himself. He failed to protect anything as the crystal shattered amidst the darkness. He warns himself to intervene if someone tries to interfere again. Someone silently resolves to kill before time runs out. Someone reflects on the responsibility that comes with remembering everything. A hand pours a mysterious red liquid from a labeled bottle into a bubbling cauldron filled with colorful ingredients. A determined man quickly stirs a large pot, preparing to welcome the arriving guests. He acknowledges an unresolved problem that must be addressed before proceeding to the third parish. The man struggles to activate the Sword of Light as energy crackles around him. A determined figure clenches their fist as it bursts into blazing, supernatural flames. Engulfed in fiery energy, Zephyr clashes fiercely with a monstrous opponent as the battle intensifies. The protagonist reflects on the mysterious power he used against the cult leader and recalls the unsettling voice he heard. A commanding force issues a powerful prohibition, halting any further action. A determined figure reaches toward a glowing, ornate key, desperate to uncover the reason needed to enter the Temple of Light. A young man brandishes a massive hammer and a crackling trident, preparing for battle beneath a dramatic sky. One young man marvels at the array of weapons as the other asks if he can use anything besides a sword, prompting an eager confirmation. The white-haired character eagerly prepares to offer a gift. A red-haired character is slammed face-first into the wall by a powerful force. A man is struck violently in the forehead by a glowing red force, leaving him bloodied and reeling. A white-haired man towers over his wounded opponent, taunting him by offering a massive hammer as a toy. A stern man instructs someone to carve a squirrel into a tree using the hammer he provided. He reacts in disbelief to the strange request to carve something using a hammer. Zephyr, under pressure from a party member's taunts, insists that he can complete the task without an edge tool and is warned to make it perfect or face consequences. A magical restriction is activated, forcing the trainee to remain within the designated area. One figure urgently commands another to sprint outside after being shocked by unexpected knowledge. A red, bubbling substance simmers ominously in a pot. A young man activates the silver key and prepares to leave. A surge of blue magical energy erupts in the kitchen, filling the room with light. Two figures move cautiously through the torchlit underground waterway beneath the third parish of the Temple of Light. Two figures ascend the cracked stone steps together. The imposing castle wall stands fortified with advanced security defenses. The storeroom is packed with enough food and supplies to sustain the fortress for an entire year, even if the gates are sealed. The area was locked down so securely that neither people nor carrier pigeons could get through. An urgent command is issued to stop the demon god worshippers and the smiling woman from invading. Two figures stand tensely behind prison bars, watching the scene unfold in silence. The figure moves deeper into the sewer, approaching the iron grate that remains partially open. A hand carefully picks the lock on the closed door, preparing for a stealthy intrusion. A man with intense eyes thrusts his hand forward, beginning to unleash a powerful ability as another figure watches closely. A hand cautiously presses against the glowing barrier, sending ripples of energy across its surface. A hand plunges decisively into the swirling portal as a cry of pain echoes. A man demonstrates a magical tool that manipulates space to block intruders and explains its origins and security features. One character explains the method to proceed while the other agrees to follow the instructions. Two warriors dance awkwardly in sync as musical notes swirl around them. Two characters dance together in a playful, light-hearted moment. The two frustrated participants complete the awkward dance trial and receive a pass. Two determined figures successfully enter as planned, ready to confront their target. Forced to dance in the grand hall, two figures argue while desperately following the entrance plan. One character forcefully stomps on another's foot, causing a cry of pain. A man abruptly pins a startled woman against the wall, their faces inches apart as tension spikes. Two figures are expelled from a glowing blue portal back to the entrance, forced to restart after a misstep. A solitary figure stands in the sunlight by the window, deep in thought. A knife is pressed to the character's face as tension spikes in the room. A confident figure confronts the intruder who has successfully bypassed the security system. The long-haired character demands to know what the other person wants. A lone figure steps forward into the bright corridor, advancing toward the open doorway. A knife is held close to a character's face, issuing a clear threat. A shadowy figure acknowledges the intruder's skill in bypassing the security system. The long-haired character smirks and demands to know what is wanted from him. One person threatens another with a knife, demanding valuables, but the target remains unfazed and mocks the attempt. A gauntlet hand intercepts a surprise dagger attack, stopping the assailant mid-strike. A character startles as something flashes past their face. A man confesses his complete devotion to his wife as he embraces her from behind. One character boldly kisses another on the cheek, prompting surprised laughter and an invitation to dinner. Laughter and playful teasing echo from inside the sunlit stone building. Three people discuss the cold food while sitting at a large dining table in a grand hall. A lavish meal is served in a quiet, candlelit setting. A family sits together in a lavish dining room, quietly sharing a meal as a woman gently feeds a small child. The family enjoys a rare, peaceful evening together around the table. After eliminating the demon god worshippers, half of the parish's high-ranking priests were left dead. Many temple knights fell during the chaotic raid. Amidst the raging battlefield, the armored figure surveys the chaos, burdened by the challenge of selecting reliable people for the task ahead. A man reflects on the joy of spending time with his family as a woman holds a baby who burps. A dire warning hints at an imminent and challenging battle ahead. The narrator reflects that soon there will be no time left for peaceful meals together. The long-haired character pauses to consider his next move as the sun sets behind him. A robed figure demands that the armored man clear the tomb of the abominable princess to secure the captive woman's release from the temple's custody. A stern man warns that their current leniency is the only mercy being given, as the original punishment was lifelong imprisonment in the temple's underground prison. Doubt grows about whether the enigmatic woman, unchanged after 100 years in a strange place, is truly human. A solitary figure stands in the shadows, questioning their value in the world. The conditions for release from designated isolation are explained, requiring both the supervising priest's agreement and a majority vote at the Inquisition trial. He weighs the Pope's offer, realizing he cannot trust the promise to free his wife. The truth about the Temple of Light's leadership being part of the demon god cult makes releasing her impossible. Someone silently considers the risk that she could become a hostage if the situation escalates. Someone insists that her safety takes priority over her freedom. One person gently places their hand over another's, offering silent comfort. A weary character apologizes with regret and asks for patience. A startled blonde character recoils as another figure suddenly lunges at them. A man rushes forward and catches a collapsing woman in his arms. A startled character detects sleeping gas in the air and immediately suspects an intruder. A hand reveals a rosary infused with dimension magic, radiating intense light. A resolute man channels a surge of golden lightning through his massive staff, unleashing a powerful attack. A tense silence fills the scene as the shocking moment unfolds. Unaffected by the drugs, the determined figure demands the location of the intruder. A man calmly smokes a pipe and commands the other figure to sit. Startled by sudden danger, the long-haired character freezes in alarm, sweat beading on his face. A brooding man exhales smoke from a skull-shaped pipe, his scarred face partially obscured. A wary observer studies the mysterious man who sits calmly in the shadows, revealing no weaknesses. A cloaked figure exposes a snake tattoo, revealing his connection to the feared assassin guild. The character carefully considers the threat Persephone poses to his family, realizing poisons could endanger his wife and son even if he is immune. A character is suddenly struck by a shocking realization. Someone wonders why sleeping gas was used, suspecting a hidden motive. A wary figure analyzes the intruder's unusual tactics and questions the true motive behind the use of sleeping gas instead of poison. The protagonist realizes that someone is deliberately testing him with riddles. A long-haired character questions whether the visitor was sent by their father, intensifying the tension. A sharp-eyed man tests another's autonomy and confirms they aren't under mind control while holding a skull-shaped artifact. A powerful noble is introduced as the leader of the Western Alliance and the Empress's brother. The Duke's grand estate hosts several hundred affluent and talented guests. The protagonist is asked by the Duke to investigate the sudden disappearance of his son amid rumors of dangerous guests. The man reports that he secretly investigated the temple, interrogated the priests with truth serums, and learned critical information. A man urgently reveals that he checked for the branded worm in the woman's stomach while she was asleep, leaving her visibly shocked. A determined character proposes quickly investing in the princess to recover losses from losing the dragon heart and maximize profits. Someone reassures another that their wife and son will wake up healthy in 6 hours and that no additional purification is necessary. The speaker shifts from fulfilling assigned duties to pursuing their own personal agenda. A furious man demands to know Zephyr's whereabouts. The long-haired character glares in shock and demands to know how the other person knows that name. A wild-haired man threatens the pinned figure, warning of consequences for an unsatisfactory answer. A calculated scheme is revealed as the protagonist explains that 50 priests have unknowingly been poisoned with a time-release toxin that shows no symptoms. The effects of the poison begin to take hold as those nearby react to its presence. The group prepares to escape through the culvert. Realizing the culvert could allow someone to escape and reveal their plans, the man grows alarmed while carrying the unconscious woman. Their words will shape how others defend their actions. The battle-worn fighter pushes forward through intense pain in the midst of chaos. An anxious crowd waits in tense silence, uncertain of what will happen next. The man in religious garb prepares to justify launching a siege war. A menacing figure threatens their opponent with poison and demands information about Zephyr while holding an antidote vial. A heavily guarded culvert is protected by a magical force field, traps, and vigilant patrols, allowing only authorized entry with designated magic. Hidden runestones have been deployed within the stone wall. Glowing magical glyphs activate, forming barriers that block the stone corridor. A glowing magic formation activates, linking the runestones together. Robed figures stagger forward with vacant expressions while others collapse from a strange affliction. The purpose of the magic formations is being explained. A figure steps into the glowing magical energy, triggering its activation. A magical barrier activates an alarm whenever it detects trespassing. A character reacts sharply to an urgent signal, eyes filled with determination as tension rises. Alarms blare as a figure in white armor prepares for battle, while another man watches cautiously from the shadows. A calculating man smirks and threatens his opponent, making the situation more tense. With only minutes remaining, one character demands answers while the other stands firm, gripping a mysterious smoking object. He steels himself, his eyes narrowing with determination as he prepares for what comes next. A confident man reveals that hidden knights are ready to subdue the drugged priests. A character questions the logic behind the promise to cleanse the priests, suspecting ulterior motives. A determined man announces that he can forcibly discover a way to cleanse the poison, while a weakened woman leans on him for support. A lightning-wielding figure confronts a stranger and demands to know their identity and motives for seeking an ally. A tense figure grips a sword and challenges the other's intentions, suspecting they are stalling for the knights. A man taunts his unconscious opponents while displaying a handful of cross-shaped talismans. A character suddenly notices the knight's rosaries swinging, realizing their significance. Two knights have fallen asleep while on guard duty in the waiting room. A tense challenge is issued, urging a decision between fighting or prolonging the confrontation. A sword slices through the air as one character warns the saint of impending disadvantage. A man blocks a sword attack and warns his opponent not to try anything reckless. A glowing hand slams into the man's back, releasing a surge of energy. A lightning-charged palm strike crashes into the opponent as he tries to block with his sword. A man concentrates as he gathers magical energy, preparing to cast a powerful spell. The protagonist realizes too late that an unexpected threat has caught him off guard. A blade hurtles toward the character's upper body in a sudden, tense attack. The blonde character recoils in shock and quickly denies the accusation. Someone senses the presence of an intruder in the chamber. A massive red energy blast tears through the darkness, crackling with lightning. A character unleashes a devastating lightning attack, shattering defenses in a burst of explosive force. The protagonist tests the mist bracelet and confirms its stealth power by remaining completely undetected. Analyzing the opponent's barehanded attack, the character quickly deduces his hidden location. Two cloaked figures clash swords in a burst of energy, each pushing back against the other with intense force. The protagonist charges forward, determined to keep his distance while preparing a hit-and-run attack on the poison user. The sword shatters in the fighter's grip during the heat of battle. With fierce determination, the character steels himself in preparation for the confrontation ahead. A swordsman drives his opponent back with a forceful strike. A man unleashes a powerful magical attack with his glowing whip, sending energy swirling through the air. A giant serpent, surrounded by swirling green energy, launches itself forward in a powerful attack. A fierce battle erupts as one fighter unleashes a massive green energy attack, shattering everything in its path. The group discusses sending someone to the third parish to recruit an ally, but one member expresses doubt about succeeding. A confident man assigns a mission to capture a skilled assassin who specializes in poison, hidden weapons, and stealth, explaining that force is needed before persuading him to join. A trained fighter absorbs a strength-enhancing poison, causing his body to surge with temporary power as he grips his sword. The narrator explains that the effects of the poison vary based on its type and amount. The masked warrior prepares for battle, his power rising to match that of a dragon raid vanguard. Two men discuss the risks of using a rare poison for a new plan, questioning whether it's worth the effort. A confident young man reassures his companion that he can handle the task. A crouching figure prepares to strike, revealing the rare ability to dispel stealth as dark energy erupts behind him. A warrior draws a radiant sword blessed by the elf queen, ready for battle. A character greets the returning party with excitement, realizing the blue dragon raid was successful. A determined observer prepares to take action as two figures confront each other at sunset, one wielding a large scythe. He questions why his opponent revealed himself and tries to analyze the unfamiliar technique used in the fight. Two men are hurled backward by a sudden, overwhelming force. She stands victorious with her rapier as her defeated enemies lie at her feet. Two characters argue over a previous mistake during ballroom dancing while another quietly observes, as they prepare to enter alone. She steels herself and prepares to enter the building, determined to follow after the other. A gloved hand channels mana into falling seeds. Someone recalls receiving something from the elves and pouring water on it. A magical plant bursts forth from the water as rain pours down. A lone figure steps forward to confront the monstrous, twisted tree looming over the battlefield. A wary armored woman orders the skeletal creature to block anyone from passing, but she remains uneasy about the situation beyond the misty pool. The protagonist urges the group to move quickly. Someone senses that their help may be urgently needed. A robed figure sprints barefoot across the grand hall, fleeing with urgency. A winged woman bursts through the ornate doors with determination. An armored figure crashes through the debris, making a dramatic entrance. A white-haired man sits on a shattered throne, gripping his spear as he acknowledges a familiar presence after a long absence. A stern character demands an explanation for the other's actions. The silver-haired young man mocks the unwelcoming environment and declares his intention to improve it. A character swings a sword and destroys the sofa in a burst of energy. A blonde woman recoils in shock, startled by an unexpected event. A powerful sword strike crashes down with overwhelming force. A winged woman recoils as a violent explosion erupts overhead. A distressed woman frantically pleads for someone to stop destroying the valuable furniture she arranged. The young man lifts his weapon, determined to destroy everything in front of him and replace it with something better. The giant tortoise raises an alarm with a loud bellow. A silver-haired man charges forward with a massive double-bladed axe, shouting as a winged woman watches nearby. The white-haired man declares that time is up as he approaches the large covered object and a spear falls to the floor. A cauldron filled with a strange red liquid sits ominously, its contents being stirred. The panel describes someone recalling how they use a southern Mari nation sauce recipe learned from their grandfather. The protagonist unfurls a massive shadowy cloak, unleashing a powerful force. A colossal rack of blue dragon ribs is revealed, leaving both onlookers awestruck. The meat, normally too tough to cut, has been perfectly tenderized by Ramiel's poison. A glowing hand uses Ramiel's magic stone to extract and purify the poison from the beast's body, ensuring the meat remains uncontaminated. The character swiftly cancels the magical attack, causing the venom spear to dissolve back into liquid. A glowing purple liquid is poured into a black cauldron, releasing a powerful aura. Carefully aiming, the character prepares to cook the meat with controlled dragon breath. A hand lifts the sword and prepares to slice off a piece of the raw meat for testing. A man carefully uses magic to cook a piece of meat, aiming to make it a perfect delicacy. A serene woman with wings savors a pleasant aroma, her eyes closed in contentment. A panicked woman quickly realizes she nearly fell into a trap. A winged woman gives the white-haired man full control over the room as long as he holds the magical key. A winged figure smirks and dismisses his opponent's efforts as pointless. Someone defiantly challenges the claim while cutting into a steak. One character tempts another with delicious food, and she eagerly gives in. A character eagerly tastes dragon meat and remarks on its perfect flavor. A character expresses a sense of trust and honesty. A character is suddenly grabbed by the face, overwhelmed with shock and fear. A silver-haired man grabs the face of a blonde woman and angrily demands to know what happened. The protagonist learns he is unable to use the sword of light just as he is about to claim it. Enraged by betrayal, the protagonist furiously confronts the traitor. A character defensively denies any involvement in betrayal, insisting there has been a misunderstanding. A violent outburst erupts as a forceful impact shakes the scene. The white-haired man storms off, leaving the fallen winged woman clutching the ground in pain. A resolute character grips a suitcase and announces a major change in direction. The man ends the spectacle and demands a much higher price for anyone who wants to keep watching. With a fierce glare, he orders everyone to leave. A furious, winged figure confronts the human, her power flaring as she reacts to the perceived insult. A furious, winged woman launches a glowing magical attack at her opponent. A winged figure recoils as destructive energy beams slam into the ground. Startled by an unknown disturbance, the young man quickly looks up at the darkening sky. Startled and frustrated, the character recoils as the mysterious glowing object triggers a familiar and distressing event. Two glowing envelopes slam into the ground, splitting the earth beneath them. A frustrated character questions why the gods would respond to someone's tantrums. Zephyr sits tensely on the throne as he receives unexpected news about achieving his goal. A winged figure solemnly delivers 2 sealed letters containing divine explanations and rewards. A woman explains that only one letter can be opened, and the other will vanish once a choice is made. The young man hesitates, uncertain which letter to read as the tension mounts. With fierce determination, the protagonist charges forward and swings a glowing sword in a powerful attack. A determined man unleashes a powerful sword strike in the heat of battle. Someone observes an opponent using an unfamiliar and unsettling fighting style. He injects himself with a poison needle to boost his abilities. Someone laments that their hard-earned trust is lost after confessing they only saw him follow the Saints' raid party. A cautious observer confirms the identities of the 2 fighters as preparations for battle intensify. A fierce man with red markings rushes forward, wielding a glowing green-bladed dagger at his distant opponent. Blinding bursts of energy explode chaotically as a powerful attack is unleashed. 2 opponents collide in a fierce sword fight, sparks flying from the impact. One man demands to know what the other was doing 4 years ago, pressing him for answers. A grim man interrogates someone about using Eastern martial arts for assassinations in the past. 2 fighters collide with explosive force as rain pours down around them. A menacing opponent unleashes a powerful green energy attack from his clawed hand. A determined fighter swiftly dodges a barrage of sharp projectiles. A hand seizes the cursed skull artifact, unleashing a surge of swirling purple energy. A fighter unleashes a cloud of poison smoke at his airborne opponent. With unwavering determination, the protagonist releases a powerful burst of energy at his target. A figure unleashes a surge of energy while another watches cautiously from the foreground. A shockwave erupts through the area as someone claps their hands, leaving onlookers stunned. Someone realizes the poison smoke has been blown away. The protagonist surges forward with urgency, initiating a rapid attack. Someone urgently announces that the Saint has escaped as the grand doors stand ajar. A man criticizes the Saint for fleeing instead of staying to fight together. A focused man strategizes, advising the healer to withdraw since their abilities are ineffective against the current threat. Realizing his opponent's unexpected strength, he decides to stall for time until reinforcements can arrive. Someone demands to know if revenge is the true objective. A man silently draws his sword, readying himself for battle. Someone wonders whether they are facing the user of the Dragon King style or the Master of the East. 4 years ago, the protagonist endured punishment and isolation training, forbidden from leaving the confines of his environment. After being betrayed, the young man proposes sharing information and cooperating with his former opponents instead of continuing to fight. A character challenges the other's claim, expressing strong disbelief. A scarred man sits in silence, glaring intensely as smoke curls from his skull-shaped pipe. Someone points out that the other person was likely deceived too. The speaker reveals that the actions were carried out by someone known as Zephyr. Amidst the relentless rain, bodies collapse and are impaled by swords as chaos and death fill the battlefield. Nothing holds any value for him. He forces himself up from the muddy ground, refusing to surrender despite his injuries. He abandoned everything, including his promised position and lifelong companions, without hesitation. In the rain-drenched ruins of the arena, the protagonist stands ready to confront a masked opponent as cloaked figures watch from above. 4 years ago, he betrayed his allies and sided with the Eastern martial artists. A character rips off his mask in the pouring rain, revealing a flower-shaped mark on his face. The dissolution of the Persephone Guild is officially announced. Driven by determination, the search continues across the world, following every rumor in hopes of finding him. With unwavering determination, he seizes the fiery, corrupted hand, refusing to let go of the crucial clue. A blazing surge of magical energy tears through the battlefield. The adversary taunts the opponent, warning that waiting for reinforcements is pointless. A menacing voice threatens to imprison and torture someone for information. A determined warrior raises his demonic sword, preparing to execute the traitor as his final duty to Persephone. A powerful, hidden energy bursts from the figure's arm, overwhelming everyone nearby. A furious surge of red energy erupts as the figure releases a devastating attack. He glares forward, trembling with fury as sweat drips down his face. A character senses a familiar darkness, recalling a similar feeling from the past. A corrupting monster unleashes a sinister force that warps the mind. A monstrous Shoggoth appears, revealed as a living weapon of the demonic god cult. A surge of terror overwhelms the character as a vivid memory of menacing eyes resurfaces. A powerful magic spell is unleashed as a massive blue sigil radiates energy across the scene. 2 opponents collide midair, unleashing powerful energy attacks against each other. The protagonist suddenly realizes something shocking. The protagonist is shocked to discover that his opponent can use stealth as well. The character steels herself, preparing to face the imminent challenge. A surge of fiery energy bursts from the character's eye as hidden power is unleashed. A young man releases a furious scream as a surge of energy erupts around him. A man writhes in pain as crackling energy violently engulfs his head. A character struggles as a monstrous corruption rapidly overtakes the entire left side of his body. Someone reacts in shock to a sudden, alarming event triggered by an unexpected sound. Startled by a sudden realization, he wonders if she shares the same unique trait as him. A mysterious figure with glowing eyes steps forward, radiating intense energy. A massive golden chain surges forward, crackling with energy. Glowing chains surge from the skill stone, binding the target as paralysis takes hold. 3 uniformed fighters rally as one unleashes a glowing chained weapon, urging their ally to strike now. A sudden surge of magical power shatters the glowing chains, sending the opponent reeling. The protagonist hesitates, questioning if he deserves to receive the blessings. A woman offers a blessing to a hesitant man in gratitude for saving her life. A calm woman explains that activating the ability requires maintaining contact and direct eye contact with the opponent for at least 30 seconds. An elf explains that although her power is peaceful, she refused to give it to the humans who sought it 60 years ago. A character receives a solemn warning not to abuse their newfound power. A powerful blessing binds 2 figures together, granting the authority to control another's will for the sake of humanity's survival. About a month earlier, preparations began for the dragon raid. A hidden hut serves as a secret contact point where infested subordinates relay information and orders for Aldine. Aldine is described as weaker in combat than the other apostles. Using a vast network of contact points, one individual skillfully manipulated politics to rise within the demon god cult. An injured figure struggles to move, moaning in pain as flies swarm around in the darkness. A bloodied man convulses on the ground as parasitic worms burst from his body. A tense silence falls as someone urgently calls out for Lord Aldine. A monstrous creature is decapitated in a spray of blood and gore. A cloaked woman surveys the room and confirms that everyone inside has been killed. Examining the charred remains, the protagonist realizes the berserk insects and the noble's sudden illness may be connected. A woman stands outside a prison cell as the man inside urges her to resolve the crisis. A blue-haired leader commands his subordinate to personally investigate and execute the sex traitor. The masked figure formally appoints a new successor and hands over a hairpin as proof of leadership. The disciple bows deeply and pledges to uphold the honor entrusted to her. A determined figure unsheathes a glowing sword, preparing to begin their first task as the succeeding disciple. A determined woman raises her lightning-charged sword, vowing to rescue her unjustly imprisoned master. The prisoner firmly rejects escaping, insisting on clearing his name before anything else. A character receives news about a present and the return of others searching for a lost younger brother. Someone solemnly promises to ensure good news. A woman carefully inspects a mysterious locket in the dim light. After losing all memories in a childhood accident, only her name and a gift from her younger brother remained. A gloved hand presents a worn locket containing a child's drawing and an inscription. Someone urgently reminds their master of the promise to help recover everything that was lost. A red-haired woman orders her subordinate to prepare for departure to the next location in 4 hours. An unforeseen twist has just occurred, changing the course of events. A woman with long red hair stands quietly, smiling in the soft light. A determined resolve emerges to identify and neutralize the unpredictable factor to secure victory. A pivotal moment approaches, signaling that a crucial decision is about to be made. With unwavering resolve, she prepares to overcome any obstacle in her path tonight. The outcome will decide the master's fate, reputation, and survival. A character internally vows to protect someone, determined not to let anyone harm him. It is revealed that the Master of the East secretly prepared several shadow disciples as a backup in case something happened to the main successors. One figure warns that a shadow disciple with dangerous skills is among their enemies. 2 figures secretly discuss their suspicions about someone learning poison, uncertain if their deception has been discovered. The man studies the smoking skull-shaped object, sensing that something is amiss. A character recounts how a secret use of poison 8 years ago led to their senior brother being caught and punished. 2 figures confront the possibility that a master secretly collaborated with a guild using a mysterious poison 8 years ago. The character reflects on the possibility that the situation is more complex, considering the unique techniques learned from the East. A character investigates the connection between 2 organizations by analyzing their shared needle techniques. 2 men discuss sensitive information and consider forming an alliance for the upcoming siege. The character pauses as a sudden realization begins to form in her mind. Someone notices that the red scar on the man's face has grown larger since their last encounter. A squad of armored soldiers stands ready as the sunrise signals the start of battle. Several days pass. Outside the castle, the opposing forces face each other in a tense stalemate. She kept watch from the spire, confirming there was no sign of the enemy preparing siege weapons or attacks. The group continued their monotonous watch, filling the time by drilling the soldiers in synchronized training. Seizing the distraction caused by the blue dragon, the character quickly begins preparations for the ice dragon raid. A missing element delays the next raid, forcing both sides to wait anxiously for the right moment. A group of guards suddenly react to an unexpected development, scanning their surroundings in confusion. A nervous church official urgently calls the inspector's attention to an unexpected figure, causing alarm among the group. A lone figure advances confidently as armored soldiers move aside to let him pass. A long-haired character abruptly recoils in shock after seeing something alarming outside the window. A character recoils in shock as he realizes a horrifying truth. An armored figure addresses a gathering of priests, nobles, lawyers, and others with a serious tone. A man in shining armor steps forward and confidently announces his rank and role in the Temple of Light. A hooded figure's past is revealed, showing he was once a saint candidate before being disqualified and relegated to following another's lead. An armed man suddenly realizes the boy under Lord Aldine's care is connected to the current situation. A demonic figure is revealed as Matthias's true form is exposed. A furious figure unleashes a lethal, glowing attack at the enemy. An armored warrior advances through the smoke to confront a wounded enemy on the devastated battlefield. A shocked man reveals that the body was completely reduced to ashes, making recovery impossible. A silver-haired woman reveals that the supposed Matthias is actually a fake, exposing the villain's deception. A resolute woman sees through the deception that fools everyone else. A secret weapon, developed in secrecy by the Eastern Master, is revealed. A skilled practitioner is revealed to possess the ability to change her appearance into anyone. Leah Testarossa, known as the Smiling Woman, reveals herself by appearing with the face of Matthias, leaving the battered man in shock. A weary man reveals that the priests were once part of the Saints' raid party but were betrayed and trapped when the Saints' plan was exposed. The protagonist exposes the antagonist's scheme to steal the dragon heart by conspiring with a demon god worshipper. An armored man steps forward, announcing his mission to hunt down a saint and those who protect him for blasphemy. The group identifies the saint and the third parish as targets, condemning them for blasphemy. Reeling from shock, the character panics as their secret is exposed in front of everyone. One man explains that a woman lost her memories in an accident and no longer remembers the other man's name. A distressed figure cries out in agony for his sister. Tension rises as two armored figures confront each other, one drawing a sword in response to a bold accusation. A former heresy inquisitor learns he can only report a higher-ranked target instead of arresting him. He explains that with approval from 3 or more high-ranked priests, immediate arrest and interrogation are permitted. 3 priests with special authority are introduced. Someone asks if the other person is aware of something. A stern man warns of immediate execution for false accusations and activates a magical ring. A powerful relic is activated to judge truthfulness, ready to strike anyone who lies. A powerful angelic statue towers over the crowd, radiating golden lightning as everyone is ordered to kneel and confess. A fierce inquisitor publicly demands to know if the saint has allied with a demon god worshipper as tension rises among the priests. The story reveals that the original owner of the item sacrificed her eye to ensure impartiality in trials and, in return, gained extraordinary hearing. Themis' judgment analyzes subtle sounds to detect lies and automatically attacks when uneasiness is sensed. He calmly reveals that his skill in controlling his own body lets him lie undetected, even by holy relics. His eyes widen in panic as he realizes something terrifying. A figure releases a devastating burst of golden energy that surges outward with explosive force. A golden weapon surges with energy as it clashes violently against feathered wings. 2 soldiers stare in shock as they realize the arrow has vanished before their eyes. A booted foot slams into the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave. A robed figure condemns the appearance of a corrupt saint while addressing the imposing armored presence. An official from the Temple of Light's Finance Council forcefully approves the report as rain pours down. A stern official from the Vatican Relic Management Squad formally approves the report. A woman stands motionless in the rain, struggling to contain her emotions. With unwavering resolve, the character locks eyes on the challenge ahead. A hostile crowd surrounds the castle gates, abandoning their faith and waiting for someone else to break through. A mysterious presence announces itself as a magical flame burns brightly in the darkness. A determined man boldly declares that he will risk everything and urges a decision to ignite the conflict. An outstretched hand suddenly confronts the shocked, armored man. Someone expresses indifference toward the consequences caused by the saint. A visibly anxious man struggles to justify his actions, insisting he only wanted to check if Sir Aldine was safe. A massive bolt of lightning crashes down onto the battlefield, targeting the defiant figure below. The armored figure interrupts the tense standoff by openly mocking the seriousness of the ongoing discussion. A powerful woman steps forward, drawing everyone's attention as a man with a sword stands ready behind her. 2 armored figures recoil in fear as a powerful enemy is identified. A man is startled when he spots the princess's bodyguard unexpectedly arriving. A wary man tries to identify the unfamiliar figure standing beside her. A stern woman demands proof of the ritual's accuracy, and the agitated priest insists it is flawless. A woman challenges the reliability of a method by asking if it can detect someone who has been hypnotized into believing false information. A stern older man freezes in alarm as something unexpected happens before him. A tense accusation is made as one man claims another is lying and falsely blaming the saint. A key reinforcement arrives, sent by the princess to support the saint. A furious woman publicly accuses a cloaked man of being a demon god worshipper, shocking everyone present. Someone publicly accuses an unseen individual of spreading a blatant lie, demanding attention from the crowd. An armored figure defiantly draws his sword, rejecting any association with Sir Matthias. He realizes his transformation has ended as his clothes burn and his body returns to its original state. The guards freeze in astonishment as they realize the figure before them is an unknown woman instead of the person they expected. A mysterious figure appears before the startled crowd. A shadowed, armored figure laughs triumphantly in the pouring rain. After a tense moment, the protagonist exhales in relief, showing clear satisfaction with the outcome. A wild-eyed character admits that their plans have been thwarted twice. The young man glares intensely as he singles out his next target. A long-haired character demands to know if she is recognized, her intense gaze heightening the tension. A character glares fiercely while accusing someone of being a traitor. A masked, armored figure delivers a deadly threat while flanked by 2 hooded companions playing ocarinas. A powerful artifact called Hypnos Ocarina is introduced, revealing its ability to control the Shoggoth and protect its user from mind corruption. A hooded figure bites into a glowing magical object, unleashing a surge of purple energy. A devastating energy blast tears through the rocky landscape, scattering debris in all directions. A monstrous entity unleashes a deafening scream as crackling purple energy surges through its chaotic form. A monstrous Shoggoth suddenly appears, causing immediate alarm. The character realizes the control code is unexpectedly long and different from what was anticipated. A monstrous surge of glowing purple tendrils bursts forth, revealing an even greater hidden threat. A towering, mutated beast emerges, confronting the lone challenger. A menacing figure announces the start of a violent confrontation. A dragon releases a devastating roar, sending red energy beams surging outward. A lone figure releases a massive burst of energy atop a rocky hill, causing a cataclysmic explosion near the fortress. A warning is issued about the danger faced by those with weak magic defense. A soldier urgently informs his panicked superior that the mercenaries have secured the escape route. A character is suddenly struck with intense fear. Everyone immediately understood the true nature of the skill. A surge of catastrophic power erupts across the devastated landscape as flying creatures swarm beneath the fiery sky. Armored figures and monstrous claws collide in a fierce, chaotic battle. A swarm of monsters rushes toward the defenders as panic spreads through their ranks. A dark secret is revealed. It controls monsters. The meaning of the name Basilicos is explained. A force worthy of its legendary title is being described. Panicked soldiers scramble across the barren field as two cloaked figures watch from the foreground. An older man urgently warns the group not to split up. An armored soldier seizes another man by the collar in a sudden confrontation. A monstrous entity petrifies its victim with a deadly, blazing gaze. The Staff of Benevolence is activated, unleashing a barrier of purification that expands when multiple staffs resonate together. Two figures are thrown back as an explosion erupts around them. A man deploys a glowing purification barrier and urges his allies to focus on defeating the rampaging creature while he prepares a plan to kill it. A commanding figure urges his group to take the offensive as they prepare their crackling staffs. A powerful stone statue is activated with divine power to attack the castle gate's enemies. An armored warrior grips his staff and prepares to strike. A knight charges forward, wielding a glowing spear against a monstrous, many-eyed shadow as energy crackles around them. A lone warrior unleashes a devastating lightning-charged attack against the monstrous creature. An armored figure braces behind a shield as a monstrous, many-eyed creature lunges at him with a piercing shriek. A heavily armored figure is violently impaled through the chest by a surge of dark energy. The armored warrior slams a glowing fist forward, unleashing a devastating attack with his shield raised. A masked figure stands firm, enduring a relentless barrage of explosive magical attacks. A powerful sword attack slices through the air, radiating energy. An armored knight charges forward, unleashing a powerful magical attack with a glowing spear and shield. A detailed overview reveals the Basilico's lethal abilities, emphasizing its immunity to physical attacks and threat to all living creatures. He quickly evaluates the enemy's magic and considers countermeasures using light elemental attacks. The monster prepares to unleash a deadly skill from the second mouth on its tail after chanting an incantation. The threat of the second mouth is explained. If it activates, most of the party will be wiped out and the fight will become increasingly difficult. Two men urgently assess the approaching monsters, with one reporting that flying types will arrive in 2 minutes and land types in 10. A character urgently activates a powerful holy relic and commands everyone to protect them for 3 minutes. The headquarters of the Holy Relic Management Squad appears, signaling a new location in the story. 3 robed figures receive a signal from the Golden Mirror, prompting them to prepare for the Cardinals to take action. 3 swords unite their power, unleashing a massive surge of golden energy. A legendary Holy Relic dagger is introduced, known for draining mana from anyone who holds it. A robed figure hurls a surge of magical energy at the ornate mirror. The Golden Mirror of the Holy Sanctuary absorbs the mana drawn by the dagger. A man struggles to remain standing as overwhelming power from the Cardinals surges around him. Realizing the mission's restrictions have doomed his efforts, the man despairs over losing everything he worked for in 40 years. A robed man urgently conjures a blazing magic shield to defend against a powerful assault. A shadowy figure restrains their opponent with brute force as energy crackles around a glowing sword. A commanding figure instructs another to fire towards the castle gate, while emphasizing adherence to the rules. A man recoils in shock, reacting intensely to the sudden mention of Dame Gertrude. A powerful vow is made, driving all actions toward a single purpose. A gloved hand releases a surge of golden energy from a glowing sword, launching a powerful magical attack. A massive explosion engulfs a character inside the stone chamber. Preparations are complete, signaling that the next phase is about to begin. A lone armored figure confidently reveals that their planted demon worshippers and Gertrude's obsession with Aldine will secure their desired outcome, regardless of complications. 2 cloaked figures discuss the necessity of resorting to all-out war despite personal reluctance. A shadowed figure explains that war can only be justified after exhausting all diplomatic options and formal procedures. The narration explains that having justifications for war ensures adherence to proper conduct and attracts the backing of influential allies. The decision is made clear. The Gold Dragon will not enforce any disciplinary actions. A shadowed figure slyly confronts someone about exploiting the saint while keeping their positions secure. A hooded figure explains the lifestyle of the upper class. 3 cultists discuss how their followers have infiltrated the Temple of Light's upper ranks. A resolute leader urges her siblings to unite their powers for the next challenge. A character unleashes a surge of energy through 3 swords, directing a powerful attack at a glowing orb. A critical second shot is about to be fired. An explosion erupts, sending a panicked authority figure scrambling and shouting for help. A devastating energy blast crashes into the ground with overwhelming force. Horses charge across the battlefield, kicking up clouds of dust as the battle begins. A glowing winged artifact is observed as someone reports they will reach the 3rd parish in 30 minutes. A group rushes through the forest on large beasts as the barrier of the 3rd parish's grand temple comes under attack. 2 women on horseback race forward as one urgently explains the overwhelming power and risks of the Golden Mirror. Riding swiftly, she warns that the station master deployed with Eurydica's relic is also in danger. An armored man readies his bow for a coordinated long-range attack as an elven woman rapidly calculates the target coordinates with her magic. A character activates a mysterious power as a glowing symbol appears in their eye. A blonde-haired character urgently orders everyone to jump on the count of 3. Altair urgently begins the countdown, raising her voice as tension escalates. A character slams their foot into the ground, unleashing a surge of energy as they launch their attack. A magical energy beam shatters the bridge, violently throwing the riders and their horses into chaos. Mounted warriors charge up the rocky slope, advancing toward the looming threat. Alarmed, the rider swiftly glances back while galloping, sensing imminent danger. 3 riders emerge unharmed from the cloud of dark energy after narrowly surviving the attack. A confident figure warns that luck has run out while standing ready with a glowing sword, flanked by 2 hooded allies holding large keys. A character with long blue hair launches a fierce spinning kick, sending energy swirling through the air. A masked warrior brandishes both sword and staff, declaring a deadly challenge. 2 swords collide midair, unleashing a powerful burst of energy. 3 fighters collide midair as swords crash together in a fierce battle. A young man urgently pleads for his sister to recognize him as glowing energy pulses from his arm. A fierce resolve ignites as the character focuses intensely, ready for what comes next. A character internally rejects a claim, unable to believe it about the other person. A lone figure unleashes a surge of powerful magic as fiery energy and magical symbols swirl around him. He firmly rejects any possibility of being related. A red-haired man is knocked back as he takes a powerful hit. A defiant character challenges their opponent's credibility while aiming a sword at them. A furious young man confronts his sister with anguish, brandishing a glowing sword. A sudden explosion erupts, startling a character who quickly turns to look over their shoulder. The fortified gate collapses as debris and light surge through the breach. Two characters stare at each other in shock, both tensing for what might come next. A character glares menacingly from the shadows, exuding confidence and intimidation. A massive energy beam slams into the ground, triggering a violent explosion. Crimson energy crackles as two opponents clash swords atop the rocky cliff. A female knight charges at a horned opponent to stop someone from reaching the temple. Two guards split up as one orders the other to protect a target while drawing his sword. The hooded man firmly states their next objective while holding a glowing magical artifact. A monstrous, shadowy creature is blasted in the face by a surge of violent purple energy. A massive dragon unleashes an incomplete but powerful skill to trap the priests of light. A colossal beam of violet energy erupts from the ritual circle, striking the monstrous creature as armed figures close in. A dark, ominous liquid falls from the sky, signaling an imminent threat. Someone reacts in shock to the sudden appearance of an unknown threat. A shocked guard staggers as ominous black rain suddenly falls upon him. Two armored figures collapse to their knees, writhing in agony as an inexplicable pain overwhelms them. Overcome by uncontrollable rage, the character loses himself to bloodlust and violence. The cursed rain engulfs its victim, driving them into a violent frenzy. Hooded figures struggle to withstand a powerful mental assault as they huddle close to the glowing staves radiating purification. A robed figure blocks the giant beast's claw with a golden staff. A monstrous bird crashes down from the sky, throwing the battlefield into chaos as everyone scrambles to react. Amid the chaos and pouring rain, a panicked figure alerts allies that most of the staves are stolen and cries out in pain as the purification radius shrinks. Only a few individuals, including the speaker, the demon worshippers with the ocarina, and Ophelia, are able to move freely without the threat of mind corruption. Weighing the risk of many lives, the character hesitates to decide whether to pursue her sister. The armored man asserts his plan to kill only those who must die and save as many others as possible to strengthen their fighting force. A resolute figure empowers another to make decisions based on the current situation. Two armed characters split up, each heading toward a different enemy as they prepare to fight. He weighs the risks and considers using the Elf Queen's blessing to persuade his troublesome sister. Two opponents clash in a fierce sword duel, their blades sparking with energy. A hooded figure activates a surge of magic by playing a glowing flute. A massive, shadowy monster lunges forward as one figure braces for impact while another descends from above with a surge of purple energy. He locks eyes forward, his expression radiating unwavering confidence as he prepares to act. A powerful energy beam crashes down onto the monstrous entity. The character urgently scans the area, searching for the vanished enemy. A blonde character unleashes a powerful, red-tinged magical attack at a shocked opponent. A fierce fighter unleashes a surge of red lightning in a decisive attack. A gigantic tail lashes through the air, crackling with green energy. Two fighters collide in a violent burst of energy, their glowing weapons clashing with full force. A character suddenly realizes a threat, their eyes widening in shock. The man unleashes a powerful whip attack, sending dust swirling through the air. Gripping a lightning-charged dagger, the protagonist resolves to trust his comrades and set aside personal feelings. The protagonist raises a glowing, lightning-wreathed sword, preparing for the upcoming battle. A massive explosion of orange and red energy erupts, signaling the release of a powerful attack. Two figures are destined to rise as heroes, fulfilling a crucial dream. The warrior charges forward and unleashes a decisive, powerful sword attack to finish the battle. A powerful proclamation echoes, calling for the young to follow the light. A long-haired figure stands atop the cathedral and amplifies their voice with the magical device Angel's Echo. A red-haired character urgently calls for help and prays for the goddess's protection. A priest-like figure steps forward, proclaiming a divine message to the assembled crowd. A powerful decree urges the faithful to honor the goddess's sons and promises blessings to true believers. A commanding force compels everyone to witness the city through a mystical portal. A resolute figure steps forward and declares that everyone will witness a miracle today. A colossal golden sword crashes down from the sky, striking the roaring purple dragon in a burst of magical energy. A devastating lightning-charged attack strikes the dragon-like creature as a winged figure soars above. A winged armored figure unleashes a surge of divine light with a glowing sword, driving back the darkness. A powerful beam of light bursts forth, dispelling the surrounding darkness. A divine letter unfolds above the snowy, shattered ground. A powerful figure unleashes the sword of light, triggering a surge of ancient energy. An older man reacts in astonishment as the legendary sword radiates overwhelming power. A rare priest is revealed to be chosen by the goddess, appearing only once every few centuries. A startled man in ceremonial clothing recoils as he witnesses someone radiating dragon-like power while wielding the sword of light. With unwavering focus, the man channels his power as his eyes begin to glow red. The protagonist recalls remaining unnoticed for several years during this time in a previous life. Adirius suddenly appears and draws everyone's attention with a dramatic display of power. Seeing his enemies distracted, the helmeted warrior charges forward with exhilaration, ready to seize his chance in the chaos. Seizing the moment while the monster was distracted, the protagonist defeats it and claims the treasure chest. He decides to stop relying on others and face challenges on his own. A glowing letter surrounded by golden energy appears in the air, unveiling a magical message. One character reveals that the voice heard when the sword of light was held was not from the goddess, exposing a misunderstanding about divine communication. The protagonist pauses, recalling a crucial moment from the past. A powerful figure demands greater effort as the armored man faces them beneath a radiant blue light. A solemn messenger relays that the protagonist has earned the sword and will receive an even greater reward from the vault. The character recalls that an angel relayed a message during the incident with the sword of light, but there was no direct conversation or recognition of the angel's voice. A solemn messenger reveals that, despite meeting all prerequisites, the sword of light has chosen to reject the candidate. A composed woman announces that, due to the inconvenience experienced, a reward and a second quest will be given. A new divine quest appears, tasking the protagonist with protecting a key figure for 10 months in exchange for access to a powerful weapon. The man asserts control over the Sword of Light, focusing on the quest as his top priority. The protagonist calculates the limited time left before the battle with the 4 dragons and contemplates the constraints of their power. A figure in dragon-like armor unleashes the dragon tongue skill, radiating overwhelming power and intent to dominate both humans and monsters. The protagonist suddenly loses control and stumbles forward in shock. A man rushes past and lands a sudden blow to a woman's abdomen, leaving her reeling in pain. A towering attacker lifts a massive sword to strike down at the stunned, armored knight. A figure is overwhelmed by a surge of golden lightning energy. A shadowy figure erupts with dark energy, sending a surge of power through the enchanted sword. A powerful figure charges forward, striking down monsters with a surge of lightning-infused energy. The narration declares that everyone was mistaken. Dark energy erupts around her as she unleashes her hidden power. A character suddenly realizes something crucial, eyes wide with shock. A transformed figure unleashes a surge of crackling energy, radiating overwhelming power. 2 figures quietly retreat through the mist after deciding escape is the only viable option. A figure is suddenly struck in the shoulder by a sharp projectile. A hooded character recoils in shock after realizing they have been exposed to poison. A hooded figure exposes the other's disguise and confronts him on the battlefield. A man reveals he used a uniquely scented poison during their fight, making it easy to track his opponent by smell. A hooded figure mocks their opponent with a sinister smirk, heightening the tension. A white-cloaked figure is hurled backwards by a devastating attack, while the black-cloaked figure remains standing amidst the fallen. The character reflects on claiming the Sword of Light for 10 months and recalls initial struggles after receiving the dragon heart. Yggdrasil heals the man's body, granting him 2 dragon hearts as magical energy surges through his chest. The black dragon heart, now fused with the core, radiates power as its output reaches 24.5%. The blue dragon heart is introduced as a powerful magic stone transplanted after the black dragon heart, with an output equal to the core heart. The speaker decides to stop hiding and prepares to reveal his true identity. The protagonist decides to wait for the right moment to reveal their identity. With unwavering determination, he channels his power, preparing for the next move. The narrator reflects on the need to obtain a puzzle piece that was previously unattainable. The protagonist recalls that despite gaining strength in a previous life, others never believed in him. A heavily armored aristocrat defiantly refuses to submit to someone he considers beneath him. The guards allow the newcomer to enter because of his connection to a renowned figure. The armed man rejects the young man's appeal, citing the guild's tradition. A single word ended the relationship with Altair. 2 figures stand side by side, silently gazing toward the fading horizon as the atmosphere grows solemn. Despite being the only one capable of saving them, the nobles refused any help, choosing their pride over survival. Isolated by resentment and betrayal, he distances himself from those who despise his rise, refusing to associate with them. A towering enemy emerges from the flames, forcing the group to realize they are vastly outnumbered. A swarm of dragons fills the sky, overwhelming any chance of resistance. The narration emphasizes that victory in this massive war requires a powerful leader accepted by everyone, not just a handful of elites. A heavily armored figure drops to one knee, bracing themselves with a glowing gauntlet as golden light bursts around them. With unwavering resolve, the protagonist declares that obtaining the Sword of Light is essential to elevating his social status. A powerful figure presents a glowing spear and acknowledges the kneeling armored figure as the chosen one. A white-haired character confidently reports that the requested task is complete. A monstrous hand activates a glowing blue magical sigil while reassuring others. The transformed hero stands victorious over the corrupted dragon, signaling the end of Danikil's corruption problem. 2 men stare in shock as the blue dragon's head appears. On that day, Lucius delivered a powerful prayer before the assembled priests and defenders. News travels rapidly across the continent. A figure announces that the goddess has chosen this man for an important mission as a divine light shines from his hand. A man realizes that invoking the goddess complicates accusations of embezzlement regarding the dragon heart. The priests realize that anyone who questions the loss of the dragon heart will be condemned as a disbeliever. The defender admits defeat and acknowledges the other's victory. A mysterious voice delivers an ominous congratulation to the silver-haired young man. A divine proclamation declares someone the main character of the world and urges obedience to the goddess as a glowing cross stands beneath a radiant sky. A character recalls surpassing all other Dragon King-style disciples while channeling blue energy. The protagonist reveals he inherited the ideal physique for martial arts from his father. He swiftly masters advanced martial arts techniques while fending off several attackers. The character absorbs the branded worm and rapidly gains greater power. A man confidently declares the meaning of his name, standing before a glowing blue dragon aura. Someone confidently declares their unmatched strength and righteousness. A lone figure recalls how his father once dreamed of reclaiming his throne in the east. The man fiercely resists the wooden restraints, refusing to accept the branded worm. Someone forcefully asserts that everyone else is wrong and only they are right. A glowing enchanted sword appears as an ominous voice questions the value of pride and status in a world nearing its end. A lone figure unleashes a surge of demonic energy, wielding an aura-filled sword to transcend human limits as a new era approaches. A blue-haired figure leads a procession of cloaked followers across a barren, dusty landscape, carrying a large chain chest. A stern man tosses aside a wounded, defeated ally with contempt. A lone figure, crackling with energy, defiantly declares himself as the only one destined to become the dragon. A devastating clash erupts as energy-infused weapons collide, sending a shockwave through the battlefield. Someone silently affirms their unwavering self-belief. Someone desperately questions how the situation has become so dire. A monstrous shadow erupts with dark energy as several heroes brace themselves for battle. Struggling furiously against the glowing red restraints, the captive demands to know why he is being held. She evaluates the newcomer, recognizing him as a powerful threat surpassing the others. Several defeated enemies lie motionless among broken Dragon King-style masks, emphasizing the danger of facing them alone. A woman holding a decorated staff criticizes her opponent for not including healers or mages in their party. A shadowy figure unleashes dark magic, demonstrating abilities that drain health and mana while hindering the opponent's movements. A magic user unleashes steel vines that absorb an opponent's mana and grow stronger. Poisonous pollen fills the air, causing the soldiers to collapse as they struggle to breathe. The healer unleashes a powerful support spell that boosts attack power, attack speed, and movement speed for the team. A figure grips the legendary bow, preparing to unleash its immense power. A formidable dragon weapon is introduced, capable of shooting arrows 1.5 kilometers in 12 seconds. Empowered by a speed buff, one archer quickly readies his attack to pursue a slowed opponent. A white-cloaked woman mocks her captive as she restrains him with dark, glowing tendrils. A menacing figure delivers a deadly warning to someone below. A masked man, drenched in sweat and rain, screams in fury and pain. An arrow tears through the cloaked enemy's head, killing them instantly. 3 people brace themselves as a monstrous creature erupts from the ground, surrounded by twisting roots. She decides that killing the hostage is the most practical option to avoid future complications. She realizes that if the Son of the East is present, the smiling woman must have gone to Lucius. A fiery object hurtles through the sky as the group watches tensely, and one person stares ahead with unwavering focus. A mysterious ray of light flashes across the sky, drawing attention to an unusual phenomenon. A determined figure stands in golden light and promises to meet someone soon. After confirming the area is clear of enemies, the group prepares for healing before departing to the third parish. Night falls, and the sky fills with stars. The group arrives at the third parish, and a white-haired man kneels to kiss the hand of a dark-haired woman at the gate, while others watch. An elf with a quiver of arrows appears before the group, stunning everyone. Someone wonders aloud how many centuries have passed since an elf last left the great elfin forest. A worried advisor realizes that the princess's unexpected return with an elf and her closeness to a nobleman may have major political consequences. A scarred man examines a smoking skull-shaped object and decides Zephyr is not his target. One character firmly rejects the other's offer to arrange an introduction. A stern man glares suspiciously at the newcomer, openly expressing his dislike as the atmosphere grows tense. A scarred man with white streaked hair inspects a skull-topped cane, his body tense. A sword is pressed against the neck of a red-haired, elf-haired character, forcing them to freeze in place. A girl with heterochromatic eyes shyly peeks out from behind someone's cloak, seeking comfort in the warm light. A red-haired elf girl with heterochromatic eyes casts a spell with determination. A wounded man glares forward, vowing not to let his enemy succeed. A frustrated man glares upward as he reacts to someone's unexpected return. A girl suddenly floats above the ground as a cloaked figure recoils in shock. The challengers lose confidence and consider retreating after realizing the saint is stronger than they expected. Screams of pain erupt and echo through the torchlit hallway of the Temple of Light's third parish. A defiant armored man fights to break free from magical restraints as guards rush in to arrest someone named Gertrude. A majestic palace of the Fraser Archduchy dominates the night as triumphant laughter resounds. A man reacts with smug amusement to unexpected news as a shadowy figure watches from behind. A man decides to visit someone who has recently entertained him, planning to offer a reward. A figure gathers swirling energy around a glowing medallion, recalling an unfinished promise. Dark mana surges as the gold medallion cracks under the strain, revealing the dangerous instability of this power. A powerful figure contemplates the next event for the second round, considering its significance for the kingdom. Banners representing different factions are raised high under the clear sky. The forces surrounding the temple quickly withdrew from the third parish. Hooded figures load the chain stake of faith onto wagons under strict supervision. A council member plots to exploit Zephyr as a new investment opportunity for the Temple of Light. The strategist urgently informs the group that recent developments will alter the original Ice Dragon raid plans and insists on regrouping with the clients to devise a new strategy. The fourth parish knights and Gertrude arrive to inquire about Albine's location. A blindfolded, armored man sits chained and motionless inside a dark prison cell. They were imprisoned and left to await interrogation for heresy. One figure confesses anxiety about explaining that Albine was a demon god worshipper and that they killed him. 2 church members discuss how the fourth parish and the Lasker family only sent congratulatory flowers without asking questions, finding the situation suspicious. A calculating figure outlines how exposing Aldine as a demon god worshipper could shift the balance of power and force others to reconsider their position. 2 characters express their frustration that the situation remains unresolved despite recent events. An armored figure steps forward, accepting that this was the best outcome possible. In a summit hall, 3 knights celebrate their rare victory, acknowledging the protection of lives, honor, and wealth as one urgently calls out to the captain. Someone silently acknowledges the difficulty of the challenge. An angel descends and urgently delivers a glowing letter to Lucius. A hand reaches through a swirling portal to snatch the dragon barbecue ribs while someone watches with a mischievous grin. Someone recalls hearing strange muttering and realizes the consequences after seeing the letter from the angel. A divine emissary prepares to deliver a sacred artifact from the heavens. A devout follower receives a letter from the goddess and resolves to support the savior as part of a divine mission. A winged figure demands extra food as payment to deliver and edit a letter while the other person tries to negotiate with barbecue ribs. The group rushes through the hallway as their plan to deceive with a fake letter unfolds. The group prepares to determine their next course of action. A messenger receives news that the Duke will soon visit the third parish. A long-haired character is stunned as an older man reveals that the character's father is involved and has asked for help. A confident figure requests help for the upcoming Ice Dragon raid, expressing appreciation and intent to follow up. The man firmly declares that he is not a subordinate and will only act according to his own priorities. A towering figure demands information from the startled pair, but they respond warily and insist they learn nothing useful. The leader exposes the kneeling figure's deceit, pointing out that anyone with real information about the tarantula would have already fled. He glares forward in tense silence, his focus unwavering. A long-haired man solemnly agrees with the previous assessment. Despite using the truth serum after the Elf Queen's blessing failed, the group could not discover the tarantula's location from the captive. Only the origin location of the Dragon King style was uncovered, with the rest of the information being general details about the technique. The group speculates about the mysterious tarantula, suggesting it may belong to a secret force that is difficult to trace. A tense moment builds as the protagonist steels himself for what comes next. A resolute figure proposes an alliance, offering help with revenge in exchange for cooperation during the raid. A determined man warns his opponent not to reject the offer, hinting at serious consequences. One character leans in to whisper a secret, while the other listens tensely, their faces inches apart. Suddenly, one character recoils in terror, eyes wide and sweat streaming down his face. He clenches his eyes shut, bracing himself for the challenge ahead. After a brief pause, he agrees to listen to the other person's explanation. Before the meeting starts, a new party member is about to be introduced. A mysterious figure steps forward, introduces himself as a disciple of the Sword Saint, and presents a legendary sword as proof of his allegiance to support the princess's mission. A red-eyed character confidently introduces himself to the group, winking and flashing a peace sign. The group welcomes the new member with applause as two figures introduce them in the grand hall. A composed woman assigns Zephyr as a mentor to help a newcomer adjust to the group. The armored figure bows and firmly pledges to follow the command. He carefully considers the new instructions and prepares to assess the situation. Frustrated over missing the Blue Dragon raid, the armored figure realizes it will be difficult to gain influence now. Someone silently accepts the outcome of the situation. Someone reflects on the possibility that arriving sooner could have forced them to kill the Blue Dragon themselves. A warrior receives a dire warning that all dragons must be killed before the demon god descends and destroys the world. Someone hesitates, realizing obeying the order would mean killing the master's sleeping original form. The armored warrior firmly rejects slaying dragons, stating the true mission is to stop the demon god's arrival and support the princess' plan for coexistence. She considers forming an alliance with the dragons to make defeating the demon god worshippers easier. With unwavering confidence, he asserts his certainty. Despite their bold discussions of war and slaying monsters, everyone at the table is gripped by overwhelming fear. He silently analyzes the group, deciding to watch their actions before making a move. He glares fiercely, channeling his rage toward his enemy. The healer completes a magical health checkup using the Angel's Embrace skill. One person collapses in distress while another shivers on the floor beside a third who looks unimpressed, all reacting awkwardly to the party joining ritual. One party member excitedly marvels at the rare composition of the group, while another recoils in alarm at her enthusiasm. One character expresses frustration over missing an opportunity, while another angrily denies being part of the group and is abruptly removed. A composed woman questions the guard about the smiling woman as another greets her with respect. She admits she needs to investigate further before reaching a conclusion. The Elf Queen's blessing, a mind control power requiring physical and eye contact, failed to activate on the smiling woman despite all conditions being met. Sitting in the grand hall, she analyzes why the blessing on Ned remains unchanged, ruling out both prior blessings and curses. A woman speculates that the cause of the problem must be physical, possibly related to the brain, since all equipment was removed. She stiffens in shock, her eyes wide as she processes the news. A healer calmly explains that high-level healing can restore recent injuries but cannot repair wounds from long ago. A woman, chained and alone in a dim cell, is revealed to have suffered a traumatic ship accident in her youth that left her mentally scarred. Someone considers that she might see the world in a completely different way. A character glares downward in silence, eyes burning with fierce determination. The conditions failed because she did not recognize who she was looking at. A possibility is being carefully considered. He realizes that the antagonist views people as less than human. A bound prisoner sits on the cell floor as an armored man observes her from behind the bars. He braces himself, eyes fixed ahead in unwavering determination. A red-haired character fixes an intense, determined stare forward, her gaze sharp and unwavering. A young girl desperately clings to floating debris during a violent shipwreck. A lone figure fights to stay afloat amid violent storm waves and swirling debris. After being pulled under the waves, the character regains consciousness but finds themselves unable to see anything. Overwhelmed by searing pain, the figure is consumed by darkness. A figure collapses to the ground, clutching their head and screaming in agony as an unrelenting noise overwhelms them. Overwhelmed by unbearable pain and confusion, the character recalls a moment when despair drove him to wish for escape through death. Incense fills the air as the figure's senses clear, and they slowly open their eyes. A dark figure unleashes swirling blue energy amid a fiery, ominous backdrop. A long-haired character gently reassures an anxious, bandaged companion, promising to help them recover. The narrator recalls the moment of meeting their mentor. Incense fills the air as the protagonist practices calligraphy and meditates while learning the language of the East. A red-haired woman floats in meditation, enveloped in a tranquil aura. Struggling to see clearly, she perceives everyone around her as dark monsters, except for her own reflection in the mirror. Someone expresses frustration with their surroundings and yearns to see their younger brother. Someone stares at a faded drawing inside a locket, struggling to remember the person beside them. She clutches the pendant tightly and reflects on her connection to the person she resembles. A significant day arrives, marking a turning point in the story. A shocked girl questions why her careful efforts have led to this unexpected outcome. A disturbing apparition confronts the protagonist, growing stranger and more unsettling. Most young Persephone Guild members undergo this operation. He describes how victims are broken physically or with poison, then manipulated with poisonous incense to implant mana-controlling mnemonics. A concerned character warns that 9 out of 10 people die. Survival leads to a brain alteration that grants a special sense. A red-haired character suddenly realizes something shocking, eyes wide with alarm. A cloaked figure activates a glowing magical seal in the darkness. The protagonist carefully calculates the precise location of a vulnerable spot on the opponent's cheekbone. A new and unique ability is introduced. A young man explains that heightened senses can enhance perception in various ways. A character realizes something important as a hand gently touches their face. Red arrows highlight the steps for reshaping the face and body as part of a transformation technique. A woman reveals her ability to transform her appearance by shifting from an elderly form to a youthful one. Haunted by darkness, the character remembers how a mentor offered support, taught martial arts, and promised to search for the character's younger brother. A white-haired figure confronts a shackled prisoner in a dimly lit cell. A determined woman vows to save her imprisoned mentor after failing to retrieve the dragon heart. He scans the dim cell, determined to find a way to escape. Someone off-panel tries to provoke a reaction by asking if the other person is bored of just sitting there. A captive woman, resigned to her fate, asks for one final favor from her captor. A desperate woman begs for a chance to bathe, offering information and compliance in return. Tied up behind bars, the captive desperately begs the figure outside to set them free. A red-haired woman confidently invites someone to wash her, making a daring proposition. A character clenches their jaw, bracing for what comes next. A tall man confronts a kneeling woman in a dimly lit dungeon as she reacts with surprise. A knight in black armor lifts the red-haired woman's chin, asserting control in a tense standoff. She struggles to hold back tears, overwhelmed by emotion. A character realizes she has successfully manipulated the situation to her advantage. A silver-haired man in dark armor lifts the chin of a kneeling red-haired woman as the atmosphere grows tense and intimate. A defiant figure makes a bold vow to become an unforgettable war trophy. A gloved hand forcefully slips a finger into the tearful woman's mouth as she keeps her eyes shut. The prerequisites for gaining immense power, dragon hearts and the sword of light, are revealed. A psychological challenge is presented, suggesting that no one can overcome their natural instincts. The character pauses to catch his breath, visibly exhausted. The white-haired man aggressively demands the red-haired woman produce the branded worm, gripping her face as magical runes swirl around them. Her eye widens as she suddenly grasps the shocking truth. A giant centipede is confined inside a glowing red magic circle, struggling to break free. A gloved attacker seizes the man's throat as magical restraints flare around them. A figure collapses to the ground, screaming in pain as blood splatters around them. An armored man subdues a bleeding, bound woman as she coughs up blood. The white-haired man smirks with confidence, preparing for what comes next. Someone silently reflects on the consequences of returning to the past. A character suddenly realizes a critical truth, eyes wide with shock. A pointed observation is delivered, highlighting that nothing has changed. Urgent thoughts foreshadow an approaching conclusion as the night sky looms over the cathedral window. One character confesses her desire to be together as they stand closely, both gripping their swords. A red-haired woman demands trust as she asserts control over the situation. Accusations of betrayal surface as one character confronts another about being used and discarded. A red-haired character slams their foot down, crushing the monstrous centipede. An armored man threatens a bloodied, restrained woman, declaring he will spare her for her brother's sake but warns this is her last chance. A shadowy figure threatens the woman, warning her that her fate depends on how she behaves. Magical energy gathers above as a woman begins to awaken. A massive set of ornate doors slowly opens, revealing a flood of mysterious light. A silver-haired man in dark armor climbs the torchlit stairs as a cloaked figure approaches from above, setting the stage for a tense encounter. A woman stands with folded arms, watching closely as she questions whether the conflict has ended. A composed young woman steps into view, her calm presence drawing attention. An armored man explains that he is gradually restoring a woman's senses and memories to avoid dangerous side effects as he escorts her down the corridor. She decides to proceed slowly to minimize the risk of side effects. Two figures ascend the stairs while discussing their conflicting intentions toward the smiling woman. A scheming woman decides to exploit a talented rival for her group's advantage, while the man beside her reacts with uncertainty. While she remains unconscious, a safety device is created and placed beside her along with a sealed letter. The protagonist regains composure and prepares to tackle the next challenge. He steels himself, eyes fixed forward in determination. The narrator admits feeling reluctant about meeting her. The speaker reveals he initially intended to kill her but hesitated due to her connection to someone important, and now feels uneasy about a possible encounter. Confronted by her presence, the protagonist struggles to contain a surge of rage and hatred. One character struggles to comprehend another's decision to remain with the demon god cult despite knowing the truth, while others react with intense emotion. A young man looks down with a somber expression, reflecting on the significance of his past actions. Someone silently reflects on a future that can no longer be reached. He quickly turns his head as a gloved hand with a golden accessory lunges toward him. A white-haired man swiftly dodges glowing projectiles while a golden mask tumbles down the stone steps. He freezes in shock, realizing something alarming. A man cautiously climbs the stairs with a torch as a massive bare foot suddenly appears above him. Someone notices with concern that the string has come undone. A woman in a black dress confidently ascends the stone staircase, drawing attention as she enters. He sharpens his focus, determination clear in his eyes. She realizes her shoe is completely broken and can no longer be worn. A dark stairway appears, illuminated by a faint, eerie light. A woman enjoys a rare moment of tranquility, her expression serene as she sits in her ornate dress. A calm and relaxed atmosphere settles over the scene. In the darkness, her glowing skin draws all attention. A gloved hand gently holds a bare foot, creating a moment of quiet intimacy between them. An armored man lifts a woman into his arms and kisses her passionately under the warm light. A platinum-haired man leans in close and teases the woman about her jealousy. The man quickly denies being jealous, reacting defensively to the accusation. A woman gazes softly and intimately at the man standing close to her. A character boldly confesses their intent to seduce the other person. Two characters lean in and share a tender kiss as sparkling light surrounds them. Haunted by betrayal and pain from the past, the speaker vows never to trust others again. Two figures clasp hands firmly, united in a moment of solidarity. The narrator reflects on a woman named Altair, recalling her unique honesty. A narrator reflects on how words can be fabricated and considers the nature of truth. A poised woman with a confident smile is gently led forward by a gloved hand, accepting the invitation. A determined figure firmly declares his unwavering choice while holding another's hand in a glowing, ethereal setting. With the lockdown lifted at the Third Parish Temple, a major service is announced to mark the end of the raid. At the banquet, Altair publicly declared her intention to join the Ice Dragon raid. Anticipation grows over the treasure retrieved from Eurydice's grave. Two legendary artifacts, a crowned candle holder and a jeweled goblet, are revealed in a burst of magical light. The narration highlights the formidable lineup of the party, mentioning a dragon slayer, a high elf, the strongest 10, and a saint among its members. A blonde elf in ornate golden armor scans the crowded gathering with anxious vigilance. The stage was set to capture the investors' interest. A white-haired man observes the enthusiastic crowd and acknowledges the event's promising progress as applause breaks out. A character reacts with shock to an unexpected event. A figure in ornate robes acknowledges the recent accomplishments of two individuals. A crucial point is about to be revealed, heightening anticipation. The cult leader steps forward in the ornate hall, loudly drawing attention to Zephyr as the crowd reacts. The first prince of Kian Kingdom, Polaris, is introduced as a beloved and admired figure due to his status, intelligence, and charisma. He studies the supposed cult leader with open suspicion, questioning his motives. He smirks confidently, his red eyes glinting in the shadows. A silver-haired figure formally welcomes Cardinal Polaris inside the grand hall. She quickly formulates a plan to protect Zephyr from Polaris's schemes. One figure calmly assures the tense group that he is only a priest, while the others remain wary and observant. A young man smirks and boldly challenges his opponent by holding something up. The massive doors slowly open, revealing a blinding light from inside. A towering figure bursts into the crowded hall, startling everyone inside. Children burst energetically into the sunlit hall. A man reacts with shock as he learns unexpected news about children. A man in ceremonial attire encourages a group of children in flower crowns to begin their performance. 3 girls stand together, singing joyfully with their eyes closed. Surrounded by singing children with flower crowns, he stands surprised as they celebrate him. He anxiously tries to anticipate his opponent's next move. An adult introduces a solemn refugee child who lost his family to a dragon's deadly poison. 2 sisters, the only survivors of their village, sit together after losing their family to undead monsters from the tomb of the abominable princess. A caretaker expresses gratitude for the rescue and acknowledges her own limitations in helping the orphans. A kneeling man expresses heartfelt gratitude to the tall figure standing before him. With a confident, determined smile, the man silently contemplates his next move. Amid enthusiastic cheers, a woman suspects that the public display of congratulations hides a different motive. A man calmly explains that a dungeon bubble break 12 years ago triggered a continent-wide economic crisis caused by widespread dungeon-related fraud. New laws were established to prevent another economic disaster caused by dungeons. Dungeon law requires all valuable items found during a raid to be appraised by certified evaluators and reported up the chain of command. The protagonist confronts the crowd by citing a law that punishes false evaluations and hints at a discrepancy in the reported value of the Black Dragon heart. The group is stunned as the shocking result, 0 gold, is announced. A figure cites strict contract rules about dungeon loot to the group. Realizing the dragon heart was listed at no cost, the character exposes the false report. A long-haired character urgently shouts a warning to the cardinal. A man in a decorated white outfit laughs loudly and deflects blame onto the crowd. A caped figure stands in the glowing hall, boldly declaring that the dragon heart's value cannot be measured by gold, but only by the will of the goddess. A suspicious character questions Zephyr's true motives as he tries to fulfill the goddess' mission. She suddenly realizes that the real target was never the gold, sensing that something is seriously wrong. The man forcefully objects to anyone assigning a price to the dragon heart, emphasizing the sacrifice made to save everyone from chaos. Overcome with rage, the man explodes and hurls an insult at his opponent. A young man stands before the crowd, confidently proclaiming his happiness at being both prince and cardinal of the Temple of Light. A man urgently pleads with the king to halt the arrest, insisting the situation concerns the heavens rather than humans. He approaches the bishops of each parish to continue his plan. He presents the signed scroll as proof that he has secured 10 signatures from the parishes. An official decree declares that the described actions are recognized as a divine miracle and exempt from human law. One person earnestly pledges support by gripping another's shoulder. Zephyr grabs the other character and confronts him with furious accusations about selfless sacrifice for humanity. The bishops pledge military and material support, vowing to use the raid's profits to help those affected by the chaos. A frustrated character realizes that their plan has backfired as religion unexpectedly becomes an obstacle. They weigh the risk of losing their profits against the consequences of refusing to help without payment. One character hesitates, doubting that a proposed solution will actually address the problem. Polaris is revealed as the one responsible for the issue. He relinquished his claim to the throne, became a bishop in the Gold Dragon's territory, and gained even greater power than before. Challenging Polaris means provoking the powerful Gold Dragon, who will stop at nothing to protect him. Realizing that no one can defeat Polaris, the group considers how to make him retreat on his own. As the situation becomes hopeless, the group decides to leave while tension rises among the uneasy crowd. Accusations fly as someone claims Cardinal Polaris is using the Rescue Foundation to steal the party's profits. A mysterious man confidently taunts his opponent, making it clear he is not seeking another battle. The young man steps forward and announces his intention to fight. Struggling to continue, the young man is overwhelmed by self-doubt. A white-haired young man struggles to contain his laughter while being held by the collar and internally mocks his aggressor. Powerful organizations use this method to systematically undermine smaller guilds and individuals. An armored individual submits a request form to the official at the desk, securing promised support. Someone reflects on how deals are only honored at first before trust is broken. Requests are repeatedly delayed or denied as official letters pile up, highlighting overwhelming bureaucracy. After months of effort, only partial funding is available due to the parish's strained finances. A coin pouch spills out meager change as 2 battered soldiers stand in miserable silence, exposing the harsh reality of their situation. A hooded figure stealthily picks a large lock to break into a restricted area at night. A woman explains that retaining top party members requires paying them massive yearly contract fees to prevent them from being recruited by rivals. The legendary lance is revealed to have skyrocketed in value at auction, reaching millions in gold. Special equipment is created with enchantments suited to the target monster, factoring in both material and customization costs. The group travels through the forest with a large wagon, accounting for the various costs required to support their expedition. The group learns that raiding a dungeon requires purchasing entry rights with money. 2 guards block the chained entrance to the Temple of Light's dungeon as the costly raid preparations continue. With no profits and no support from the higher-ups, the party faces inevitable ruin. A dark-haired man taunts his opponent, questioning how much longer they can endure or if they have a secret plan. Someone warns that being special now requires strict self-control to gain others' trust. A character insults another by dismissing their status as a petty thief and highlighting their lack of experience in high society. A male character mocks Altair's impending bankruptcy and ridicules her need to maintain her appearance as a princess. One man provokes the other, escalating their intense standoff. The protagonist steels himself, refusing to give up. He sharpens his focus, preparing for a decisive moment. The southern gate bursts open as a blood-tainted wind sweeps in from the east. A massive red cloud engulfs the city, signaling an ominous phenomenon. The four horsemen of the apocalypse emerge, threatening to unleash plague, famine, war, and death. A character reels in shock after realizing the significance of a crucial quote. A powerful prophecy warns that only by obtaining the 5 stars of the dragons can the world's destruction be prevented. An armored figure recalls receiving the sword of light from an angel, gripping the glowing weapon with determination. It is revealed that the 5 stars represent the dragon hearts. The young man firmly states that he alone will keep the dragon hearts and the sword of light, refusing to hand them over. He asserts control over the distribution of the dragon hearts. A character glares forward with an intense, glowing red eye. Someone issues a strict directive, urging compliance. 2 figures seal their alliance with a firm handshake. 2 men seal their alliance with a handshake in the grand hall. A carriage approaches along the dark, silent road under the cover of night. A nobleman assesses his rival's unexpectedly calm response and suspects he is determined to keep the dragon heart. He suspects that his opponent plans to give the dragon heart to an ally in order to strengthen their group against him. A character observes his opponent's decision and mocks him for taking the difficult path. The consequences of his choice will lead to his downfall. A powerful relic shatters into 7 pieces, and the only way to restore its purpose is to reunite them all. Sinister laughter echoes through the dimly lit room as the curtains billow. A young man sits quietly in a moving carriage, deep in thought as he gazes out the window. The protagonist dismisses the threat of his opponent and prepares to move forward. The narrator questions the true motives behind the supposed cooperation with Altair and doubts whether the actions taken are genuinely guided by the goddess. He weighs the consequences of not using his mana detection skill in front of the crowd and quickly refocuses on his strategy. Someone reveals that they've ensured nothing will go wrong with the demon god's summoning and hints at another sinister plan. A startled young man grips his warhammer and questions the stranger about their connection to his master. A mysterious man in ornate robes confidently reveals that he is an old friend of Nemeshuna. Someone notes that the other person must miss their master a lot. One man leans in and reveals that there may be a way for the other to reunite with someone important, sparking surprise and hope. The young man steels himself, ready to face the challenge ahead. A gloved hand lifts a key on a string, signaling the next crucial step. 2 figures reflect on their setback but remain determined, focusing on the dragon heart as their remaining hope. She questions Zephyr's apparent happiness, suspecting that recent events were part of his plan. The protagonist reflects on how recent events clarified some of the cult leader's actions from his past life. The protagonist realizes that the appearance of the mysterious figure is linked to the dragon heart, and forms a new hypothesis after recalling a clue. The white dragon emerges as the main obstacle threatening the demon god cult leader's plans, prompting suspicion about her involvement in Aldine's death. He wonders why, in his past life, nothing was done about 80, the disciple of the white dragon, for 2 years. 2 armored figures meet under the night sky as one begins to introduce himself to the other. The party's guardian deity, the ice dragon Mirnia, is introduced. He failed to gather the dragon hearts. The young man realizes the cult leader felt relieved. Doubt and despair settle in as the possibility of gaining enough power to win the war seems impossible. The protagonist reveals he deliberately misled others about his knowledge and intentions regarding the dragon heart. He mocks his opponent's defeat and reflects on how manipulation and pressure secured his victory. A monstrous figure, shrouded in purple energy, crouches on the floor as dark power surges around him. A character's eyes widen in shock as they realize something critical. One character warns that if the cult leader reveals his true power, the group's survival will be at risk. One figure reflects on how another, despite knowing the truth, kept their secret and followed the unspoken rules. He realizes his enemy could accuse him of being a threat, and use the gold dragon's powers to spark conflict within the Temple of Light. Suppressing his laughter, the protagonist silently mocks his adversary's arrogance and misplaced confidence. The cult leader remains unaware that his mistakes will not become apparent until much later. Clenching her hands, the woman vows that her adversary will forever regret missing his chance. 2 figures stand together under the glowing night sky, determined to surpass their previous limits. A luxurious blue dragon bourguignon stew made with red wine is presented under a warm light. A legendary steak dish is presented, drawing everyone's attention. A sparkling liquid from the lake of life is poured into a glass. A white-haired man insists they must work together and boost their stats to survive the ice dragon raid in the harsh snowfield. A group gathers around the lavish table as the meal begins with energetic encouragement to eat. 2 women react with delight and astonishment after tasting the dragon meat. Yellow lightning crackles as 2 characters react intensely to the revelation of a power that enhances mana, stamina, strength, senses, and elemental resistances. A subordinate eagerly offers his share of the lake of life's water to the captain, explaining its powerful effects. The group is urged to eat and rest in preparation for the busy times ahead. Zephyr shares that he learned to cook from his grandfather, who owned a restaurant, as Altair listens with interest. A woman playfully teases someone about hiding their cooking skills, prompting a lighthearted reaction. One character points out that 80 is the only one missing from the group today. A character nervously refuses to join the meal, making an excuse about a stomachache to avoid eating dragon meat. One character anxiously voices concern about being hated, while another calmly reassures them not to worry. A wary character assesses that his opponent will be limited, not only by the helmet. A tense standoff unfolds as the blonde elf confronts the 2 figures ahead. A character decides that eliminating their target immediately is the best course of action. Preparations for the dragon raid continued immediately after the cult leader's disruption. A man hands over the Lauren auction catalog and a confidential item list as the group examines the documents. A calm man in religious attire explains that the Lauren auction is the continent's largest, with millions of gold exchanged and strict rules for item displays. An auction employee explains the lengthy process required for items to be evaluated, cataloged, and officially listed for the Lauren auction. Two people discuss the 6-month delay for processing a request, worried it will affect preparations for the Ice Dragon raid. A silver-haired man in dark armor sets a deadline for 2 months while reading a document in a lavish room. He outlines a plan to exploit the auction rules, stressing the importance of acting before the date is set. The protagonist reviews a scroll, trying to recall which items from his past life would help in the upcoming Ice Dragon raid. Someone admits they are unable to act this time, expressing regret. The aftermath of the Ice Dragon's defeat reveals a critical change from the protagonist's previous life. An armored figure stomps into the water, making a decisive entrance. An armored warrior identifies the Ice Dragon's castle in the distance. The warrior surveys the field of fallen monsters and advances toward the frozen castle through the snowfall. Altair and several forces left the castle to pursue Ned, who had escaped with the dragon heart. Ignoring the others' protests, one character charges ahead to confront the dragons while the remaining 2 urgently try to stop him. The narration explains that the real reason for the character's departure to the port was likely to see if communication with the dragons was possible. An armored figure strides determinedly down the grand, sunlit hallway, footsteps echoing in the silence. The armored knight decides to contact the dragons before the princess does, hoping to avoid unnecessary conflict. The unexpected situation turned into a fortunate opportunity as the figure boldly opened the glowing doors. A cloaked intruder steps inside as a hidden figure encased in ice demands to know their identity and reason for trespassing. Seated on her ice throne, the woman dismisses her opponent's actions as arrogant. A woman with long white hair smirks confidently, her blue eyes filled with self-assurance. The armored warrior glares ahead with fierce determination, preparing to strike. Someone is shocked to realize that a girl with horns and a powerful aura has appeared. A powerful burst of ice magic destroys and freezes the ornate throne. A blue-haired woman charges forward with unexpected speed, catching the armored man off guard. A character confronts someone after detecting his sister's scent on them, criticizing her for taking in another human. A figure unleashes icy magic while demanding to know the other's true intentions. A blue-haired figure with dragon horns summons an icy sword and challenges the intruder to defeat her before claiming their prize. A fierce red eye narrows with unwavering resolve as the figure concentrates intensely. A character suddenly recognizes a valuable opportunity and reacts with confidence. Driven by an instinct to protect and fight, he slams his armored foot down, unleashing a burst of explosive energy. 2 powerful opponents collide, their weapons and magic unleashing a burst of energy as they clash in battle. A fiery projectile crashes into the castle, shattering ice in the moonlit night. A powerful woman unleashes another furious attack with blue energy swords, daring her white-haired opponent to endure even more. A woman unleashes a surge of icy shards, confronting her opponent with powerful magic. A surge of icy blades hurtles forward as the attacker intensifies the assault. A female warrior unleashes powerful ice magic, her glowing sword crackling with energy as snow swirls around her. A woman unleashes a devastating burst of ice magic, filling the area with shards and freezing energy. An armored warrior with red and white hair leaps to dodge a barrage of blue energy blades. A fierce-eyed warrior in ornate armor unleashes a blinding, red-blue energy slash. Magical ice swords cascade from the sky in a powerful attack. A fierce warrior unleashes a massive blue energy attack shaped like a dragon at an enemy wielding a large sword under the full moon. A critical question is asked about the probability of success. Overwhelmed by agony, the character unleashes a desperate cry as blue energy flares around them. Someone reflects on the rare opportunity to meet a truly compatible person. Lying on the ground, Zephyr forces his eyes open and clenches his teeth, fighting to regain consciousness. A profound realization is delivered, comparing the experience to looking into a mirror at oneself. 2 figures collide midair, unleashing a surge of red and blue energy as their battle intensifies. Blue and red energy beams collide, erupting in a massive explosion. A ship arrives at a snow-covered fortress surrounded by jagged blue ice and distant mountains. The ice dragon's breath has frozen the vast ocean between the great port and the uninhabited island, creating a dangerous expanse. A massive ice barrier rises across the snowy landscape as snowflakes continue to fall. Despite the cold and snow, the season outside was autumn. A mocking figure taunts the challenger outside the ice fortress, questioning their skill and purpose. A magical winter begins for them, as an unseen tragic fate approaches. A heavily armored figure slams their foot into the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave. A fierce warrior in a beast-like helmet unleashes a devastating, glowing energy punch. A white-haired character with blue horns releases a surge of icy energy, launching a powerful magical attack. A white-haired figure with blue horns unleashes a powerful magical punch, sending the dark-haired enemy flying. The blue-horned woman easily overpowers the frustrated red-haired warrior, asserting her superiority and mocking his lack of strength. A horned woman calmly offers a weapon, initiating a sparring challenge. A metallic hand slams into the ground, shattering it and unleashing a surge of blue energy. A battle-hardened figure demands his opponent's attack with at least 7 magic swords and remember to use Requiem. The wounded fighter grits his teeth and struggles to endure a surge of intense pain. A furious figure unleashes a powerful magical attack, causing energy to erupt around the glowing castle. A life ruled by instinct unfolded, filled with relentless fighting and eating only to survive. Gloved hands strike flint and steel, igniting a small fire on the tinder. A white-haired character with blue horns inspects a flint shaped like a key, commenting on how tools have changed since ancient times. 2 people sit by the campfire, quietly eating roasted fish together. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, one person collapses to the ground while another watches with concern. A draconic woman reflects on a human's unusual determination to keep fighting despite witnessing her power. A character reflects on the peculiarity of their sister's disciples, mentioning one who remained an empty vessel until age 12. A heavily armored figure defends with an unnaturally precise and unsettling presence. Haunted by memories, a brooding figure recalls the stressful encounter with the child from 20 years ago. A character's strengths and qualities are being listed as their hand reaches determinedly toward the light. The narrator highlights that the protagonist had many talents aiding his growth, but emphasizes one outstanding quality. A horned woman unleashes a spell as an armored warrior blocks her attack with his sword. Zephyr is struck hard in the face but glares back with unyielding fury. A figure laments missing the chance to strike because they were too far away. The character agonizes over why his power failed and desperately questions what he still lacks. Amid a fierce magical battle, the combatant rapidly evaluates techniques and searches for openings to gain the upper hand. A desperate figure strains to push past his limits as powerful energy beams collide in a blinding clash. The protagonist realizes he is completely overpowered by his opponent. An armored foot crashes down, unleashing a surge of red and blue energy. A character advances toward a formidable opponent as powerful energies collide in the darkness. The armored warrior charges forward, channeling energy into his sword for a decisive attack. Someone shouts with uncontrollable excitement. An armored figure channels crackling energy into a massive sword and prepares to unleash a devastating attack beneath the full moon. A brutal clash erupts as the combatant unleashes a powerful attack against the massive white dragon, sending ice and energy flying. The exhausted character collapses under the blue ceiling light to rest. Zephyr lies on the ground, silently reflecting on the 3 months that have passed since the last full moon. After 3 months of training, he realizes he is now strong enough to land a hit on Myrnia in her dragon form. The butler hurriedly tells the shocked visitor to return in 2 months, causing visible confusion. A silver-haired girl with blue horns urgently calls for someone to emerge from the glowing well. A startled figure sprawls on the cracked ice, demanding to know what is happening as they look up at the imposing person standing above them. A character's eye widens in shock as they realize something critical. A blue-haired character with horns excitedly gestures toward the glowing northern lights in the frozen landscape. A horned woman invites a man to sit with her beneath the glowing blue auroras. He stares ahead in stunned silence, bracing for what comes next. A mysterious figure reveals that their master once foresaw this moment. A dragon-like figure delivers an emotional message beneath the glowing aurora as another listens in silence. A character focuses intensely as blue energy flares in their eye, signaling the activation of hidden power. A somber tone sets the stage for a story from the distant past. The dragon heart shatters, and new beings emerge over centuries, each formed from the glowing fragments. Someone awakens to consciousness in darkness. A majestic white dragon-like creature awakens and shakes its head, releasing a cool aura. A majestic white dragon warmly welcomes a newly hatched blue-accented dragon into the world. The character reflects on feeling a unique bond with one dragon while regarding the others as strangers. One character recalls how he and his sister stood out, highlighting her strength and warmth as they shared a close bond. A white-haired, horned character explains that she is called the Ice Dragon because the title of White Dragon was already taken. The speaker reflects on their isolation after their sister's long sleep and the other dragons' changed behavior following Kaisiras's death. The speaker admits a deep desire to find someone who can understand and share memories of their sister. A white-haired woman adorned with blue crystal ornaments radiates a calm, powerful presence as she gazes forward. Overcome by despair, the protagonist admits defeat in his thoughts. A distressed figure bows his head, apologizing to his master. A white-haired character turns under the night sky and urgently asks the horned figure what is wrong. A resolute mission is declared to kill all dragons. He remembers embracing his beloved little sister in a moment filled with affection. Someone forcefully rejects the request. A powerful hand activates the Earth's cradle skill, channeling energy to conceal an item within the ground. A woman recoils in shock as a man apologetically unveils a mysterious basket before her. A small, mysterious creature is revealed as a body once possessed by the master. A hand reaches out to touch the basket of white flowers, sensing the lingering presence of a loved one. A silver-haired woman silently sheds a tear, overcome by sorrow. The protagonist gathers his resolve, preparing for what comes next. The protagonist decides to search for Princess Altair, another disciple of their master. A blue-horned figure confesses their refusal to follow in order to help exterminate all dragons. The protagonist reveals a plan to prevent the world's end without killing the dragons and asks for an ally's help. A dire prophecy is revealed. When the world's end arrives, the remaining dragons and the Tree of Life will lose themselves, become agents of destruction for the demon god, and only death can break this fate. The white dragon is reincarnated into a lizard's body on a magical circle, barely clinging to life. Kneeling beside the glowing magic circle, Zephyr watches as his exhausted companion collapses from sheer fatigue. A dying, spellbound creature warns that its corpse will briefly deliver a final message after death. With tears in his eyes, he receives a desperate mission to find the princess and prevent the world's destruction. The mission to eliminate all dragons is clear, and Altair is determined to see it through. Someone anxiously decides to hide important secrets, fearing that revealing everything would prevent the dragons from being killed. A desperate survivor begs for salvation, pleading to save the world and his people. A desperate cry for survival pierces the star-filled night. Rain pours down as a storm begins. A lone figure stands resolutely on the rain-soaked hill, bracing against the storm. He struggles with the burden of following his master's last wishes, which demand the destruction of her original form, her sister, and their entire kind. He clenches his teeth in frustration, struggling to decide what to do next. Despite needing to meet the princess, he keeps delaying his departure to help fight the monsters attacking the city. One day, he found something unusual in a dungeon near Nina's territory. Startled, the armored figure suddenly realizes the significance of what lies before him. A massive summoning altar appears, surrounded by piles of skeletons in a dark chamber. A surge of energy tears through the altar as the character destroys it to prevent the demon god's summoning. The protagonist defiantly rejects the need to kill dragons while confronting a mysterious, horned woman under the night sky. A woman gravely reveals that the demon god cult has created thousands of hidden summoning altars over a long history, making them nearly impossible to find. A red-haired young man warns that relying entirely on him is unrealistic and not a real strategy. A determined character demands proof of worthiness before agreeing to join forces. Sunlight illuminates Lindell Castle as a new threat looms over Altair's territory. A silver-haired woman firmly explains that the princess wants Artalis removed, urging action to either kill or persuade him. A composed woman introduces her fellow disciple, a knight in ornate armor, to the applauding crowd. The armored figure steels himself and resolves to handle the situation alone. A powerful beam of energy sweeps through the dungeon, striking down monstrous goblins as another dungeon is cleared. He gathers essential items to prepare for the upcoming raid. A masked warrior rushes forward, weighing the risks of approaching the poison blue dragon, knowing that any misstep could unleash destruction on the nearby territories. A character decides to join the princess's raid temporarily, aiming to recruit the blue dragon and shift the group's strategy. Investments in the blue dragon raid have increased, with one character acknowledging another's significant contribution. Someone acknowledges that their increased support is due to another's influence. A burly mercenary steps forward, introducing himself and explaining that he's here to help the party because he lost a bet. A scarred man holding a smoking pipe asks about the payment for his assignment. A group of cloaked figures approaches a glowing barrier and requests entry. A herald sounds a horn, signaling the start of the blue dragon raid as figures gather beneath stormy skies. Two armored fighters dash towards a lake of life as the battle intensifies around them. While preparing to confront the dragon, the protagonist silently reassures himself that his actions will go unnoticed despite the unexpected company. Determined to act, the protagonist moves closer, planning to heal the blue dragon before discussing the next steps. The demonic sword of sacrifice breaks apart in the air as its curse, to heal enemies at the cost of its own durability, is revealed. A lone warrior faces a towering dragon, sword blazing with energy as tension fills the air. A large supply of healing items has been gathered. A lone warrior grips his massive sword and braces himself as flames surge around him. Artalis briefly regained full consciousness. The sword's true power can only be awakened by someone with the dragon heart, making it both a requiem and a gravestone for those who face it. A resolute mentor warns that anyone who appears with the sword in the future must be dealt with harshly. A grim revelation declares that the White Queen is now separated from both the speaker and the Lord. A massive dragon bursts onto the scene, its jaws open in a menacing display. Someone rejects authority with unwavering defiance. A powerful force denies access to its energy, deeming the potential wielder unworthy. A lone warrior steps forward to face the towering dragon that blocks his path. A magical storm rips through the forest after the failed attempt to persuade the blue dragon. The blue dragon launched a relentless, suicidal attack, leaving no chance for escape. A surge of green energy erupts from his hand as he launches a powerful magical attack. With no alternatives left, the only path forward was to fight for victory and survival. An armored warrior unleashes a powerful, glowing attack with their sword. A devastating surge of energy explodes outward, shaking the entire battlefield. A fierce clash erupts as one combatant delivers a devastating attack, driven by regret. A powerful energy attack destroys the monstrous creature as the warrior expresses regret. A gloved hand seizes the bloodstained mask, marking the emergence of a new talent. Exhausted and filled with despair, he admits that his strength is not enough to protect those he cares about. The protagonist steels himself with a firm resolve to become much stronger. The masked character resolves to take control of the group to prevent the others from targeting Myrnia. A magical winged orb quickly activates a disguise as it darts through the forest at dusk. The group celebrates their victory over the blue dragon, while one member feigns enthusiasm about being part of the party. The protagonist decides to fake excitement about having his skills recognized. The armored character confidently claims the dragon heart as part of the agreed exchange. A determined figure plots to win over the group by hiding his true feelings and plans to seize control from the princess. He secures the dragon heart, determined to decide its fate after meeting Myrnia. A gloved hand unleashes a surge of magical energy as a glowing purple magic circle forms. A sudden shift in events takes place. Eyes wide with shock, the character suddenly realizes a disturbing truth. A catastrophic surge of poison spreads through the forest as the demon emerges from the blue dragon and corrupts the dragon heart, resulting in a devastating loss. A massive explosion erupts, shaking the battlefield. An enraged armored figure seizes another by the collar and demands to know why he was stopped. A desperate figure begs the dragon heart for its power as energy swirls around them. An armored fighter blocks a sudden attack, overwhelmed with rage. A determined man attacks the armored enemy and yells for someone to run. Seething with frustration, the man blames himself for missing the chance to kill the demon before it lost control. A scarred man mocks his rival's supposed expertise in handling the dragon's poison mana, challenging their abilities. A battered young man forcefully grabs another by the collar, angrily chastising them for risking everyone's safety by nearly spreading poison. A stern man announces the end of the contract and leaves the group, ignoring a worried woman who tries to stop him. A stern young man delivers a serious warning to the princess while gripping a smoking object. She tries to understand the true meaning behind his words. Altair watched 80 closely after hearing Fade's warning. Sometime later, an event occurred that caused her to forget his words. A massive dragon glides powerfully across the sky. A character reassures their companion by affirming their friendship and recognizing their worth. Someone firmly offers their help. A colossal dragon unleashes a devastating blast of icy energy onto the frozen forest. Marinia's ice breath froze the elfin forest and Danikil's farmlands. Danikil lost its agricultural value, but the frozen river stopped the poison from spreading across the continent. The ice dragon joins the party, and the warrior who fights alongside her earns the title of Dragon Knight. The party unknowingly started heading the wrong way. The party prioritized finding and destroying summoning altars, dedicating significant resources to the task. The leader of the merchantry was defeated during the battle for the Black Dragon Heart. Fade left because of the conflict with 80. Two party members tense up as they debate whether adding the ice dragon is a strategy to lower its guard before attacking. A determined archer declares the group's intent to kill the dragons to a stoic armored warrior. Tension rises among the soldiers as they question the intentions and prophecies of the elves standing apart. People chose to support the more outgoing and helpful individual over the one who was quieter and less social. A masked man in ornate armor asserts that earning public trust is more important than the cost, since the princess will pay. The elves left the party after a conflict with 80. The party grew as more people joined, united by their admiration for the protagonist after overcoming conflicts or receiving help. A young woman hesitates as she questions her master's command to kill the dragons. The protagonist questions the reason behind being urged to take the harder path and worries about the consequences if the dragons are not killed. A narrator explains that entry into the party was possible due to the crack created by 80. A gloved attacker pins the protagonist to the ground and holds a glowing sword to his neck. A man notices someone he recognizes as a former guard from the Third Parish and comments on their improved combat skills. A scarred man demands to know who trained the captive as others watch the tense interrogation. A cloaked figure discovers that Fade's new ally is also the owner of the blue dragon heart. Determined to gain strength, the protagonist resolves to gather powerful allies. A character steps out of the bath, water trailing down their legs as they prepare to move forward. Preparations are being made in case the information from 80 is incorrect. A woman wrapped in a towel suddenly confronts a surprised man behind a curtain, creating a tense standoff. A confident figure with wet hair demands cooperation, proposing an alliance. He insists they determine the shares before proceeding. A furious man confronts a startled woman, demanding the return of credit taken by her party for nearly killing a target. The young man glares fiercely at the corpse, vowing to seize its items without demanding any interest. The group forms an alliance after discussing their needs and challenges, with one member vouching for the usefulness of their new recruit. A character glares fiercely, showing clear irritation. The narration reveals that neither the return of two individuals after nearly a year nor the appearance of the person who absorbed the dragon heart has caused any notice. A figure is blasted backward by a surge of blue energy, crying out in pain. An enraged magical entity confronts the trapped man, accusing him of stealing a dragon heart he did not earn. 80 was cautious around the narrator. Two soldiers observe as the ice dragon's overwhelming power secures victory for their side, while they realize its presence has also been used to sway public opinion. From above, one figure watches as another runs outside, analyzing his cunning nature and instinctive pursuit of fame. He carefully plans his next moves, determined to gain more influence before the raid. He realizes that once the dragon raid begins, the restrictions from the Silver Lion Helm will be lifted, giving him a chance to regain control. A red-eyed character threatens to decide the fate of another's family, asserting control with a menacing glare. A plan is established, and the group prepares to split into teams. The team assigns a group to travel to the capital to purchase supplies and negotiate for key items needed for the upcoming raid. The group divides responsibilities for the upcoming monster hunt, assigning forces and tasks to ensure the mission's success. A team is instructed to recruit new members, prompting mixed reactions as they recall past missions and question their objective. Two characters discuss the Duke's visit and decide one should go find their delayed father. A woman happily announces she will see her firstborn and secondborn, leaving the others stunned by the revelation. A determined woman announces that there is another urgent task to complete in the capital. A sealed letter is delivered to Altair, prompting a question about someone named Eugenio Vittel. A character recalls a human scholar who visited the Great Elfin Forest 61 years ago and expresses a wish to greet him if he is still alive. One woman reveals that the Academy's current dean, Professor Vittel, once taught her, while the other listens closely in the forest. An important letter from the Elf Queen must be delivered to the influential dean, who may assist with the upcoming raid. She anxiously worries about being accepted by the dean due to her poor attendance, but reassures herself by remembering she has a top scholar with her. The group debates how to travel quickly, but one insists on handling a separate urgent task alone. The protagonist considers the risks and rewards of a divine quest that requires protecting a target for 10 months, knowing that failure could result in losing the Sword of Light. The protagonist realizes the target is still missing and decides to complete the team mission quickly to resume the search with the Sword of Light. A surge of golden energy bursts from the weapon, signaling the start of a powerful attack. Someone jolts in alarm, eyes wide and sweat forming as an unexpected event unfolds. A white-haired figure releases a massive golden energy beam into the sky. Guided by his glowing weapon, the protagonist senses the target nearby and charges forward. A character forcefully rejects an internal assumption. A figure senses incoming enemies and releases a golden energy beam into the sky. A massive blade slashes forward with intense speed. Two figures speed through the sky on powerful, dragon-like beasts. A dignified man is formally introduced as Duke Cesare Giornetti. The Academy Dean is introduced beneath a golden nameplate. Two figures on dragons race urgently through the sky above the city. Two riders race urgently across the ground atop a giant bird mount. A man arrives on a flying creature and energetically greets the group. One figure firmly instructs the group to stay put for their safety while another complains about being left behind. Two people meet outside and discuss the recent capture of the smiling woman, expressing relief to be reunited. A stern man announces that he has brought someone from the capital to help with the group's starvation crisis. Two influential men are introduced beneath the dragon's wing, signaling their importance to the Academy. A tense realization strikes as the man is identified as Duke Giornetti. He is blamed for the financial crisis years ago due to his risky investment scheme. The character reflects on how Aldine's fraud directly caused the downfall of their family. The protagonist harshly blames the Duke for enabling fraud and causing a major financial crisis. The narration foreshadows that unexpected events are about to occur. Sensing imminent danger, the protagonist's eyes narrow with intense focus. The narration condemns a villain for acting solely in the interest of their own family. A figure kneels and pledges loyalty to the woman at the center, witnessed solemnly by two others. A woman anxiously considers how the group's plans are disrupted by the Duke's unexpected arrival. A weary man recalls that the Duke's decision to help was explained in Zephyr's story from his past life. Lucius was manipulated and stripped of his freedom after losing his equipment, his son, and his grandchildren to blackmail. The Duke allowed Aldine to approach the third parish and did not intervene with those around him because he underestimated Aldine. He failed to realize that someone was secretly concealing their true power. As a reward for brainwashing a saint and stealing the Black Dragon Heart, Aldine received a powerful relic from the cult leader. He gained control over the Master of the East and formed a force too powerful for the Duke to oppose. A worried woman reflects on how intervention has changed the course of the future. The narrator reveals that everything previously expected or planned did not actually occur. One character warns that removing Aldine will not earn the Duke's gratitude, but instead prompt him to make unreasonable demands. A man explains that he made time to attend because the merchantry leader was so passionate about the issue. A man reflects that someone believed to be a noble seems more like an ordinary person. The young man abruptly senses something unexpected and snaps to attention. One man enthusiastically praises a young knight's impressive achievements in front of a listening noble. A man is stunned as he learns that two warriors defeated the boss at the tomb of the abominable princess. A man demands to know if these two were involved. Two men intensely discuss whether they were the only ones to enter the boss room. Several figures witness unsettling clues about a supernatural phenomenon in the boss room as a glowing girl stands before a demonic apparition. He hesitates to ask questions, fearing that acting too quickly could reveal his true intentions. Someone internally questions whether another person is an enemy or an ally. The ornately dressed figure steps forward and insists on moving past introductions to address the main issue directly. The confident man refuses to pay and asserts that the others should compensate him instead. Three anxious figures face off beneath a looming shadow as tension escalates and a threat becomes imminent. He asserts that his wisdom and connections are available only if they are willing to use them. Two characters react in shock and alarm to unexpected news. One character defends an ally's crucial role in the upcoming Ice Dragon raid, insisting on their importance despite the other's hostility. A stern man insists that the young woman should take responsibility for her own debts, frustrating her as he pointedly calls her Saint. A determined character prepares to address the Ice Dragon raid. Three armed figures stand confidently beneath a glowing guild banner as strategic readiness is announced. The man in ornate clothing begins to announce the third important point with a serious tone. A stern man challenges the Duke, declaring that setting three conditions is unreasonable. A blonde man in ornate attire reacts in disbelief to unexpected news. The young man firmly sets a strict limit on the conditions of the deal, asserting his offer is more valuable. A massive surge of yellow energy erupts, violently shattering the ground. An armored man swears to protect someone by the order of the goddess of light, gripping his glowing sword with determination. A stern figure warns the anxious man to stay within the magical barrier or face the consequences. After the Duke joined the group, everyone started focusing on their assigned tasks. Three men prepare for a confrontation as one of them takes control of a massive winged beast. A team rides out at dawn, prepared to begin their farming mission. A cloaked rider approaches as one of the armed riders calls out to get their attention. Two men formally introduce themselves and shake hands as the sun sets. The auction team travels toward the capital with the merchant leader at sunrise. The scout team is introduced. A serious-looking elf man escorts a distressed woman past onlookers as tension fills the scene. Two teammates nervously discuss why Zephyr is no longer with their group. A worried teammate demands to know why Eugenio Vittel is involved. Haunted by memories of his rumored father joining them, he reflects on the hardships and unresolved feelings that followed. An older man mocks his former rival, while a frustrated girl is comforted nearby. A horse suddenly charges forward, kicking up a cloud of dirt. The riders spot their destination and press forward with renewed determination. A massive explosion tears through the rocky canyon, sending debris and fire in all directions. A magical fire sweeps through the forest, consuming everything in its path. The scene shifts to empty Scylla, far from the great port. A snow-covered mountain peak emerges through the blizzard, revealing the dangerous path ahead. The location is revealed to be in the center of the continent. The mountain remains snow-covered throughout the year due to its immense height. A figure steps into the snow and demands an answer. Two men hurry through a perilous snowy mountain pass, urgently discussing their need to recover something vital despite being short on time and numbers. The silver-haired young man stands in the snow, carefully assessing his opponent as he anticipates their next move. A man finally arrives at the tomb of the abominable princess, reflecting on the twists of fate that brought him here. One man confesses to another that he sacrificed millions of gold and even his son's life over more than a decade, all for the secrets within the dungeon's boss room. The man dismisses the mention of a dragon heart and subtly reveals he is searching for something far more significant. The protagonist reflects on the Duke's importance as an ally while remaining wary of his secretive motives. After defeating the boss together, one character realizes the other still pursues his original goal connected to the tomb's boss room. One character carefully weighs whether to support or oppose the other's unknown goal, determined to uncover the truth. The man behind the desk mocks the surprising claim that one of the cloaked visitors is an emissary of the goddess of light. Someone reacts in shock to an unexpected situation. A clenched fist slams into the ground, sending out a powerful shockwave. A furious man in ornate robes demands to know why no one has heard of Zephyr until now. A hooded woman in the library explains that someone powerful has been deliberately concealed, leaving no trace in any records. A hooded woman explains that his appearance in the third parish coincided with a plot by Aldine and the Eastern Master to steal the Black Dragon heart by infiltrating slaves. A furious figure demands answers about a suspicious alliance and questions whether the reported deaths were confirmed. A red-haired character jerks their head to the side in shock, eyes wide and teeth clenched. A wary figure speculates that the disciple might have staged a fight and feigned defection to manipulate the current situation. The hooded character speculates that both Aldine and the Master of the East may have supported Princess Altair from the beginning. The sharp-toothed man dismisses the idea of complex explanations and insists that Aldine was defeated simply because he was weak. One character summarizes recent events while another listens in silence. A stern man insists they must prevent Princess Altair from obtaining more dragon hearts to protect the Eastern Union's ambitions and further the cult leader's plan. A hooded figure confidently promises to exploit the weakness of the Princess Party as an alternative to attacking the royal family. A determined character vows to prevent anyone from approaching the Ice Dragon. The scene shifts to the Kian Kingdom Palace, where the first princess and Grand Duchess of Lindell is formally introduced. Lucius is formally announced as he enters the Grand Hall before the royals. The king commends the two for defeating the Blue Dragon and clearing the tomb. A regal woman seated on the throne warmly expresses her pride in her daughter's achievements. A large blue dragon horn is unveiled as a gift, leaving the two onlookers in awe. A royal couple warmly praises the kneeling princess for saving many lives and returning safely. A composed woman confidently accepts the recognition. A unique power is introduced, the ability to distinguish allies from enemies. A mysterious power is activated by a slight touch. A hand seizes another person's collar with force, escalating the tension. A single, intense green eye narrows with unwavering resolve as its owner steels himself for what comes next. A distressed figure desperately calls out to their parents, as two ominous shapes with glowing eyes appear before them in the storm. The armored leader announces that, with 2 of the 8 world challenges overcome, it is time to celebrate and hold an award ceremony. A woman warmly promises a generous reward of treasure or territory to the person before her. Someone hesitates and begins to respond to their father after hearing unexpected news. In the lavish hall, guests quietly discuss the news of the princess's maturity. The group discusses how someone has become more compassionate and responsible since the Blue Dragon raid. A determined woman urges the royals to postpone the award ceremony and use the banquet funds to help the people suffering from the Ice Dragon's attack. A determined woman shifts the conversation to the critical matter of the Ice Dragon raid. In the guild's main hall, a group urgently discusses the formation of a rescue team for the Ice Dragon raid, surprised that the king has granted official approval. A man with pink hair calmly explains that dungeon laws protect party lineups from outside interference, except in cases involving rescue teams. The rescue team waits behind the raid party with supplies and support, ready for emergencies but not allowed to fight or earn much reward. A person explains that backup is only allowed if the raid party signals for help or if more than half the members are dead. A woman confidently dismisses any real danger to the party, claiming their skills make fighting unlikely. A woman confidently points out that gaining the Dragon Slayer's support comes at almost no cost to their group. A panicked man shouts that Zephyr is coming to take the Dragon Heart, not money. Two men clash over the risks of fighting and the consequences involving the Dragon Heart, with tempers flaring and accusations flying. A frustrated young man vents about his teammates' lack of patience and the burden of holding the party together. Someone halts the conversation with authority and insists on making a plan. The pink-haired character orders the group to focus on finishing their homework as their companions react with surprise. A determined man questions the reason young adventurers managed to take control of the powerful guild union. A woman expresses concern that although the princess must accompany them by the king's orders, their sponsors will not approve of the princess getting too involved. A confident man assigns a covert theft mission targeting the princess group's residence. A royal carriage approaches its destination as the evening deepens. Two women finalize their plan to join the dragon raid, realizing they must take action since almost no one else knows the island's secret. A high-ranking man tasks a determined woman with advancing the Ice Dragon raid from 2 years to just 2 months. The group discusses using a provisional contract with the port to push investors into buying the Ice Dragon raid rights. Two figures seal their alliance with a handshake, aiming to sway investors and force a break in the provisional contract. A dark-haired woman reflects on a missed opportunity before her companion informs her that they have arrived. A woman steps onto the chair, ready to act despite her hesitation. A stern man warns the princess not to rely on underhanded tactics before she leaves, while holding a crying baby. A determined man instructs someone to join the rescue team instead of taking unnecessary actions. A group arrives at the Grand Lauren Auction Hall, preparing to use national funds at the continent's largest auction. A stunned young man realizes he has been scammed. Three confused figures confront the distressed man under the light, demanding an explanation for his words. One character vents about not being introduced to any women despite a promise made 2 years ago, while the others react with embarrassment and disappointment. One character pleads desperately for advice on getting a girlfriend while another stands triumphantly over him, and 2 others quietly discuss encouraging him. 4 women are presented as possible choices, each highlighted in a decorative lineup. A woman boldly announces her preference for a wealthy partner, surprising the others while one person notes that her answer was expected. A group of armored soldiers aggressively interrogates a cloaked figure about their connection to Zephyr, escalating the tension. A frustrated girl loudly denies any romantic involvement, while angrily confronting another person about unpaid debts and constant pranks. Overcome with frustration, Anna bursts into tears and angrily vents about being let down by broken promises. A man suddenly appears and confronts a startled group, leaving everyone in shock. One character furiously lunges at another while onlookers gossip and joke about the situation. A young knight firmly declares that she is devoted solely to training and protecting her master, dismissing any thought of romance. 2 figures walk away together on diplomatic business, leaving a frustrated woman behind with orders to learn dancing. A female character is suddenly embarrassed and frustrated as she finds herself wearing a revealing blue gown. A flustered woman is stunned to discover the man she dislikes is actually her dance instructor. Under the forceful grip of her superior, the reluctant knight is confronted and pressured to obey Princess Altair's command despite her clear distress. 2 characters awkwardly practice dancing as one repeatedly steps on the other's foot despite instructions. The princess firmly declares that she seeks a strong, skilled partner with a fighting spirit capable of opposing the demon god cult. The narrator realizes their preferences have changed after making a new discovery. A white-haired man helps a hooded young woman down as she quietly admires his large, gloved hand. A man unexpectedly pats a woman's head and then draws close to another woman, catching both off guard with his sudden affection. One character wakes up trapped in another's tight embrace and struggles to breathe, unable to escape. A black cat frantically tries to wake the half-asleep silver-haired man, who sleepily pulls the cat close instead. A desperate woman clings to a white-haired man, begging not to be left behind. A woman observes the sleeping man, curious if he is dreaming about his past life. A gentle hand reaches out to comfort someone lying vulnerably on a sunlit bed. One character playfully insists they witnessed something, while the other responds with disbelief. A young elven woman blushes and reacts shyly when asked a question. 2 men stand together, one expressing deep disgust as he condemns anyone with inappropriate intentions toward his younger sister. A furious young girl raises her glowing sword and angrily insists she is not a child. 3 characters discuss their disappointing romantic prospects while one of them smugly celebrates his own success.